Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
The Sword Prince. Author note. The next illustration is ready. Initially, I asked my illustrator to create a chibi illustration for the welcome note, but instead, he made a full illustration of A's wearing saber outfit in a love pose. You can check it out at patreon.com/Rayish. Chapter 46. Shirou arrived at his destination, a dilapidated, abandoned church where the Hestia Familia had once lived. As he observed from the shadows, all that remained were the remnants of a battle. No one was visible around the church. The ground in front of the building was littered with scattered footprints, small blast marks, and clear signs of a fierce fight. Only the aftermath of a battle, Shirou thought, sharpening his vision as he searched for clues. The cold wind that swept through the church added to the gloomy atmosphere. Shards of glass from shattered windows lay scattered, and the wooden door hung loosely from its hinges, nearly torn off. The walls of the church were riddled with cracks and scratches, evidence of Bel's desperate attempt to defend himself. But there were no signs of life. It was as if the Hestia Familia had been completely wiped out. With calm and caution, Shirou moved through the ruins, his footsteps silent as he took in every detail around him. No sounds, no movement, just an oppressive silence. Yet beneath that silence, a growing sense of urgency stirred in his heart. Where are they? Shirou murmured inwardly as he stepped into the dusty floor of the church. Inside, it was the same, ruined, dust-covered, and empty. What once may have been a place of worship was now draped in thick dust. The pews were overturned, and some were shattered into pieces. But there were no bodies or clear signs of a struggle. Taking a deep breath, Shirou ventured further. His eyes were drawn to a small splatter of blood on the stone floor, and nearby, a few scattered weapons lay abandoned. This doesn't look good, he thought. He began piecing together what might have happened here. The battle had taken place only a few hours ago, but where were Bel and Hestia now? If they lost, they must have been captured, or worse, Shirou thought, quickly dismissing the dark idea. He knew Bel well and recognized the strength of his determination. If there had been even the slightest chance, Bel would have fought until the end. Crouching near the altar, Shirou touched the ground where the blood had mixed with the dirt. The blood hadn't fully dried yet, indicating the fight had been recent. Despite how grim things seemed, Shirou was sure that Bel and Hestia were still alive. With renewed determination, Shirou stood and sharpened his senses, trying to detect any traces of prana or magical energy left behind. He knew that if he moved quickly, there was still a chance to find Bel and Hestia before it was too late. The world of shadows will be my weapon, Shirou whispered as he once again activated presence concealment. Silently, he dashed out of the old church, resolved to track down where Bel and Hestia had been taken. Shirou quickly scaled a tall building near the abandoned church to get a broader view. As he reached the rooftop, the wind whipped through his black cloak. On top of the building, Shirou enhanced his vision using reinforcement, channeling prana to his eyes to see farther. His gaze swept over the busy streets of Orario until finally, he spotted Bel and Hestia. In the distance, he saw them running swiftly toward their destination, the Apollo Familia's headquarters. Shirou's heart raced. Though he didn't fully understand what was happening, his instincts told him something significant was about to unfold. Without wasting a moment, Shirou sprinted along the rooftops, leaping from one to the next with impressive speed. His presence concealment made him invisible, a mere shadow moving skillfully above the city. As he neared the Apollo Familia's stronghold, Shirou observed from afar that a tense standoff was taking place at the large gates. Below, Hestia stood firm in front of Apollo and his smug followers. Bel stood beside her, still catching his breath after running, but the determination on his face was unmistakable. Apollo smirked arrogantly, while his Familia members gazed at Hestia and Bel with disdain. From his vantage point above, Shirou watched the pivotal moment. Suddenly, Hestia angrily removed her white glove. Without warning, she threw it forcefully at Apollo, and it struck him squarely in the face. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The crowd witnessing the event fell silent. Apollo's expression shifted from shock to a sly grin. "This is a challenge to the war game," Shirou whispered to himself, observing from the rooftop. With a swift motion, Apollo picked up the glove from the ground. In a loud, smug voice, he declared, "Very well, Hestia. I accept your challenge for the war game. Let's see who is truly stronger." Shirou narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation. Hestia and Bel were clearly in a dire position. The Apollo Familia was much larger, more organized, and far more powerful. While Bel had grown stronger in a short time, he couldn't possibly face the entire Apollo Familia alone. This is madness, Shirou thought, though he couldn't help but admire Hestia's bravery. "I can't just stand by and watch," Shirou muttered, his resolve growing stronger. He knew what he had to do. Even though his identity as a member of the Loki Familia bound him by certain rules, as long as he acted under the guise of Hassan, he could help without revealing who he truly was. Taking a deep breath, Shiro reinforced his presence concealment once more and waited for the right moment to act. Apollo, brimming with confidence, cast a mocking glance at Hestia and Belle. However, instead of detaining or mistreating them, he allowed them to leave peacefully. Apollo's confidence was clear. He believed that victory in the upcoming war game was already his. His smug smile showed he was sure of his triumph. From above, Shiro watched as Hestia and Belle began their walk back toward the old church. His eyes followed their every step, ensuring no other threats targeted them. Once he was certain they were safe, he quietly retreated into a shadowed alley. There, Shiro took a deep breath, releasing the presence concealment he had maintained. The mask and cloak of Hassan dissipated into particles of prana, vanishing. Now back to his identity as Shiro Emiya, he calmly walked toward Twilight Manor, though his mind was still filled with what he had just witnessed. In his thoughts, Shiro pondered. This war game was clearly a battle between the small, weak Hestia Familia and the much stronger, larger Apollo Familia. He felt trapped in this situation. He couldn't help directly without breaking the rules that barred other Familia from intervening. How could he assist Belle without involving the Loki Familia? After a long journey, Shiro finally arrived at the gates of Twilight Manor. As he approached, he saw Ace standing there, waiting for him patiently. The setting sun illuminated her face, enhancing the natural grace she always exuded. As Shiro drew near, Ace turned, her calm and attentive gaze meeting his. "Are you all right?" Ace asked softly. "Did anyone discover your identity?" Shiro smiled faintly, a little relieved by Ace's concern. "I'm fine," he replied, shaking his head. "I only watched from a distance." It seems Hestia was cornered into challenging Apollo to a war game. Ace fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "It's an unfair fight," she said quietly, almost to herself. Shiro understood the difficulty Belle and Hestia were facing. "I want to help them," Shiro murmured. "But this is a duel between the Hestia Familia and the Apollo Familia. Interference from outsiders won't be allowed." Ace looked deeply into Shiro's eyes, as if trying to read his thoughts. "You don't like just being a spectator, do you?" she asked gently. Shiro nodded. "I can't just stand by when I know someone needs help. But this time, I don't know how." Ace remained quiet, contemplating his words, before finally saying, "Maybe there's another way. We just need to think about it." Ace sighed softly before starting her story. "Actually, I've been secretly training Belle for the past few weeks." Shiro was surprised to hear this. "Why didn't I know about this?" he asked, curious. Ace turned toward Shiro, her usual calm expression in place. "I've been training him at dawn," she replied in a gentle voice. "Usually, you're teaching Reveria in the warehouse at that time, so you wouldn't have noticed." Shiro fell silent, reflecting on what he just heard. He knew Belle was training hard, but he hadn't imagined that Ace was quietly involved in Belle's progress. After a moment, he spoke again. "But, Ace, you need to be careful. If this is discovered by others, especially Apollo Familia, they might accuse Loki Familia of interfering in Belle's preparations. That would cause big trouble." Ace looked at Shiro seriously and nodded slightly. "I know. That's why I've kept it secret. I always make sure no one sees us," she said. She appeared calm, but a trace of concern could be seen in her eyes. Shiro nodded, though his worry remained. "That's good, but you have to be really careful. I don't want you getting into trouble just for helping Belle." Ace gave a faint smile, a small smile crossing her face, and then said, "I'll be cautious. Besides, Tiona and Tioni know about this too. They can help me divert Belle to a secret training spot if I need to handle it directly." Shiro looked at Ace with respect. He knew that Ace had a deep sense of sympathy for Belle, even if she didn't express it outright. In his heart, Shiro felt relieved that Belle had someone like Ace to help him, but he was also aware of the great risk Ace was taking. "Well then, I'll leave it to you," Shiro said at last. "I trust that you and Belle can handle this. But if you ever need help, I'm here." Ace only nodded in response. The two then fell into a quiet moment, enjoying the peace between them amidst the great concerns they both faced. Shiro and Ace walked together toward Twilight Manor, both lost in their thoughts after the long conversation about Belle and the challenge of the war game that Apollo Familia had just declared. That brief calm was broken when they were about to enter the mansion. Belle's voice could be heard from outside, calling out Ace's name, asking to meet her. Ace immediately felt anxious, her expression becoming tense. "What is he doing here?" she muttered softly. Shiro could see the worry in her eyes. But before Ace could step outside, Tioni, who was near the door, stepped forward, glancing outside toward Belle. With a smirk on her face, Tioni lightly patted Ace's shoulder. "Relax, Ace. Just go to the quiet alley. I'll tell Belle where to go." Ace nodded slightly, then bid farewell to Shiro with a look of concern. "I'll meet Belle in the alley later." Shiro could only nod and say, "Be careful, Ace." As Ace walked toward the alley suggested by Tioni, Tioni stepped outside, approaching Belle, who was still calling out for Ace. Tioni asked in a gruff tone, "What are you doing here?" Belle was surprised by Tioni's sudden harshness, as she was usually kind to him. "I just want to see Ace, even if only for a moment." With firm steps, she walked toward Belle and quickly grabbed him by the collar with both hands. Effortlessly, she lifted him a few inches off the ground. Belle was shocked, unprepared for such rough treatment. Yeah. Tioni, wait. I just want to see A's, he exclaimed in a panic. Tioni lowered her voice as she brought her face closer to Belle's. Listen, kid. If you want to meet A's, not here. She'll be waiting for you in a quiet alley, away from prying eyes. Her voice was a mix of teasing and seriousness. Belle nodded nervously, still hanging in the air. Okay, got it. After making sure Belle understood, Tioni lowered him roughly and told him to leave. Don't stay here too long. And keep this secret. Shirou, who had been observing from a distance, could only nod to himself, trusting his friend's plan. He knew they were all doing this to ensure Loki Familia wasn't suspected of interfering in the wargame. Even though Shirou still felt uneasy, he chose not to interfere further, especially since Finn had already warned him. Ace can handle this, Shirou thought, before finally deciding to rest and trust his friends with their plan. After that, Shirou helped with cooking in the kitchen. He started serving dishes at the dining table in Twilight Manor. But as he noticed the seats filling up with other members of Loki Familia, his attention was drawn to one empty seat. Ace, who was usually already seated and eagerly waiting for Shirou's cooking, was nowhere to be seen. Shirou smiled to himself, thinking, Ace must be training Belle intensively for the war game. He knew how seriously Ace took helping Belle improve his abilities. With care, Shirou prepared a large portion for Ace. He arranged it nicely and placed it on a tray. Then, he carried it to Ace's room, making sure the food stayed warm. Upon arriving at her door, Shirou set the tray down, thinking that Ace might return late after a long training session. As Shirou was about to leave, Lafia appeared from the corridor, heading toward her room. She saw Shirou placing the food in front of Ace's door and immediately asked with a frown, Why hasn't Ace come back? Is she still out? At first, Shirou hesitated to answer, but after thinking for a moment, he remembered that Lafia probably already knew about Ace's relationship with Belle and the training they'd been doing. In a calm tone, Shirou replied, It seems Ace is training Belle for the war game. Lafia's face immediately turned into a deeper frown. Ugh, Belle again. Why is he taking up so much of Ace's time lately? She said with frustration, though there was a hint of concern behind her complaint. Belle better win. Otherwise, he'll only embarrass Ace. Her tone sounded like a threat, but Shirou knew Lafia was actually worried. She hid her anxiety behind her stern attitude. Shirou smiled gently, responding to her tough exterior, knowing how much she cared. Don't worry, Lafia, Shirou said calmly. Belle will do his best, and Ace, as usual, will make sure he's ready. Lafia huffed softly, but she seemed a bit more at ease. Yeah, I hope so. Belle can't disappoint Ace. As she continued walking, she glanced back at the food Shirou had prepared for Ace. Despite her frown, it was clear that Lafia noticed how much Shirou cared for his friends. Shirou watched her leave, feeling relieved that he had managed to calm Lafia a bit, though he knew her jealousy toward Belle was likely still there. Shirou returned to his room after dinner. Physical and mental fatigue weighed on him. He undressed and lay down on his bed, trying to close his eyes. But his mind spun ceaselessly, like a wheel that couldn't stop turning. Thoughts of Belle kept flashing in his mind, leaving Shirou frustrated as he tried to figure out how he could help Belle in the upcoming war game. Lying in bed, Shirou stared at the ceiling. His thoughts scattered, considering various possibilities and scenarios. He desperately hoped the war game chosen would be a one-on-one duel, not a large-scale battle involving many Familia members. That would be the best chance for Belle. If it were a direct duel, Belle might still have a shot at victory, especially with the training he'd undergone with Ace and the support from Hestia Familia. However, a nagging worry haunted Shirou. If Apollo Familia chose another form of the war game, like a large-scale battle that would humiliate Hestia Familia with sheer numbers, Belle's chances would dwindle. Shirou knew that Apollo Familia had many members and far more resources. Belle, though strong, was just one person up against a much larger and more experienced Familia. In his mind, the worst-case scenario began to form. What if Belle loses? As a hero who always wanted to protect others, Shirou couldn't accept that thought. The sense of responsibility to help Belle and Hestia Familia, even though he technically couldn't interfere openly, felt like a burden too heavy to bear. In a small corner of his heart, Shirou began to consider something more extreme. If there's no other way, he thought with determination, I'll step in myself. I'll hide my identity again and take down Apollo Familia one by one. He knew such an action would be risky. Breaking the rules would create major problems. But if the situation truly spiraled out of control, he couldn't just stand by and let his friends be crushed by Apollo Familia's tyranny. Slowly, Shirou closed his eyes, trying to sleep. But his heart remained restless. He knew, whatever path he chose, whether to let Belle fight on his own or to take extreme measures to bring down Apollo Familia from the shadows, would come with serious consequences. But Shirou was prepared. No matter what happened, he wouldn't let Belle or Hestia be dragged into ruin without doing something. Chapter 47. Author note. The third illustration poll has ended with the following results. Shirou versus Revis, 14%. Shirou versus Olivas, 0%. Shirou uses Row Ajax against the corrupted spirit attack, 74%. Shirou, who was badly injured, used Phoebus Catastrophe, 12%, with a total of 42 votes. You can check it out on Patreon.com/Rayish. The next day, Shirou woke up as dawn began to break through the darkness. As usual, he woke up earlier than most members of the Loki Familia, preparing to teach Reveria magecraft in the warehouse. After a quick bath and getting dressed, Shirou stepped out of Twilight Manor, the cold morning air softly brushing against his skin. On his way to the warehouse, Shirou encountered Aze, who was already outside. Aze's blonde hair flowed beautifully, her face slightly serious yet fresh. She seemed as though she was about to start her usual training for the day. Aze, Shirou greeted with a smile. Are you going to teach Reveria again this morning? Aze asked in her usual calm voice, but with a warmth that was familiar. Shirou nodded. Yes, like always. And you? Are you going to train Bell again? Aze nodded as well. Yes, he needs intense training before the war game. That's why I have to train him before too many people wake up. Shirou understood that Aze knew Bell still needed more guidance. Looking at Aze, he felt pleased to see how serious she was about helping Bell. Aze not only trained for herself, but also dedicated her time to others, something that reminded Shirou of himself. Thank you for leaving food for me yesterday, Aze said sincerely. There was gratitude in her voice, though her face remained calm and composed as usual. Shirou smiled, feeling warmth from her words. It's no problem. I'll make sure to prepare breakfast for you too, Shirou replied with a light teasing tone, but there was sincerity in his words. Hearing that, Aze's eyes sparkled a little. Even though her expression remained calm, there was a glimmer in her eyes that showed how much she appreciated Shirou's thoughtfulness. I'll be looking forward to it, she said softly, as if Shirou had promised her something very important. After a few seconds of comfortable silence, Aze signaled that she was leaving. I'm going now. See you later, Shirou. See you later, Aze, Shirou replied, watching as Aze turned and walked away, ready to train Bell. Shirou felt a lingering warmth in the air after their brief conversation. He then continued his walk to the warehouse, feeling at peace. This morning, Reveria was waiting for him for their magecraft lesson, and afterward, he planned to prepare a special breakfast for Aze. Shirou entered the warehouse that morning. Inside, he saw Reveria sitting gracefully on one of the chairs, patiently waiting for him, as usual. The morning light that streamed in from a small window illuminated part of her calm face, radiating the aura of both a noble and a high elf full of dignity. Yet, behind that calmness, there was a soft look in Reveria's eyes as she noticed Shirou entering. As Shirou walked toward her, Reveria noticed something different about his face. Normally, Shirou appeared focused and full of energy before their lessons or discussions, but this morning, there was a cloud of concern shadowing his expression. Reveria, who was always attuned to the emotions of others, sensed it immediately. Shirou, she called softly, breaking the silence. Before we begin, I can see something is troubling you. Shirou paused for a moment, looking at Reveria with eyes full of gratitude for her concern. How did Reveria always know what he was feeling, even when he hadn't said anything? Is this about the Hestia Familia and the war game against the Apollo Familia? Reveria asked with a calm, yet caring tone. Shirou let out a long sigh, feeling the weight on his shoulders lighten just by hearing the question. He sat down in the chair in front of Reveria, feeling safe enough to open up his thoughts. Yes, Shirou replied, staring at the floor. I feel stuck. Bell and the Hestia Familia are facing a huge challenge, and I can't do anything to help. Ace has been training Bell, but that alone doesn't ease my anxiety. Shirou exhaled deeply, his emotions in turmoil. I joined the Loki Familia to become stronger, not just for myself, but to help others. But now, I feel restricted by the rules. Other Familia aren't allowed to interfere, and I can't stand by and let Bell fight alone. Reveria listened attentively, not interrupting Shirou's words. Her gaze was gentle and full of understanding. When Shirou finished speaking, she looked at him with warmth. You've already done more than you realize, Shirou, Reveria said, her voice soft but firm. Sometimes, the best help we can offer isn't direct intervention. You've strengthened yourself, and even though the rules prevent you from acting, you can still support Bell indirectly, just like Aze is doing. And trust me, Bell knows that he's not alone. Shirou lifted his head, moved by Reveria's words. There was warmth and depth in her eyes, and Shirou felt a sense of calm begin to settle in his heart. Reveria continued, remember, every Familia has its own challenges and tests. This war game is a test for Bell and Hestia. Sometimes, those tests are something they have to face without us. But that doesn't mean you're powerless. Emotional support, even from afar, holds its own strength. Shirou looked at Reveria with deep gratitude. Thank you, Reveria. I don't know what I would do without your words. Reveria gave a faint smile. You will always find your way, Shirou. You just need to trust in yourself and the people around you. They both sat in a peaceful silence, allowing the calm to soothe their hearts. Shirou felt a bit of the burden lift, and he was ready to continue with the magecraft lesson that morning. Today, Shirou and Reveria continued their magecraft training, specifically focusing on deepening the technique of reinforcement. Shirou had taught the basics several times, but Riveria felt there were still aspects she hadn't fully mastered. Although Riveria was an exceptional mage with extraordinary mastery over magic, the technique of reinforcement, which focused on strengthening inanimate objects, was more complex than the nature-based magic she typically used. "I'm still not very smooth with reinforcement," Riveria said in a low tone, though her face remained calm. She rarely admitted her shortcomings, especially in the realm of magic. But with Shirou, she felt comfortable being honest. Shirou smiled gently, trying to reassure her. "It's okay, Riveria. This technique is different from the magic you're used to. Let's see how you're doing with it now." Riveria nodded and prepared to demonstrate the technique. She closed her eyes, concentrating on the rune-like magic circuit on her back. Prana began to flow slowly from within her, visualizing a tree growing from a seed, a symbol she always envisioned when activating her magical energy flow. With smooth movements, Riveria picked up a piece of wood from the pile nearby. She focused, letting prana flow from her body into the wood in her hand. Slowly, the wood began to glow faintly, but after a few moments, the light only covered a small part of it. Despite her best efforts, the prana absorbed by the wood was only half filled. Riveria opened her eyes, slightly disappointed with the result. She sighed softly, realizing that her effort was still not perfect. "As you can see, I haven't done it correctly," she said, her voice weaker than usual. Before Riveria could feel worse, Shirou approached with a warm smile. "Hey, you've done an amazing job, Riveria," he said in a calming tone. "Reinforcement is harder than normal magic because it involves deep knowledge of the material we're strengthening. You've shown incredible improvement since the first session." Riveria looked at Shirou for a moment, touched by how he comforted her. Shirou could see a bit of pride and gratitude in her eyes, even though Riveria rarely expressed such emotions openly. Shirou continued, "It takes time and more practice to perfect it. I didn't master it quickly either. What's important is that you've got the prana flowing smoothly, which is a big step." Riveria nodded slightly, feeling relieved by Shirou's praise. "Maybe I'm too used to more natural magic. This technique is more technical, focusing on objects rather than natural elements. But I'll keep practicing," she replied, her voice filled with determination. Shirou's smile widened. "And I'll be here to help whenever you need. Try again, we'll do it together." With a lighter heart, Riveria tried the reinforcement technique again, this time with more confidence, while Shirou patiently guided her. Riveria continued to put her full effort into mastering the reinforcement technique with Shirou's help. But despite multiple attempts, her progress was still slow. Every time Riveria tried to channel prana into the object, the result wasn't entirely satisfactory. She stared at the wood she was holding, still only half filled with prana, and let out a long sigh, feeling a bit disappointed. Seeing Riveria's reaction, Shirou maintained his gentle smile, trying to keep her spirits high. "Don't worry, Riveria. This may take more practice. You've made good progress, and with time and patience, you'll get it. Consider it homework." Riveria, usually firm and independent, suddenly complained with a rare hint of playfulness. "Homework, huh?" she said, looking at Shirou with a soft gaze, as if wanting to avoid the task. "Why does learning with you feel like going back to school?" Shirou chuckled, happy to see Riveria's softer side emerge. "In that case, let me lighten the mood a bit," Shirou said, trying to lift her spirits. "There's another way we can try. How about you use reinforcement on your own body?" Hearing this, Riveria's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. She had heard of this concept before, but had rarely tried it herself. "Can you show me?" she asked eagerly. Shirou nodded. Calmly, he began to activate reinforcement on both hands, letting the prana flow smoothly. His hands began to emit a soft aura from the prana, filling each muscle cell, strengthening him from within. Curious, Riveria moved closer, and without thinking, she touched Shirou's reinforced hand. Shirou was slightly surprised by Riveria's touch, feeling nervous as her soft hand made contact with his. Her touch was gentle but filled with curiosity. "So this is what it feels like," Riveria murmured in awe. Her soft and cool hand carefully traced Shirou's fingers and wrist, examining the strength flowing beneath his skin. "This is amazing. The prana feels so strong and stable," Riveria said with admiration, unaware that the closeness was making Shirou a bit flustered. Shirou tried to stay calm despite feeling a little embarrassed by the sudden physical contact. "Yes, it strengthens my body from the inside. With practice, you can do it too," Shirou said, trying to keep his voice steady. Although he felt shy, he continued to guide the curious Riveria, while internally trying to ignore the nervousness brought on by the intimacy of the moment. Riveria slowly withdrew her hand after feeling satisfied, a soft smile gracing her face. "You're really incredible, Shirou. Maybe one day, I can be this strong too," she said, half praising, half hopeful. Shirou just smiled while scratching his head, which had started to blush, trying to hide his embarrassment. "I'm sure you will, Riveria," he replied gently. Shirou then looked at Riveria with a serious expression after demonstrating how to use reinforcement on his own body. "Before you try it, I must warn you, Shirou said firmly. Don't rush it. Riveria, still fascinated by the reinforcement ability and imagining how she could strengthen her body, felt caught off guard by Shirou's warning. With a calm but curious smile, she asked, "Why shouldn't I try it right away?" Shirou took a deep breath, trying to explain carefully so Riveria would understand the risks involved. Reinforcement can be very dangerous if used without proper control. If the prana you channel is too much and exceeds your body's capacity, the result can be fatal. Instead of strengthening your body, the prana could overload and destroy the part of the body where the reinforcement is used, he explained, emphasizing the importance of control and balance when using the technique. Hearing Shirou's explanation, Riveria's face turned serious. She imagined the consequences of being careless with reinforcement. "You mean my body could get damaged? Injured?" she asked, slightly panicked, as she hadn't realized the danger before. Shirou nodded. "Yes, exactly. Reinforcement is a very powerful technique, but it comes with high risks. If not done carefully, it could destroy you from the inside. Do you remember how that glass shattered when I showed you prana overload a few weeks ago?" Riveria clearly remembered that incident. At that time, Shirou demonstrated how reinforcement could strengthen inanimate objects. However, when he intentionally overloaded the prana to illustrate what happens when it's excessive, the glass he used as an example cracked and shattered into pieces within seconds. The sound of the breaking glass still echoed in her ears, and now she was grateful that Shirou had reminded her before she attempted it without caution. Riveria felt a slight panic in her heart, thankful for Shirou's timely warning. "So it can be like that, huh? I didn't realize how dangerous this is." Shirou smiled slightly, seeing the anxiety in Riveria's eyes, and said gently, "Don't worry. As long as you do it slowly and carefully, I'm sure you can master it. Remember, this training takes time, so don't rush." Riveria took a deep breath, feeling calmer after hearing Shirou's explanation. She realized that she had almost acted recklessly without considering the risks. "Thank you for reminding me. I don't know what would have happened if I had tried it right away," Riveria said, a little embarrassed, as she looked at Shirou with deep gratitude. Shirou smiled gently. "That's normal, Riveria. Reinforcement is a complex technique, but we'll practice it slowly, and I'm confident you'll be able to master it." Riveria smiled back, feeling more at ease and confident, though still full of admiration for Shirou. Still fascinated by the reinforcement ability, Riveria couldn't contain her curiosity. Suddenly, she came up with an unusual idea and looked at Shirou with a sly smile. "How about you use it on me?" she asked, leaning forward slightly, her green eyes filled with intrigue. Shirou was startled by the request. His face turned red for a moment, and he looked at Riveria with a hesitant expression. "What? You mean, I use reinforcement on your body?" he asked, making sure he wasn't misunderstanding. Riveria nodded softly, this time with a look of confidence. "Yes, you channel the prana into my body," she replied calmly, though her heart was pounding. "I want to know what it feels like, and I trust you." Shirou swallowed hard. This wasn't something he was used to doing, especially on someone else. "Then, you really have to trust me," Shirou said with a slightly strained voice. "You have to let your body relax and not resist the prana I'll be channeling. If you resist or fight against the flow, it could cause harm." Riveria smiled slightly, understanding how serious Shirou was in his warning. But she didn't want to pass up this opportunity. Blushing a little, Riveria playfully teased Shirou. "Didn't I tell you before? I'm willing for anything you do to me." Her statement immediately made Shirou's face turn red again. Her words reminded Shirou of the previous night, when Riveria lay in his lap in an elegant gown, asking him to use Shakespeare's noble phantasm. The image of Riveria, graceful and resting comfortably on his lap, resurfaced in his mind, making him blush even more. Riveria noticed Shirou's nervous and flushed expression, feeling delighted inside. She enjoyed seeing this softer, flustered side of Shirou, finding it more endearing. For a high elf like Riveria, who rarely showed softness or closeness to others, moments like these were truly precious. Shirou tried to regain control of his emotions and focus on the task at hand. "All right," he said, taking a deep breath. He looked at Riveria seriously. "I'll try, but remember, if anything feels uncomfortable or wrong, tell me right away." Riveria nodded, ready for what was to come. She closed her eyes, letting her body relax and open itself to Shirou's prana. Shirou began to activate reinforcement, directing prana into his hands and slowly channeling it into Riveria's body. As Shirou's prana flowed through her, Riveria felt a gentle warmth spreading throughout her body. Her body felt light, as if an additional strength was filling her. But more than that, she felt a deep sense of closeness with Shirou. In that moment, it wasn't just prana that flowed between them, but also trust and a profound intimacy. Shirou, still focused on channeling prana, occasionally glanced at Riveria to make sure everything was going smoothly. When he saw that Riveria looked calm and was enjoying the process, he felt a little relieved. But deep inside, he couldn't ignore the strange feelings that arose as they were so close. Riveria, now fully experiencing the strength of Shirou's reinforcement, slowly opened her eyes and looked at him with a soft smile. "Is this what it feels like, to use perfect reinforcement?" she asked, her voice full of awe. Shirou smiled slightly and nodded. "Yes, this is what I feel when I use the technique. It's not just about physical strength, but also about aligning with the prana within you." Riveria could only gaze at Shirou with admiration, and in her heart, she realized more and more just how special the man before her was. "Thank you, Shirou," she said softly, her voice full of warmth. Riveria left the warehouse with excitement, feeling the effects of the reinforcement that Shirou had channeled into her body. A cheerful smile adorned her usually graceful and calm face, a rare sight. She felt lighter and stronger than before, as if additional strength had seeped into every muscle. To test its effect, Riveria began walking quickly through the garden near the warehouse, and without realizing it, her speed increased. The fresh wind swept across her face, her green hair shimmering in the morning sunlight. Every step felt firm and powerful, showcasing just how effective Shirou's reinforcement had been. Driven by growing curiosity, Riveria picked up a large stone nearby, a stone that would usually feel heavy to her. This time, she lifted the stone with ease, as if it weighed nothing at all. She looked at her hands in amazement, laughing softly to herself, feeling like a child who had just discovered a new toy. Shirou, watching from a distance, smiled as he saw how much Riveria was enjoying her newfound strength. He had expected that the effects of reinforcement on Riveria would be impressive, but seeing it firsthand made Shirou feel proud as a teacher. Still, there was something different about Riveria's excitement this time, not just from her enhanced physical abilities, but from the happiness that came from the trust and bond they had built together during the training session. Riveria continued to test her abilities, this time with a high jump. Her legs propelled her with incredible speed, and she leaped into the air, her body soaring for longer than usual. When she landed gracefully, she paused for a moment, feeling an extraordinary sensation that she rarely experienced. This strength, though only temporary, made her feel invincible, and more than that, she felt more alive, more free. After practicing for a while, Riveria returned to Shirou, her breathing still steady despite all the energy-draining movements she had just performed. "I can feel an incredible power. This is truly amazing, Shirou," Riveria said, her gaze full of gratitude. Shirou smiled gently. "I'm glad you like it. But remember, the effect is only temporary. You'll need to use reinforcement again to renew it." Riveria nodded, but the cheerful smile remained on her face. She felt closer to Shirou after this training session. They were not just teacher and student, but also partners who trusted each other deeply. And in her heart, Riveria was determined to stay with Shirou, learning and growing together. Riveria was still enjoying the euphoria from feeling the effects of reinforcement in her body, running enthusiastically in the peaceful garden. However, she suddenly stopped when she saw Lafia standing frozen near the trees. Lafia stared at her with wide eyes, her face full of shock. It had never crossed Lafia's mind that her usually graceful and calm mentor could act so carefree, jumping and running with such freedom. Quickly, a sense of embarrassment crept onto Riveria's face. She cleared her throat to cover her nervousness and returned to her graceful demeanor. "That's enough for today. The morning is advancing, and I must return," she said in a formal tone, though inwardly she was trying hard to control her embarrassment. Lafia, still unable to hide her surprise, awkwardly nodded, trying to process the drastic change in her mentor. As a highly respected high elf, Riveria rarely showed a different side of herself, and this was a truly new moment for Lafia. On one hand, she was happy to see her mentor's cheerful side, but on the other, she felt confused. Meanwhile, Shirou, secretly enjoying Riveria's reaction, couldn't resist teasing her. "Don't forget your homework, Riveria," he said with a playful smile, reminding Riveria about the reinforcement practice they had done. Feeling even more embarrassed, Riveria quickened her pace and didn't look back. Her steps grew faster as she headed toward Twilight Manor, as if she wanted to escape the situation. However, she couldn't help but let a small smile form on her lips, even though her face was flushed. That strange feeling, embarrassment mixed with happiness, made her heart race. Behind her, Shirou and Lafia exchanged puzzled but slightly amused glances at Riveria's unexpected antics. Shirou thought to himself, "It seems today's magecraft practice had more of an impact than I anticipated." Lafia chuckled softly, watching Riveria run off, then turned to Shirou with a curious smile. "I've never seen Riveria that happy before," she said with a small laugh. "What did you do to make her so cheerful?" Shirou, still recalling the amusing moments, smiled broadly. "It's because of the reinforcement I used on her. She was jumping around, enjoying the effects on her body." Lafia was a bit surprised to hear that, but smiled faintly. However, she couldn't ignore the subtle, uneasy feeling growing in her heart. Shirou continued, "Actually, Riveria always gets cheerful when I teach her magecraft. I think she really enjoys the learning process." Shirou's last words gently pierced Lafia's feelings, like a needle pricking unnoticed. Her smile gradually faded, and without realizing it, Jealousy started to flow into her heart. Lafia had always seen Riveria as a calm, wise figure who rarely showed emotion. But now, there was a different side, a side Riveria only showed when she was with Shirou. With a slightly changed tone, Lafia asked, "Does Riveria often show that side when she's alone with you?" She tried to keep her face calm, but there was a hint of frustration she was trying to hide. Shirou, unaware of Lafia's jealousy, nodded with a smile. "Yes, there are many moments when she seems very different. She becomes more cheerful, and honestly, it's really nice." Lafia bit her lip lightly, trying to suppress her feelings. She couldn't ignore that Shirou spoke about Riveria so easily, as if he knew a very personal side of her mentor, a side Lafia had never seen. And that jealousy kept growing, even though Lafia tried hard to push it down. "I see," Lafia replied softly, thinking to herself, "Do I need to do something to make Shirou notice me the way he notices Riveria?" Even so, Lafia tried to shift her thoughts and smiled again, though the smile wasn't as sincere as before. Lafia felt a surge of jealousy pierce her heart. She envied Shirou, who seemed to know a side of Riveria that she hadn't seen, and envied Riveria for receiving Shirou's full attention in such a personal way. Those feelings swirled within her, a mix of admiration, jealousy, and a growing desire to be closer to Shirou. Noticing Lafia looking thoughtful and quiet, Shirou softly called her name. "Lafia, are you okay?" Startled from her thoughts, Lafia shook her head, trying to shake off the troubling feelings in her heart. She looked at Shirou with determined eyes, though there was still a hint of awkwardness. "Shirou, I want you to use reinforcement on me, just like you did with Riveria." The request left Shirou momentarily speechless, feeling unsure. "But, Lafia, you've never studied magecraft before. I'm afraid you might not be used to the flow of prana." Feeling rejected, Lafia immediately whined in a playful tone, trying to grab Shirou's attention. "Come on, Shirou. I can't use magecraft myself because you said I don't have magic circuits after you checked before. But at least let me feel it directly from you." Shirou could only offer a wry smile at the request, but in the end, he relented. Lafia's desire was strong, and he didn't want to disappoint his good friend. However, he still felt the need to warn Lafia. "All right, but you really have to relax and not resist the flow of prana I'm going to send. If you resist, it could be dangerous." Lafia stopped whining and flashed a bright smile. "I'll listen to you, Shirou. Don't worry, I can do it." Shirou sighed and nodded, then stood in front of Lafia. He placed his hands on her shoulders and carefully felt the flow of his prana. "Okay, I'll start slowly." Lafia held her breath, preparing to receive the flow of prana from Shirou. Though she knew little about magecraft, she felt happy to receive this special attention from Shirou, a unique experience that made her feel closer to him. As the flow of prana started to seep into her body, Lafia felt a warm sensation spreading throughout her. She closed her eyes, enjoying the feeling so connected to Shirou. "It feels warm," Lafia murmured softly, a small smile forming on her face. Shirou smiled as he watched Lafia's reaction, though he remained cautious. "Don't tense up. Let the prana flow naturally." Lafia nodded, and the warmth continued to fill her body, giving her a new experience she'd never felt before. Although she couldn't master magecraft, at least now she could experience what Riveria had felt, and that eased her jealousy a little. Inside, Lafia felt satisfied with the special attention Shirou had given her. Lafia, filled with happiness, began to test the effects of reinforcement on her body. She jumped around enthusiastically, feeling light and full of energy. Every movement felt faster, and her strength seemed to increase dramatically. As he watched, Shirou smiled, seeing Lafia's excitement, which was very similar to Riveria's earlier reaction. "You really remind me of Riveria when she first tried reinforcement. Just as cheerful and full of joy." Lafia chuckled, stopping her steps and turning to face Shirou. "Yeah, maybe I do resemble her," she said with a smile, her eyes shining with happiness. After a while of playing with her newfound strength, Lafia felt satisfied. "Thank you, Shirou. I never expected to feel something like this." Her cheerful smile hadn't faded since she began feeling the effects of reinforcement. Shirou smiled gently, feeling pleased to have made Lafia happy. "You're welcome, Lafia. If you're satisfied, maybe we should head back now." Lafia nodded enthusiastically, and the two of them began walking back toward Twilight Manor. Throughout the walk, the atmosphere between them was light, even though not many words were spoken. They felt comfortable just being in each other's presence. Once they arrived at Twilight Manor, Shirou turned to Lafia. "How about we help in the kitchen? They must be starting to prepare breakfast now." Lafia nodded in agreement. "I'd love to help, especially if it means getting to taste your cooking." They both smiled together and entered Twilight Manor, heading straight to the kitchen to assist with the meal preparations. Chapter 48. Shirou and Lafia were busy in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for the members of the Loki familia. The delicious smell of cooking filled the air as Shirou calmly chopped vegetables and prepared various dishes. Lafia, standing beside him, stirred the soup and checked on the bread that was baking. As she noticed Shirou preparing a larger, more special portion, her curiosity was piqued. That portion, Is it for A's? She asked softly, pointing to the dish that looked more elaborate. Shirou nodded with a smile. Yes, it's for A's. As usual, she went out early to train Belle. Lafia sighed deeply at his words. A slight hint of jealousy flashed across her face, but she tried to hide it. I hope that training ends soon. It seems like A's has been spending a lot of time with Belle lately. Shirou noticed the subtle tone in Lafia's words, but chose not to dwell on it. Yeah, I hope they're ready in time. The war game is going to be tough for Belle. They continued their work smoothly, and once all the dishes were ready, Shirou and Lafia began carrying the breakfast plates into the Loki Familia dining room. The dining hall was already buzzing with some members who had gathered at the table, eagerly awaiting their meals. Shirou skillfully served breakfast in front of everyone, while Lafia helped with a cheerful smile on her face. When they finished, Shirou placed the special large portion he had prepared for A's at one of the empty spots at the table, hoping she would return from her training soon. After all the food was served, the two of them sat at a separate table, enjoying breakfast with the other members of the Loki Familia, though Lafia's mind seemed a bit distracted. Shirou glanced at Lafia, sensing that there was something she wanted to express, but for now, they enjoyed the moment together without much conversation. Riveria smiled gently at Lafia for serving her breakfast. Thank you, Lafia, she said gracefully before starting her meal. But before picking up her fork, Riveria decided to use Magecraft structural analysis on the salad that had been served. As she examined the salad, Riveria was surprised. There's prana in this, she whispered in shock. She quickly turned to Shirou. Did you use reinforcement on this food? Shirou simply smiled and shrugged. Well, I guess my secret recipe is out, he said playfully, making Lafia, who was sitting nearby, chuckle. However, Riveria became even more intrigued. So what effect does reinforcement have on the food? Does it change the taste, or just add prana? Shirou smiled again and explained. Actually, besides enhancing physical strength or objects, reinforcement can also enhance the flavor of food. That's why the salad might taste better than usual. Riveria's eyes sparkled as she heard this explanation. She began imagining that one day, if she mastered reinforcement perfectly, she could cook food that was not only nutritious, but also extraordinarily flavorful. In that case, when I master reinforcement, I'll be able to make amazing dishes too. Riveria murmured with a glowing smile on her face, clearly enchanted by the idea. However, the atmosphere at the dining table began to shift as everyone noticed Riveria's unusual behavior. It was rare to see their typically composed and elegant leader so excited. Curious looks from the members of the Loki Familia made Riveria realize she was being watched. Her face flushed with embarrassment, but she maintained her composure. What? She asked, trying to keep her cool despite clearly feeling self-conscious. A few people, like Gareth and Tiona, stifled their laughter, while Lafia just smiled understandingly. Shirou, knowing that Riveria rarely showed this side of herself, could only smile softly. Maybe next time, I could teach you how to cook with reinforcement, he said, glancing at Riveria, who was trying to avoid the gazes of those around her. All right then, I'll look forward to that lesson, Riveria replied with a slightly shy expression, though she still tried to remain calm, even though deep inside, she felt pleased to have Shirou's attention. The breakfast at Twilight Manor continued in a warmer atmosphere, even though Riveria felt a bit more embarrassed than usual. Loki ate her food quickly, but still seemed to enjoy every bite of Shirou's always flavorful cooking. Her gaze occasionally flicked to the clock on the dining room wall. Finn, sitting nearby, noticed Loki's unusually hurried demeanor. He raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, "Why are you in such a rush, Loki?" Loki quickly swallowed her food and wiped her mouth with a napkin. "The gods are holding a Donatus meeting today," she said. "You know, about the war game between Hestia Familia and Apollo Familia. All the gods and goddesses are invited, and I have to attend." At the mention of Hestia, Shirou, who was sitting on the other side of the table, was reminded of Belle and the difficult situation faced by the Hestia Familia. Carefully, he looked at Loki, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Loki, could you help Hestia Familia at that meeting? They really need support." Loki, who was in the middle of taking a sip of water, almost choked at Shirou's request. She sputtered a little, visibly shocked by his plea. "Help Hestia? Are you crazy? I have no intention of helping that goddess, especially now," she replied, half joking but clearly unwilling. Shirou, despite knowing the bad relationship between Loki and Hestia, continued to plead earnestly. "I know you two don't get along, but this isn't about Hestia. This is about Belle, and he doesn't deserve to be crushed in the war game. I know you can make a difference there." Shirou's determined gaze made Loki groan in annoyance, though she also knew Shirou didn't ask for help easily. Loki stared at him for a moment, considering his request with a confused expression. Finally, after letting out a long sigh, she gave in. All right, Loki muttered while waving her hand. "But don't think I'm doing this voluntarily. I'm only doing it because you asked, Shirou." Shirou's face immediately brightened. "Thank you, Loki," he said sincerely, bowing his head slightly in gratitude. Loki merely glanced at him with a scowl, but deep down, she felt a bit pleased that Shirou valued her help so much. Finn smiled faintly from afar, understanding the interaction well. Good job, Loki. You still have a heart, after all, he teased, making Loki glare at him. Shut up. I could still change my mind, Loki retorted, though it was clear she wasn't entirely serious. The atmosphere at the dining table warmed up a bit afterward, with Loki quickly finishing her meal before rushing off to attend the Donatus meeting, leaving Shirou feeling slightly relieved. After the members of the Loki familia finished breakfast and left the dining room, Shirou and Lafia stayed behind to clean up the messy kitchen and dining area. They worked in silence for a while, sweeping up crumbs and washing dishes. The sound of running water and the scraping of cloth across the table were the only sounds filling the room. In the midst of their busyness, Lafia looked at Shirou with growing curiosity. She then paused and asked a question she had long wanted to ask. Shirou, why are you so eager to help Bell? I mean, you're not that close to him. Shirou smiled gently while lifting the last dish he had washed and began drying it. There's nothing wrong with helping someone who's in trouble, Lafia, he replied calmly. Sometimes, we don't need a special reason to help someone. If we can do it, why not? Shirou's words were simple, yet full of meaning. They echoed in Lafia's mind, reminding her of all the moments when Shirou had helped her without being asked. From the times Shirou had saved her from danger to small things like today when they cleaned the kitchen together. Shirou was always there, always offering help without expecting anything in return. For him, helping was something natural. Silently, Lafia gazed at Shirou with deeper admiration. She whispered softly, too quietly for him to hear, "You're truly amazing, Shirou." Unaware of the hidden compliment, Shirou simply smiled, thinking Lafia was talking to herself. They continued cleaning together until everything was done. Not long after, Ace returned from training Bell. Her face was slightly sweaty, but her expression seemed lighter, as if she was satisfied with the training. When she saw Shirou and Lafia, she gave them a small smile. Without many words, Shirou brought out the special portion he had prepared for Ace. "This is for you, Ace," he said while serving the large, more luxurious breakfast. "You must be tired after training." Ace smiled widely at the sight of the food, her hunger suddenly rising. "Thank you, Shirou," she said before sitting down and starting to eat. While Ace enjoyed her meal, Lafia could only smile at the interaction. Though she sometimes felt jealous, she couldn't help but feel happy seeing Ace content, especially after working so hard training Bell for the war game. The atmosphere in the room became warmer and more peaceful, even though everyone had their own concerns about what lay ahead. Afterward, as Shirou watched Ace eat heartily, he finally asked, "How was the training with Bell?" Ace glanced at Shirou for a moment before swallowing her food and answering calmly, "He's improving quickly. Bell is getting stronger. I gave him advice on how to exploit his opponent's weaknesses and strike when they're off guard." Hearing this, Lafia, who was helping tidy the table, said, "That's all thanks to you, Ace. If it weren't for your intense training, Bell wouldn't be improving this fast." Shirou smiled slightly at the praise, though there was still concern in his heart. He turned back to Ace and asked, "Do you think Bell has a chance against Apollo Familia?" Ace paused for a moment, her usually calm face showing a bit of hesitation. "If it's a one-on-one fight, Bell might have a chance. But if he's up against the entire Apollo Familia, I doubt he has any chance of winning." Ace's words cast a slight heaviness over the room. Shirou sighed deeply, feeling more worried about Bell's fate. He asked again, this time more seriously, "Can't Bell's party members like Welf and Lily join him?" Lafia, who was well-versed in the structure of Familias in Orario, answered, "As far as I know, Welf is a member of Hephaestus Familia, and Lily is from Soma Familia. Since they belong to different Familias, they can't participate in the war game. Only members of Hestia Familia are allowed to fight." Shirou sighed heavily after hearing Lafia's explanation. The situation seemed increasingly unfair to Bell. Without the help of his friends, how could Bell stand a chance against the large and powerful Apollo Familia? Seeing the deepening concern on Shirou's face, Lafia tried to comfort him. "Don't worry too much, Shirou. Maybe during the Donatus meeting, the gods and goddesses will consider Bell's situation and grant an exception. Who knows, there might be more hope than we think." Shirou looked at Lafia and gave her a small smile, though his heart remained heavy. "I hope so," he replied briefly, knowing that the outcome of the Donatus could be highly unpredictable, depending on who dominated the discussion. Still, Lafia's words gave him a bit of encouragement, and he tried to stay positive. Ace continued eating, though it was clear her mind was also preoccupied with what lay ahead. This war game was a huge challenge for Bell, and she could only hope that their training so far would be enough to give Bell a fighting chance against his opponents. Shirou sat quietly, his worry for Bell still lingering. He held his plate with slightly trembling hands. "I still don't know the full chronology of how Apollo Familia besieged Hestia Familia earlier," he said with a heavy tone. "I arrived late, and only saw Hestia challenge Apollo to the war game." Ace, having finished her meal, looked at Shirou calmly. "Hestia Familia's home is quite close to the hostess of fertility. Maybe the staff there know more about what happened before." Upon hearing Ace's suggestion, Lafia, sitting next to Shirou, added with a slightly teasing tone, "Yeah, maybe you could ask them, Shirou." You seem to be getting pretty close to the pretty waitresses there. Shirou blushed a little, feeling accused, and scratched his head. We're just friends. Besides, they've helped me a lot since I came to Orario, he replied, trying to dispel the misunderstanding. But in his heart, he knew he had grown quite familiar with the staff there, especially with Seer. A smiled faintly, looking at Shirou calmly. Meanwhile, Lafia, though she was half joking, couldn't completely hide the slight unease that lingered in her heart. Sensing this was a useful lead, Shirou stood up from his chair. All right, thanks for the suggestion, A's Lafia. I'll head over to the hostess of fertility to find out what happened. After saying his goodbyes, Shirou left the dining room of Twilight Manor. As he walked out, his thoughts remained focused on Belle and Hestia Familia. He knew how difficult it would be to face Apollo Familia, but getting clearer information about the siege might help him better understand the situation and perhaps find a way to assist Belle. With that determination, he made his way to the hostess of fertility, hoping to find answers from the familiar waitresses. Shirou stepped into the hostess of fertility, and the warm, cozy atmosphere immediately greeted him. Standing by the door, Ryu welcomed him with her usual small, calm smile. Welcome, Shirou. Ryu greeted him calmly, as always. However, today something felt odd to Shirou. He glanced around the restaurant, his eyes landing on a miniature ship proudly displayed in one corner. Chloe, busy cleaning tables, noticed Shirou eyeing the miniature ship. Hey Shirou, thanks for the souvenir. Mamma Mia really loves that little ship, so now it's on display in the restaurant, she said with a grin. Shirou smiled with relief, glad to hear that Mamma Mia liked the gift he had brought back from Melon. But something was nagging at him. He scanned the room again, noticing that Seer, who usually greeted him enthusiastically, was nowhere to be seen. Where's Seer? Shirou asked, thinking. Seer was rarely absent from the restaurant unless she had a special reason. Anya, who was tidying the chairs, chimed in with her usual lively voice. Oh, Seer asked to come in late today? She probably has something important to take care of, she said with a small laugh. Shirou nodded slowly, but another thought began to form in his mind. He was becoming increasingly convinced that Seer was a disguised goddess. Her sometimes mysterious behavior, her sudden appearances and disappearances without a trace, it all hinted at something more than just an ordinary waitress. And now, with the Donatus meeting going on, Shirou felt even more certain that Seer might be attending that meeting alongside the other gods and goddesses. However, Shirou kept his suspicions to himself. There was no point in speculating further without concrete proof. For now, the more pressing matter was getting information about Apollo Familia's siege on Hestia Familia. By the way, does anyone know what happened near the old church yesterday? Shirou asked, trying to gather information from the other waitresses. Ryu and Anya exchanged glances before responding. There was a big commotion around there, lots of people coming and going. We heard rumors that Apollo Familia had surrounded Hestia Familia, Ryu said calmly, but clearly. Shirou listened carefully, trying to piece together the new bits of information he had just received. Anya, in her usual casual yet slightly teasing tone, said, if you want to know more about what happened yesterday, it might be better to wait for Seer. She probably knows more. Shirou nodded, agreeing with Anya's suggestion. Seer always seemed to know more than she let on. Ryu, who had been observing the conversation, added, while you're waiting for Seer, you can help us in the kitchen as usual. You always enjoy cooking, right? Shirou's face brightened immediately. Of course, I'd love to. But just as Shirou was about to head toward the kitchen, Anya quickly blocked his path, grinning mischievously. Wait, don't forget something. Shirou frowned, confused. What? Anya giggled. You forgot your uniform. You can't cook in the kitchen without your server uniform, right? It's still in your old room, isn't it? With a resigned sigh but a smile at Anya's playful jab, Shirou gave in. He headed upstairs to his old room at the hostess of fertility. The room was filled with memories. It was where he had first set foot in Orario, and where Seer had helped him when he was still lost in this new world. Once in the room, Shirou opened the small closet that still held his green server uniform. Seems like I've done this a lot, Shirou muttered to himself as he changed into the familiar outfit that had become his trademark in the restaurant. After he finished changing, he checked his appearance in the mirror. The green uniform still contrasted sharply with his red hair, as his friends often teased him about. But there was a comforting feeling about wearing the uniform again, like he was once more part of the small family at the hostess of fertility. Smiling to himself, Shirou made his way back downstairs, ready to help in the kitchen while waiting for Seer, who might have more information to offer. As Shirou came down in his bright green server uniform, barely able to blend in with his red hair, Ryu, Chloe, and Anya couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. They tried to be polite, but it was hard to hide how amusing they found the contrast. Shirou, already used to their teasing, could only blush. What? He asked, his face a mix of confusion and endearing embarrassment. Ryu, her usual stoic expression softened, handed Shirou an apron. Here, at least wear this to protect your uniform, she said, gently helping him put it on. Chloe, known for her sharp jokes, grinned and said, maybe we should give you a headband like ours to complete the look. At that, Shirou waved his hands frantically, declining the suggestion without hesitation. No, I'm already embarrassed enough with this uniform. Anya, who had been holding in her laughter, finally burst out laughing at the thought of Shirou wearing a maid headband like theirs. Oh, Shirou, I can just imagine you with a headband. You'd look even cuter. Feeling cornered, Shirou quickly escaped to the kitchen to avoid further embarrassment. I'll just get started on cooking, he called out, ducking his head to hide his reddening face. Meanwhile, the cheerful laughter of Ryu, Chloe, and Anya echoed behind him, enjoying the moment before they all returned to their work. Chapter 49. Shirou helped in the kitchen all afternoon, preparing various dishes for the steady stream of customers. As evening fell and the restaurant began to quiet down, Seer finally arrived at the hostess of fertility with light steps. A small smile adorned her face as she entered the restaurant, apologizing to everyone for being late. Her eyes landed on Shirou, dressed in his green server uniform. Unable to hold back her amusement, Seer let out a small laugh. Sorry, Shirou, but that uniform, it really stands out. Shirou, now used to the teasing about his green uniform, simply smiled faintly. But as Seer approached, Shirou caught her familiar scent, a winter flower blooming with a divine touch. The fragrance immediately filled his mind, signaling that Seer was in a particularly good mood. Inwardly, Shirou thought there might be good news from Donatus, the gathering of the gods that Seer likely attended, given her hidden identity as a goddess in disguise. Perhaps it was related to the war game between Hestia Familia and Apollo Familia. Seeing Shirou hesitate for a moment, Seer asked softly, So, why did you suddenly come to help again today? Is there something you wanted to talk about? Shirou looked at Seer and replied honestly, Actually, I was waiting for you, Seer. There's something I want to ask. He paused, making sure no one else was listening, then continued, I want to know more about the Apollo Familia's siege on Hestia Familia. You might know more about what happened. Seer seemed slightly surprised, but kept her smile. Her blue eyes sparkled, as if carefully considering what she would say. With a gentle tease, Seer asked, Why are you so eager to help Bell, even though you're not supposed to get involved as part of Loki Familia? Shirou blushed a little but remained serious in his answer. I just want to know how he's doing. It seems like Bell is in serious trouble. Seeing the earnestness in Shirou's face, Seer stopped teasing and began to explain. Bell managed to escape Apollo Familia's siege with Hestia. They were lucky, but not alone. During their escape, Welf, Lily, Mikoto, and others helped. Hearing this, Shirou visibly relaxed. He nodded slowly, his eyes showing a hint of relief. So they made it out safely, he murmured. As she wiped down a table, Seer glanced at Shirou for a moment before continuing. Yes, although everyone worked hard to protect Bell, none of them were seriously hurt. Are they all okay now? Shirou asked, still concerned, sensing that something hadn't been fully revealed. Seer paused, remembering something. Her smile faded slightly, causing Shirou to worry even more. There is one thing that's been bothering me, she said softly. Shirou immediately put on a serious expression. What is it? What happened? Seer sighed. I heard that Lily was called back to Soma Familia. Since then, no one has heard from her. She refused to return, but somehow, she's now under Soma's control again. Shirou's face tightened as he thought about what might have happened to Lily. So she's with Soma Familia now? He asked, his voice sharper. Seer nodded. It seems so, but no one knows exactly what's going on. She might be in danger. Hearing this, Shirou felt anxiety rising within him once more. Silently, Shirou began planning to check on Lily later. The news Seer had shared only deepened his concern for Bell's friend. Even though he wasn't allowed to interfere in the war game, helping Lily might still be within his limits. Thank you for the information, Seer, Shirou said sincerely, though his mind was already busy with thoughts of what to do next. Seer smiled sweetly, appearing calm and unconcerned. It's no problem. I hope Bell can win the war game. He'll need all the luck he can get. Shirou nodded and replied. The outcome will depend on the type of war game that will take place. But all the decisions are in the hands of the gods and goddesses at Donatus, aren't they? His voice carried a hint of sarcasm, as if nudging Seer to admit her role in the meeting. But Seer just smiled, seemingly oblivious to the implication. Her smile remained bright and reassuring. Just wait for the good news, Shirou. I'm sure everything will turn out fine, she said lightly, revealing nothing definite. Shirou could only manage a wry smile, realizing he wouldn't get more than that. But inside, he had already decided to take action. Mamma Mia entered the room with an angry expression, her heavy steps echoing as she approached Seer. Why are you only showing up now, Seer? Don't be so careless. Get to cleaning. Seer could only chuckle awkwardly as she pleaded. Sorry, Mamma Mia. I got a little delayed earlier. Shirou, could you help me clean up? Shirou sighed deeply but couldn't help the smile that appeared on his face. All right, but remember, don't be late again, okay? Seer laughed lightly. You really need to learn how to say no to people, Shirou. You're always too kind. Shirou shrugged, still smiling gently. How could I refuse a request from such a dear friend? As they cleaned the tables, Anya, who had been lounging in the corner of the room, playfully swung her legs and teased. Hey, you too. Hurry up with the cleaning. Don't make our boss angrier. Shirou laughed at Anya's teasing, and together with Seer, they got to work, quickly cleaning up the room. But behind the smiles and laughter, Shirou's heart remained filled with plans to help Lily and Belle in their difficult situation. Shirou and Seer were busy cleaning the restaurant, starting by sweeping the floor that had quieted down after the customers left. Shirou deftly moved the broom, while Seer followed behind him with a bucket and mop to clean the floors. The two worked quickly and efficiently, occasionally joking to lighten the mood. As they started wiping down the tables, Seer laughed and said, "We've become like a professional cleaning team. Huh? I think I might start coming in late more often if I always get help like this." Shirou just smiled faintly, his hands never stopping as he wiped the tables. "Don't make it a habit, Seer. I'm helping this time, but next time, you better be on time." Meanwhile, in the corner of the room, Ryu, Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar were relaxing. They were enjoying a moment of rest after a long day of work. Ryu, with her calm demeanor, watched Shirou and Seer with a quiet but attentive gaze. "Good job. You too," Ryu said with a small smile. "It looks like you're enjoying cleaning together." Anya, reclining in her chair while sipping tea, added with a laugh, "Right. Maybe we should let you two handle the cleaning every night. We could sit back and relax like this every day." Chloe chimed in playfully. "Or how about we make a team? Shirou and Seer as the cleaning crew, while the rest of us cheer from the sidelines." Shirou just shook his head with a soft chuckle, saying nothing as he stayed focused on the task at hand. Seer, on the other hand, laughed and responded cheerfully, "If that's the case, you'll have to pay us extra for the extra services." After finishing the tables, they moved on to washing the dishes. Shirou scrubbed the dirty plates while Seer dried them with a cloth. The light-hearted conversation continued, keeping the atmosphere warm amid the night's routine. "Hey, Shirou, when was the last time you had some downtime like this?" Lunwar asked, noticing how busy Shirou had been helping everyone. Shirou smiled while continuing to wash the dishes. "Downtime? Maybe a few days ago, but I prefer staying busy. It feels better than doing nothing." "He really is the type who can't sit still," Ryu murmured softly, but with a note of admiration, her smile never fading as she watched Shirou. Once they were done, Shirou and Seer stretched their tired bodies, and the entire restaurant felt cleaner and more organized. Despite their fatigue, the cheerful banter and laughter made the work seem lighter. Just as Seer and Shirou finished cleaning, the restaurant door swung open, and Hermes walked in with his usual charming smile. "What a beautiful night, isn't it?" he greeted in a relaxed tone. Anya, lounging with tea in hand, glanced lazily at Hermes and replied, "The restaurant's about to close, Hermes." Hermes chuckled softly, raising his hands as if in apology. "Don't worry, I'm not here for food. Just some quick business." His eyes scanned the room before settling on Shirou, still dressed in his green waiter's uniform. A flash of surprise crossed his face before he suppressed a laugh. "Shirou, what are you doing here? Aren't you busy being a supporter of Loki Familia?" Hermes teased, looking Shirou up and down. Shirou smiled calmly and replied, "I'm just helping out here when I have free time." Hermes chuckled and shook his head. "Oh, of course. Even a hero can't sit still, huh?" After greeting everyone, Hermes approached Ryu, who was seated nearby. With a slightly more serious expression, he said, "Actually, I'm here because I need to talk to you, Ryu." Ryu, who had been quietly listening, raised an eyebrow, slightly confused. "What do you need to talk about, Hermes?" Hermes leaned closer, but before speaking, he glanced at Shirou, who was listening intently. "It's about Belle," he said in a lower tone. Hearing Belle's name, Shirou's expression turned to concern, though he tried to remain composed. He knew Belle was in a difficult situation after Apollo's challenge for the war game, and now, hearing Hermes wanted to discuss something about Belle, his curiosity and anxiety grew. What was happening? Ryu regarded Hermes calmly but cautiously, waiting for further explanation from the god known for his schemes. Hermes glanced at Shirou with a thinner smile, weighing his presence. "This request might intrude on Ryu's privacy, and I think it's a sensitive matter," he said, giving Shirou a sharp look. Ryu turned to Shirou, but instead of the tense expression Shirou might have expected, a gentle smile adorned Ryu's face. "I trust Shirou. He will keep my secret," she said with quiet confidence. Hearing Ryu's words, Seer chimed in with a playful yet serious tone, winking at Shirou. "That means you'll have to keep this secret even from your familia, right?" Seer's words were delivered with a mischievous smile, but there was a hidden hope in her voice. Shirou nodded solemnly, accepting the responsibility. "I promise to keep this secret." Hermes observed Shirou for a moment, then smiled wider, easing the earlier tension. In a playful tone, he remarked, "It seems the waitstaff here really like you, Shirou. Be careful, that could make some people jealous." Seer let out a light laugh, while Shirou merely smiled faintly, trying to hide the embarrassment creeping up his face. Amid the friendly banter, Hermes finally shifted to the more serious conversation after ensuring the atmosphere was relaxed enough. With a casual but slightly concerned tone, Hermes began. About the Donatus meeting earlier, the type of war game was decided by drawing lots, and Hermes paused, scratching his head sheepishly. "I was the one chosen to draw the lot." At that, Shirou, already anxious, grew even more tense. So, what type of battle was chosen? With a stiff smile, Hermes replied, I pulled the lot for a castle siege. Immediately, the room fell silent, and Ryu, normally calm, spoke with a firmer voice than usual. So, Belle has to face the entire Apollo Familia alone. Shirou glanced toward Seer, hoping for a different reaction, but she remained composed, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Her expression was so calm that Shirou became even more convinced of Seer's hidden identity. With a slight nod, Hermes confirmed, yes, Belle will be the attacker, while all of Apollo Familia will defend the castle. But, thanks to some provocations by Freya and Loki, Apollo finally agreed to let Belle receive help from one person. Anya, usually cheerful, suddenly realized something and said in a surprised tone, so, you came here to ask for Ryu's help? Hermes smiled and joked, of course, I could ask Shirou to help Belle, but, before he could finish, Seer abruptly interrupted. Seer glared at Hermes with a rare, serious tone. Hermes, why are you making things difficult for Shirou? He's still a newcomer adventurer in Orario. Shirou opened his mouth, intending to offer himself, but before he could utter a word, Seer immediately scolded him as well. And you, Shirou, be careful when accepting requests from others. You're new here, and the captain of the Apollo Familia is already level 3, just like that drunk adventurer who kicked you when you first arrived in Orario. Shirou could only smile wryly, trying to hide the fact that he had actually reached level 4. He lowered his head, listening to Seer's lecture with embarrassment, while Ryu remained silent, watching Shirou with sympathetic eyes. In his heart, Shirou felt torn between his responsibility to protect Belle and the desire to keep his secret from his friends, who cared so much about him. Hermes could only laugh at Seer and Shirou's concerns. Don't worry, I was just joking earlier. Apollo is allowing Belle to receive help, but only from Familia members who come from outside Orario. Since you're a member of the Loki Familia, Shirou, you don't qualify. Upon hearing that, Ryu fell silent, her gaze distant. She recalled her time with the Astrea Familia and the departure of her goddess, Astrea, from Orario after a major incident that left her with lingering guilt. The regret she had been suppressing resurfaced, along with memories of the responsibilities and honor she had abandoned. Seeing the hesitation on Ryu's face, Hermes began to plead. Ryu, you're the only one who can help Belle right now. I know it's not an easy task, but if you help him, we'll keep your identity well protected. I can guarantee that. Ryu let out a long sigh, considering the offer. Finally, with a calm but resolute voice, she said, all right, I'll do it. I'll help Belle. Hearing Ryu's decision, the other waitstaff who had been listening to the conversation smiled with relief. They all understood how important this decision was and how much it would affect Belle in the upcoming war game. Although only one person could help, Ryu was a strong and trusted ally. After wrapping up his business, Hermes said his farewells to everyone at the Hostess of Fertility. With his usual mysterious smile, he disappeared out of the restaurant. Shirou, still worried about Lily, decided to excuse himself as well. He thought it best to check on Lily, as there had been no word from her since she was called back to the Soma Familia. However, before Shirou could leave, Seer called out to him. Don't forget to leave your uniform in your room later. I'll wash it, she said with a gentle smile. Reluctant to accept the help, Shirou tried to politely refuse. There's no need, Seer. I can take care of it myself. But Seer insisted. Consider it a thank you for helping me with the cleaning earlier, she said, her tone playful but sincere. She didn't want Shirou to feel burdened by such a small task. From the corner of the room, Anya whistled and teasingly said, you two are like an old married couple. Seer blushed immediately at the joke. Her normally calm face grew slightly flustered. That's not true, she quickly retorted, trying to deny it with a voice that sounded awkward. Shirou, blushing as well, scratched his head awkwardly. Seer likes someone else, he said, trying to deflect the conversation, but that only made Seer more flustered. The atmosphere lightened with the laughter of the other waitstaff, who overheard the conversation. Shirou went upstairs to his room at the Hostess of Fertility. Once inside, he changed out of his green waiter's uniform into more comfortable casual clothes for traveling. After changing, Shirou carefully folded his green uniform and placed it neatly on the bed. He smiled to himself as he looked at the uniform, thinking of Seer. Although he wasn't entirely sure of her true identity, Shirou was increasingly certain that Seer was a goddess in disguise, hiding behind the cheerful and friendly persona of a waitress. It wasn't just because Seer seemed so calm and mature, but also because of her caring and attentive behavior. Shirou smiled wider, reflecting on how serious and diligent Seer was in her work at the restaurant. She even offered to wash his uniform, a task that might seem trivial to most people. But to Shirou, it was a gesture that showed Seer's warmth and kindness. If she really is a goddess, she must be a kind one, Shirou thought to himself. A figure like Seer, who patiently and attentively took care of those around her, was truly the opposite of many other goddesses who were sometimes arrogant and considered themselves above mortals. With a light sigh, Shirou stifled his smile and hurried to the door. There was another important task to complete, checking on Lily. Shirou said his goodbyes to his friends at the hostess of fertility, who warmly reminded him to be careful on the road. Anya waved with a smile, while Ryu nodded calmly. Shirou nodded back in return before stepping out of the restaurant. Once outside, Shirou quickly slipped into a quiet alley on one of Orario's corners. He walked carefully under the shadows of the tall buildings until he finally arrived near an abandoned house that had been vacant for a long time. The atmosphere around was so quiet that only the soft rustle of the night wind could be heard. After ensuring no one was watching, Shirou pressed his back against the wall of the house. Taking steady breaths, he began activating his magecraft. In an instant, Hassan's signature mask appeared on his face, followed by a black cloak that enveloped his entire body. Shirou steadied his breathing and then activated presence concealment, a special technique that allowed him to hide his presence from anyone's sight or detection. His body blended with the shadows, disappearing from the naked eye. With utmost caution, Shirou began moving toward the Soma Familia, where Lily had been called back. He knew this mission needed to be completed quickly and carefully, ensuring Lily's safety without drawing any unwanted attention. Chapter 50. Shirou moved quickly and silently under the cover of night, slipping into the Soma Familia base. With his presence concealment activated, he was like a shadow, invisible to human eyes. Every step was calculated carefully, and his abilities as a level 4 adventurer allowed him to easily avoid the guards, moving between cracks and dark corners. Once inside, Shirou took stock of his surroundings, his ears catching every faint sound. Hiding behind a large stone pillar, he overheard a conversation between two guards standing nearby. "I heard they locked one of our members in the basement," one guard whispered. "Yeah, she's been down there for a while. Word is she betrayed Soma Familia. Somehow she got involved with Apollo," the other replied. Hearing this, Shirou's heart raced. His thoughts immediately went to Lily, worried that she might be the one they were talking about. Not wasting any time, Shirou moved swiftly, leaving the shadows behind. With light, near silent steps, Shirou made his way towards the basement at the back of the base, just as the guards had mentioned. The area was hidden, protected by long hallways that were tightly guarded. But for Shirou, who moved like the wind without a sound, none of that was an obstacle. Reaching the door to the basement, Shirou stared at the sturdy lock, but it wasn't an issue for him. In a flash, he projected the perfect key to unlock it. After ensuring no one was watching, Shirou carefully opened the door and descended into the darkness, searching for Lily, who might be in danger. Shirou found Lily inside a small iron cell located in the corner of the dimly lit basement. The flickering torchlight on the walls cast a gloomy atmosphere. Standing in front of the cell was a guard, lazily keeping watch, completely unaware of Shirou's presence as he slipped through the shadows. Without making a sound, Shirou projected Kancho, one of his favorite swords, into his hand. He didn't intend to kill the guard, only to incapacitate him. With precise movement, Shirou struck the back of the guard's head with the sword's hilt. The guard collapsed unconscious, without a sound. Inside the cell, Lily trembled with fear, seeing the black-robed figure with a skull mask approaching her. The figure appeared menacing in the darkened room. Terrified, Lily pleaded with a trembling voice, "Please, don't kill me." Behind the mask, Shirou felt awkward hearing her plea. Using alteration, he deepened his voice, trying not to sound like himself. "I'm here to save you," he said, his voice calm and controlled. Hearing such unexpected words, Lily was shocked, confused as to why someone who looked like an assassin had come to rescue her. "Why?" she asked, her eyes wide. Shirou looked at her through his mask and replied firmly, "I just want to help Belle's friend." His answer was simple but sincere, revealing his true intentions. Lily stared at the black-robed figure in front of her, doubt still evident on her face. "Does Mr. Skull hide his face because he doesn't want his identity known?" she asked hesitantly, her voice soft and a bit shaky. Behind the skull mask, Shirou grimaced slightly, feeling awkward with the nickname. But he knew he couldn't reveal his true identity in this situation. He nodded his head and responded in a low voice. "Yes, it would be troublesome if others knew I was the one who helped you." Shirou then crouched beside the unconscious guard and began searching his pockets for the key. Quickly finding it, he turned and unlocked the prison door where Lily was being held. As soon as the door opened, Lily rushed out. But instead of running away as Shirou expected, she looked at him with clear determination in her eyes. "Please take me to God Soma's room upstairs," she requested, her voice firm but filled with hope. Shirou paused for a moment, confused as to why Lily wanted to go there. "Why don't you just run away?" Shirou asked, not understanding why Lily would choose to confront Soma instead of escaping. Lily looked at him seriously. "I want to leave Soma Familia and join Hestia Familia. Belle needs help, and I have to assist him in the war game." Hearing Lily's strong resolve to leave Soma Familia for Belle, Shirou was taken aback. A small smile formed behind his skull mask. In his heart, he admired Lily's courage to fight for Belle, even in such difficult circumstances. Shirou quickly lifted Lily into his arms, easily supporting her small frame with both hands. "Hold on tight," he whispered in the altered deep voice, while his focus remained sharp, seeking a way out of the Soma Familia basement. Blushing slightly, Lily held onto the black cloak tightly, feeling a bit embarrassed but also relieved that someone had finally come to save her. She could sense Shirou's strength as he moved, impressing her even more. Shirou snuck up to the upper floors with graceful, silent movements, like a shadow moving without sound. His speed as a level 4 adventurer, combined with his presence concealment ability, made them almost invisible to anyone in Soma Familia. Whenever a member of Soma Familia passed by, Shirou swiftly hid in the shadows, avoiding detection, while still holding Lily close to his chest. Lily, still in awe while being carried by Shirou, marveled at Mr. Skull's skills. How can he move this fast, without making a sound? She thought to herself, tightening her grip slightly on the black cloak that wrapped around Shirou's body. After some time sneaking through and ensuring the coast was clear, Shirou softly whispered near Lily's ear, "Where is Soma's room?" In a soft voice, Lily whispered back, "Usually, he's in the brewing room. It's at the very back of the building." Shirou nodded silently, then quickly made his way toward the room Lily had indicated. Shirou swiftly moved toward the designated room, the two of them passing through the dark halls of Soma Familia in perfect silence until they arrived in front of a large door. There, a tall, bespectacled man stood guard. Lily gasped in recognition and quickly warned Shirou in a cautious whisper, "That's Mr. Zanis, the captain of Soma Familia." Shirou, still hidden in the shadows, listened closely. Lily continued in a worried tone, "He's nearly at the end of level 2. Be careful, he won't go down easily." But behind his skull mask, Shirou smiled slightly. Despite Lily's concern, Shirou remained calm. Level 2 was no longer a challenge for him. With the speed and precision of a level 4 fighter, he silently lunged out from the shadows. In mere seconds, before Zanis could even realize their presence, Shirou struck him on the back of the neck with the hilt of his projected weapon. With one blow, Zanis collapsed silently, unconscious on the spot. Lily, witnessing this, was left speechless, her eyes wide as she saw the sheer strength of Mr. Skull. Shirou had taken down an opponent far stronger than Lily with such ease. After ensuring that Zanis would not wake up, Shirou gently released Lily from his embrace, allowing her to stand before the door to Soma's chamber. "This is your moment," Shirou said in a deep, altered voice. "Do what you need to do." Lily stepped into the room, filled with the overpowering aroma of wine, fermented with divine influence. The sweet yet sharp scent permeated the air, creating a stark contrast to the darkness and silence outside. Inside, the god Soma, with long hair and closed eyes, was quietly stirring wine, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. His movements were calm, fully absorbed in the divine act of wine fermentation. With a mix of reverence and tension, Lily knelt before the god who had been her patron for so long. In a quiet but determined voice, she pleaded, "Please allow me to leave Soma Familia, Lord Soma. I want to join Hestia Familia and help Belle in the war game." Soma showed no emotion, continuing to stir the wine as if Lily's words hadn't reached him. After a few moments, he finally spoke, his voice calm but carrying a challenge. "I will not listen to anyone influenced by my wine." He gestured to a glass of wine nearby, its scent sharper and more enticing. "Drink a glass of my wine, and if you can withstand its effects, then I will hear your request." Lily stared at the glass, fully aware of the difficulty of what was being asked. Outside, Shirou, still hidden with his Hassan mask, sensed the tension surrounding Lily, even though he couldn't see what was happening in the room. The god Soma motioned toward the glass filled with the divine wine's intoxicating aroma. "Drink," he said coldly. "If after drinking it, you still wish to leave Soma Familia, I will grant your request." Outside, Shirou, listening carefully, immediately realized how potent the wine was. With his keen senses, he knew that the wine held incredible intoxicating power. Even he, despite possessing Avalon, which could heal wounds and prevent sickness, felt that the wine could overpower him in large amounts. He began to worry about Lily's ability to resist its divine influence. But Lily showed no hesitation. With unwavering resolve, she raised the glass to her lips and slowly drank. Each drop that entered her body brought a sensation of unimaginable bliss, as if all her sorrows and hardships vanished in an instant. Yet with that pleasure came a powerful intoxication. Her head began to spin, the world around her blurred, and her body trembled. Still, Lily refused to give in. She bit her lip hard, drawing blood, trying to stay conscious. Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks, but she kept her gaze fixed on Soma with unshakable determination. "Once again," she said, her voice trembling but firm, "I beg you, let me leave Soma Familia to help Belle in the war game." Soma, initially indifferent, was taken aback. No one had ever resisted the effects of his wine with such strength before. Lily, with her small frame, had managed to overcome the overwhelming intoxication. After a brief silence, Soma finally nodded slowly, signaling his acceptance. "Very well," he said quietly. You are free to go. Lily emerged from Soma's chamber, her steps unsteady, her body weakened from battling the intoxicating effects of the divine wine. Her vision was blurry, and the world around her spun as she almost collapsed, but a strong hand caught her just in time. It was the cloaked figure, still waiting for her outside. Shirou, his face hidden beneath the skull mask of Hassan, smiled behind it. You did something amazing, Lily, he said in his altered voice, masking his true identity. I'm proud of you. Breathing heavily, Lily looked up and smiled weakly. Though her face was flushed, there was a glimmer of victory in her eyes. Thank you, Mr. Skull, she whispered, her voice soft but filled with gratitude. Please, take me home. Without saying much, Shirou nodded and gently scooped Lily into his arms. Hold on tight, he whispered, ensuring she gripped his cloak securely. Then, with unimaginable speed, Shirou slipped out of the Soma Familia compound, moving like a shadow unseen, carrying Lily safely away from the place that had imprisoned her for so long. Just as they passed through the gates of Soma Familia, Shirou suddenly halted in place. Using reinforcement on his eyes, he enhanced his vision to see farther. In the distance, he spotted a group of people approaching Soma Familia. Among them, he immediately recognized some familiar faces: Hestia, Wealth, Mikoto, and Naza. Lily, still nestled in Shirou's arms, felt confused as he abruptly stopped for no apparent reason. Mr. Skull, what's wrong? Why did we stop? She asked anxiously. While still keeping an eye on Lily's friends as they drew closer, Shirou smiled behind his skull mask. With his altered voice, he spoke gently. You're very lucky, Lily. Look, they're coming to get you. So many friends care about you. Lily turned her gaze toward the direction Shirou pointed. When she recognized who was coming, her eyes welled up with tears, her heart filled with warmth, touched by the friends who had come to help her. As Hestia's group approached, they were immediately shocked by the unexpected scene before them. Lily was in the arms of a black-cloaked figure wearing a skull mask. Hestia's expression tensed, and without hesitation, she shouted loudly, Hey, you villain, let go of Lily right now. In response to Hestia's shout, the others in the group, like Wealth and Mikoto, quickly readied their weapons, prepared to attack and rescue Lily from the mysterious figure. The atmosphere was thick with tension, but before they could act, Shirou, hidden behind his skull mask, slowly released Lily from his embrace. Calmly, he raised his hands, showing that he had no intention of starting a fight. His peaceful demeanor diffused the imminent attack from Hestia's group. Seeing this, Hestia smiled proudly and puffed out her chest with arrogance. See, the villain was scared by my strong aura, she declared confidently, believing it was her presence that had made the masked figure retreat. But Lily stepped forward, visibly irritated, and approached Hestia. You're completely wrong, Hestia-sama, she exclaimed. This Mr. Skull isn't a villain. He's the one who saved me from Soma Familia. Wealth, still in shock, lowered his weapon and asked in confusion. So, you know someone like that? Lily shook her head firmly. I don't know him. He deliberately hid his identity. He just wanted to help without being known, she explained, looking at the mysterious figure with gratitude in her eyes. Hestia and the others finally understood, and with genuine appreciation, they thanked the masked figure. Thank you, Mr. Skull, for saving Lily. Shirou, behind his mask, remained silent. He simply turned his back, then calmly waved a hand in farewell. Slowly, he began to fade away, merging with the dark shadows surrounding the streets, making his presence vanish from sight. Mikoto, watching Shirou's departure, looked on in admiration. The way that Mr. Skull moves, it's so cool. He's like a true ninja, she murmured, her eyes sparkling with awe at the mysterious figure who had just disappeared into the night. Having completed his mission, Shirou quickly found a quiet corner in the city to remove his cloak and mask. As he started to feel relieved and ready to return to his usual life, a thought crossed his mind. Have I unconsciously been mimicking Archer's habit of showboating? He mused, smiling slightly to himself as he recalled Archer's flamboyant style that often left him shaking his head. However, the moment of relaxation was abruptly interrupted by a loud voice that stopped him in his tracks. Hey, you masked coward. Stop, someone commanded with authority. Shirou immediately went on alert, surprised that someone had detected him even though he had been using presence concealment. As he turned, his eyes locked onto the figure of a pale blonde elf wearing glasses. His expression was stern and cold, with eyes filled with confidence and strength. His skin was porcelain white, and his attire bore an emblem that Shirou quickly recognized, the emblem of Freya Familia. The elf's presence made Shirou instantly grasp the gravity of the situation. Only someone with special abilities or a higher level could have detected him. It seems this person is not to be underestimated, Shirou thought, bracing himself for the possibility of a confrontation. In a firm and threatening voice, the elf spoke. You shouldn't interfere with the affairs of Hestia Familia. My goddess, Freya, doesn't want outsiders influencing them. Shirou studied the figure before him more closely. His arrogant demeanor, the emblem he wore, and the mention of Freya's name led Shirou to conclude that he was no ordinary person. He must be one of Freya Familia's elite, and his actions were surely on Freya's orders. Without any further pleasantries, the elf commanded, "Remove your mask. Show me who you really are." Shirou let out a small chuckle at the command. He had no intention of obeying the man's words. "Whoever you are, I have no obligation to follow your orders," Shirou calmly replied, though in his heart, he was already formulating a plan. "Looks like this is going to be harder than I thought." As Shirou began to plan his next move, he decided to test his opponent's abilities. Without saying a word, he turned and ran at an astonishing speed, leaving only a shadow behind. The elf didn't remain idle, immediately chasing after Shirou with impressive speed, but Shirou took advantage of the moment. Channeling reinforcement into his legs, Shirou's speed increased even more, widening the gap between them. At first, the elf seemed capable of keeping up with Shirou. However, as Shirou continued to pour more prana into his legs, the distance between them steadily grew, leaving the elf increasingly frustrated and angry as he fell farther behind. With a face full of suppressed rage, the elf began chanting a spell in a firm voice. Shirou, far ahead, sensed something unusual happening behind him. Although he initially felt confident leaving the elf behind, a feeling of caution emerged as he detected the magical vibrations from the incantation. Lightning began to crackle through the air, and the sound of thunder echoed loudly. Shirou glanced back, his eyes focusing on the bright light intensifying in the elf's hands. In an instant, the elf finished his chant, sending a massive bolt of lightning hurtling towards Shirou with lightning-fast speed, roaring through the air with deadly intent. Reacting quickly, Shirou wasn't willing to take any chances. He stopped briefly and activated projection. A blue-green light glowed in his hands, forming the legendary noble phantasm known as Raikiri, a sword capable of cutting through lightning. Shirou gripped the sword tightly, ready to face the devastating attack. The lightning struck with earth-shaking force, but Shirou was prepared. As the bolt neared him, he swung Raikiri with precision. In one swift and sharp slash, Raikiri cleaved the lightning in two. The once threatening bolt of electricity split in the air, dissipating harmlessly without ever touching Shirou. With steady breaths and a focused gaze, Shirou watched the elf from a distance. He knew the fight wasn't over yet, but he also realized he needed to be cautious. This elf was no ordinary opponent. The pale-skinned elf grew even paler, seemingly in disbelief at what had just transpired before him. The mighty lightning bolt he had cast, a spell that should have obliterated his enemy, was effortlessly sliced apart by Shirou. Stunned, he stood speechless, unable to comprehend the power of Raikiri wielded by Shirou. The elf had never expected anyone to counter his magic with such elegance. However, Shirou didn't want to waste any more time. He knew this situation needed to end quickly before it attracted even more attention. He swiftly resumed his run toward a quieter, more secluded area. His breathing remained steady, and each step was enhanced by the reinforcement still coursing through his legs. The elf no longer pursued him, seemingly giving up on continuing the unfavorable battle. After some time, Shirou found a dark, deserted corner of the city, a safe place to conceal his identity. He slipped behind an old, long-abandoned house, ensuring no one was watching. With a deep breath, Shirou dematerialized his mask, black cloak, and Raikiri into prana, letting them vanish back into his body. In an instant, Shirou Emiya, the adventurer of Loki Familia, returned to his original form. However, as everything settled, Shirou noticed something unusual. His hand was trembling slightly, a sign that some of the lightning had indeed coursed through Raikiri and into his body. Even though he had managed to slice the lightning in half, its impact had still reached him. Shirou could only smile wryly as he looked at his still shaking hand. He felt fortunate. If that elf had been a physical fighter or had the ability to keep up with him, the battle might have been much more difficult. Feeling a sense of relief beginning to wash over him, Shirou started making his way back to Twilight Manor, where he could rest and recover. However, deep inside, he couldn't shake the feeling that this conflict might not be entirely over yet. Chapter 51. When Shirou arrived at Twilight Manor, the night had grown late. The atmosphere inside the mansion was silent, a sign that all the members of Loki Familia were already asleep. Shirou carefully walked through the dark hallway, intending to head to his room for some rest. However, just as he was about to reach his destination, the door of the room next to his slowly opened. Lafia stepped out of her room, and upon seeing Shirou, she stopped in her tracks, wondering why he had returned so late. Curious, Lafia asked, "Shirou, why are you coming back so late at night?" Not wanting to worry Lafia, Shirou smiled and tried to remain calm. "I just worked late, helping out at the hostess of fertility," he replied briefly, hoping that would suffice as an explanation. However, Lafia's sharp eyes noticed something was wrong. She saw Shirou's trembling hand, which appeared injured. Her blue eyes widened with concern. "Don't lie," she exclaimed, quickly approaching Shirou. Without asking for permission, she grabbed his hand and inspected it closely. Shirou was startled when he realized that his hand was indeed injured and bleeding from the fight he had earlier that night with the elf from Freya Familia. Touched by Lafia's concern, Shirou could only stay silent. He hadn't expected Lafia to notice his condition so closely. Lafia, Shirou began to speak, but Lafia quickly cut him off. You're not going anywhere, Lafia said firmly before turning around and rushing back to her room. Moments later, she returned with a bottle of healing potion in her hand. She gently took Shirou's hand and made him sit on a nearby bench. Without saying much, Lafia opened the potion bottle and carefully applied the healing liquid to Shirou's wounded hand. Lafia's gentle hands and caring touch made Shirou feel at ease, even though the sting of the injury still lingered. For several minutes, the atmosphere was quiet. Only the soft sound of their breathing could be heard as Lafia focused on her task, and Shirou, though usually accustomed to enduring pain, felt grateful for Lafia's care. As the healing potion began to work, his wounds slowly healed, the bleeding stopped, and the trembling in his hand subsided. Shirou finally spoke softly. Thank you, Lafia. I didn't mean to make you worry. Lafia looked at him with a soft gaze, though there was a hint of anger in her voice. Shirou, you need to be more careful. Don't hide things like this. I don't want to see you get hurt like this again. Shirou gave a small smile, relieved by Lafia's concern, though inside, he felt guilty for not being entirely truthful. But Lafia wasn't satisfied with just healing Shirou's hand. She looked at him with a worried expression, and before Shirou could stand up, Lafia began to interrogate him. So what really happened? Don't try to tell me you got injured from a broken plate while working at the Hostess of Fertility. I know how strong you are, Shirou, she said firmly, her large, caring eyes staring directly at him, unwilling to be deceived. Shirou fell silent for a moment, feeling uncomfortable because he had been trying to hide the truth. With a slightly embarrassed expression, he finally answered, It's a long story, Lafia. But before Shirou could continue, Lafia quickly took his hand and led him toward a secluded and quiet balcony. Then tell me everything. I'm listening, she insisted, urging Shirou to sit beside her. The atmosphere on the balcony was cold with a gentle night breeze, but the warmth of Lafia's concern made Shirou feel a bit more at ease. They sat side by side, Lafia drawing closer, eager to hear the full story. Seeing the sincerity in Lafia's expression, Shirou could only give a wry smile, realizing he couldn't avoid her questions. All right, Shirou began softly, as he gazed up at the star-filled night sky. It all started when I heard that Lily, Belle's friend, was missing from the Soma Familia's headquarters. I knew Belle would have trouble with the war game, so I decided to find out what had happened to Lily. I infiltrated their headquarters using my ability to hide. Lafia, sitting beside him, leaned in closer, listening attentively to every detail. Her expression showed how worried and anxious she felt hearing about the risks Shirou had taken. When I got there, Shirou continued, I found Lily locked up in a dungeon. There were guards, but I managed to incapacitate them without making any noise. After freeing Lily, I took her upstairs to meet with Soma. Hearing the name Soma, Lafia looked surprised. Soma? What happened after that? She asked, worried. Shirou smiled slightly and replied, Lily wanted to leave Soma Familia and join Hestia Familia. Soma, though not very talkative, granted Lily's request after she managed to resist the influence of Soma's powerful wine. After that, I took her out, but there was one problem. Lafia straightened up, her anxiety growing. What problem? She asked urgently. Shirou took a deep breath before continuing. Outside the headquarters, I encountered an elf from Freya Familia. He detected my presence, even though I was using my abilities to hide my identity. We almost ended up fighting, and that's why my hand was injured. Lafia was shocked to hear this. An elf from Freya Familia? How did you escape from him? She asked, clearly concerned. Shirou just smiled. I managed to evade him, but he was strong. Very strong. I couldn't fight him directly, so I had to flee and use Raikiri to cut through the lightning he sent at me. That's why my hand was shaking, an effect of his lightning attack. Lafia looked at Shirou with a mix of worry and admiration. You're really reckless, Shirou, she said softly. You always take unnecessary risks. Shirou chuckled lightly. I just wanted to help. Besides, I couldn't let Belle and Lily fight alone. Lafia let out a long sigh, still worried. However, behind her anxiety, there was a growing sense of pride and admiration in her heart. You're really unstoppable, she whispered, but I just want you to be careful. Don't get hurt again. Shirou nodded slowly, touched by Lafia's concern. I'll be more careful, he promised sincerely. Lafia smiled faintly, feeling somewhat relieved after hearing Shirou's full story. Lafia looked at Shirou with a serious expression, then in a quiet but firm tone, she said, The elf who attacked you earlier. That was Hayden, one of the core members of Freya Familia. He's already reached level 6, one of the strongest adventurers in Orario. Hearing this, Shirou smiled modestly as he usually did. I was just lucky to escape from him, he responded lightly, trying to ease Lafia's worries. However, Lafia only gazed at him with sparkling eyes, clearly not fooled by Shirou's humility. Lucky, she said with a small laugh. Shirou, you managed to injure Revis when you were still level 1, and now you're already level 4. I'm sure with your skills, you could defeat Hayden if the situation called for it. Shirou blushed slightly at Lefia's sincere praise. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I just hope I can live up to your expectations, Lefia. Lefia smiled gently, seeing the sincerity behind Shirou's humility. However, her curiosity began to fill her mind. She recalled Shirou's story about how he cut through the lightning sent by Hayden. Shirou, Lefia said slowly, what about the Raikiri you used earlier? I'm curious. Could you show it to me? Shirou nodded and, without hesitation, projected Raikiri into his hand. The weapon appeared with a dazzling glow of prana, its blade shining bright blue and radiating a strong electric aura. Raikiri was one of his noble phantasms, and its beauty was striking in the quiet of the night. Lefia was amazed. Raikiri, she whispered in awe, her eyes tracing every detail of the blade. It's truly beautiful, and it feels so powerful. Her hand slowly reached towards the blade, but she hesitated to touch it. Seeing Lefia's admiring gaze, Shirou said softly, it's okay. You can touch it. Carefully, Lefia touched the sword. She could feel the power flowing from Raikiri, though her body didn't experience the same tremor Shirou had when he used it to cut through the lightning. How do you possess such a beautiful and powerful weapon? She asked, still in awe. Shirou smiled and calmly explained, this isn't just any sword. It's a noble phantasm, a relic of legendary heroes. I can project it thanks to a special technique I've learned, though I can only summon it temporarily. Lefia still couldn't hide her amazement. A noble phantasm? You're truly incredible, Shirou. Her voice was full of admiration, but there was also a note of pride, not just for Shirou's strength, but because she knew and was close to someone as powerful as Shirou. Hearing the praise, Shirou could only smile awkwardly. I'm still learning, Lefia. There's a lot I need to improve, but I'll always do my best. Lefia returned Raikiri to Shirou, who then dissipated it back into prana. However, Lefia's admiration for Shirou didn't fade. She looked deeper into herself and realized how precious the person beside her was, not just as a powerful adventurer, but also as a friend who was always genuine and humble. Shirou, Lefia called gently, you're amazing, not because of your swords, but because of your heart. Hearing those words, Shirou felt warmth in his heart, and for a moment, they both fell silent, enjoying the closeness between them on the quiet balcony, with the soft night breeze brushing their faces. Lefia glanced at Shirou's hand, still trembling despite the healing potion he had used. Her face revealed the worry she couldn't hide. Your hand is still shaking, Shirou. It seems the healing potion wasn't enough. Shirou smiled softly, trying to reassure Lefia. It'll be healed by tomorrow, Lefia. Don't worry, he said. In his heart, he knew that Avalon within him would completely heal his injuries in a short time. However, he didn't want to explain that to Lefia. Nevertheless, Lefia wasn't satisfied with Shirou's answer. She shook her head gently, showing her determination. No, Shirou. I can't let you stay injured like this, she said seriously. Without waiting for Shirou's further approval, Lefia closed her eyes and began to chant the elf ring incantation. A soft light enveloped her, connecting her to the magic power possessed by other elves. Shirou, who had initially just smiled, became astonished seeing Lefia so focused as she chanted her spell. Soon, Lefia completed the elf ring incantation and cast Luna Aldis, the healing magic of Riveria, renowned for its power to heal serious wounds. The gentle moonlight bathed Shirou's hand, spreading warmth from the point of injury. Shirou could feel how powerful the magic was, not just healing his physical body, but seemingly restoring him to the deepest roots of his injury. The trembling in his hand gradually subsided, and the pain he had been ignoring began to disappear completely. After the spell was finished, Lefia opened her eyes, looking at Shirou with slight exhaustion but clearly happy. How is it now? She asked, her voice soft but filled with hope. Shirou looked at his hand, now fully healed. The tremor had completely disappeared. He smiled broadly, full of admiration for Lefia. Lefia, your abilities are amazing, he said sincerely. You truly live up to your title, Thousand Elf. Lefia blushed at Shirou's compliment. I can only mimic the magic of other elves, that's all, she replied, trying to be modest. And I haven't even reached 1,000 yet. Shirou chuckled softly at her response, feeling pleased to see Lefia so humble. But seeing what you just did, I'm confident that one day, you'll master 1,000 different magics, he said, his gaze full of conviction. Lefia felt her heart race faster at his words. Her face, still red, flushed even more, and she could only gaze at the night sky to avoid Shirou's gaze. Thank you, Shirou, she whispered softly, a smile etched on her bright face. The two of them sat in comfortable silence on the balcony, enjoying the night, while Lefia secretly felt happy that she had been able to help Shirou, even though she still harbored many feelings she didn't fully understand. Shirou smiled softly while looking at Lefia, who still seemed relieved after successfully healing his injury. Actually, our abilities are more similar than you might think, Lefia, he said. Lefia turned her head, confused by his statement. But your power is summoning swords and weapons, while I can only mimic the spells of other elves. How could that be similar? She asked, her face full of curiosity. Shirou smiled wider, seeing Lefia's innocent yet inquisitive expression. You know, I can actually only project weapons I've seen before. Just like you, who can use other elves' magic through elf ring. Essentially, we're both imitators, Shirou explained, his tone calm and friendly. Lefia was momentarily surprised by that, and her eyes began to shine. In her heart, she felt warm and giddy knowing that there was a similarity between herself and Shirou, something she had never considered before. So, we're both imitators, huh? Lefia said with a broad smile, her voice playful. Shirou chuckled lightly, happy to see Lefia feeling better. Yeah, that's right, he replied. In fact, there was once a very powerful opponent I faced named Gilgamesh. He often mocked me with the nickname Faker because I could only imitate his original weapons. Hearing that, Lefia couldn't hold back her laughter. She imagined the usually composed Shirou being teased with the title of Faker and envisioned Shirou continuing to fight despite such taunts. Then, I'm Faker number 2. Lefia laughed even harder, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle the growing laughter. Shirou laughed along with her, and the night grew warmer and more familiar on the balcony. It seems like we make a good Faker team, he said playfully, joining in the light-hearted mood Lefia had created. Lefia, usually cheerful, felt increasingly comfortable being near Shirou. Their laughter echoed in the quiet night air, erasing the worries that had previously filled their minds. In her heart, Lefia felt happy to share a moment like this with Shirou, something she cherished deeply. Lefia, still curious, recalled Shirou's earlier story about a servant archer named Gilgamesh. She looked at Shirou with sparkling eyes. You've told me about Gilgamesh before, right? Is he the servant archer you faced? You managed to defeat him, right? She asked eagerly. Shirou smiled softly, remembering his fierce battle with Gilgamesh. Yes, he was very strong. Gilgamesh possessed a power called the Gate of Babylon, he replied. With that power, he could summon various incredibly powerful weapons from his personal treasury. Lefia's eyes shone even brighter as she listened to the story. So, you copied the weapons he summoned from the Gate of Babylon to fight him, right? Lefia guessed excitedly. Shirou nodded slowly, smiling widely as he recalled the strategy he had used. Exactly. Every weapon he summoned, I imitated with my own power, Shirou said, imagining the swords he had used in the battle. Then, as if transported back to the battlefield, Shirou drew an imaginary sword from the air with his right hand and said, There's no rule that says a copy can't surpass the original. After saying that, Shirou realized how dramatic and somewhat cringy his statement sounded, making him feel a bit embarrassed. However, when he glanced at Lefia, he saw her expression full of wonder, captivated by everything Shirou had just told her. Lefia smiled broadly, and then, without thinking, she mimicked Shirou's stance. She raised her hand, as if holding a magic staff. There's no rule that says imitation magic can't surpass the original magic, she said with enthusiasm, looking full of newfound confidence. Hearing that, Shirou couldn't help but laugh. They both laughed together, a warm and happy laughter that marked their growing friendship and connection. Lefia, I'm glad you've come to understand this, Shirou said with a gentle smile, feeling connected to Lefia in a way he had never imagined before. Lefia returned the smile, feeling more confident and appreciated after their conversation. Lefia looked at Shirou with a bright smile on her face. Those words are really cool, Shirou, she said enthusiastically. They seem like they would make a great motto for Team Faker. Shirou couldn't help but chuckle softly. The old insult from Gilgamesh that once sought to belittle him now sounded so light and funny coming from Lefia, as if the nickname had become something special. Team Faker, huh? Shirou shook his head with an amused smile. Who would have thought an insult could sound like a superhero name? Lefia laughed lightly but then began to yawn, a sign that sleepiness was starting to overwhelm her. Seeing this, Shirou smiled gently. It seems like you're getting sleepy. It's time for us to head back to our rooms and rest, he said, pointing toward their rooms. Lefia nodded in agreement, and they walked together down the hallway of Twilight Manor, the atmosphere calm and peaceful. Their footsteps echoed in the quiet corridors, accompanied only by the soft sound of the night wind blowing through the windows. When they arrived at her door, Lefia paused for a moment, then turned and smiled sweetly at Shirou. Sweet dreams, Faker, she said softly, her tone full of affection and warmth, turning what was once a derogatory term into something meaningful. Shirou stood silent for a moment, absorbing the warmth in Lefia's voice. The word Faker, which had once been filled with derision from his enemy, now felt so sweet and full of kindness. Shirou smiled again, feeling lucky to have a friend like Lefia. You too, Faker number 2, he replied with a wide grin. Lefia giggled softly before finally stepping into her room. Shirou stood in front of her door for a moment, still smiling, before he too walked toward his own room with a lighter heart. That night, the title that had once made Shirou feel inferior now felt like a symbol of friendship and trust. Chapter 52. Author note. The 4th illustration poll has ended with the following results. A's in a white one-piece dress on the beach, 14%. Riveria dreams of being Juliet and Shirou as Romeo, 69%. Lafia mimics Shirou's catchphrase on the balcony, 7%. Shirou teaching Seer how to cook, 10%. With a total of 29 votes. You can check it out on Patreon.com/Rayish. That night, Seer quietly washed Shirou's green uniform. The restaurant was empty, and all the other waitresses had gone home. She looked at the uniform in her hands, recalling the times Shirou wore it while diligently cooking in the kitchen or helping clean the restaurant. Shirou always worked selflessly, never thinking of himself, as if there was no burden too great for him to turn down a request. Seer smiled faintly and whispered to herself, Shirou is too kind. He never puts himself first. Her thoughts drifted back to the first time she saw Shirou offer to help her. Back then, Shirou had not yet officially joined the Loki Familia, but he didn't hesitate to protect Seer from a drunken adventurer who had reached level 3. When Shirou tried to stop the drunk, he fell, too weak to fight him, yet he still stood up. If Ryu hadn't arrived just in time to drive the drunk away, Shirou might have been seriously hurt. Yet even then, Shirou didn't complain. He always helps others, even if it means getting hurt himself, Seer sighed softly. Her mind returned to the events of the previous night. Shirou had offered to help Belle in the war game against Apollo Familia. Shirou, whom Seer knew was only level 1, still wanted to throw himself into a battle against a much stronger Familia. Seer bit her lower lip, feeling both worried and amazed at Shirou's strong resolve. She knew there was no fear in Shirou when someone needed help. Is it because of a past trauma? Seer pondered in silence, her hands stopping as she washed Shirou's uniform. She recalled Shirou's soul, which seemed full of wounds, like an old sword, constantly sharpened but still marred with scars. How much weight did Shirou carry from his past, and how strongly did he hide it behind his smile? Seer felt something deep and dark within Shirou's soul. Compassion crept into her heart. Shirou always helped others, perhaps because he wanted to atone for something that had happened to him. Seer wondered what Shirou had experienced before coming to Orario. What had made him so hard on himself, but so gentle with others? Shirou, you really are special, Seer whispered softly, continuing her work with a heart full of sympathy. In her heart, Seer hoped to stay by Shirou's side, even if only as a waitress or a friend. She wanted to make sure that someday, Shirou could find peace for himself, not just endlessly helping others. Seer sighed as she hung Shirou's green uniform on the clothesline. The faint moonlight illuminated the small yard where she dried the clothes. Her thoughts drifted to an idea that had crossed her mind recently. What if she had recruited Shirou into the Freya Familia first, instead of letting him join Loki Familia? As Freya, she could have more freely removed the rust from Shirou's soul, making him shine like a hidden diamond within stone. But Seer knew this was no longer a choice she could make. Shirou wasn't the otter she had been waiting for, though he had extraordinary potential. He wasn't the one destined for her. Shirou was someone full of wounds, someone who had built walls around his soul, yet still fought to help others. Freya, or Seer, could only watch from afar. After all, Shirou was a cherished friend to Seer, even if not the person she sought. Seer paused and looked at the green uniform, hanging peacefully under the moonlight. Her mind wandered to the stark contrast between Belle and Shirou. Belle had a bright, transparent soul, like an unpolished gem, full of light and potential. Shirou's soul, on the other hand, was tarnished, covered with layers of scars hiding his true potential. If one only saw Shirou's soul, he would seem broken, but his actions, his deeds, always shone with a rare beauty. The irony only made him more intriguing. Shirou, you're different, Seer murmured to herself. She bowed her head, imagining how beautiful Shirou would be if the rust could be removed, if his past could be healed. But maybe not everyone could be healed. Perhaps Shirou would continue to carry his scars while still helping others, always with that gentle smile on his face. Seer smiled gently. Even though she knew Shirou wasn't the one she had been waiting for, she still felt fortunate to have him as a friend. Seer walked back toward Folkvanger, the headquarters of the Freya Familia, under the calm night sky. Although she appeared as Seer to most of the outside world, here, everyone in the Freya Familia knew who she truly was. As Freya stepped inside the grand gates of the Familia's headquarters, her loyal followers immediately greeted her with respect, fully aware that they were not facing a mere waitress, but the goddess of beauty and love. Freya walked gracefully through the hall, leaving behind the warmth of her Seer persona. Her steps were steady, unrushed. Every movement exuded authority and power. When she reached her chamber, Freya closed the door behind her and sighed deeply. Slowly, she released the divine power that had been suppressed while she played the role of Seer. Her hidden divine aura flowed back at full strength. Her form gradually changed, returning to Freya, the goddess of overwhelming beauty and eternal grace. She stood before a mirror, gazing at the green uniform she had worn as Seer, a symbol of the simple life she occasionally enjoyed. With a calm and elegant gesture, Freya removed the uniform and hung it carefully beside her. Then, she picked up an elegant black gown, more fitting for her divine self. As she donned the gown, Freya fully became her true self again, a goddess radiating an aura of allure, far removed from Seer's warm and friendly persona. With graceful steps, Freya walked toward her throne. As she sat, her posture radiated immense power and majesty. Her purple eyes gazed far ahead, filled with mystery and plans known only to her. The Freya who sat now was entirely different from Seer. She was no longer the smiling friend but a goddess with a sharp gaze, ready to move her pawns in this world, especially those who had caught her interest, like Shirou Emiya. Freya gazed out at the night through the window, contemplating her role as seer and what lay ahead. Shirou, will you become my light or merely rust that fades away? Freya whispered, closing her eyes, allowing her grand schemes to slowly unfold. Once again, as Freya sat on her throne, her thoughts turned towards Shirou Emiya. She regretted her decision to let Shirou join Loki Familia. If only she had acted sooner, Shirou could now be under her protection, shining under her guidance, without hiding as a weak adventurer known only as a supporter. Freya knew well that Loki, despite her often cheerful and carefree demeanor, was a goddess fiercely protective of her familia. Moreover, she had strong bonds with each of her members. Shirou, although only a level 1 supporter, was already part of Loki Familia, and Loki would certainly not let anyone take him without a fight. If Shirou had been part of a weaker familia, Freya could easily have charmed or even coerced him into joining Freya Familia without worrying about the consequences. But now that Shirou belonged to Loki, Freya had to think twice. Loki Familia was one of the strongest in Orario. An open confrontation could lead to war between familias or worse, a war game. Freya sighed softly. Even though she was a goddess of great power and influence, directly opposing Loki was not a wise move. She decided to hold off on her ambitions for Shirou, at least for now. After all, there was Bel Cranel, who currently held her attention. Bel, with his transparent soul, was a light that shone brightly, and the upcoming war game between Hestia Familia and Apollo Familia was the perfect opportunity to see his true potential. Shirou, you're safe for now, Freya whispered, her gaze sharpening as she began plotting her next move. I'll wait for you to shine. When that time comes, I'll reach out once again. Freya then focused on Bel Cranel, ready to witness how the war between Hestia and Apollo Familia would shake Orario. Freya gently held a green-colored necklace in her hand. The gemstone in the center of the necklace glowed softly. Imbued with magical power, she had specially prepared for Bel Cranel. Although the necklace wouldn't be able to protect Bel from all attacks, Freya had ensured that its power was enough to withstand one particularly strong strike, especially from Hyacinthos, the captain of Apollo Familia, who had reached level 3. Freya smiled faintly, her eyes full of hope as she imagined how Bel would use the necklace in the upcoming war game. I want to see how you will grow, Bel, she murmured softly. The necklace would be given to Bel in the form of Seer, as a simple yet powerful gift. Seer would present it as just a token of good luck, but Freya knew that the necklace could be the deciding factor between life and death in the battle to come. Freya leaned back in her throne, her gaze drifting far into the night sky over Orario, filled with high hopes for Bel. She was eager to witness the extraordinary spectacle Bel would present for her. Every step he took, every battle he faced, would only make his soul shine brighter, and Freya would be there to witness it all. Come, Bel Cranel, show the world, and me, just how brightly you can shine in the darkness of this war game. After a few moments, there was a knock on the door from outside. Upon hearing the knock, Freya calmly allowed Hayden to enter her chamber. The tall, blonde elf strode in with steady steps and bowed respectfully to his goddess. Freya-sama, he said with reverence, I've come to report. Freya, still holding the green necklace in her hand, gently nodded and asked, What do you have to report, Hayden? Hayden continued, While monitoring the area around Soma Familia's base, I witnessed one of Bel's companions, a supporter named Lily, being rescued by a figure in a black cloak and a skull mask. The figure moved with incredible speed. Based on their velocity, I estimate they are at least level 5. Hearing this, Freya narrowed her eyes slightly in surprise. There are few adventurers in Orario at level 5, she mused, beginning to analyze. That narrows down the possibilities, doesn't it? However, as Hayden continued his report, his tone grew a little grim. I tried to pursue them, but they managed to escape without revealing their identity. I apologize, Freya-sama. They were much faster than I anticipated. Now, Freya was truly intrigued. You, a level 6 adventurer, couldn't catch them? How did they manage to escape? She asked, her curiosity growing. Hayden replied in a subdued tone. I used one of my strongest spells, lightning magic that should have been enough to immobilize them. But they drew a sword that split my lightning in two. I've never seen anything like it before. Hayden's words startled Freya, causing her to rise from her throne. A sword that could split lightning? That wasn't an ordinary ability. Freya's mind began to whirl, analyzing the possibilities. Who could possibly do such a thing? She whispered to herself, unable to guess the identity of the skull-masked figure. Freya's curiosity was piqued even further. This is interesting, she murmured, a faint smile appearing on her lips. We must find out more about this mysterious figure. Are they an ally or a threat? Hayden bowed even deeper, ready to continue his mission at any moment. But in his heart, he knew this black-cloaked figure was no ordinary foe. Freya paced around her room, her mind racing to identify the skull-masked figure Hayden had described. She tried to recall every powerful adventurer in Orario, but none seemed to match the description. If I recall correctly, Fels, who serves under Aurenas, also wears a black cloak, Freya said while looking at Hayden. But you said this person is a swordsman, and no sorcerer could cut through lightning with a sword. Hayden nodded. Yes, Fels mainly uses ancient magic, but this figure clearly relied on physical strength, and from their speed and ability to counter my lightning spell, they seem more experienced as a fighter than a mage. Freya was silent for a moment, her eyes gleaming with mystery. It seems there's a new player in Orario, one we have yet to know. If they're strong enough to face you directly and escape without revealing themselves, they're not just any adventurer. Hayden, always confident in his own power as a level 6 adventurer, couldn't hide his admiration for this mysterious figure. I agree, Lady Freya. I also feel that if we keep a close watch on Hestia Familia, that figure is bound to appear again. They seem to have a significant interest in them. Freya stopped in the middle of the room, her eyes gazing out the window, clearly thinking of a new strategy. You're right, Hayden. If we want to capture this skull-masked figure, you won't be able to do it alone. I want you to collaborate with Otter, Hogni, or Alan. Their strength will ensure that whoever this is, they won't escape so easily next time. Hayden accepted the order with a respectful nod. I'll arrange everything. Do it quickly, Freya commanded. I don't want anyone, especially this new player, interfering with our plans for Belcranel. After saluting, Hayden left the room, ready to gather his comrades. Freya sat back down on her throne, her mind still filled with thoughts of the mysterious figure. Someone with that kind of power could not be ignored. Once Hayden had gone, Freya stood by the large window overlooking Orario, gazing out at the city growing quiet. Tonight, her thoughts drifted back to the recent events, the sudden rescue of Lilaruka Arde by the masked figure. That figure had moved swiftly, eliminating the threat from Soma Familia without hesitation, leaving behind a trail of strength and fear. However, what intrigued her the most was not the heroic action itself, but a small detail that had just crossed her mind. The masked figure appeared not long after Freya, in her guise as seer, had informed Shirou Emiya about Lily's condition. At the time, she had only intended to help Shirou, who seemed worried. As seer, she conveyed the information with a gentle smile, expecting nothing. But that same night, the masked figure saved Lily, making her wonder. Could it be? Freya thought for a moment, recalling that brief interaction. Could Shirou be the masked figure? Freya let the thought play around in her mind. She tried to picture Shirou, a kind, humble young man, a low-profile supporter of the Loki Familia, transforming into a deadly, mysterious figure capable of easily destroying his enemies. The figure moved with speed and strength that didn't seem possible for someone at level 1. Shirou, a supporter with a low level, how could he hide something like that? Freya chuckled softly, almost unable to believe her own line of thinking. How absurd this idea was. The Shirou she knew, while possessing a strong and determined spirit, was only a level 1 adventurer. There was no way he could be the masked figure, especially since that person had displayed abilities on par with a level 5 adventurer. A level 5 adventurer could not conceal their power in front of Freya. Even I wouldn't be fooled by something like that, Freya murmured, still smiling. Yet, despite her mind laughing at the theory, a sense of curiosity lingered. Shirou, after all, was someone who continuously piqued her interest. There was something unique about him, something not yet fully revealed. Freya wouldn't rule out the possibility, no matter how slim. The pillows on her bed looked soft, and she rested her head on them, feeling the coolness of the silk against her skin. The room was filled with the fragrant scent of white lilies, her favorite aroma, which always brought her peace after long days leading her familia. Freya slowly closed her eyes, sinking into the soft darkness that wrapped around her thoughts. As sleep gradually overtook her, the smile on Freya's face remained. While the theory of Shirou being the masked figure seemed ridiculous, she knew that the mystery surrounding him was not yet fully solved. Somehow, Shirou Emiya would continue to be part of the larger game she was orchestrating. And Freya, a goddess who always welcomed a challenge, was ready to uncover the truth whenever the time came. The next morning, after her bath, Freya stood before the long mirror in her grand chamber, droplets of water still falling from her long silver hair. Her smooth skin glowed in the soft light from the window, but her mind was not entirely focused on herself. Today, she planned to give something special to Shirou Emiya, someone who had captured her attention ever since their last interaction. A grimoire, an ancient magic book of immense value, was the gift she intended to give. Not just an ordinary object, but a tool to accelerate Shirou's growth, just like the one she had once given to Belcranel. Freya touched a stack of old books neatly arranged on a small table in the corner of her room. Among the pile, one grimoire stood out, bound in black leather with gold accents. This grimoire was extremely rare and highly valuable, not only for its ability to enhance the magical powers of anyone who read it, but also for its mysterious origins. Will Shirou accept it? Freya thought, smiling softly as she imagined the young man's surprised expression. In her eyes, Shirou was a puzzle, a soul full of scars yet still shining. Freya clutched the grimoire close to her chest, deciding that today was the right day to give it. After completing her morning ritual, she walked toward the large wardrobe in the corner of the room. This time, Freya didn't plan to appear as herself. She wanted to return as Seer, the gentle waitress from the Hostess of Fertility who always showed kindness, a role she enjoyed for its simplicity. Just as she had given a grimoire to Belle in her Seer persona, she would do the same for Shirou today. With a slight smile, Freya transformed into Seer. She chose to wear the green uniform of the Hostess of Fertility, a simple dress with a white apron that symbolized neatness and service. Her delicate hands swiftly tied the apron's strings and combed through the bluish-gray hair that was Seer's signature, making sure not a strand was out of place. In the guise of Seer, Freya felt liberated from the burdens of being a powerful goddess, free from the responsibilities and politics of the divine. Seer was just an ordinary girl working at a bar, far removed from the intrigues of the gods. As she looked at her reflection in the mirror, Seer smiled with satisfaction. The face that appeared plain and unassuming gave no hint of the truth behind it, that she was actually Freya, the goddess of beauty, wielding control over countless lives. Time to play the role, she said to herself before picking up the grimoire and stepping out of her room. When the door opened, as usual, Horn was waiting outside. Her uncovered black left eye gazed at Seer with respect and attentiveness. Chosen as Freya's loyal attendant, Horn was always ready to carry out her duties with unwavering sincerity. Is everything ready, Horn? Seer asked softly, though the question was more of a formality. She knew her faithful servant never neglected her duties. Horn nodded politely. Yes, Lady Freya. I mean, Seer. Horn's expression remained calm, though there was a slight tension in her gaze. Knowing Freya was playing the role of Seer, she had to remain vigilant while taking over the goddess's duties. Seer smiled gently at her. You'll be just fine, Horn. Don't worry. Today, I'll be heading to the Hostess of Fertility for a little fun. Make sure you handle my responsibilities here as usual. Her voice was soft, but there was a clear command beneath it. Horn obediently nodded. Of course, Lady Seer. I will fulfill my duties to the best of my abilities. Without further words, Horn prepared herself for the change. Within moments, her body subtly trembled, and the figure of the girl gradually faded, replaced by the perfect form of Freya, her pale skin glowing, silver hair cascading down her back, and the sharp gaze characteristic of the goddess of beauty. Horn now fully embodied Freya, with no discernible difference. To any onlooker, it would seem as if Freya remained in her palace, continuing her role as the familia's leader. Seer, Freya in her servant's guise, smiled in satisfaction at the flawless transformation. Very well, I leave everything in your hands. Enjoy your role as me, while I have some fun at the Hostess of Fertility. Horn, now in Freya's form, bowed deeply. Thank you for your trust, Lady Freya. I will ensure everything runs smoothly. With a small nod, Seer walked out of the room, heading toward the Hostess of Fertility, carrying the grimoire she intended to give to Shirou. Meanwhile, back in Freya's palace, Horn performed her duties as the goddess impeccably, making sure no one realized that the goddess was actually spending her leisure time as a simple barmaid at the Hostess of Fertility. Chapter 53. Author note. The sketch of Riveria's dreams of being Juliet and Shirou as Romeo is finished. Please check it out at patreon.com/Rayish. Seer arrived at the Hostess of Fertility early in the morning, when the sky was still covered in light blue hues and the sun was just beginning to rise from the eastern horizon. The air was still cool, and the sounds of life in Orario had yet to fully awaken. This peaceful atmosphere was always Seer's favorite, a moment when the bar was still empty and no one was around to disturb her. Usually, the other staff would arrive in about an hour, giving her enough time to prepare everything without rushing. Her footsteps were soft on the clean wooden floor as she entered the kitchen. There, the faint morning sunlight filtered through a small window in the corner, adding to the warm and calm feeling. Without a word, Seer opened one of the large drawers typically used to store cooking utensils. Inside, she carefully placed the grimoire she had brought, hiding it under a cloth so it wouldn't draw attention from the other staff. After ensuring the book was safely stowed away, Seer gently closed the drawer, keeping her little secret from everyone. With the grimoire taken care of, Seer walked toward the kitchen counter and began preparing ingredients for breakfast. This morning, Belle Crannel, one of the regular patrons of the Hostess of Fertility in the center of Seer's attention, would stop by as usual. Seer had a plan to prepare a special dish, something a little more remarkable than on ordinary days. However, as her hands began arranging the ingredients, her thoughts drifted to another person, Shirou Emiya. Shirou might not have been as popular as Belle in the eyes of many, but to Seer, he held a special place in her memories and thoughts. Not because of physical strength or bravery, but because of the patience and kindness he had shown while teaching her how to cook. Before Shirou came along and helped her, Seer's cooking was often far from perfect. She remembered how frustrated she had been. Every time she tried to make something, the results were always disappointing. Sometimes the bread she baked would burn on the outside but remain raw on the inside. Other times, she'd add too much salt to the soup, making it inedible. And the most embarrassing was when the meat she cooked would turn out either too tough or undercooked. The other staff at the Hostess of Fertility never really complained, but Seer knew they were holding back from criticizing her cooking. Everything changed once Shirou started paying special attention to her skills in the kitchen. Unlike the others, Shirou never gave harsh criticism or mocked her disastrous dishes. Instead, he remained calm and patient, carefully showing her each step she needed to improve. Seer vividly remembered how Shirou taught her the basics of cooking in a simple yet effective way. Treat the ingredients with respect, he had said one day while expertly slicing vegetables in front of her. Good food isn't just about taste, but about bringing all the ingredients together in harmony, understanding their nature, and handling them with care. She recalled nodding, watching closely as Shirou demonstrated everything, from preparing the meat to ensuring it was cooked to perfection without burning, to controlling the heat when making soup so it wouldn't boil too vigorously. He also taught her how to gradually add spices, tasting the dish at each stage to ensure a balanced flavor. Since then, every time Seer returned to the kitchen, she felt more confident. Her dishes started to taste better. No more burned, overly salty, or undercooked food. Her meals began receiving praise from the staff and customers, including Belle Crannel. Without realizing it, a small smile appeared on Seer's face as she recalled those moments with Shirou in the kitchen. A warm feeling filled her whenever she remembered how Shirou had patiently taught her, correcting her mistakes without making her feel embarrassed. In just a few weeks, Seer managed to cook much better, good enough to serve Belle, her special customer. Seer continued her preparations, cutting the ingredients with more confidence, lighting the stove with skilled movements, and cooking breakfast with enthusiasm. This time, she was sure that the dish would be perfect, not just for Belle, but also as a reminder of the effort and sincerity she had learned from Shirou. Once Seer finished cooking, the aroma of the meal filled the kitchen. She carefully plated the finished dish, placing it in a neat little lunchbox. The breakfast consisted of freshly baked bread, perfectly grilled meat slices, and sautéed green vegetables in a light sauce. Every element was arranged neatly and orderly, a reflection of the lessons she had learned from Shirou. She wrapped the lunchbox with a soft pink cloth, ensuring everything was packed neatly before carrying it outside the restaurant. The morning was still fresh, with the sun beginning to warm the streets in front of the Hostess of Fertility. Seer waited outside the restaurant, standing on the corner of the street, anticipating the arrival of Belle Crannel. She knew Belle always completed his morning training early, especially now as he was preparing for the war game against the Apollo Familia. That great challenge had made Belle even more disciplined in his training, and Seer, as a caring friend, wanted to offer a little support with the meal she had prepared herself. Her heart beat a little faster at the thought of how hard Belle was working to protect his Familia. A few minutes later, the sound of quick footsteps echoed, and soon, Belle appeared in the distance. Seer smiled softly as she saw him getting closer, sweat on his forehead showing how serious he was about his training. As Belle approached, Seer raised the lunchbox she held in her gentle hands. "Belle," Seer called out cheerfully, waving. "I made something for you." Belle paused for a moment, a bright smile on his face as he walked up to her. "Seer, thank you so much," Belle said, his face filled with gratitude. He accepted the lunchbox with both hands, clearly appreciative of Seer's thoughtful gesture. "Your training must be tough, especially with the war game coming up," Seer continued, gazing at Belle with care. "So, I hope this breakfast can help you." Belle nodded enthusiastically, feeling deeply touched by Seer's kindness. But before continuing on his way, he shared some news that made Seer feel relieved and happy. "Oh, Seer, I almost forgot to tell you. Lily has left the Soma Familia. She's now officially a member of the Hestia Familia." Seer was surprised by the news, though she tried not to show it. In her heart, she felt very happy. "Really? I'm so glad to hear that," Seer said, a soft smile appearing on her face. However, her thoughts couldn't escape the events of the previous night, the mysterious figure in the skull mask who had saved Lily. Since then, she hadn't been able to stop thinking about who that person might be, and although many guesses swirled in her mind, she kept her speculations to herself. Belle nodded excitedly. "Yes, Lily is safe now. And not only that," he continued with even more enthusiasm. "Welf and Makoto have also joined the Hestia Familia to help us in the war game against Apollo Familia." Seer smiled upon hearing that. "I'm glad to hear you have such strong support. And don't worry, Ria will also be helping you. She's joining in because Hermes asked her." Belle looked surprised and moved by the news. "Ria? Wow, I didn't know she was going to help too. This is incredible. I'm really lucky to have such caring friends like all of you." Seer nodded, her smile still on her face. "Yes, Belkuin, you're not alone. Many people care about you and want to help." Belle looked at Seer, filled with gratitude, his heart warmed. "Thank you so much, Seer. I don't know what to say, but I'll do my best not to let you all down." With that, Belle continued on his way, silently vowing to fight with all his strength in the upcoming war game. Seer watched as Belle's figure slowly disappeared into the distance, warmth spreading through her chest. Despite the challenges ahead, she knew Belle would have plenty of support, not just from his friends, but also from those who admired him from afar, like herself. One by one, the other staff began arriving at the Hostess of Fertility, filling the room with light chatter and the gentle energy of a morning slowly coming to life. The day in Orario was beginning, and the famous restaurant was preparing to open its doors to customers who would soon arrive. The sound of soft footsteps and the creaking door made the previously quiet atmosphere feel warmer and more lively. The first staff member to arrive after Cyr was Rio, the serious-faced elf who always showed up on time. As usual, Rio wore the restaurant's green uniform, her blonde hair tied neatly behind her. Without much ado, she greeted Cyr, who was already in the kitchen. "Cyr, you're here early again," she said in her usual flat tone, but with a hint of care. "It seems this has become your habit, especially since you started making breakfast for Belle." Cyr turned and smiled slightly. She knew that Rio, though often calm and stern, actually paid quite a bit of attention to her friends at the Hostess of Fertility. "Yes, I've grown to like coming early," Cyr replied lightly as she continued tidying up the kitchen. "Besides, Belle always seems to need a good breakfast before his training." Ria nodded with an unchanged expression. She understood how serious Belle was about preparing himself for the war game, and she also knew that Cyr's attention to Belle wasn't entirely about food. Shortly after that, the atmosphere became even livelier. The front door opened again, and this time Chloe, Anya, and Lunwar arrived together, laughing softly among themselves. Chloe, the cat person with sharp ears, always brought cheer and a bit of mischief into the scene. "Oh, look who's already here," Chloe said with a playful grin as she spotted Rio and Cyr in the kitchen. Anya, equally energetic, greeted them with a joyful laugh. "Wow, Cyr, you've been really diligent lately," she said, her tail swaying enthusiastically. Lunwar, quieter but still friendly, nodded and smiled in agreement with Anya's comment. Each of them quickly got to work, tidying the tables and checking supplies in the kitchen. The whole team was now gathered, and the morning work atmosphere at the Hostess of Fertility began to take shape. The kitchen, once quiet, was now filled with the sound of footsteps and kitchenware being prepared. The aroma of delicious food began to spread, and everyone performed their tasks quickly and efficiently, as if they had been doing it for years. That morning, the Hostess of Fertility finally opened its doors, ready to welcome the first customers who would arrive for breakfast. Cyr stood for a moment near the entrance, watching the bustling street outside, filled with adventurers and residents of Orario. However, her thoughts couldn't stop wandering to one particular person, Shiro Emiya. She wondered if Shiro would come today, as he had in the past, or if he was too busy with his duties in the Loki Familia. Cyr knew that since joining the Loki Familia, Shiro likely had many responsibilities, especially after he had caught the attention of several prominent adventurers in that familia. But despite that, Cyr still hoped to see him today. There was something about Shiro that always made her want to know more, something that made her feel a connection, though she hadn't fully realized what it was yet. She smiled a little, letting her thoughts drift briefly to Shiro, who always appeared at the restaurant with a friendly smile and calm demeanor. Perhaps he would come again today, or maybe not. But somehow, Cyr knew that the next time she saw Shiro, it would bring something more interesting, whether it be a light conversation or something deeper. With that thought, Cyr returned to the restaurant, helping to prepare everything to ensure that the morning customers received the best service. However, in the corner of her heart, she continued to wait for Shiro's arrival, even though she knew he might be busy with bigger matters out there. As the morning turned into midday, the atmosphere at the Hostess of Fertility quieted down a bit. The customers who had come for breakfast had finished their meals, and now the restaurant was in a calm period before the lunchtime rush. The air inside was cool and peaceful, with only a few soft sounds from the staff tidying the tables. At that exact moment, the front door opened, and the person Cyr had been waiting for finally appeared, Shiro Emiya. His steps were as calm as ever, with a face full of peace and warmth. Shiro entered with a slight smile on his lips, and as soon as he walked in, his eyes met Cyr's, who had been eagerly waiting for him. Cyr, who had been wondering if Shiro would come, immediately brightened up at the sight of him. "Shiro," Cyr greeted cheerfully, stepping forward to welcome him. "I've been waiting for you." Shiro returned Cyr's smile with a small nod. "Sorry, I'm a bit late. I had a few things to take care of with the Loki Familia," he said as he took a seat in one of the empty chairs. After a brief moment, he looked up and asked, "How's Lily? Do you have any new updates?" Cyr smiled, softly confirming the news Shiro had been waiting for. "Yes, Lily has joined the Hestia Familia. She's safe now with Belle and the others," Cyr said gently, watching as Shiro's eyes slowly showed deep relief. Shiro smiled, clearly feeling reassured knowing that Lily, whom he had been concerned about, was now under good protection. "Thank goodness." Shiro murmured softly, his smile growing wider. The worry that had been weighing on his mind was gradually fading away. Cyr observed Shiro's reaction with amusement. There was something delightful about seeing him so happy to hear good news about others, even though he always seemed calm and rarely displayed excessive emotion. Cyr continued with more details. "Oh, and it's not just Lily. Makoto and Wealth have also joined Hestia Familia to help Belle in the war game against Apollo Familia." Shiro nodded attentively, his smile growing even brighter as he heard the news. "That's great. Belle has a stronger team now to help him," he said, his voice sincere and warm. Seeing Shiro's face light up with happiness, Cyr couldn't help but ask, "Are you free today, Shiro?" Her tone carried the hope that Shiro might spend more time at the restaurant today. Shiro nodded lightly. "Yes, I don't have any important tasks with Loki Familia today. It seems I can help out here again." Cyr smiled, pleased with his response. "In that case, wait just a moment," she said cheerfully. She quickly headed to the back of the restaurant, where the laundry was, to grab the green uniform Shirou usually wore when helping at the restaurant. It had been washed and dried in the morning sun, leaving it clean and fresh. Sear folded it neatly before returning to where Shirou was waiting. "Your uniform has been washed and dried. Here it is," Sear said as she handed him the green uniform with a satisfied smile. "Thank you, Sear," Shirou said politely, accepting the uniform. He stood up, then glanced toward the stairs leading to the upper floor. Finally, Shirou made his way upstairs to change. He walked calmly, leaving Sear below, smiling as she watched him go. Sear knew that with Shirou at the restaurant, the day would be more enjoyable, not just for herself, but for everyone at the Hostess of Fertility. While Shirou was changing clothes upstairs, Sear stood in the kitchen, thinking about the best way to give Shirou the expensive grimoire. She knew that Shirou, with his humble personality and dislike for being the center of attention, would likely refuse if she gave the grimoire to him directly. Shirou wasn't the type to accept a valuable gift without reason, and Sear didn't want to make him uncomfortable. Sear thought of a more subtle approach. After pondering for a moment, she decided not to present the grimoire openly. Instead, she chose to place it in a spot Shirou often used, near the cooking supplies in the kitchen. That way, she hoped Shirou's natural curiosity would lead him to notice the grimoire without feeling pressured by its value or purpose. Sear was confident that Shirou's inquisitive nature would prompt him to take a closer look at the book. Sear retrieved the grimoire from the drawer where she had hidden it earlier and placed it on the table near the cooking utensils, in a conspicuous enough spot that Shirou wouldn't miss it. She smiled faintly, feeling confident that her plan would work. As Sear expected, after Shirou finished changing and donned the green uniform of the Hostess of Fertility, he headed straight to the kitchen to start working. Shirou always felt at ease in the kitchen, especially when cooking or helping organize ingredients. As he entered the kitchen, his eyes were immediately drawn to an unusual thick book lying near the cooking tools. Shirou looked at the book with a bit of confusion. "Whose book is this?" he asked curiously, examining the grimoire. He didn't realize it was an extremely valuable grimoire. To him, it was just a large book with an old and somewhat intricate cover. Sear, who was nearby, kept her face calm. Casually, she lied. "Oh, maybe it's something a customer left behind. I just noticed it too." Her smile remained gentle, hoping Shirou wouldn't become too suspicious. Shirou nodded as he inspected the grimoire. He carefully opened the first page, and his eyes were met with rows of strange text and complex magical symbols. His face grew more puzzled as he tried to understand the book's contents. Unlike an ordinary book, the grimoire's contents were foreign to him, a collection of spells and magical theories far beyond his understanding. Seeing Shirou open the grimoire and start reading, Sear initially panicked. She knew the effects of such a grimoire could be very powerful for someone with magical potential. Usually, anyone who opened a grimoire would immediately be drawn into a deep state of meditation, like what had happened to Belcranel when he first opened a grimoire and discovered Firebolt. Sear briefly considered stopping Shirou, worried that he might pass out in the kitchen. However, what happened left Sear stunned. Shirou continued reading page after page of the grimoire without showing any reaction. There were no flashes of light, no signs of deep meditation, not even any dizziness or fainting. Shirou simply stared at the book with a confused expression, as if he was reading a recipe book that was too complicated for him. Sear stood in silence, unable to believe what she was seeing. The grimoire, which was supposed to radiate magical power and unlock the magic potential in someone, seemed to have no effect at all on Shirou. In her mind, Sear began to think, could it be? Shirou has no talent in magic at all. That was the only reasonable explanation. Grimoires like this were designed to unlock someone's magical potential, just like what happened to Bell when he learned Firebolt. But with Shirou, the grimoire did not respond at all. Seeing Shirou, who seemed to lack any magical talent, Sear felt bewildered. All the wild theories she had previously entertained about Shirou possibly being the mysterious and powerful figure with the skull mask slowly faded away. How could someone who couldn't activate a grimoire, a basic method to unlock one's magical potential, be that formidable fighter? Sear sighed inwardly, realizing how ridiculous her speculations seemed now. All the theories she had about Shirou being involved in major events like saving Lily with high-level magic now appeared impossible. After all, Shirou seemed to truly lack the magical abilities possessed by other adventurers. He didn't react at all to the grimoire, a book that should have been able to unlock the magical potential in someone. What Sear didn't realize, however, was that the grimoire would indeed be useless for someone like Shirou. Grimoires were designed for those who had yet to fully understand or master their own magic, those who still needed a push to unlock hidden potential. But Shirou was different. He had already refined his abilities through magecraft that he had studied long ago, and even possessed a reality marble called Unlimited Blade Works, a form of magecraft that far surpassed ordinary potential, rendering the grimoire relevant to him. To Shirou, the grimoire was merely an empty, meaningless book, as he had already surpassed the basic stages of magical learning. Sear looked at Shirou with pity as he offered to help find the book's owner. "Maybe I can figure out who lost this," Shirou said innocently, unaware of how valuable and powerful the grimoire was to others. But to him, it was just a collection of strange symbols and writings that held no meaning. Sear couldn't help but smile faintly at Shirou's simple attitude. After a brief moment of thought, Sear responded. "No need, Shirou-san," she said gently. "Perhaps the book was intentionally left behind, and whoever owned it no longer needs it." She tried to hide her disappointment that her plan to help Shirou develop new magic through the grimoire had failed. Nevertheless, she couldn't shake her curiosity about Shirou. As Shirou nodded and continued his work in the kitchen, Seer felt a sense of relief. Even though the grimoire hadn't unlocked any new secrets about Shirou, she was confident that one day the truth about this mysterious young man would be revealed. And when that day came, Seer would be there to witness it all. Shirou felt confused throughout the day. As he worked in the kitchen, stirring soups and baking bread as usual, his mind was filled with persistent bewilderment. His gaze occasionally drifted toward Seer, who was busy assisting the other waitresses, but the pitying look Seer gave him felt strange. He couldn't understand why she was looking at him as if he had failed at something important. Seer, standing a little way off, continued to watch Shirou with a hidden sense of sympathy. She felt guilty for having tried to give the grimoire to Shirou, only to discover that it was useless to him. The usual scent of winter flowers that accompanied Seer's presence, with its soft divine touch, began to fade slowly. It was as if Seer's mood was reflected in her fragrance, a subtle sadness and deep pity toward Shirou. Shirou faintly smelled the now weakened floral scent, adding to his confusion. He continued his work, trying to ignore the strange feeling, but his mind kept returning to Seer's gaze that seemed to place him in a position deserving of sympathy. As the night came, Shirou's curiosity only grew stronger. After the restaurant closed and the atmosphere at the Hostess of Fertility grew quiet, Shirou finally decided to voice his confusion. As he and Seer were taking a short break, he approached her. "Seer," he called softly. "Why have you been looking at me like that today? It seems like something's off." Seer, holding the grimoire in her right hand, paused for a moment. With a gentle expression, she patted Shirou's shoulder with her left hand, signaling that there was nothing to worry about. "Shirou-san," she said softly, "no matter what happens, you'll always be a friend to me, even if you're just a supporter and not a famous hero." There was sincerity in her voice, although deep down, Seer felt a bit disappointed that Shirou hadn't been able to grow further through the grimoire. Shirou became even more confused by her words. He stared at Seer for a moment, processing her statement with wonder. Just a supporter, he thought. What did she mean by that? With a slightly sarcastic smile, he then patted Seer's shoulder in return. "Don't worry, Seer. I'll still be friends with you, even if you're just an ordinary waitress here," he said with a grin. He knew deep down that Seer was more than just a waitress. Even though he wasn't sure who Seer really was, he was certain she was a goddess disguised as a normal person. Their eyes met for a moment before they both started to laugh quietly. Patting each other's shoulders awkwardly, they tried to shake off the serious atmosphere that had just occurred. Their small laughter came to a halt when Rhea suddenly appeared from behind. "What are you two doing?" Rhea asked with a flat but curious expression. The two of them immediately fell silent and turned toward Ryu, smiling awkwardly, not wanting to explain too much. After that moment, things returned to normal. Shirou and Seer parted ways to head back to their respective homes. However, there was a new bond between them, a strange yet deep familiarity, as if they both understood each other without saying it outright. Shirou, with all his confusion, and Seer, with her secrets, continued their days, even though much remained unspoken between them. Chapter 54. The long-awaited day had finally arrived, the day of the war game between the Hestia Familia and the Apollo Familia. The atmosphere in Orario felt different that morning. The city, usually busy with daily routines, was now filled with excitement and anticipation. Everyone was talking about the upcoming war game, and it seemed as though the entire city had turned the day into a holiday. Everyone wanted to be part of this major event. On that quiet morning, Shirou stepped out of Twilight Manor, taking a leisurely stroll after spending time in a storage room near the garden, where he had been training Reveria and Magecraft earlier at dawn. As usual, their training took place before sunrise, while Orario was still asleep. Shirou had been regularly teaching Reveria about reinforcement, one of the fundamental branches of Magecraft, and had been witnessing her rapid progress. With this technique, Reveria could temporarily enhance the durability or strength of objects by channeling prana. Today, Shirou smiled in satisfaction as he recalled how Reveria had finally achieved a 75% success rate in channeling prana into the targeted object, a remarkable feat for someone new to Magecraft. As he walked through the streets, which were starting to get busier, Shirou enjoyed the fresh morning air. Around him, Orario's merchants were already setting up their stalls. A variety of goods, from food to trinkets, were neatly arranged, all prepared for the influx of people coming to watch the war game. The entire city seemed to be in a festive mood, as though this wasn't just a battle between familias but a grand celebration for all of Orario. For many people, today was a special day. Shirou could feel the excitement in the air, even though he himself wasn't particularly interested in the crowd. His gaze wandered from one corner to another until something unusual caught his eye. In the distance, he saw someone hiding behind a building. It was Seer. She was wearing her usual uniform, but strangely, she seemed to be avoiding being seen. Her movements were quick, and she was clearly trying to avoid drawing attention. Curious about what Seer was up to, Shirou stopped walking. Instead of approaching her directly, he chose to stand at a distance, carefully observing her. There was something odd about the way Seer was moving, as if she was waiting for something or someone. Shirou sharpened his focus, trying to figure out what was really going on. As he stood in place, Shirou silently waited, his eyes never leaving Seer, who appeared restless. Thoughts began swirling in his mind. What exactly was Seer doing? Why was she hiding behind a building? Shirou knew that Seer wasn't an ordinary person, and there was a high chance that she was involved in something bigger. Could this be related to the war game? Or was it something more personal? Shirou decided not to act rashly and continued observing from afar, trying to read Seer's movements. In his heart, Shirou felt that something was off, but he chose to wait and see what would happen next. Whatever Seer was doing, Shirou was ready to act if necessary, although for now, he could only watch and wait. A horse-drawn carriage appeared in the distance, passing through the increasingly crowded streets. Shirou, still watching from afar, saw that Belle Cranel was seated inside, along with several members of the Hestia Familia. The carriage seemed to be heading toward the arena where the war game would take place. As the carriage drew closer, Belle appeared serious, clearly preparing himself for the upcoming battle. Shirou smiled slightly as he saw Belle in the carriage. So, Seer was waiting for Belle to pass by, he thought. His guess seemed logical, considering how much attention Seer had always given Belle. Shirou even suspected that Seer might want to give something special to Belle as support before the war game. However, as the carriage passed by where Seer was hiding, something unexpected happened. Seer remained still and didn't move. She didn't greet him or do anything at all. She just stood there, watching Belle for a moment before letting the carriage pass without any action. Shirou's guess had been wrong. This left him puzzled. If Seer had been waiting for Belle, why didn't she do anything? Why did she let Belle pass without saying a word? Shirou frowned slightly, trying to understand the situation. But shortly after the carriage moved further away, Seer suddenly did something unexpected. She began running hastily. In her hand, she held something that looked like a necklace with a green gemstone that glittered in the morning sunlight. Seer ran as fast as she could, chasing after the carriage that was now moving further away. Shirou, still observing from a distance, was intrigued by her actions. He used structural analysis, a magecraft technique that allowed him to analyze objects from afar. His focus shifted to the necklace in Seer's hand, and instantly, he could sense the magical power contained within it. This was no ordinary piece of jewelry. The necklace was a protective charm that could shield Belle from magical or physical attacks, a precious talisman clearly intended to guard him against the dangers ahead. Shirou couldn't help but smile in amusement as he realized Seer's true intention behind her actions. She wanted to add some dramatic flair, he thought. Instead of simply handing the necklace over, Seer chose to chase after Belle dramatically, perhaps hoping to make the moment more memorable and emotional. To Shirou, it was a bit funny, but it also showed how much Seer cared for Belle. When Seer finally caught up to the carriage, Belle, who was sitting inside, looked surprised to see Seer running after him. Breathless from her chase, Seer handed the necklace to Belle with an eager expression. Here, Belle. I want you to have this, Seer said, still catching her breath. Belle accepted the necklace with a grateful smile. Thank you, Seer, he said, unaware that the necklace was more than just a piece of jewelry. He didn't know that it was a powerful protective charm, something that might save his life in the upcoming battle. From a distance, Shirou observed it all with a small smile. Belle might not have realized the true value of the necklace, but Shirou knew that Seer had given him something incredibly important to protect him. As Shirou continued on his way, the smile remained on his face, amused by Seer's dramatic effort to give Belle something so meaningful. Shirou walked over to Seer, who was still trying to catch her breath after running to chase down Belle's carriage. Her face was flushed from exhaustion, and her hair was slightly messy. When she noticed Shirou approaching, Seer looked surprised. Shirou greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of playful mischief. Seer immediately blushed, her face turning even redder from embarrassment. She looked at Shirou nervously and asked, "How long have you been watching me?" Trying to hide her embarrassment, she stared at him with a mix of curiosity and nervousness, as if afraid his answer would make her feel even more awkward. Shirou grinned widely, enjoying the awkward moment. "Oh, I've been watching since you were hiding behind the building," he replied, holding back a small laugh. "You really looked suspicious, waiting for something so anxiously." Seer quickly lowered her head, feeling even more embarrassed knowing that Shirou had seen her from the very beginning. How could I be so foolish? She thought to herself. But not wanting to stay in this awkward moment any longer, she quickly tried to change the subject. With a slightly nervous tone, she asked, "So, what are you up to this morning, Shirou?" Her face was still red, but she tried to appear calm. Shirou chuckled softly, fully aware that Seer was trying to shift the conversation away from her embarrassing moment. However, he decided not to make her feel more awkward. "I'm just taking a morning walk," he answered with a smile. "I might stop by the market later to buy some ingredients for breakfast." Seer, relieved that Shirou wasn't dragging out her embarrassment, suddenly looked more excited. Her eyes sparkled, and she quickly grabbed Shirou's hand. "What a coincidence," she exclaimed enthusiastically. "I'm actually supposed to buy groceries today. You can help me carry them, right?" She smiled brightly, trying to fully move the mood away from the earlier incident by inviting Shirou along. Shirou couldn't help but smile at Seer's quick change in demeanor and nodded gently. "Of course, I'll help you," he said, glancing at her hand still holding his. Although he had originally intended to just go for a walk, Shirou knew that spending time with Seer was always fun and full of surprises. Together, they headed to the market to buy the ingredients. At the morning market, Seer eagerly picked out various food items. She selected fresh vegetables, fragrant herbs, quality meats, and many other ingredients she needed. Seer seemed very thorough in choosing each item, ensuring that everything was in the best condition. Shirou, walking beside her, continued to follow along, helping carry the growing number of items. Shirou ended up holding a lot of Seer's shopping, large bags filled with vegetables, herbs, and heavy meats, but he didn't mind at all. As an adventurer with level 4 strength, this kind of weight was nothing to him. He lifted all the bags with ease, as if they were just light shopping bags. As they began walking back toward the hostess of fertility, Shirou, curious about the amount of food Seer had bought, finally asked, "Seer, why are you buying so many ingredients? This seems like a lot more than usual." Still looking excited, Seer smiled and explained to Shirou, "Oh, that's because we're hosting a viewing party at the hostess of fertility for the war game. We'll be preparing lots of food for the customers who come to watch." Seer looked pleased as she talked about the big event. She knew the war game was going to be a major event for the entire city of Orario, and this opportunity would also make the day special for their restaurant. Shirou furrowed his brow slightly, confused. "A viewing party? How can you watch the war game from a restaurant?" he asked, feeling odd about the idea of seeing the battle live from such a distant place. Seer giggled, enjoying Shirou's puzzled expression. Uranus, the god overseeing Orario, uses his power to broadcast the war game live to the whole city. Large screens will appear in the sky at certain spots, and our restaurant got the chance to display it here, she explained, her bright smile showing how excited she was about the event. Shirou smiled at the explanation, though he still felt a bit strange about it. In his heart, he recalled the televisions from his world, devices that only needed electricity to display images. It amazed him how his world's technology could achieve something similar without divine power. It's funny, he thought here, even watching a battle is made possible thanks to the power of gods. Shirou let his mind wander for a moment, comparing the world he lived in now with his original, tech-filled world, but he smiled because both worlds had their own kind of magic. Shirou and Seer arrived back at the hostess of fertility after finishing their shopping at the market. As they entered the restaurant, the atmosphere inside felt calm and cozy. Some waitresses were busy cleaning tables and arranging utensils for the day's preparations. Among them, Anya and Rio were wiping down tables and setting up chairs to ensure everything looked neat. When Anya saw Shirou and Seer coming in with loads of groceries, she immediately greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Oh, Shirou. As usual, you're Seer's personal servant whenever you two meet," Anya teased with a small laugh, clearly poking fun at him. Her sharp cat-like eyes glimmered mischievously as she watched the two of them. Shirou simply smiled and carried the groceries into the kitchen without hesitation. "It's no trouble. I'm happy to help a friend," he said calmly, his tone showing his sincerity. He never felt burdened by small tasks like this, especially if it helped someone he knew. For Shirou, helping others was part of who he was, something ingrained in his very nature. Rio, observing their interaction from nearby, gently shook her head. Her usually calm face wrinkled slightly as she commented, "Seer's getting more relaxed. It seems like she gets lazier when Shirou is around." Her words may have sounded cold, but there was a subtle hint of humor behind them, showing that she knew it was all just friendly banter between them. Seer, not at all bothered by Ria's comment, simply smiled sweetly while sitting in one of the empty chairs. With a playful and carefree gesture, she raised both her hands and said, "Teehee." It was her signature response when she didn't feel like defending herself. After all, she knew her friends didn't actually see her as lazy, they were just teasing each other. Shirou, Anya, and Rio exchanged glances before laughing softly together. The atmosphere at the hostess of fertility was always warm like this, with every waitress feeling comfortable with one another, even if they sometimes teased or made sharp remarks. In good spirits, Shirou continued preparing the ingredients in the kitchen, while Seer stayed seated, feeling content that all the preparations were going smoothly thanks to her friend's help. After helping bring the groceries to the kitchen and making sure everything was neatly organized, Shirou prepared to leave. "All right, I need to head back to the Familia to prepare breakfast," he said as he picked up some of the ingredients he had bought for the Loki Familia. Seer, still sitting casually in the chair, looked at Shirou with curiosity. "Shirou, are you going to watch the war game here with us or at the Loki Familia mansion?" she asked with a soft smile, hoping Shirou would join them at the hostess of fertility. Shirou furrowed his brow slightly, confused again. "Is the war game going to be broadcasted at the Loki Familia mansion too?" he asked, surprised. He had just realized that the war game would also be shown at his Familia's home. Anya, who was standing near the table, immediately chuckled. "How could you not know, Shirou? The Loki Familia is one of the strongest Familias in Orario. Of course, they'd be showing the war game at your mansion," she teased with a playful tone, her sharp eyes gleaming mischievously as she watched Shirou scratch his head awkwardly. Shirou could only smile sheepishly. "Geeky, sorry. I guess I really should watch it with my Familia," he replied with a small sigh. "They've probably already prepared everything for today." Ryu, overhearing the conversation, nodded in agreement. "Spending time with your Familia is important," she said in her usual calm tone. Behind her soft voice, there was a sense of nostalgia for her old Familia, long gone. Her thoughts drifted briefly to the past, remembering the warmth she once felt with them. Seer smiled and then offered a suggestion. "In that case, after the war game, come here for the victory celebration for Hestia Familia. We're throwing a big party here." Shirou chuckled at the suggestion. "You're really confident that Belle will win, huh?" he teased, giving Seer a playful look. To him, Seer's belief in Belle was so strong it was as if she could already see the future. Not wanting to miss the opportunity to joke, Anya quickly chimed in. "Actually, Seer invited you here because she needs your help. If you're around, she can relax again, she said with a big laugh. Her comment made Seer react immediately. Seer quickly placed her finger to her lips and whispered to Anya with a mock-concerned expression, "Quiet, Anya. Don't let Shirou find out," she replied softly, pretending as if she didn't want her secret to be exposed. Shirou could only smile at their antics. He knew that interactions like this were part of the friendly dynamic at the Hostess of Fertility, and even though they often teased and joked, there was a strong sense of camaraderie among them. After laughing together, Shirou waved goodbye for the time being. "All right, I have to go now. See you later," he said with a smile, leaving the Hostess of Fertility with his groceries. Seer, Anya, and Ria bid him farewell with warm smiles, hoping to see him again after the war game. Shirou returned to the Loki Familia mansion with a calm but quick pace. Once there, he headed straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for everyone. This had become a routine for him. The kitchen filled with delicious aromas as Shirou began cooking, his hands moving skillfully to prepare various dishes. Soft pancakes, perfectly roasted meat, and a variety of side dishes began to line up on the kitchen table. Shirou ensured everything was in perfect condition before finishing the cooking process. Just as Shirou finished preparing breakfast, Ace appeared at the kitchen doorway. Her usually calm face was now slightly brighter, as if she was eager to enjoy Shirou's cooking. "Thank you for breakfast, Shirou," Ace said with a small smile, her eyes full of gratitude. She quickly sat at the dining table, not wanting to wait any longer to taste the food. Before long, the other Familia members began to gather at the table. One by one, they joined in, enjoying the relaxed morning atmosphere while eating the breakfast Shirou had prepared. Light conversations filled the air, with talk of the upcoming war game taking place. Shirou noticed Finn sitting not far from him, and he used the opportunity to ask something that had been on his mind. "Finn," Shirou called, "where will the war game be shown today?" Finn turned, sipping his coffee. "You can watch in the meeting room with us. We'll all be gathering there to watch the live broadcast," Finn answered with a smile. "It's the best place to enjoy the match together." Shirou nodded in understanding, but there was still one thing bothering him. "What kind of screen will show the war game?" he asked, curious. Riveria, who was sitting nearby, immediately stepped in to explain. "The screen will appear in the sky, in the shape of a large circle that will display the live events from the war game," she said calmly, visualizing how the screen would look. "It's the result of the power of Uranus, allowing us to watch everything without being at the arena." Hearing this, Shirou thought of the technology from his world that could broadcast events live without the need for divine power. Riveria, who knew a little about Shirou's more modern world, was curious. "In your previous world, was there a device that could do something similar?" she asked, her eyes bright with curiosity. Shirou smiled and began to explain simply. "Yes, we had devices like televisions, computers, and phones. They could broadcast events live too, but not through divine power. It was all done with technology, electronic devices that transmit signals and images from one place to another." He patiently explained how the technology in his previous world worked, and though his explanation was simple, it was enough to leave the Familia members in awe. Everyone listening was astonished. Technology like that, which could do the same as the power of a god, was something hard for them to imagine. In a world reliant on magic and divine powers, suddenly Shirou's tech-based world seemed much larger. Tiona, always full of energy, suddenly jumped up from her seat. "Shirou, come on, use your magecraft to make one of those. I want to see a screen that can show events live," she said excitedly, her eyes gleaming with hope. Shirou could only smile sheepishly. "Unfortunately, I can't do that," he replied, scratching his head. "Devices like that are too complicated and can't be made with just magecraft. The technology there is very advanced, and it takes many tools to create something like that." Everyone listening laughed softly, feeling relieved but a bit disappointed that they wouldn't be able to see the device Shirou described. However, their admiration for Shirou's world didn't diminish at all. They continued to talk about the upcoming war game, marveling at how Shirou's technology seemed like its own kind of miracle. Chapter 55. Author Note: Riveria's dream illustration has been completed. Please check it out at patreon.com/Rayish. After breakfast was finished, Shirou quickly began cleaning the kitchen and dining room. He was used to this routine, clearing dirty plates, wiping down tables, and tidying up after the members of the Loki Familia had finished eating. Although this task might seem tedious to some, for Shirou, it was a moment of reflection and peace, especially since he enjoyed the simplicity of these daily chores. Lafia, who had just finished her breakfast as well, noticed Shirou busy with his work and immediately offered her help. "Shirou, may I help you?" Lafia asked with a gentle smile. Shirou turned and happily accepted her offer. "Of course, Lafia. Thank you for helping me so often," Shirou said sincerely. He always appreciated Lafia's assistance, as she frequently came to the kitchen to help him with various tasks. The two worked quietly, cleaning the dishes and wiping the tables efficiently. Although Lafia was usually clumsy in many things, she was surprisingly skillful in helping around the kitchen, and Shirou felt fortunate to have such a reliable friend. Once everything was done, and the dining area and kitchen were back in order, Shirou had an idea to prepare something special. "I was thinking of making a snack for later while we watch the war game," he said to Lafia as he tidied up the last of the utensils. "Popcorn would be perfect for the occasion." Lafia, who had never heard the word popcorn before, looked at Shirou curiously. "Popcorn? What's that? She asked, her innocent expression making Shirou smile. I've never heard of that food before. With growing curiosity, Lafia moved closer and offered her help again. Can I help you make it? Shirou smiled, happy with Lafia's enthusiasm. Of course, I'll show you. Popcorn is made from corn kernels that are heated until they pop and turn into a crispy snack, Shirou explained while taking out some corn kernels from the kitchen pantry. Lafia watched attentively as Shirou prepared a pot and heated the corn kernels over the fire. It didn't take long before the first pop was heard, causing Lafia to jump in surprise. Shirou chuckled at her reaction. That's the best part, Shirou said. After a while, all the kernels will pop and turn into popcorn. Lafia continued to watch in amazement as the small corn kernels transformed into a fluffy, crispy pile of popcorn. Wow, this is really incredible, she said, her voice full of wonder. I never imagined corn could turn into something like this. I've never eaten anything like it before. When Shirou offered her a handful of popcorn to taste, Lafia eagerly grabbed a few pieces and popped them into her mouth. This is so good. It's crunchy and soft, she said, her eyes lighting up. Shirou smiled warmly at the compliment. In the world I come from, popcorn is really popular. We usually eat it when watching movies in the theater, Shirou explained, his voice carrying a bit of nostalgia. I used to go to the movies with Taiga, someone like an older sister to me, and we would always buy popcorn before the movie started. It was kind of a little tradition we had. Lafia listened intently to Shirou's story, continuing to munch on the popcorn. She could feel the warmth and memories in every word Shirou spoke, making her smile softly. It sounds like you have many fond memories from your world, she said gently. Shirou nodded, feeling a bit nostalgic as he thought of Taiga and his old life. But at that moment, he was happy to share these memories and little traditions with his friends in this new world. With renewed enthusiasm, Lafia and Shirou continued making popcorn. They worked together skillfully, stirring the corn kernels as they popped over the fire, filling the kitchen with the soft sound of popping and the tempting aroma of fresh popcorn. Once the batch of popcorn was ready, Shirou grabbed several large bowls, and they began seasoning the popcorn to create different flavors. Lafia sprinkled cheese flavor on one bowl, while Shirou prepared caramel flavor for another. They also made a bowl of classic salted popcorn, and even experimented with a spicy version to surprise everyone. Each bowl was labeled with its flavor and neatly arranged, so everyone could choose their favorite later. Once everything was ready, they carefully carried the bowls and prepared to take the popcorn to the meeting room, where the main members of the Loki Familia had already gathered to watch the war game. When Shirou and Lafia arrived at the meeting room, the atmosphere was lively. Finn and Gareth sat calmly in their chairs, while Riveria, Tiona, and Tioni had chosen to sit together on a long couch in the middle of the room. Ace and Bet stood by a large window, looking at the giant circular screen that had started to appear in the sky, showing the beginning of the war game. It seemed like everyone was ready to watch the battle with great excitement. Bet, with his usual arrogant attitude, turned when he saw Shirou and Lafia enter the room. You're late, he said in a slightly dismissive tone, his eyes glancing at them with a bored expression, as if their presence wasn't particularly important. However, Lafia wasn't about to be outdone. She responded to Bet with a cheerful yet firm voice, smiling widely. We're not late. We were just making some tasty snacks for everyone, she said playfully. But if you keep complaining like that, Bet, maybe we won't give you even a single bite, she teased, not seriously threatening him. Ace, standing beside Bet, glanced curiously at the large bowl Shirou and Lafia were carrying. What is that? She asked softly, her eyes shining with interest. When Shirou explained that it was popcorn with various flavors, Ace didn't hesitate. She grabbed a handful from each bowl and started tasting them one by one. Her face quickly showed a satisfied expression. Delicious, she said with a nod, enjoying every flavor she tried. Seeing Ace's positive reaction, the other Familia members became curious. Finn, sitting calmly in his chair, looked at the popcorn with interest, while Tiona and Tioni quickly joined Ace to try some of the flavors. Even Gareth, who hadn't shown much interest at first, eventually grabbed a bowl and tried the spicy popcorn. Everyone seemed to be enjoying the snack, and the atmosphere in the room began to feel more relaxed. Shirou and Lafia placed the large popcorn bowls on the central table, making sure everyone could sample their favorite flavor. Don't worry, Shirou said with a gentle smile, there's plenty for everyone. We made a lot. Lafia nodded in agreement beside him, happy to see their hard work being welcomed with enthusiasm by everyone. With the popcorn now available, the members of Loki Familia were ready to watch the war game while enjoying the delicious snack. What had initially been a serious atmosphere now shifted into a more relaxed and warm one, thanks to Shirou and Lafia's contribution of sweet and savory treats to the big moment. Having enjoyed a few bites of popcorn herself, Lafia decided to sit on the long couch next to her mentor, Riveria, to comfortably watch the war game. She adjusted her cloak before sitting down and focused on the large screen suspended in the air, ready to watch the unfolding battle. Shirou, who had remained standing after bringing the popcorn into the room, noticed that all the seats had been taken. He planned to stand in the corner, not wanting to trouble anyone. However, Lafia, noticing this, quickly shifted a little in her seat and made space next to her. Shirou-san, come sit here, she invited with a gentle smile, gesturing to the small area she had made. Shirou hesitated for a moment but finally decided to accept Lafia's offer. He sat down beside her, right between Lafia and Riveria. The space was indeed tight, and without realizing it, his shoulders and thighs touched both of them. Although sitting felt a bit cramped, Shirou tried his best to stay comfortable. Sorry for making it cramped, Shirou said politely, feeling a little awkward due to the close proximity with both of them. Lafia turned to him and quickly replied, "It's no problem, Shirou-san." The smile on her face reassured Shirou, helping him feel more at ease. Lafia herself seemed comfortable sitting close to Shirou, and she appeared happy to be sharing a seat with him. Next to Shirou, Riveria sat calmly, her face showing no change in expression. Although she appeared composed on the outside, deep inside, she felt a bit pleased to be sitting beside Shirou. The feeling she had been hiding all this time remained guarded behind her serene demeanor. Riveria was used to concealing her emotions, but at this moment, the physical closeness to Shirou stirred her emotions slightly. As he sat between Lafia and Riveria, Shirou tried to focus on the screen in front of them, though the awareness of his physical closeness to the two women lingered in his mind. The room grew quieter as the war game began on the large screen, with everyone's attention drawn to the battle. Despite feeling awkward at first, Shirou eventually calmed down and began to enjoy the moment with his friends. On the large screen hanging in the air, a figure of an elf appeared standing outside the fortress of the Apollo Familia. Her short green hair and partially masked face were visible, and she wore a sleeveless white shirt. Shirou, seated between Lafia and Riveria, immediately recognized the figure. Although her disguise was effective for most people, Shirou knew exactly who that elf was. Ria, the waitress who usually worked at the Hostess of Fertility, had now appeared as a fearless warrior on the screen. In both hands, she held two magic swords, extraordinarily powerful enchanted weapons. One sword glowed red, while the other shone blue. Shirou, already aware of Ria's abilities, remained captivated by how she carried herself on the battlefield. With a cold and confident demeanor, Ria stood before the enemy fortress. She looked ready to challenge anyone who dared to face her. On top of the fortress walls, members of the Apollo Familia spotted Rio and quickly took their positions. Without hesitation, they began raining arrows down on her. A barrage of arrows flew through the air, aimed directly at the lone elf. Without hesitation, Rio raised her red magic sword. A burst of fire erupted along the blade, and instantly, the arrows flying toward her were incinerated in midair before they could reach their target. The heat from the sword created a fiery barrier, protecting Rio from the long-range attack. When some Apollo Familia soldiers attempted to flank her from the sides, Ria skillfully wielded her blue magic sword. Lightning crackled from the blade, striking anyone who dared to approach, electrocuting them, and knocking them to the ground before they could get close. In the meeting room, the atmosphere became tense yet filled with awe. All eyes were fixed on Ria's extraordinary actions. Despite being alone, she was able to fend off so many enemy soldiers. Finn, usually calm, stared at the screen intently. "It seems that elf is just a diversion," Finn commented seriously, showing his sharp strategic mind. He recognized that, though Ria played a major role in battling the enemy, her bold actions might be intended to distract Apollo Familia and shift their focus away from the main plan. Lafia, sitting next to Shirou, couldn't contain her admiration. As a fellow elf, she felt proud seeing another elf stand so strong and brave on the battlefield. "That elf is incredible." "I feel proud," she whispered, full of admiration. However, after a moment, her awe turned into confusion. "But that elf looks familiar. Like the waitress at the Hostess of Fertility." Shirou, who already knew exactly who the elf was, smiled awkwardly at Lafia's comment. He tried to stifle his laughter, though inside, he felt a little concerned. "I think I need to remind Ria to improve her disguise," Shirou thought to himself. Despite Ria wearing a mask and different clothing, it seemed it wasn't enough to hide her identity from those who observed her closely. Sitting between them, Shirou could only hope that no one became too suspicious of Ria's true identity. Although she appeared calm and modest as a waitress, it was clear she possessed tremendous strength and courage beneath her unassuming appearance. Most of Apollo Familia's members were now thoroughly distracted by Ria's presence. The elf's bold stance, standing alone in front of their fortress while defying attacks from all sides, had successfully drawn much of the enemy forces out of their defensive positions. The arrows that had once rained down on Rio were no longer effective, and with each failed attack, more and more Apollo Familia soldiers abandoned their posts to face Ryu directly. Ryu, after using the power of her two magic swords until their strength was exhausted, causing them to dissolve into dust, drew a much simpler weapon, an ordinary-looking wooden sword. However, despite its simplicity, this wooden sword was a weapon Ryo often used to defeat her enemies. Swiftly and skillfully, Ryo used the wooden sword to fight off and defeat the Apollo Familia soldiers who tried to surround her. Her movements were quick and precise, each strike targeting the weak points of her opponents, causing them to fall one by one without being able to retaliate. As Ryu was busy fighting off the enemy swarming her, sudden help arrived from the side. Makoto, who was also involved in the war game, came in with swift and confident movements. She stood beside Ryu, ready to provide support. With Makoto's presence, the enemy's attention became even more divided. Makoto quickly began chanting her spell, concentrating deeply, and when she finished, she invoked her spell, Futsanamatama. Once her spell was cast, Makoto used the power of Futsanamatama to create a strong gravitational field. With a single motion, her opponents in the surrounding area were slammed to the ground by the sudden surge in gravity, causing them to be dragged forcefully to the ground. They lay trapped, unable to move despite their best efforts to stand. With Makoto and Ryu now holding a major advantage, most of the Apollo Familia members trying to surround them were caught in Makoto's gravitational force. Meanwhile, in the Loki Familia meeting room, the atmosphere grew even more intense. Every member of the Familia watched the screen intently, following every move on the battlefield. Amid the tension, Gareth, seated comfortably and enjoying the spicy popcorn that Shirou and Lafia had brought, appeared more relaxed. Gareth grabbed another handful of spicy popcorn, popped it into his mouth, and chewed casually before offering his comment. "Those young ones, they need to keep up that spirit," he said with a small smile. Though he was older than most of the adventurers in the room, Gareth felt proud seeing the courage and dedication of Makoto and Ryo on the battlefield. Their fighting spirit reminded Gareth of his youth, when he fought with the same vigor. The other members of Loki Familia remained glued to the screen, closely watching every detail of the unfolding battle. The fight continued, and with Makoto and Ryo successfully diverting Apollo Familia's attention, the larger plan to conquer the enemy fortress seemed to be progressing in their favor. Shirou could only smile softly, proud to see his friends performing so brilliantly. Suddenly, the massive gate of Apollo Familia's fortress, which had been securely locked, began to move. The heavy rumbling of metal caught everyone's attention on the battlefield, as their eyes shifted to the slowly opening gate. All of Apollo Familia's members, who had been focused on Ryo and Makoto outside the fortress, immediately realized that something was wrong. From behind the gate, Apollo walked calmly, wearing the distinctive uniform of Apollo Familia. With confident steps, he approached the gate's mechanism and unlocked it, opening the gate completely. However, the shocking part of this event was that the Palom was not one of Apollo's soldiers. It was Lily. Using her Cinderella magic, Lily had disguised herself as a member of Apollo Familia, successfully infiltrating the fortress undetected. After ensuring the gate was fully open, Lily quickly stopped her Cinderella magic, reverting to her original form as a supporter of the Hestia Familia. Belle and Welf, who had been waiting outside, swiftly slipped in without much resistance. They knew this was a golden opportunity to strike from within, thanks to Lily's success in opening the enemy's main defensive gate. Belle sighed in relief once he made it inside the fortress. "Thank you, Lily," he said gratefully, patting the shoulder of his reliable small friend. Welf also nodded with appreciation. "You're amazing, Lily," he added proudly. Lily, now back in her true form, blushed shyly but was clearly satisfied that her plan had worked perfectly. Meanwhile, in the Loki Familia's meeting room, all eyes were watching the screen showing the events on the battlefield. Tione, watching Lily, Belle, and Welf's actions, immediately broke into a wide smile. She was both impressed and proud of their Captain Finn's prediction, which had foreseen this as part of the diversion. Tione enthusiastically praised Finn. "You're a genius, Captain. Just as you said, they used the diversion to open the gate from the inside," she said, smiling with admiration. Her eyes sparkled, filled with admiration for her beloved captain who always predicted enemy movements with precision. Finn, sitting calmly in his chair, gave a small nod, not eager to show off his skills. He knew victory wasn't guaranteed yet, and much could still happen on the battlefield. However, he was pleased that his prediction about the diversion was accurate. So far, Hestia Familia's plan seemed to be going smoothly. Next to Shirou, Riveria remained composed as usual. Gracefully, she enjoyed some cheese-flavored popcorn, her eyes still focused on the screen. "It seems true," Riveria agreed with Tione's statement. That diversion was a smart strategy. Though Riveria's comment was simple, her tone was filled with conviction, showing she, too, was impressed by the success of the plan. The atmosphere in the Loki Familia meeting room remained serious, though there were occasional smiles and admiration for what they saw on the screen. Everyone now eagerly awaited Belle and Welf's next move, hoping the well-executed strategy would lead them to victory in the war game. Tiona, watching attentively, let out a small sigh before giving her comment. "They can't win yet, not until they defeat the captain of Apollo Familia," she said seriously. Although Belle and Welf had successfully infiltrated the fortress and were making progress, Tiona knew victory wouldn't come easily as long as the opposing captain still stood strong. Riveria nodded in agreement, her eyes remaining focused on the large screen displaying the battlefield. "It seems the captain of Apollo Familia is hiding in the central tower," she said calmly. "As long as he's not defeated, this battle is far from over." Riveria's observations were always accurate, and she could sense that Belle and Welf were headed toward a much tougher challenge. On the screen, Belle and Welf were seen running toward the tower Riveria had mentioned. Apollo Familia's forces continued to block their path, but Welf, with his strength and resolve, decided to act as Belle's shield. Bravely, Welf confronted the enemy forces, using his will-o-wisp magic to manipulate the fire from the enemy's attacks. With a quick move, Welf reversed the fire magic back at the Apollo Familia soldiers, causing the flames to strike them. After holding them off with magic, Welf swung his greatsword with full force, breaking through the obstacles and enemies in front of him, giving Belle the chance to continue toward the tower unhindered. Belle pressed forward at high speed, while Welf ensured that none of Apollo's forces could chase or stop him. This was a fight demanding speed, strength, and perseverance. In the Loki Familia's meeting room, all eyes were fixed on the screen. Even Bet, who was usually cynical toward Belle, couldn't hold back his comment this time. "That kid, he wants to face the enemy captain alone," Bet muttered, a rare tone of respect in his voice. He's really becoming a man. Bet, known for his roughness and never being easily impressed, acknowledged Belle's bravery with an unusual sense of admiration. Shirou, seated in his chair, also recognized Belle's intention. He knew Belle wanted to prove his worth by facing the captain of Apollo Familia alone. Inwardly, Shirou reflected for a moment. If Rie were the one fighting Apollo's captain, it would be easy for her, he thought. Apollo's captain is only level 3, while Rio is at least level 4. Though Shirou knew that Rio could finish the battle quickly, he understood that this was Belle's fight. It was Belle's moment to prove himself. On the screen, Belle finally reached the lower floor of the tower where the captain of Apollo Familia was hiding. Belle was panting, but his gaze was full of determination. He knew this battle would be his greatest test. Taking a deep breath, Belle activated Argonaut, the ability that enhanced his attack with the hero's aura. From Belle's body came the distinctive sound of ringing bells, signaling that Argonaut's power was awakening. Belle prepared his ultimate attack. Firebolt. Belle shouted loudly, unleashing his magic, now strengthened by Argonaut. Bright blue and red flames surged from Belle's hand, racing toward the upper floor of the tower. The explosion of the empowered firebolt shook the entire tower, causing lightning-like flashes to illuminate the surrounding sky. Everyone in the Loki Familia meeting room fell silent, waiting for the outcome of Belle's attack. Shirou could feel the tension in the air, but he knew one thing: Belle wouldn't give up until he won this fight. Chapter 56. Author note. The 5th illustration poll has ended with the following results. A's dancing with Shirou in library, 53%. Lafia mimics Shirou's catchphrase on the balcony, 40%. Shirou teaching Seer how to cook, 7%. With a total of 30 votes. You can check it out on patreon.com/Rayish. Belle's firebolt struck the top floor of the tower with immense force, creating an explosion that destroyed much of the structure. A loud rumble echoed as debris started to fall, scattering Apollo Familia members, some of whom were buried under the crumbling walls and rubble, unable to rise. Among the scattered debris, the captain of Apollo Familia, Hyacinthos Cleo, slowly stood up. His face was covered in dust, but his eyes still gleamed with hatred and determination. He quickly grabbed his sword, a thin red blade with magical engravings along its length. Without hesitation, he charged at Belle, initiating a fierce duel. His attacks were swift and deadly, the red sword slashing in sharp arcs, trying to corner Belle. Despite being injured from his previous large attack, Belle was undaunted. He skillfully raised his twin daggers to block Hyacinthos' strikes. The sound of clashing metal filled the air as their weapons collided, sending sparks flying with each impact. Belle moved quickly, his eyes focused on every move his opponent made. Though Hyacinthos was more experienced and at level 3, Belle showed no signs of giving up. Hyacinthos grew increasingly shocked as the battle continued. How is this possible? He thought to himself. In their previous encounter at the bar, Belle hadn't been able to match him at all. But this time, Belle not only held his own but also pressed Hyacinthos with overwhelming strength. Hyacinthos could feel the weight of Belle's attacks, despite Belle only being at level 2. As Belle continued to push his opponent, he grew more confident. With fast and powerful strikes, Belle forced Hyacinthos back a few steps. Though Belle's level was lower, his strength, fueled by his determination and Argonaut power, made a significant difference. Every slash from Belle had purpose, and each movement posed a real threat to Apollo Familia's captain. In the Loki Familia meeting room, the tension grew palpable. Everyone watched the intense duel between Belle and Hyacinthos with bated breath. Lafia, sitting next to Shirou, couldn't contain herself. Her hand quickly gripped Shirou's thigh, tightening as the battle on screen grew more intense. Her eyes were locked on the screen, nervous and concerned. Though Lafia often acted indifferent toward Belle, sometimes even jealous because of A's attention toward him, deep down, she still cared for his safety. She didn't want to see Belle lose. Shirou felt Lafia's grip on his thigh, and while it made him a bit uncomfortable, he allowed her to continue. He could sense Lafia's tension, and he understood the mixed feelings she was experiencing. Even though Lafia didn't always show her concern openly, Shirou knew that behind her occasionally cold demeanor, she deeply cared for her friends, including Belle. The duel on screen grew even more heated, and everyone in the room, including Shirou, felt the tension rising. Belle continued to fight, while Hyacinthos, despite his higher level, began to lose control of the battle. Belle, with his extraordinary determination and courage, seemed to be pushing the limits of his own power. Now, it was all a matter of who could last longer in this fierce battle. In the Loki Familia meeting room, the tension reached its peak as everyone stared at the large screen showing the duel between Belle and Hyacinthos. All eyes were glued to the action, as no one wanted to miss a second of the dramatic events unfolding. However, amidst the seriousness, Riveria's attention shifted for a moment. She noticed Lafia's hand still gripping Shirou's thigh tightly, her serious expression fixed on the screen. Riveria, usually composed and graceful, felt a small pang of jealousy in her heart. Without thinking too much, she decided she didn't want to be left behind. With a more subtle and discreet gesture, Riveria placed her hand on Shirou's other thigh. Unlike Lafia's tense grip, Riveria's touch was soft and teasing, her hand gently caressing his thigh in a way that almost went unnoticed. Shirou, who had initially only felt Lafia's grip, suddenly became acutely aware of Riveria's delicate touch. His face flushed as he felt the gentle stroking, making him feel even more awkward. He turned slightly toward Riveria, trying not to look too flustered, and whispered softly, "Riveria, could you stop?" But Riveria, known for her calm demeanor, seemed to have decided to pretend she didn't hear him. Her face remained elegant and focused, as if she were simply watching the screen intently. Not a single change in her expression hinted that she was doing anything unusual. Yet her hand continued its subtle caress, making it increasingly difficult for Shirou to concentrate. In the end, Shirou gave up, feeling helpless against the two women beside him. With Lafia gripping tightly on one side and Riveria teasing him on the other, Shirou could only sigh softly, trying to calm himself and refocus on the battle on the screen. Meanwhile, on the screen, the intense duel between Bell and Hyacinthos reached its climax. Bell, with his extraordinary strength fueled by determination and bravery, managed to corner Hyacinthos. In a final strike, Bell swiftly used his dagger to break Hyacinthos' red sword, shattering his opponent's weapon. However, just as Bell was about to end the fight, something unexpected happened. Cassandra, a member of Apollo Familia known for her strange prophecies, suddenly rushed toward Bell in desperation. With tears streaming down her face, she threw herself at Bell and hugged him tightly from behind, preventing him from delivering the finishing blow. Don't hurt our captain," she cried in despair. Bell, unaccustomed to being harsh with women, was taken aback. He couldn't move, trapped in Cassandra's embrace. Bell, who was always careful to act respectfully and kindly toward women, now appeared hesitant. His hands, which had been ready to strike, now hung limply, unsure of what to do. His face, once filled with determination, was now clouded with confusion. In his heart, Bell knew he had to defeat Hyacinthos to win the war game, but this situation left him caught in a moral dilemma. In the meeting room, everyone watching the screen fell silent for a moment, waiting to see what Bell would do next. Shirou, sandwiched between Riveria and Lafia, also watched with curiosity, though his mind was slightly distracted by the two women beside him. Bell remained trapped in Cassandra's embrace as she tried to protect her captain. The situation became even more difficult for him. Known for his reluctance to harm women, Bell found himself at a loss, unsure how to break free from the hold without hurting Cassandra. But help soon arrived. Lily, seeing Bell in trouble, charged toward Cassandra without hesitation. "I won't let you get in Bell's way," she shouted determinedly. With incredible speed and resolve, Lily managed to grab Cassandra and push her away from Bell, freeing him from the embrace that had hindered his fight. Bell, now free, quickly thanked Lily, but there was no time to celebrate. Hyacinthos, realizing that Cassandra had bought him enough time, seized the opportunity to begin chanting his spell. Swiftly, he uttered the magical incantations for his ultimate attack. "Eros Zephyros," he shouted. From Hyacinthos' hands, a large disk of fire formed, hovering in the air, glowing intensely before rapidly shooting towards Bell. Bell quickly recognized the danger. With sharp reflexes, he leaped to evade the fiery disk that relentlessly pursued him. Several times, Bell narrowly avoided it, but the disk seemed to have a magnetic pull, always tracking him. In his effort to survive, Bell gathered his strength and hurled a firebolt at the fiery disk, attempting to counter the fire spell with his lightning attack. In the Loki Familia meeting room, Lafia, watching the events unfold, grew increasingly tense. Her eyes were wide, and she was worried about Bell's fate. Unconsciously, she gripped Shirou's thigh even tighter. However, Shirou, who had an endurance level of 4, didn't feel any pain, despite Lafia's firm grasp. He remained silent, letting her vent her anxiety through her grip. Bell continued to fend off Hyacinthos' attacks, but Hyacinthos wasn't giving Bell any time to breathe. "Rubble," Hyacinthos commanded, triggering the explosion effect of the fiery disk. The spell detonated in front of Bell, creating a massive wave of heat and flames. Fire consumed the surroundings, and Bell, unable to dodge in time, was hit directly by the blast. Bell fell to the ground, his body lying motionless after the attack. On the screen, his form was engulfed in the remnants of flames, leaving everyone in the meeting room in silence. However, Shirou, watching calmly, knew something the others didn't. Though Bell appeared to be burned, thanks to the necklace Seer had given him earlier, a powerful protective talisman, Bell was likely shielded from serious harm. Shirou smirked slightly, confident that Bell would soon rise. Everyone waited with bated breath, wondering if Bell could get back up and continue his battle against Hyacinthos, who still stood tall on the battlefield. Shirou, full of certainty, knew this was not the end for Bell. Bell, lying on the ground after taking Hyacinthos' hit, slowly opened his eyes. Despite his body being covered in burns and injuries from the explosion, he fought to stand again. Staggering, Bell finally managed to get to his feet, though clearly struggling. His breath was heavy, his body trembled, but the determination in his eyes remained unwavering. Hyacinthos, who had been confident Bell wouldn't rise again, stared in shock. His face contorted in rage, unable to believe Bell was still standing after such a powerful attack. "Don't you know when to give up?" Hyacinthos shouted in fury. His anger drove him to act immediately. He drew a backup sword from his waist, preparing to launch a final strike to finish Bell once and for all. With sword in hand, Hyacinthos sprinted at full speed, aiming a deadly thrust directly at Bell. His movements were fast, filled with the confidence that this time, Bell wouldn't be able to dodge. But Bell, who appeared weak and helpless, took advantage of Hyacinthos' overconfidence. Just as Hyacinthos thrust his sword, Bell swiftly ducked, avoiding what should have been a fatal blow. In a quick and calculated move, Bell flipped backward, and with a powerful kick, knocked the sword out of Hyacinthos' hand, sending it flying to the ground. In the Loki Familia meeting room, Ace, watching intently, smiled. She recognized the move as something she had once advised Belle on, how to exploit an opponent's overconfidence when they believe they've already won. Seeing Belle successfully apply that lesson, Ace felt proud, even if she only expressed it with a small smile. Belle, just finishing his backward flip, didn't give Hyacinthos time to recover from the shock. He immediately launched his next attack, a hard punch to Hyacinthos' face. Belle's fist landed squarely, and Hyacinthos, unbalanced and stunned by the speed of the blow, fell to the ground and passed out. Seeing Hyacinthos lying defeated on the ground, Belle stood tall, his breath still heavy, but the victory clear in his eyes. He had successfully defeated the captain of the Apollo Familia. In the meeting room, Lafia, who had been tense throughout the battle, finally released her grip from Shirou's thigh. Her face lit up with joy as she clenched her fists in excitement over Belle's victory. Despite the jealousy she sometimes felt over A's attention to Belle, Lafia couldn't help but feel proud of Belle for defeating such a strong opponent like Hyacinthos. Riveria, sitting on Shirou's other side, realized that the battle was over. Sensing that the time for teasing had passed, she discreetly withdrew her hand from Shirou's thigh. Not wanting anyone to know she had been playfully touching Shirou during the fight, Riveria returned to her calm and graceful demeanor as if nothing had happened. Everyone in the room watched Belle's victory with satisfaction, while Shirou, sitting between Lafia and Riveria, felt a slight sense of relief, though he couldn't help but chuckle internally at the awkward situation that had just unfolded. With the battle on-screen concluded and Belle's victory now certain, one by one, the members of the Loki Familia began to leave the room. The tension that had filled the air slowly dissipated, and small bouts of laughter started to spread among them. Bet, with his usual grumpy expression, grabbed a handful of popcorn from the large bowl still sitting on the table. Without a word, he walked out of the room, his steps quick and full of determination. Noticing Bet's apparent hurry, the ever-curious Tiona asked in a cheerful tone, "Hey, Bet, where are you off to?" Tione, standing not far from them, smiled knowingly. She had known Bet long enough to understand what was on his mind. "I'm sure he's fired up after watching that fight," Tione said with a smile. "He's probably eager to head to the dungeon and release all that energy." Her comment made the others chuckle, as they were all well aware of Bet's constant enthusiasm for battle. The atmosphere lightened, and the rest of the Loki Familia members followed Bet's lead, leaving the room one by one with small laughs. Light conversations about the war game they had just watched carried on among them. Eventually, only Lafia and Shirou were left in the room. The two of them remained seated, enjoying a quiet moment after the earlier excitement. Lafia, smiling brightly, began gathering the leftover popcorn from the various bowls scattered on the table, combining them into one large bowl. Shirou, noticing Lafia's actions, felt curious. "What are you doing, Lafia?" he asked, eyeing the now full bowl of mixed popcorn. Lafia grinned widely, her face lighting up with enthusiasm. "I want to take this to my room to share with my roommate, Elfie. Maybe the others who visit can enjoy it too," she replied excitedly. She looked happy at the thought of sharing the snack with her friends. Shirou chuckled softly at her response. "But if you mix all that popcorn together, the flavors will blend. You could end up with sweet, salty, and spicy in one bite." Lafia laughed as well, unfazed by the possibility. "That's what makes it fun. It'll be a surprise for them," she said, her tone full of cheer. "I'm sure they'll enjoy it, no matter what flavor they get." Shirou could only smile, pleased to see Lafia so enthusiastic and not too bothered by the little details. Together, they finished tidying up the room before eventually following the others out. As they were about to leave the meeting room, Shirou smiled and looked at Lafia. "Just take your popcorn to your room. I'll handle cleaning up the dirty bowls." Lafia smiled warmly at Shirou's offer and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, Shirou. You're always so considerate, even with the smallest things." She felt happy knowing that Shirou was always willing to help without hesitation, no matter how trivial the task. With that, Lafia walked off, carrying the large bowl of popcorn to her room to share with her friends. Meanwhile, Shirou headed straight to the kitchen. He walked leisurely, carrying the dirty bowls left on the table. Once he reached the kitchen, he headed to the sink and began washing the bowls. As he started working, he noticed Anakitty sitting at the kitchen table, enjoying some bread. Shirou greeted her politely. "Hey, Aki." Anakitty turned to him, smiling as she returned the greeting. "Hey, Shirou," she replied lightly before going back to her bread. Shirou continued washing the bowls, the atmosphere in the kitchen calm and peaceful. After a while, Anakitty, watching Shirou work diligently, grinned playfully before teasing him. "You know, Shirou, you're practically an executive of the Loki Familia, yet here you are washing bowls like a servant," she joked, laughing softly. Shirou frowned in confusion at the teasing. "Executive?" he asked, puzzled. Shirou hadn't been with the Loki Familia for long, so the term was still unfamiliar to him. Aki giggled and then tapped her forehead as if just realizing something. "Oh, right. You're still new here, huh?" "Executive is what we call members of the Loki Familia who've reached high levels," she explained. "For example, Ace, Tiona, Tione, and Bet, they're executives because their levels are high. Then there's Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, they're the top executives." Anakitty explained casually, but there was a tone of respect when she mentioned those names. Shirou nodded as he listened, now understanding the meaning behind the term. While drying one of the freshly washed bowls, he asked curiously, "So, what about you, Aki?" Anakitty gave a small smile at the question. "Me? I'm level 4, so I'm counted as second string," she answered while playing with the remaining bit of her bread. "But even though we're the same level, Shirou, I know you're much stronger," she added more seriously. Shirou smiled politely at the compliment, though he never felt entirely comfortable being praised like that. To him, a level was just a number, and true strength came from experience and battle skill. After finishing the last bowl, Shirou dried his hands, satisfied with his work. As he turned to leave, Anakitty suddenly gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder. Aki looked at him with a small smile and said, "Shirou, you really don't need to go out of your way to clean up the bowls. Usually, the lower-level members who haven't reached second string yet handle tasks like these." Her tone was thoughtful, as if trying to relieve some of Shirou's burden. But Shirou only smiled calmly, as he always did. "I actually enjoy doing this kind of work, Aki. Cleaning and cooking are things I find fun, so it doesn't feel like a burden to me." His words were sincere, reflecting his natural inclination to help and contribute, even in small tasks. Anakitty chuckled softly at his response. "Well then, I won't stop you," she joked. "Besides, I don't want you to stop cooking. Your breakfasts are always the best, and I don't want to lose that," she added with playful but genuine appreciation. Shirou smiled wider. "Glad to hear you enjoy it," he replied in a soft, warm tone. For him, hearing others appreciate his cooking always brought a special sense of joy. Aki waved her hand as she got ready to leave. "You're really something else, Shirou. But I guess that's a good thing," she said with a small smile before walking out of the kitchen. Shirou only chuckled quietly, shaking his head. He knew many people found him a bit different for always volunteering to do the chores others tended to avoid. But for him, it just felt natural. As he reflected on the conversation, his thoughts drifted to a promise he had made, to visit the hostess of fertility and celebrate Belle's victory with the others. He recalled how much Seer was looking forward to his presence there, and he didn't want to disappoint anyone. "Looks like I'll be cooking and cleaning some more after this," he muttered to himself with a smile, ready to continue his long but fulfilling day. Chapter 57. Author note. The 5th illustration sketch is finally completed, and you can see the sketch of A's dancing with Shirou in the library for free at patreon.com/Rayish. That evening, Shirou arrived at the front of Hostess of Fertility with a light step. The restaurant was already bustling, and the atmosphere inside was full of joy following Hestia Familia's victory in the war game. As Shirou stepped inside, his eyes immediately fell on Seer, who was standing by the door, waiting for him with a confident smile. "See? Like I said, Belle would win," Seer said proudly, clearly eager to show that her prediction about Belle's victory had come true. Shirou smiled gently, shaking his head with feigned admiration. "It seems you were right, Seer. Maybe Belle was able to win with a little help from someone," he replied, offering praise with a deeper meaning. Of course, Shirou was referring to the protective necklace Seer had given to Belle, which secretly helped Belle survive a lethal attack. But Seer, unaware of the hidden meaning in his compliment, simply laughed shyly and waved her hand. "Oh, don't exaggerate. I don't deserve that much credit," she said, slightly embarrassed, thinking Shirou was just teasing. Shirou just smiled in response to Seer's innocent attitude, then decided to head upstairs to change into his green waiter uniform before starting work. After changing into his uniform, Shirou came back downstairs to find the atmosphere even more lively. Not long after, Ryu arrived at the restaurant, her face calm despite having just been involved in a major battle. Anya, never one to miss a chance to make a fuss, greeted Ryu's arrival with a small trumpet as if throwing a grand celebration for her. "Welcome, winner," she shouted enthusiastically, laughing joyfully. Chloe, usually more laid back, took on a more serious tone this time, though only for a joke. With a formal and respectful voice, Chloe gave a speech as if Ryu was a hero returning from the battlefield. "Thank you for your outstanding contribution in the war game, Rhea. Without you, this victory might not have happened," she said, bowing her head slightly before bursting into laughter. Rhea could only stand there, her face slightly flushed. Although she always remained calm, this kind of attention clearly made her feel a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, Seer and Shirou, watching their friends' antics, shared a small laugh from the corner of the room, enjoying the warm moment of togetherness. Shirou approached Rhea with a warm smile after seeing how calm she remained amid the celebration. "Congratulations on your victory," Shirou said sincerely. Even though Rhea always appeared humble and composed, Shirou knew just how important her role was in helping Hestia Familia win the war game. Rhea, as usual, downplayed her contribution and shook her head. "I just helped a little," she said calmly. "It was Belle who did the most. He's the one who brought victory to Hestia Familia." Her voice was filled with sincerity, as though she truly didn't see her contribution as significant. Lunwar, who overheard their conversation, looked at Rhea with admiration. "You're still amazing, Rhea," she praised. Then, with a teasing tone, she asked, "Did you get a share of the wargame winnings? With all the wealth Apollo Familia had, there must be plenty to go around." Her face showed genuine curiosity, though there was a playful smile behind her question. Shirou, standing nearby, suddenly remembered what would have happened if Apollo Familia had won. Belle would have been forced to join Apollo Familia, and Shirou couldn't imagine that. But now, it was Hestia Familia's turn to claim victory, and Shirou was curious. If Hestia Familia won, what exactly did they want from Apollo Familia? He asked. Ria answered succinctly, everything. Her short reply left everyone who heard it stunned. Anya, always reacting with full enthusiasm, immediately opened her eyes wide. Wait. Everything? She asked in shock. Does that mean all of Apollo Familia's wealth will belong to Hestia Familia? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Ria nodded calmly, as always, and added, yes, all of Apollo Familia's assets will be confiscated, and beyond that, Apollo Familia will be disbanded. Apollo himself is also exiled from Orario? Ria's calm words created a tense atmosphere in the room. Hearing that, Shirou felt happy for Hestia Familia. He knew their previous base, an old church, had been destroyed during Apollo Familia's siege. Now that they'd won the war game, Hestia Familia could live in the large mansion that Apollo Familia once owned. Lunwar, still unsatisfied with the answer, pressed further with a wide grin. But you haven't answered my question, Rio. Apollo Familia was pretty wealthy. Surely you got something, right? She winked, playfully coaxing a response from Ria. Finally, Ria smiled slightly and calmly responded, yes, I got a decent share. Though simple, that answer was enough to stir a reaction from the servers listening. Seer, standing nearby, didn't want to miss out on the fun. With sparkling eyes, she teased Ryu, in that case, Ryu, how about treating us to some new clothes? She asked with a playful smile. To everyone's surprise, Ryu responded seriously. All right, I'll treat you, she said without a hint of joking, leaving Seer stunned. Anya, unable to contain her excitement, immediately cheered. Yay, I can't wait to go shopping, she exclaimed joyfully, making the atmosphere in Hostess of Fertility even livelier. Seer, clearly pleased with Ria's idea of treating them to a shopping spree, quickly suggested, how about we go tomorrow, on the weekend? It's the perfect time since we're off. Seer smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, hoping everyone would agree to her plan. Chloe, never missing an opportunity to tease, turned her attention to Shirou. With a mischievous smile, she said, Shirou, you're really lucky. You'll get to go shopping surrounded by beautiful women. Not many guys get to experience that, you know? She teased. Shirou, caught off guard by Chloe's remark, was visibly surprised, his expression showing a mix of shock and awkwardness. Me, he asked, trying to process what Chloe had just said. Quickly, Shirou tried to politely decline. Maybe it's better if you all go without me. Shopping for clothes is more suited for you all. I don't need anything, he said gently, trying not to offend anyone. However, Ryu didn't let Shirou off the hook that easily. With calm and firm resolve, Ryu said, No, Shirou. You have to come. You're part of Hostess of Fertility now. Her words made it clear to Ryu that Shirou was a part of their little family, not just a temporary server. Hearing Ryu's sincere words, Shirou felt touched. He hadn't expected Ryu to insist on including him and consider him a part of their group. Thank you, Ryu, Shirou said softly, full of gratitude. Feeling accepted among them made Shirou feel closer to his friends. Seer, never missing a chance to tease Shirou, smiled mischievously and added, Besides, Shirou, you're probably the one who needs shopping the most. You've been wearing the same tunic all the time. Her playful remark filled the room with laughter, and she clearly enjoyed the moment. Anya, who enjoyed joining in the teasing, immediately agreed with Seer, exactly. Shirou, you have to come. This is the perfect chance to update your style. Anya laughed heartily, adding to Seer's teasing. Shirou, realizing he truly had no excuse to refuse, could only smile slightly and nod, understanding that he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of his friends wanting him to join in. The cheerfulness at the Hostess of Fertility didn't last long. The lively atmosphere suddenly changed when a large and imposing figure emerged from the kitchen, Mamma Mia. All the waitresses, who had been laughing and joking around, immediately fell silent upon seeing the serious expression of the restaurant's owner, except for one person who hadn't noticed Mamma Mia's presence yet. Anya, still laughing and unaware that Mamma Mia had approached, suddenly felt a large hand grip her head. Her laughter stopped instantly as she realized who was standing behind her. With a firm and authoritative tone, Mamma Mia scolded Anya. Hey, Anya, the restaurant is busy, and you're slacking off here, she called out loudly. Go clean the bathroom now. Without any room for argument, Anya hurriedly ran off toward the bathroom before Mamma Mia could get any angrier. Once Anya was gone, Mamma Mia turned her attention to Rio, who had just arrived and was still being greeted by her friends. Without caring that Rio had just helped win the war game, Mamma Mia immediately scolded her for being late. Ryu, don't think you can relax just because you won the war game. There's still a lot of work to do, so get to it, she commanded in a loud but responsible voice. Ryu couldn't argue with Mamma Mia's orders. Obediently, she immediately got back to work, starting her duties serving customers. Seer, Chloe, and Lunwar, who were also there, were not spared from Mamma Mia's attention either. Mamma Mia ordered the three of them back to work with the same firm tone they were used to. You three, don't just stand there. The customers are waiting. Her command was quickly followed as Seer, Chloe, and Lunwar hurried off to serve the patrons. After all the waitresses returned to their duties, only Shirou was left standing alone. Mamma Mia, now standing in front of him, smiled broadly and, without saying a word, pulled Shirou into the kitchen. You arrived just in time, Shirou, she said with satisfaction, laughing. Though initially surprised, Shirou obediently followed Mamma Mia. Unlike the permanent waitstaff, Shirou wasn't a full-time employee at the Hostess of Fertility. However, he often came to help them out. And Mamamiya was always happy to see Shirou arrive to assist in the kitchen, especially when the restaurant was bustling with celebrations like today. With Shirou now helping in the kitchen, Mamamiya knew that her workload would be a little lighter, and although the atmosphere had shifted from playful to serious, there was a sense of calm among the staff, knowing everything would go smoothly with Shirou assisting behind the scenes. This time, Rio was assigned to work the register. With her usual calm demeanor, she took payments from customers as they came and went, counting coins and managing money efficiently. Though the task seemed simple, Ria handled it with the same precision she used in battle. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, things were busy as Cyr, Chloe, and Lunoir took turns bringing in orders from customers. They moved quickly, writing down requests and delivering them to Mamamiya and Shirou, who were working hard to prepare the food. In the kitchen, Shirou and Mamamiya worked in perfect sync. With swift movements, they prepared dish after dish without stopping. Shirou skillfully cooked the meals, while Mamamiya supervised and ensured every plate left the kitchen in perfect condition. Cyr, who came to collect one of the finished orders, smiled brightly as she saw Shirou's cooking. "Your dishes always look delicious, Shirou," Cyr praised as she admired the prepared meal. She carefully took the tray and brought it out to the waiting customers. Mamamiya, cooking next to Shirou, chimed in with a low but proud voice. "Cyr's right, Shirou. You're always dependable in the kitchen. The food you make is always on time and tastes amazing," she said as she continued stirring the pot in front of her. Shirou simply smiled at the praise. "Thank you," he responded humbly. Despite the compliments from Cyr and Mamamiya, he remained focused on his work, ensuring every order was ready on time. As night fell, they had all worked hard throughout the day, serving the customers with full dedication. Shirou felt satisfied that he could help in the kitchen, and although he was tired, the sense of teamwork at the hostess of fertility always made him feel warm and welcomed. As the night grew later and the number of customers dwindled, Shirou finally got a chance to talk to Rio, who was stationed at the register. With the quieter atmosphere, Shirou felt it was the perfect time to ask. He approached Ryu and asked curiously, "Ria, do you think the Hestia Familia will come here to celebrate their victory?" Rio looked at Shirou for a moment before answering, hesitantly. "I'm not too sure. Bell was pretty hurt after the war game earlier, so he might prefer resting and recovering rather than celebrating the victory," she replied calmly. Although Ria knew Bell was strong, she also understood how tough the fight had been for him. Hearing this, Shirou nodded, showing concern. "I hope Bell recovers quickly," he said softly, hoping his friend would regain his health soon. However, not long after they discussed this, the door to the hostess of fertility opened, and the Hestia Familia appeared. Hestia, with a wide smile on her face, led the group. Behind her, Wealth, Mikoto, Bell, and Lily followed with relaxed steps. Although Bell looked a bit tired, the group's energy was still palpable. They came in with excitement, clearly intending to celebrate their big win. Shirou observed the scene, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something strange. Cyr, who had been acting normally, suddenly moved quickly toward the stairs. As if trying to avoid attention, Cyr quietly went upstairs, leaving the atmosphere downstairs behind. Sensing something unusual, Shirou decided to follow Cyr. As he reached the stairs, he called out, "Cyr, why are you heading upstairs so suddenly?" Cyr, who seemed a bit panicked, stopped for a moment and turned around with a confused expression. I'm going to clean upstairs," she stammered as if searching for a convincing reason. Shirou, knowing full well that this was just an excuse, smiled sarcastically as he looked at Cyr. "Oh, so you're suddenly diligent now," he teased, trying to hold back laughter. Cyr snorted in frustration and tried to maintain her dignity. "Of course, I'm diligent," she replied, pretending to be offended, though it was clear she was avoiding something. Without waiting any longer, she hurried upstairs. Shirou could only smile slightly at Cyr's odd behavior. His mind started to spin, wondering what the real reason was for Cyr avoiding the Hestia Familia, especially Bell. Shirou knew that Cyr had secretly helped Bell by giving him a green stone necklace that protected him during the war game. But strangely, now Cyr seemed like she wanted to stay away from them. Shirou glanced toward Hestia, who was eagerly ordering a large amount of food from Lunoir. Hestia's expression was full of joy, with no sign of any trouble. However, Shirou's thoughts shifted to the possibility that the relationship between Hestia and Cyr might be more complicated than it appeared. Could Hestia be the reason Cyr is avoiding them? Shirou wondered silently. There was always something mysterious about Cyr, and now he began to question whether Cyr's true identity might be connected to her past as a goddess. Perhaps Cyr was a goddess who knew Hestia well in the past, and Hestia's presence could threaten Cyr's disguise. Shirou remained silent with these thoughts, staring at the staircase where Cyr had disappeared, trying to piece together the puzzle unfolding before him. In the midst of his swirling thoughts about Cyr and Hestia, Shirou was suddenly brought back to reality when he heard a cheerful voice calling out to him. Hestia, with a wide smile on her face, greeted him from a distance. "Hey, Shirou. You're practically a regular server here in that green uniform. It really suits you," she called out, laughing softly. Shirou turned and greeted her back, feeling a little touched by Hestia's compliment. When he first wore the green server uniform, his friends at the Hostess of Fertility couldn't stop teasing and laughing at how funny he looked in it. However, Hestia's sincere compliment made him feel more at ease. "Thanks, Hestia," he replied with a slight smile. After greeting him, Hestia started reminiscing about the past. You seem so busy with the Loki Familia now, she said with a slight complaint. You used to help me sell Jagamaru-kun all the time. Now, it seems like you hardly have time for that anymore. There was a nostalgic tone in her voice, remembering the days when Shirou often helped her with her small food cart. Shirou smiled, hearing her complaint. If I have free time, I'll definitely help you again, he said sincerely. But in the middle of the conversation, he felt confused and curious. But why do you still need to sell Jagamaru-kun? Didn't you take all of Apollo Familia's fortune after winning the war game? He asked innocently. Hestia's joyful face suddenly changed. Cold sweat began to form on her forehead as the question came up. She smiled awkwardly, clearly uncomfortable with Shirou's question. Before Hestia could answer, Lily, who was standing behind Hestia, chimed in immediately. That's because Hestia has hundreds of millions of Valis in debt to Hephaestus, Lily explained without hesitation, instantly changing the mood. She wants to pay off that debt through her own hard work. Hestia's face turned bright red, and she quickly turned to Lily. Lily, why did you say that? She shouted angrily, embarrassed that her secret had been revealed so easily. While Hestia was busy scolding Lily for her loose lips, Shirou could only smile slightly at their amusing interaction. However, behind his smile, his thoughts returned to something he had once learned. The Hestia knife, the weapon Bel often used in battle. Shirou had once traced the weapon and knew that the Hestia knife was one of Hephaestus' works, forged with a special power that made it grow stronger as Bel's status increased. In his heart, Shirou was amazed. Hestia might be simple in terms of finances, but her sense of responsibility to support Bel, even paying off her debt on her own, showed her greatness as a goddess. Hestia is truly incredible, Shirou thought quietly, growing more and more impressed by the small goddess. Bel, noticing Hestia and Lily starting to bicker and pinch each other's cheeks, quickly stepped forward to intervene. With a calm and gentle expression, he separated the two, getting them to stop their playful fight, which was more amusing than serious. Hestia and Lily finally stopped, though they still glared at each other with annoyance. After the atmosphere settled, Bel turned to Shirou, who had been silently watching the scene. With a serious but grateful expression, Bel said, Shirou, I want to thank you. You've always helped me in the moments I needed it the most. As usual, Shirou smiled humbly and quickly brushed off the praise. Ah, no need, Bel. I just did what I could, he said, shaking his head, feeling that his actions were nothing worth praising. But Bel didn't let Shirou dismiss it so easily. He shook his head and seriously began listing all the times Shirou had helped him. You might have forgotten, Shirou, but I haven't. From the time you carried me out of the dungeon when I was mined down and unconscious, to when you saved me after I was badly wounded fighting the Minotaur. And then, when you brought me, Lily, and Wealth to the Loki Familia camp on the 18th floor when we were all unconscious. You were always there when we needed help. Hearing this, Shirou felt increasingly uncomfortable with the praise. To him, everything he did was simply the right thing to do, not something that needed to be made a big deal of. Come on, Bel, he said with a forced smile, trying to change the subject. This is your victory party. Let me cook you something delicious as a celebration. But Bel only gave a faint smile, clearly understanding Shirou well. Even now, you're still supporting me, he whispered quietly, full of gratitude. Shortly after, Mamma Mia's voice called out from the kitchen. Shirou, hurry over here. There's a lot to cook, she called in her usual commanding tone. Shirou quickly excused himself from Bel and rushed to the kitchen to help. Bel watched Shirou's figure moving away, observing how his friend carried himself with such responsibility. Shirou was always there when needed, even though he never asked for anything in return. Just then, Hestia gently patted Bel on the shoulder. Shirou really has a hard time accepting compliments, doesn't he? She asked, her tone full of understanding. Bel could only nod, agreeing with his goddess. Shirou was an extraordinary person, but he was so humble that it was hard for him to accept the recognition he deserved. Chapter 58. Shirou woke up with his eyes still half closed, yawning and stretching his slightly stiff body. As his awareness returned, his thoughts immediately drifted to the previous night, the victory party for the Hestia Familia. That night had been full of laughter, delicious food, and warm celebrations with friends. The joy of their hard-earned triumph was still fresh in his mind. After lying in bed for a few minutes, Shirou finally got up. He stretched his body and took a deep breath to shake off the lingering fatigue. He then headed straight to the bathroom to refresh himself. The cold water in the morning instantly woke him up fully, and a fresh feeling filled him as he prepared to start the new day. After his bath, Shirou donned his usual tunic, paired with simple trousers. Though his appearance remained modest, Shirou felt ready for the day. Without wasting time, he left his room and made his way to one of his favorite spots in Twilight Manor, a small, hidden shed in the corner of the garden. That shed had become his regular place for practicing and sharing magecraft knowledge with someone who greatly appreciated his teachings. And, like on previous days, when Shirou arrived, Riveria was already there waiting. The high elf sat gracefully in a chair, a gentle smile on her face as she saw Shirou approach. Riveria's eyes sparkled with interest and enthusiasm, eager to absorb every lesson in magecraft that Shirou had to offer. Though she was one of the strongest mages in Orario, Riveria valued Shirou's teachings about magecraft, a form of magic from a different world. And Shirou, with his skills and experience, always enjoyed sharing that knowledge. Good morning, Shirou, Riveria greeted him softly, but there was a hidden excitement in her voice. It seems we can begin whenever you're ready, she added, looking at Shirou with anticipation. Shirou nodded, pleased to see Riveria's unwavering eagerness to learn. With a small smile, he prepared to start their training session, continuing their journey of mastering the art of magecraft. Shirou began the morning session by asking Riveria about her progress with the reinforcement technique. How's your training going, Riveria? Have you made any progress with reinforcement? He asked, genuinely curious. Riveria nodded eagerly, reporting her training results. I've been practicing in my room every day, she said. I've managed to apply reinforcement to various objects around me. Though the technique was new to her, her intensive practice was starting to pay off. Shirou smiled proudly at her progress. That's amazing, he praised. You're learning quickly, Riveria. I'd love to see how you do it now. Shirou was always impressed by Riveria's dedication, knowing just how great the potential she possessed. Hearing Shirou's praise, Riveria's heart fluttered. The man she secretly admired had complimented her efforts, making her even more motivated. With confidence, she decided to demonstrate her ability. All right, I'll show you, Riveria said, sitting up straighter. She then chose the chair she was sitting on as the object for reinforcement. Riveria closed her eyes for a moment, focusing her mind. She visualized the flow of prana like a seed growing into a large tree, a visualization technique Shirou had taught her. Slowly, she activated her magic circuits, feeling the flow of prana within her body before channeling it through her hand into the chair she was seated on. Though her prana flowed slower than Shirou's, he could see how the prana she channeled began to fill the chair completely. Within a few seconds, the chair was imbued with strong reinforcement energy, signaling Riveria's successful mastery of the technique. Riveria smiled broadly, awaiting Shirou's reaction. She felt proud and satisfied with her training, hoping for more praise from Shirou. Shirou observed Riveria's work and realized how hard she had been working. Incredible, Riveria. You've been training hard, and the results are clear. Your reinforcement is very stable, he said, full of admiration. Riveria's elf ears turned red from hearing his praise, and they twitched slightly, reflecting her happiness. Compliments from Shirou made her feel that all her hard work had been worthwhile. Her feelings for him grew stronger, but she maintained her composure, even though her heart was racing. Seeing the significant progress Riveria had made with reinforcement, Shirou felt it was the perfect moment to push her further. Riveria, it seems you've mastered reinforcement well. How about trying to combine it with your magic? Shirou gently suggested, hoping the idea would elevate their training to the next level. Riveria, surprised but intrigued, realized she had never considered such a combination before. I've never tried that, she replied, pondering the possibilities Shirou had just opened up. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and determination. I'd like to try it now. Shirou, with a calm smile, nodded. Start by using reinforcement on your magic staff, he advised. It will enhance the effects of your spells. Riveria agreed, feeling confident with Shirou's suggestion. She took her magic staff, Magna Alf's, which had always been her reliable companion in battles and magical rituals. Following Shirou's guidance, Riveria began channeling prana into the staff, performing reinforcement with full concentration. The staff glowed softly as the prana flowed through its surface. After finishing the reinforcement on her staff, Riveria felt her power increase. She decided to move on to the next step, casting one of her spells. I'll try Veil Breath, a protective spell that enhances physical and magic resistance, Riveria said confidently. She planned to cast the spell not only on herself but also on Shirou. Shirou watched Riveria attentively, observing her every move. He could see the seriousness and dedication in each step Riveria took, making him more certain that this elf had immense potential in magecraft. Riveria began chanting her spell. Assemble, Breath of the Land. My name is Alf, she spoke in a calm but powerful voice. A jade-green magic circle appeared beneath her feet, glowing with a gentle light. Shirou could feel the energy gathering, knowing the spell would soon produce strong protection. However, before finishing her incantation, a new idea struck Riveria. Suddenly, she decided to try something she had never done before, using reinforcement on the magic circle itself. She began channeling prana into the magic circle beneath her, strengthening the foundation of her spell with the energy she had just learned. The circle glowed even brighter, signaling the added power from the reinforcement. After strengthening the magic circle, Riveria finished her incantation. Veil Breath, she said confidently. A green aura immediately enveloped both her and Shirou, creating a powerful shield. The effect of Veil Breath felt stronger than usual, and Shirou could sense an increase in both his physical and magic resistance. The protective aura surrounding them both enhanced their bodies and abilities, impressing Shirou with the results of this combined technique. He smiled, satisfied to see how their training had led to something so remarkable. With curiosity, Shirou looked at Riveria, who had just completed her spell. The green aura of Veil Breath still surrounded them, providing strong protection. How does it compare, Riveria? He asked in a calm yet attentive tone. Is there a difference between this spell and the one without reinforcement? For Riveria, though, Shirou's voice sounded like a distant whisper. She was lost in her thoughts, amazed by how rapidly and significantly her magic had progressed. The effects of her magecraft training with Shirou had unlocked new potential that she once thought was impossible to achieve. Riveria had long felt stuck at level 6. Though she was known as one of the greatest mages in Orario, earning the title 9 Hells for mastering 9 different spells. She hadn't felt any real progress in her abilities for a long time. Her magic had stagnated, and despite continuous practice, no significant improvement had come. However, everything began to change when she met Shirou. With his patience and persistence, Shirou introduced her to the concept of magecraft, which was completely different from the magic in Orario. Through continuous practice, Shirou helped her rediscover the potential she once believed had reached its limit. Still in awe, Riveria gazed at Shirou. In the dim light of the shed, illuminated only by the faint glow of veiled breath, Shirou's face looked different. The green aura surrounding them added a certain beauty to his face, making him appear even more attractive in Riveria's eyes. Her heart raced as she realized just how deeply she felt for him. For a long time, she had admired Shirou, but now, under the light of the spell, Shirou seemed so enchanting, making her heart flutter. Shirou, who had not received a response from Riveria, was a bit confused. He looked at her with concern. "Riveria," he called again, this time more clearly, trying to catch the attention of the seemingly daydreaming elf. Riveria, snapped out of her thoughts, was startled by his voice. Her face flushed instantly, and she stammered as she tried to answer Shirou's question. "Ah, yes, of course. Sorry. I was just thinking about something else," she said, a bit embarrassed, trying to hide her nervousness. She averted her gaze for a moment, attempting to regain her focus. "The spell feels stronger. With reinforcement, it seems much more stable and responsive," she added quickly, trying to provide a more technical answer, though her mind was still grappling with the emotion stirring inside her. Riveria paused for a moment before continuing her explanation. "Honestly, I can't tell exactly how much Veil Breath strength has increased with reinforcement. After all, it's a buff-type spell that enhances defense, not a direct attack." Shirou smiled and made a joke. "Well, we're not going to try hitting each other just to test how much it improves physical resistance, right?" he said in a teasing tone. Riveria chuckled softly, pleased by Shirou's humor. However, an idea suddenly popped into her mind. "How about we try this in the dungeon?" she suggested enthusiastically. "I could use my attack spells there, and we could see how reinforcement affects the power of my magic." Intrigued by the idea, Shirou immediately agreed. "That's a great idea. I could be your supporter in the dungeon. That way, you can focus on your magic without worrying about anything else," he offered with a calm smile. Riveria, knowing that Shirou rarely displayed his strength in public, was pleased by his offer. Only members of the Loki Familia knew that Shirou had reached level 4 in a very short time. To the outside world, Shirou appeared as a low-key supporter, though in reality, he was very strong. Excited, Riveria agreed to Shirou's suggestion. "All right, let's try it in the dungeon," she replied enthusiastically. However, deep down, she felt more than just excitement about testing her magic. There was quiet happiness about the opportunity to spend more time with Shirou, even if it was just for training. Behind her professional demeanor, Riveria couldn't hide her delight. To her, this felt like a chance to go on a date with Shirou, even though it was under the pretext of testing their magic in the dungeon. Every moment with Shirou felt precious, and she was secretly thrilled to have a reason to be alone with the man she liked. Riveria knew their early morning training session was nearing its end, and she could sense that their time together would soon be over. With curiosity and a hint of hope, she asked, "Shirou, could we go to the dungeon right after this to test my magic?" Shirou, looking slightly awkward, rubbed the back of his neck with a sheepish smile. "Sorry, Riveria, but I already have plans with someone else today," he answered politely, unaware of what Riveria was feeling. Inside, a small pang of jealousy began to grow in Riveria's heart. She tried hard to keep her voice calm, even as her heart started to race. "Who are you meeting today, Shirou?" she asked softly, though in her mind she was convinced it must be a woman. Shirou, unaware of Riveria's hidden feelings, casually replied, "I'm meeting my friends from the Hostess of Fertility." Riveria, feeling a twinge of jealousy, bit her lip softly. Her mind began to fill with images of the beautiful women who worked there. With a slightly bitter tone, she asked with a faint smile, "Is it Rio? Seer? Or maybe Anya or Chloe? They're all very beautiful, aren't they?" Shirou, without thinking much, innocently answered, "I'm going with all of them." The jealousy that had been bubbling in Riveria's heart turned into confusion. She began to wonder if Shirou was dating all the lovely waitresses from the Hostess of Fertility at the same time, imagining him surrounded by them like a harem. Her feelings grew more complicated. Shirou, noticing the confusion on Riveria's face, quickly clarified. "Actually, Rio is treating us all to go shopping for clothes, and I was invited too. That's all," he said with a smile, trying to ease the situation. Riveria, who had initially been filled with anxiety, let out a long sigh of relief. "Oh, it's just that," she said quietly, feeling relieved that it wasn't the romantic date she had imagined. Still, a small feeling of disappointment lingered. She too wished for the chance to go shopping with Shirou, but just the two of them. Shirou and Riveria walked side by side toward the Loki Familia mansion after finishing their morning training. The sun was beginning to rise, and a cool atmosphere enveloped their journey. Although their conversation was relaxed, there was a warmth in their togetherness. As they neared the mansion, Riveria felt this was the right time to make their next plan. "So, when do you think we should go to the dungeon to test my magic?" Riveria asked curiously. Shirou thought for a moment before making a suggestion. "How about tomorrow at dawn? We can go right after training like today." The idea made sense. At dawn, the dungeon was still relatively empty of other adventurers, allowing them to focus more on their training. Riveria nodded in agreement. All right, tomorrow morning, she said. However, within her heart, more complex feelings began to surface. As an elf of noble lineage, Riveria knew that if other elves discovered she, a member of the royal elf family, was going into the dungeon alone with a human man, even for training, it could spark major gossip. Yet, she didn't care. To Riveria, Shirou was an important partner, and he played a crucial role as her supporter during their training. The two finally arrived at the mansion. Upon entering, the mansion was already bustling with morning preparations. Riveria wisely suggested, if we're going to the dungeon, we should head straight to the 20th floor or below. The monsters there are more numerous, and the area is larger for me to practice my magic. Shirou nodded in agreement. That's a good idea, he replied before heading towards the kitchen. While Shirou started preparing breakfast, Riveria sat at the dining table, patiently waiting. Riveria realized that she wasn't very skilled at cooking. Since childhood, in her palace within the Forest of Alf, she had always been served by attendants who took care of all her needs, including meals. Cooking was not something taught to someone of noble status like herself. Even so, she had come to appreciate the effort others put into cooking, and no meal was more appreciated than the one Shirou prepared. Riveria watched Shirou, who was busy in the kitchen, stirring pots and chopping ingredients with skill and dedication. A feeling was growing stronger in her heart, a fondness she had kept well hidden. She couldn't help but think that Shirou's cooking always tasted better than the finest meals she had enjoyed back in her palace. As Riveria continued to gaze at Shirou with a soft smile on her face, she imagined how lucky she would be if she could enjoy Shirou's cooking every day, not just because of the delicious food, but because their time together made these simple moments feel special. In her heart, Riveria thought, if only I could feel this happiness, forever. Soon after Shirou began preparing breakfast, the dining room door opened, and Ace entered with light steps. Her eyes immediately landed on the kitchen, where the delicious aroma was beginning to fill the room. Ace, who always looked forward to Shirou's cooking, couldn't hide her excitement. Breakfast is going to be delicious, as usual, she said cheerfully, sitting at the table, eager for the meal. Lafia appeared at the door shortly after, pouting a little when she saw that Shirou had started cooking without her. Shirou, why didn't you wait for me? She whined playfully. I always help you in the kitchen. Lafia felt upset because she wanted to assist from the start, as she usually did. Shirou smiled gently and responded calmly, Sorry, Lafia, but I really appreciate your help. Without you, cooking would take much longer, he said sincerely. Even though he had started first, Shirou always valued Lafia's presence and her collaboration with him in the kitchen. Lafia, now smiling again, quickly joined Shirou in the kitchen. They worked together in perfect rhythm, as if they were accustomed to cooking side by side. Every move they made was in sync, making the cooking process faster and more efficient. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Riveria watched the scene with a slightly heavy heart. She sighed softly as she observed Ace and Lafia. On the one hand, she knew that both Ace and Lafia seemed to like Shirou as much as she did. Ace, with her rare smile, and Lafia, with her cheerful attitude in the kitchen, both appeared very close to Shirou. Riveria pondered for a moment. It was hard for her to imagine that she might have to compete with the girls she had mentored and cared for since they were young. Both Ace and Lafia were girls she had guided through their journeys, and now they possibly shared the same feelings for Shirou, the man Riveria quietly admired as well. As Riveria remained lost in her thoughts, one by one, members of the Loki familia began to gather at the dining table, waiting for the breakfast Shirou was preparing. Tiona and Tioni arrived with wide smiles, while Finn and Gareth entered more calmly but clearly ready to enjoy the morning meal. Riveria, still silent, glanced towards Shirou, who was busy in the kitchen with Lafia. Although there was a warmth from seeing their closeness, she couldn't ignore the jealousy that arose, realizing that she wasn't the only one who admired him. But, as usual, Riveria maintained her composed and graceful demeanor, hiding the turmoil of emotions swirling inside her. Chapter 59. Author Note. Unlock new chapters and exclusive illustrations at patreon.com/Rayish. As the members of the Loki familia gathered one by one at the dining table, Shirou and Lafia continued working in the kitchen, finishing up the much-anticipated breakfast. The aroma of crispy toast and savory soup filled the air, catching everyone's attention. Tiona, who could never hide her excitement, leaned over the table, trying to get a closer look into the kitchen. Wow, breakfast must be amazing today. Shirou, you're incredible when it comes to cooking, she said cheerfully. Tioni, sitting next to her, simply shook her head, but a slight smile hinted that she, too, could hardly wait for the food. In another corner, Finn and Gareth sat calmly, but their eyes showed interest as they watched Shirou and Lafia's preparations. Riveria, who was still at the table, tried to clear her mind of the brief pang of jealousy she'd felt earlier. She watched Shirou from afar, trying to enjoy this peaceful moment without letting troubling thoughts distract her. Being here together like this is enough for me, she thought, even though her feelings for Shirou couldn't be easily set aside. Finally, Shirou and Lafia began bringing out the dishes one by one. Freshly baked toast, vegetable omelets, and slices of roasted meat were arranged on large plates, which they placed in the center of the table with ease. Please, everyone, enjoy your meal, Shirou said with a smile as the members of the Loki familia eagerly reached for the food. Ace, unable to wait any longer, grabbed a piece of toast and a slice of meat, while Afia immediately moved beside her, joining in and glancing at Shirou now and then. You know, your cooking is always the best, Shirou, Ace said with a small smile, expressing her gratitude. Shirou smiled, happy to see Ace, Lafia, and all the members enjoying his cooking. Thank you, Ace. I'm glad you all like it, he replied humbly. With everyone now eating happily, the dining room filled with warmth. Laughter and chatter about dungeon missions and magic training brought life to the morning. Riveria, listening to the lively conversation and cheerful voices, felt grateful to share this warmth with those she loved and respected. Suddenly, Loki appeared in the doorway, looking at the table filled with food and the lively gathering. Well, did I miss a party? She joked, walking over to the table. She grabbed a piece of toast and took a hearty bite. Thank you, Shirou. You really know how to keep this familia happy, she said with a wide grin, making everyone laugh. Shirou only nodded, smiling, happy to bring a simple joy to his new family. Riveria, watching Shirou from across the table, sighed in relief with a smile. This togetherness is enough for now, she thought, although deep down, she still hoped that one day, perhaps, she could share moments like this with Shirou, not just as fellow familia members, but as something more. After breakfast, Shirou, as usual, immediately began clearing the table and washing the used dishes. Cleaning up had become a routine for him since joining the Loki familia, and he did it every day with great care. Lafia, as always, helped him. Without being asked, she took up cleaning supplies and started sweeping the dining room floor, which was covered in crumbs from breakfast. She moved swiftly, working alongside Shirou. As she swept, Shirou looked at Lafia and smiled. Thank you, Lafia, for helping out every morning. I really appreciate it, he said. Then, curiously, he asked, did you usually handle cleaning and cooking before I joined Loki familia? Lafia paused, touching her forehead as she tried to remember. Actually, cooking and cleaning used to be split among the lower-ranking familia members, she said quietly. But since you came, it's changed a little. Apparently, Shirou's habit of handling the kitchen regularly had replaced the previous rotation system. Shirou thought about this and concluded. So, before, you didn't have to do this every day, he said, raising an eyebrow with a hint of worry. Doesn't it make things harder for you to help me every day? He asked with a concerned tone. Lafia, who actually enjoyed these simple moments with Shirou, didn't want to admit that she wanted to be close to him through such shared tasks. With a determined tone, she simply replied, it's my duty to help. Besides, we're teammates, right? Shirou looked at Lafia, confused, trying to recall their earlier conversation. Teammates? He asked, looking doubtful and a little puzzled. Lafia, feeling that Shirou had forgotten something important, pouted slightly. You forgot, didn't you? She said, sounding a bit annoyed. A few nights ago, you said we were Team Faker, remember? We worked together as a team, she said, looking at Shirou expectantly. Hearing this, Shirou chuckled, amused by Lafia's seriousness. Oh, right. Sorry, I remember now, he said, smiling. You're right, we're Team Faker. Thank you, Lafia, he added warmly, making her smile and return to her sweeping with a warmer heart. After sweeping, Lafia picked up the mop to clean up any remaining dirt. But before she began, she spun the mop in her hands in a lively motion, as if she were wielding a magical staff. Once she finished her spin, Lafia repeated the motto Shirou had once said during his fight with Gilgamesh. There's no rule that says a fake can't defeat the original, she declared with determination, her voice filled with strength and conviction, like a knight reminding herself of her mission. Hearing those words, Shirou felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected his old motto, once spoken with such spirit, to resonate so deeply with Lafia. But seeing her serious and enthusiastic expression, he couldn't help but find it charming and endearing. They continued their cleaning, wrapped in a comfortable atmosphere of camaraderie. Lafia, full of energy, even began humming a little tune as she moved the mop across the floor, as if this task was an important mission for Team Faker. Shirou just smiled, happy to share this peaceful moment with her, even amid the simple routine of cleaning up. After finishing, Shirou and Lafia made their way to the large living room in Twilight Manor. The room was grand and elegant, with a high ceiling adorned with a chandelier casting a warm glow. On either side of the room were two large winding staircases leading to the upper floor, made of dark, sturdy wood and decorated with intricate carvings, adding a touch of elegance. In the middle of the room were several cozy sofas, with a soft carpet spread underneath. Lafia invited Shirou to sit on one of the large sofas near the staircase, and Shirou followed her. They sat side by side, enjoying a moment of relaxation after all the morning tasks. Lafia turned to Shirou, her face cheerful and full of enthusiasm, and began sharing stories of her training experiences with Filvis. Shirou, sitting quietly, listened to every word Lafia said with full attention, showing himself to be a good listener. Lafia felt comfortable sharing her stories, especially recalling her intense training experiences. You know, she said with a small laugh, Filvis was really tough on me during concurrent chanting practice. She even let me get surrounded by frog shooters. Lafia laughed lightly, though it was clear the memory was quite challenging for her. Still, she couldn't hide the smile on her face, proud of having gotten through that training. Shirou listened, smiling softly. Well, Frog shooters shouldn't be much of a challenge for an adventurer at your level, Lafia, he said gently. You're already level 3 and almost at level 4. Those creatures probably aren't a big threat to you anymore. However, Lafia, with an adorably annoyed expression, tugged at Shirou's sleeve playfully. Still, Shirou, their saliva is so disgusting. I can't stand how sticky it is, she complained, her face showing a slight look of disgust. Seeing Lafia grumbling like that, Shirou smiled softly and patted her shoulder attentively. You've worked really hard, Lafia, he said, his tone full of appreciation. The training isn't easy, but the results are obvious. You're getting stronger every day. Shirou's praise made Lafia feel at ease and proud of her efforts. A small smile appeared on her face, and a newfound enthusiasm filled her heart, ready to take on future challenges. Lafia was still enjoying her relaxing time with Shirou and wished she could stay close to him a bit longer. But at that moment, a loud noise came from the mansion's entrance. Raoul appeared with a stack of parchments in his hands, his face brimming with excitement. Big news, he exclaimed loudly, breaking the calm. Lafia pouted, annoyed that her private moment with Shirou had been interrupted. Still, she stood up and walked over to Raoul, taking one of the parchments from the stack he was carrying. Shirou followed quietly, observing Lafia's slightly disappointed expression. Hearing the commotion, other members of the Loki familia started to gather, curious about the big news Raoul had brought. Ace, Tiona, and Tioni arrived almost at the same time, while Riveria stood at the back, calmly observing the scene. Lafia read the headline on the parchment with shock and annoyance. In a loud voice, she announced the news. Belle Cranel has reached level 3. Lafia could hardly believe it, remembering how it took her 2 years to reach that level. Tiona, hearing the news, immediately turned to Ace with excitement. Ace. Little Argonaut is level 3 now, she said, laughing. Tiona seemed pleased with Belle's rapid progress. Ace nodded calmly, though her eyes showed admiration. Yes, Belle has leveled up quickly, she commented, impressed by Belle's remarkable advancement, unusual for most adventurers. Tioni, finding the development strange, furrowed her brows and said, it's not typical for someone to level up this fast, especially since he only reached level 2 a month ago. Riveria, hearing Tioni's doubt, added with a wise tone, perhaps Belle has a rare skill that accelerates his accumulation of Excelia, allowing him to level up faster than others. Riveria's words made the Loki Familia members think for a moment. They knew each adventurer had a unique journey, but Belle's rapid growth was beyond their expectations. Lafia herself still felt a bit annoyed hearing the news, as though her own struggles seemed slow by comparison. Yet, deep down, she couldn't help but be curious about the secret behind Belle's extraordinary strength that continued to surprise everyone in Orario. Feeling inspired by the news of Belle's quick leveling, Lafia loudly declared, actually, I could also reach level 4, but I'm waiting until my magic stat reaches rank S before leveling up. Her face showed a hint of pride. For her, not everything had to be rushed. Shirou, just realizing this concept, raised his eyebrows. So, you can actually hold off on leveling up? He asked, full of curiosity. Tioni, seizing the chance to tease, smiled and turned to Shirou. Yes, but for you, Shirou, there's no need to hold back, she joked. Besides, all your stats are already at SSS. You're an exception. Tioni chuckled, amused at Shirou's slightly awkward reaction. Hearing Shirou's name mentioned, Lafia's excitement surged. That's right. Compared to Shirou, Belle doesn't stand a chance. Shirou, who's also a new adventurer, has already reached level 4, she said proudly, as if confirming that Shirou was the best in her eyes. Shirou, who wasn't used to receiving open praise, decided to respond with a joke. What if Belle levels up again next month? Won't he end up surpassing your level, Lafia? He teased, making Lafia's face turn from annoyed to surprised. Not wanting to lose in this debate, Lafia replied with a sharp tone. Just wait. Next month, Shirou will reach level 5 before Belle catches up with me, she exclaimed, as if convincing everyone, especially herself. Hearing Lafia's confident statement, Shirou could only sigh inwardly. Why do I have to be the one pressured to level up again? He thought, smiling slightly, puzzled by Lafia's enthusiasm. The other Familia members listening to the conversation couldn't hold back their laughter. They were entertained by Lafia's rivalry with Belle and her pride in Shirou. That day, the atmosphere in Twilight Manor felt warmer with laughter and happiness filling the room. After their lively conversation at Twilight Manor, Shirou bid farewell to the others, remembering his meeting time with friends from the Hostess of Fertility was approaching. He hurried toward their meeting spot in the shopping district. Shirou arrived 15 minutes early at the agreed location, near the fountain in the center of the shopping district square. When he got there, he saw that Ryu was already waiting calmly. That day, Ryu wore simple yet stylish casual clothes. A dark blue top that matched her black pants, along with a light scarf elegantly wrapped around her neck. Her appearance was neat, fitting her calm and composed personality. Realizing Ryu had arrived first, Shirou quickly approached her and apologized. Sorry, Ryu, You're treating me, but I'm the one who came late, he said with a regretful tone. Ryu gave a small smile and shook her head, then looked at her watch. No need to apologize, Shiro. You actually arrived earlier than the time we agreed upon, she replied, easing Shiro's concern. Feeling relieved, Shiro invited Ryu to sit on a bench near the fountain while they waited for the others. How about we sit while we wait for the others to arrive? He suggested. Ryu nodded in agreement, then walked with him toward the bench by the fountain. They sat side by side, enjoying the increasingly bustling shopping district filled with visitors. Ryu smiled slightly and started the conversation. Seer was right, it seems. You always wear the same plain tunic, she said, her tone lightly teasing but still with Ryu's usual gentleness. Shiro chuckled at Ryu's comment, realizing this habit had been with him since he lived in Fuyuki. I haven't had many clothes since back then, he said, recalling his past. In those days, he often wore a simple white shirt with blue sleeves. Even now, I only have about a dozen outfits, Shiro continued with a smile. Mr. Arthur gave them to me long ago, so it's no surprise they're all plain like this, he added casually. Seeing Ryu's casual yet stylish appearance, Shiro couldn't resist giving her a compliment. Maybe I should ask for your help next time. Your fashion style looks so cool and interesting, he said, looking at Ryu with a friendly smile. Ryu blushed at the compliment. Looking away slightly, she responded in a low voice. You and Seer are the same, always saying I look cool. Then, almost whispering, Ryu added, but I actually prefer being praised as beautiful. Shiro just chuckled, enjoying seeing Ryu's shy side, which was rare. Suddenly, Shiro remembered Ryu's appearance during the war game disguise. Speaking of your disguise back then, Ryu, he began, maybe you should improve it. One of my friends actually recognized your true identity. Ryu looked slightly surprised at this. Really? Even though I wore a mask and didn't use any magic, she replied in a puzzled tone. Shiro smiled and offered some suggestions. Maybe you could add a thicker cloak, or, perhaps, change your hair color. Hearing Shiro's idea, Ryu suddenly laughed softly, leaving Shiro confused. Why are you laughing? Shiro asked, not understanding what amused Ryu. After stopping her laughter, Ryu explained. Actually, Seer already dyed my hair to a greenish yellow for the disguise. It turned out that Ryu's current short hair color wasn't her natural one, but part of an effort to make her identity harder to recognize. Realizing this, Shiro noted that he'd never known Ryu's true hair color. So, your natural hair color isn't what it is now, he asked, full of curiosity. Ryu smiled slightly and shrugged. Oh, so you want to know a lady's secret? She teased, leaving Shiro momentarily speechless and feeling awkward. Seeing Shiro's confused expression, Ryu finally replied gently. My natural hair was once long and blonde. Shiro tried to imagine Ryu with long blonde hair, like A's. He thought that color would definitely suit Ryu's elegance and only add to her charm. Their conversation was filled with smiles and small laughs, building a friendly and warm atmosphere between them as they waited for the others to join. Chapter 60. Author note. The illustration of A's dancing with Shiro is already finished. Please check it out at Patreon.com/Rayish. Feeling the warmth and closeness of the moment, Ryu said, Now, it's my turn to ask you something, Shiro. Her voice was gentle, but there was a clear curiosity in her eyes. Shiro smiled casually. So, it's like we're exchanging secrets, huh? He replied, looking at Ryu attentively. Ryu nodded in agreement, and after thinking for a moment, they made a pact to keep each other's secrets. Let's keep these secrets safe, all right? Ryu said seriously, and Shiro nodded in agreement. With the agreement settled, Shiro jokingly winked. So, what's your question? Because I have plenty of secrets that could interest you, he teased. Ryu took a deep breath, then finally asked with a serious tone, I'm just curious, why are you so kind? What's your real intention, Shiro? Her eyes held a sincerity that left Shiro momentarily speechless. Shiro tilted his head, feeling puzzled. What do you mean? I don't see myself as particularly kind. I'm just doing what comes naturally. Unsatisfied with his answer, Ryu narrowed her eyes and began listing all the things she'd noticed about him. You always work hard at the hostess of fertility without being asked. You never complain about the work, and you're always ready to help when needed. She paused for a moment, then continued. I also know that Seer often takes advantage of your kindness to lighten her workload, and yet you never refuse. Hearing this, Shiro blushed slightly and cleared his throat to distract her. Seer helped me out a lot when I first arrived in Orario. I'm just trying to repay her kindness. Ryu nodded slowly, accepting his explanation, though still curious. But then, why do you help out with cooking at the hostess of fertility? You don't even get paid for it. Shiro fell silent for a moment, thinking. He realized that Ryu had indeed been watching him closely. Around them, the soft sound of the fountain filled the quiet as Shiro considered his words. But before he could answer, Ryu suddenly looked at him with a playful smile. Could it be that the reason you work unpaid at the hostess of fertility is because you have your eye on one of the waitresses? She teased, holding back a laugh. Shiro was startled by the question, and he quickly waved his hands in a panic. No, of course not, he replied hastily, his face turning red. Seeing Shirou's flustered reaction, Ryu smiled, enjoying his awkwardness. Then, what's the reason? She asked again, this time with a more serious expression. Shirou took a deep breath, then looked at Ryu calmly. Honestly, I just enjoy cooking and cleaning. But that's not the main reason, he answered with sincerity. Everything I do, including the things you mentioned, is to reach my dream. Ryu raised her eyebrows, both confused and curious. Your dream? She asked, not entirely understanding Shirou's meaning. Shirou lifted his gaze and looked directly at Ryu, his eyes filled with strong determination. Yes, my dream is to become a defender of justice, a Seiji no Mikata, he said with conviction, his voice deep and meaningful. Shirou waited for Ryu's reaction, ready for the possibility that she might laugh at what sounded like a childish dream. However, to his surprise, Ryu remained silent. Her expression turned serious, and she simply gazed at Shirou in awe, captivated by the sincerity and courage in his words. Hearing the term defender of justice from Shirou, Ryu was instantly taken back to memories long buried in her heart. Her thoughts drifted to precious friends from her past in the Astria Familia, comrades who had fought together, dedicated to bringing justice to Orario, even knowing they might never fully understand what justice, Seiji, truly meant. Under the blessing of the goddess Astria, the goddess of justice, they fought for a high and elusive ideal. Looking at Shirou, Ryu felt that the man in front of her held the same resolve as her former Astria Familia companions. She even considered that Shirou would have been a perfect fit for that Familia if they had accepted men. There was a similarity in the idealism and sincerity that Shirou shared with her departed friends. Noticing Ryu staring at him in silence, Shirou felt a bit awkward with the quiet between them. Finally, he decided to break it. It seems like you've been asking me a lot, Ryu. Now it's my turn, he said lightly, trying to steer the conversation back. Ryu snapped out of her thoughts, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. All right, Shirou, she replied, nodding slightly. Ask whatever you want to know. Shirou continued his postponed question, this time more seriously. So, Ryu, why do you hide your identity to the point of dyeing your hair? Is there a specific reason? He asked quietly, yet full of curiosity. Knowing this was a sensitive topic, Ryu still felt a sense of trust in Shirou. After a brief silence, she decided to be honest. The reason is because I'm actually a fugitive, Ryu admitted without hesitation, though she knew the weight of her words. Shirou was shocked by her answer. He had never expected that someone as calm and disciplined as Ryu harbored a dark past. Still surprised, he braved himself to ask, what exactly did you do to become a fugitive? Ryu gave a bitter smile, recalling a past filled with anger and revenge. I was an assassin, she replied, her tone somber. I did it to avenge my friends who had been killed. So, tell me, Shirou, would you arrest me as a defender of justice? Maybe report me to the guild? She challenged, her voice low, as if prepared to accept any answer Shirou might give. Shirou shook his head firmly, showing his confidence. I don't see it that way, Ryu. Everyone, even a criminal, always has the chance to change, he answered with conviction. And I believe you didn't do it for personal gain. The people you killed, they must have been evil, right? Hearing what might sound naive, Ryu could only give a small smile. So typical of Shirou, she thought. However, she felt there was no need to hold back further details. My victims were members of the Rudra Familia. They were part of a dark faction, Evelus, Ryu explained, her voice cold as she recalled ending the lives of those who had killed her friends in the Astria Familia. Shirou felt a deep sense of relief hearing Ryu's confession. So, what she had done was vigilante justice, a justice carried out in her own way. In fact, Shirou felt proud, remembering that he, too, had once fought some members of Evelus in the past, though few people knew about his actions. That's why I truly believe in your choices, Ryu. You are indeed pursuing justice in your own way, Shirou said, looking at her with pride. Ryu could only shake her head, feeling that Shirou was as trusting and sincere as ever. It gave her a sense of calm in this moment of openness. Ryu glanced at her watch, realizing the time they had set had come. She commented calmly, it seems like Cyr, Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar will be running late today. Shirou gave a light smile, not minding the wait. In that case, how about we continue our question game? It's your turn to ask, Ryu, he offered, trying to fill the time with their conversation. After a moment's thought, Ryu decided to probe deeper into Shirou. She wanted to test the resolve and the meaning of justice that Shirou held so tightly. All right then, Shirou, what exactly do you mean by becoming a defender of justice? She asked seriously. Shirou leaned back in his chair, gazing at the fountain before them. As his thoughts drifted to the past, he remembered the person who meant the most to him, Kiritsugu. The image of Kiritsugu's face and gentle smile, so peaceful as he saved Shirou from the fire, appeared again in his mind. To Shirou, that smile symbolized the beauty of someone who sacrificed everything for the good of others. After a moment of silent nostalgia, Shirou opened his eyes and looked at Ryu, his gaze filled with determination. My dream is to become a hero who can save everyone, he said firmly. That's what Seiji no Mikata means to me. Ryu watched Shirou closely, and for a moment, it felt as though she were looking at her younger self. She, too, once had a similar determination to uphold justice, though her resolve had been clouded with doubt and uncertainty. However, unlike her past self, Shirou answered with complete conviction, without a hint of hesitation in his words. To Ryu, Shirou's resolve felt so pure and strong, something she wished she still held within herself. Captivated by Shirou's unwavering spirit, Ryu felt compelled to further test the young man's beliefs. She recalled the words once spoken by her friend Kagaya, words filled with realism and skepticism. A friend of mine once said that the dream of saving everyone is nothing more than an impossible and naive fantasy, Ryu said, echoing the sentiment she herself had once believed. Without hesitation, Shirou looked at her and responded confidently. Even if it's impossible, there's no harm in chasing a beautiful dream like that. It's a dream that gives my life meaning. Ryu nodded slightly, but the smile on her lips seemed challenging. Then what will you do, Shirou? She asked quietly. If one day you face a choice where you have to decide who will be saved? Shirou was undaunted by the question. I'll find a way to save everyone, he replied with unwavering confidence, as if that were the only option. Still intrigued, Ryu posed a more difficult question. She recalled a dilemma once presented to her by the god Erebus, a situation she herself couldn't answer at the time. Suppose you are faced with a trolley speeding down a track, Ryu began cautiously. You could pull a lever to redirect the trolley and save a group of people on another track, but that would mean someone else on the other track would be hit. Would you pull the lever or not? She asked, her gaze intense. Without hesitation, Shirou replied, I would pull the lever. Ryu gave a bitter smile at his answer. So, you would let one innocent person on that track die, hit by the trolley, she said, her tone filled with skepticism, as though challenging Shirou to consider his decision more deeply. Shirou, undaunted, answered with even stronger resolve. In that case, I would run to untie the person before the trolley hits them. Ryu, smiling slightly and surprised by Shirou's courage, continued her questioning. What if you don't have enough time to untie them? What would you do? Once again, Shirou looked at her with unwavering determination. Then I would stop the trolley with my own body or find another way. I won't give up until I've tried everything to save everyone, he replied, his voice steady and full of conviction. Ryu looked at Shirou with genuine admiration, captivated by such strong determination and belief. Shirou's answer might sound unrealistic, but his sheer resolve made Ryu believe he was truly prepared to do anything to protect the helpless. Ryu watched Shirou for a moment before commenting. Right now, you're still level 1, and that dream, it seems so big. Are you sure it's all right to pursue a dream that large? Shirou paused, feeling a slight sense of guilt for hiding the fact that he had actually reached level 4. However, he still answered honestly about his goal. That's why I joined the Loki Familia and explore the dungeon. I want to grow stronger so I can save more people, he said, looking at Ryu with conviction. Ryu smiled, hearing Shirou's powerful resolve. Wanting to help, she offered, then I'll train you. I can take night shifts at the Hostess of Fertility so we can train together in the mornings, she said sincerely. Shirou was initially going to decline, considering his actual level. But when he saw the sincerity in Ryu's enthusiastic eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. All right, if you're willing to train me, I'd be very grateful, he finally replied. Ryu stood up, pleased with Shirou's answer, and asked, how about we start tomorrow morning? Are you free? Shirou stood in front of her and shook his head apologetically. Tomorrow, I already have plans to go to the dungeon with Riveria. Maybe another day, he said, a bit regretfully. Hearing this, Ryu was instantly surprised and quickly grabbed Shirou's tunic collar, her eyes wide. Are you kidding? You're really going alone with Lady Riveria? She asked, incredulous. Shirou, completely unprepared for such a big reaction, just nodded slowly and said, yes, I'm serious. Ryu looked at him, her gaze full of shock and disbelief. You're incredibly lucky to be getting direct lessons from Lady Riveria, she said, still unable to hide her astonishment. Shirou, who was actually the one teaching Riveria about magecraft, could only smile sarcastically to himself. However, he still asked with curiosity, but why such an intense reaction, Ryu? Seeing Shirou's curiosity, Ryu let go of his tunic and placed her hands on his shoulders. With a respectful tone, she explained, Lady Riveria is the princess of the Elven Forest, a high-ranking noble of the High Elves. Elves hold her in high esteem, and for a human to be alone with her is extremely special. You might be the target of some envy among the elves if they find out. Shirou could only nod slowly, just now realizing the special position he held with Riveria. Shirou fell silent, contemplating Ryu's words. Until now, he hadn't realized this. No elf members in the Loki Familia had ever questioned his training sessions with Riveria, and the two of them always had free access to use the storeroom for their magecraft lessons. As Shirou was deep in thought, suddenly he heard Anya's voice from behind the bushes in the garden, singing playfully. Shirou and Ryu. Chloe appeared beside her and continued the lyrics with a mischievous grin. sitting under a tree. They both laughed before finishing together. KSS Genji. Ryu, hearing this, blushed instantly and let go of Shirou's shoulders. It's not like that. You've misunderstood, she said in a panic, trying to explain. Shirou could only scratch his head, smiling sheepishly at the humorous situation. Shortly after, Seer appeared from the same direction, chuckling at Ryu's reaction. She enjoyed the moment, as if joining in on the little tease between them. Lunwar also came over and sighed seeing her friend's behavior. Ryu, already pouting, complained to Seer, Anya, Lunwar and Chloe. You should have just joined us. Why did you decide to eavesdrop from behind the bushes? She said in an annoyed tone. Anya laughed and innocently replied, Chloe and I came just in time, but it was actually Seer's idea. She told us to eavesdrop. She pointed towards Seer, who smiled calmly. Ryu turned to Seer with a slightly annoyed look, but before she could protest further, Seer gently took her hand. Come on, let's start shopping, she invited with a smile, as if trying to brush off her earlier mischief. Along the way, Shirou walked beside Seer and lightly teased her. Seer, your habit of eavesdropping is really not good, you know, he said playfully, though curiosity made him ask. So, how much did you hear? Seer gave a mysterious smile and replied, Not much, but enough to know a little of your secret, Seiji no Mikata, she added with a mischievous grin, calling Shirou by the title he aspired to. Shirou could only sigh in resignation at the nickname, though he felt a bit of pride and amusement deep down. Chapter 61. Seer led them to a large clothing store called Vespertine's Wardrobe, a popular spot among adventurers and residents of Orario. The store had 2 floors with large windows displaying some of the most attractive outfits for men and women. Inside, neatly arranged racks held clothing catalogs ranging from casual attire to elegant styles, along with complementary accessories. As they entered, Seer, Anya, Chloe, and Ryu began discussing the outfits they planned to buy. Ryu, who had offered to treat them, listened patiently to their suggestions, while Shirou stood silently beside them, feeling a bit awkward as the conversation focused mainly on women's clothing. After chatting briefly, they split up to select their clothes. Shirou headed to the men's section, choosing something simple and affordable to avoid burdening Ryu. He settled on a soft gray, plain shirt. It wasn't flashy, but it looked comfortable. In the fitting room, Shirou tried on the shirt and looked in the mirror. It fit well, and he was satisfied with its simplicity. Having decided, he placed the shirt in his shopping bag. As Shirou exited the fitting room, he saw Seer, who had also just come out of another booth. She was wearing a knee-length, soft green dress with sheer long sleeves that added an elegant, feminine touch. The dress was simple yet beautiful, perfectly matching Seer's gentle personality. Seer showed off her dress to Shirou with a hopeful smile. What do you think? Does it suit me? Shirou smiled and nodded. It suits you perfectly, Seer. You look very beautiful. He complimented sincerely, making Seer's smile even brighter. However, Seer's smile changed when she glanced at Shirou's shopping bag and saw the plain shirt inside. Shirou, she said with a hint of protest. Did you really just choose another plain shirt? Just like the tunic you wear every day. You should try something more interesting. Seer carefully picked out several outfits that would suit Shirou, matching her choices to his striking red hair and his lean yet athletic frame. Shirou tried on one of the outfits Seer had chosen. He wore a dark blue shirt with an open collar and fitted black pants that highlighted his physique. The shirt fit him perfectly, showing off his strong shoulders and arms, while the color gave an impression of elegance with a touch of simplicity. When Shirou stepped out of the fitting room, he looked striking and more impressive than usual. Seer smiled in satisfaction at the sight. Wow, Shirou, you look amazing. I think you really need clothes like this, so your wardrobe isn't all plain stuff, she said happily. Shirou smiled gratefully and, while adjusting the shirt on his shoulder, said, Maybe I should look for a bigger size. This one feels a bit tight. Seer frowned slightly, feeling confident she'd chosen the right size, and without thinking, she touched Shirou's arm, examining the shirt that seemed snug around his muscles. Her hand immediately felt Shirou's firm, slightly prominent bicep under the fabric. Surprised, Seer realized that Shirou, who usually wore loose clothes, had a far more muscular build than she had guessed. Shirou, feeling awkward with Seer's touch, called her name softly. Seer? Still slightly mesmerized, Seer ignored Shirou's discomfort and began gently feeling his chest and stomach, sensing his well-toned and trained muscles, just as she'd suspected. Unable to contain her curiosity, Seer asked, Did you train hard after joining the Loki Familia to get a physique like this? Shirou replied calmly, though still a bit uneasy. Actually, I was already used to exercising and training before I came to Orario. Suddenly, Ryu appeared from behind, carrying a bag of clothes she had just bought. She raised an eyebrow when she saw Seer busy feeling the shirt Shirou was wearing. Seer, what are you doing to Shirou? She asked, surprised. Seer just chuckled in response to Ryu's question. Oh, Ryu, it turns out Shirou has some hidden muscles under those loose clothes of his. You're welcome to feel them, too. If you're curious, she teased. Both Shirou and Ryu protested in unison. Seer, they exclaimed in a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Seer only laughed harder, thoroughly entertained by their reactions. All right, she said, finally walking away with a chuckle. I'll find some better fitting clothes so Shirou's physique can be showcased properly, she added, leaving to look for tighter outfits for Shirou. Once Seer left to find other clothes, Ryu turned to Shirou with a knowing smile. You seem to have a hard time refusing anything Seer asks, don't you? She said with a gentle, familiar tone. Shirou smiled, nodding slightly. Seer always has a reason behind her actions, and I know she does it for my own good, he replied with understanding. He then picked out a similar shirt in a larger size, making sure it was more comfortable to wear. Ryu listened with a nod of agreement. That's true, she said with a soft smile. I also, somehow, always find it hard to say no when Seer asks me for something, she added, feeling they shared a mutual understanding of Seer's personality. Elsewhere in the store, Seer found a tank top that she thought would suit Shirou's build. She examined it with a satisfied smile, imagining Shirou wearing it. At that moment, Chloe passed by and saw the tank top in Seer's hands. Wow, Seer, are you bold enough now to pick out something revealing? She teased with amusement. Seer, not expecting such teasing, blushed immediately. It's not for me. It's for Shirou, she quickly replied, her cheeks slightly pink. Lunwar, overhearing their conversation, glanced at Seer with a curious look. Does Shirou really need an undershirt so much that you're picking it out for him? She asked, intrigued. Seer only gave a sly smile, then leaned closer to both of them and whispered, honestly, I just wanted a little eye candy. Chloe and Lunwar exchanged glances, looking confused, but their curiosity prompted them to follow Seer, eager to see what she was planning. Shirou and Ryu stood near the fitting rooms, chatting lightly while they waited for Seer to return from choosing clothes. They discussed their days working at the Hostess of Fertility and their plans for the next training session. Before long, Seer appeared, followed by Lunwar and Chloe, each with an amused and curious smile. Chloe, eager to understand Seer's intentions, approached Ryu and whispered, what exactly is Seer planning by giving that outfit to Shirou? Ryu gave a small, relaxed smile. Just wait and see, she replied briefly, not wanting to spoil the surprise. Moments later, Shirou emerged from the fitting room, now wearing a tight tank top that showed off his physique. His muscular shoulders, arms, and chest, usually hidden, were now clearly visible in the fitted clothing. Lunwar and Chloe immediately understood why Seer had chosen that outfit. Seer's earlier remark about wanting eye candy made perfect sense as they looked at Shirou in a tank top that highlighted his build. Feeling a bit awkward under his friend's amazed stares, Shirou scratched his neck with a shy smile. Is this too tight? He asked softly, though he already knew the answer. Chloe stepped closer and examined him. It fits perfectly, she commented enthusiastically. You should consider wearing clothes like this more often, she added with an approving smile. Lunwar chimed in with a different perspective. Actually, because you rarely wear clothes that emphasize your build, it makes your appearance more appealing, Shirou, she said. Not like some other adventurers who love to show off, she added with a small laugh. Ryu smiled slightly, considering her friend's suggestions. In that case, maybe it's better if Shirou only wears something tight like this occasionally. No need to make it a habit, she commented, and Chloe and Lunwar nodded in agreement. Shirou grinned sheepishly at their praise. Then he turned to Seer and asked, what do you think, Seer? Does it really suit me? Seer simply looked at Shirou with narrowed eyes, as if weighing something. Her expression was a bit serious, as though she wasn't fully satisfied. Seeing her look, Shirou felt a little concerned. Seer, he called again, slightly nervous. Do you think it doesn't look good? Seer snapped out of her thoughts and quickly shook her head. Oh no. It looks great, she replied with a smile. However, Shirou noticed her gaze change, and her smile slowly turned sly, as if a new idea had come to her mind. He began to feel a bit nervous about what she might be planning. He knew that smile often meant Seer was up to something mischievous. Clapping her hands eagerly, Seer announced, all right, casual clothes are done. Now, let's move on to another store to find formal wear, she said enthusiastically. Lunwar and Ryu, who were enjoying this shopping outing, nodded in agreement. Good idea, said Lunwar, while Ryu nodded along. Yes, I've also picked out everything I need here, Chloe added, holding her shopping bag. Shirou and Seer returned to their respective fitting rooms to change out of the clothes they tried on. Once they finished, they placed the selected items in their shopping bags. They stepped out of the fitting rooms at the same time, exchanging smiles at the coincidence. They then walked together, joining their friends who were already waiting in line at the cashier to pay for their chosen clothes. With their casual clothes in hand, they prepared to head to the next store, looking forward to the excitement of continuing their shopping trip. After Ryu completed the payment at the cashier, Seer led them to another store. Now, let's head to the elf clothing shop to find formal attire, she said excitedly. Walking beside her, Shirou looked a bit puzzled and asked, why are we going to look for formal clothes there? Seer turned and smiled, glancing at Ryu, who was walking not far behind them. Because elves are known for their graceful and luxurious style, she replied. hinting at the natural elegance of Ryu and other elves. Not long after, they arrived in front of an exclusive store specializing in elf clothing, called the Sylvan Silks. The entrance was adorned with intricate carvings made from mahogany, featuring elegant swirling leaves and flowers. Inside, the store looked spacious, arranged with a clean, refined aesthetic. Mannequins stood dressed in various elf formal attire, each looking beautiful and sophisticated. In the store's corners, there were long robes and dresses made from soft, shimmering fabrics, with intricate designs like the elegant gowns Shirou often saw Riveria or Lafia wear. These dresses had gentle colors like emerald green, sapphire blue, and pure white, with delicate gold embroidery around the neckline and cuffs. Even the men's robes were decorated with detailed stitching, creating a formal yet dignified look. Shirou was captivated by the luxurious atmosphere of the store, realizing that the clothes here truly embodied the elegance of the elves, as often seen on Riveria and Lafia. Anya's eyes sparkled as she gazed at a long purple dress adorned with gold lace at the sleeves and collar. "Wow, it looks like a princess gown from a fairy tale," she exclaimed, admiring the dress. Ryu smiled at Anya's comment and, with a gentle nod, said, "If you're interested, go ahead. I'll buy it for you." Seeing Anya so enthusiastic, Shirou glanced at the price tag hanging from the dress. It was significantly more expensive than the clothes from the previous store. Shirou realized that with each of his 5 friends selecting a formal outfit, the total would be considerable, and he worried Ryu might be burdened by the expense. Feeling uneasy, Shirou leaned closer to Ryu and softly whispered in the elf's ear, offering to help pay for their shopping this time. The light touch of breath on her sensitive ear made Ryu flinch slightly, but she quickly understood Shirou's intention and smiled, appreciating his concern. In a quiet but steady tone, Ryu replied, "Don't worry, Shirou. I received a generous share from our victory in the war game yesterday, even after buying clothes for all of you. It's better for you to save your money for important needs, like dungeon supplies, new weapons, or armor," she suggested, encouraging Shirou to invest in his own essentials. Shirou fell silent, feeling a bit guilty after hearing Ryu's advice. He knew that, unlike other adventurers, he rarely spent money on battle gear, as he could create the armor and weapons he needed with his magecraft. In fact, the money he'd earned from the Loki Familia expeditions was still untouched. While Shirou and Ryu were quietly whispering to each other, their other friends were busy choosing formal dresses they wanted to buy. Suddenly, Seer approached them, holding 2 suits and giving them a playful smile. "Well, you two look cozy," whispering to each other, she said with a small laugh. Ryu and Shirou immediately froze, their faces turning red. "It's not like that, Seer," they both protested in unison, feeling slightly awkward at her teasing. Seer laughed in satisfaction, pleased at having caught them off guard. All right," she said as she handed them the suits. "In that case, why don't you try these on?" As Shirou and Ryu accepted their suits, Seer watched them with a smile, momentarily lost in thought. Ryu wore a tux like this once before. I wore a purple dress myself, and we pretended to be a couple while sneaking into a casino," Seer said with a nostalgic smile. Ryu gave a small smile, also recalling the memory. "Yes, that wasn't too long ago," she said, looking at the suit in her hands. Meanwhile, Shirou watched Ryu as she examined the suit. He imagined that Ryu would look quite dashing in it. But then he remembered their earlier conversation, where Ryu mentioned that she preferred to be called beautiful rather than handsome. With a smile, Shirou turned to Seer and Ryu. "In that case, why not let Ryu try on a dress this time?" he joked, picking a dress from the rack and offering it to Ryu with a broad grin. The dress Shirou had unknowingly chosen was rather daring, with sheer short sleeves and a low neckline that elegantly revealed part of the chest. Seer immediately seized the moment, smiling meaningfully as she teased Shirou. "Oh, so this is your taste, Shirou." Meanwhile, Ryu stood there silently, her face beginning to turn red as she looked at the dress. Feeling awkward, Shirou stammered, trying to explain. "I just grabbed one at random. I'm sure there are other dresses that would suit Ryu better," he replied, slightly flustered, trying to defend himself. But, unexpectedly, Ryu quickly took the dress from Shirou's hands. She whispered softly, "Thank you, Shirou," giving him a small smile that hinted she knew he was just trying to help her try something different. Seer couldn't contain her laughter as she watched Ryu hurriedly take the dress to the fitting room. "So, Ryu's brave enough now to wear something more feminine, huh?" she teased with a playful tone. Inside the fitting room, Ryu stood for a moment, staring at the dress in her hands. In a quiet voice, she whispered to herself, It's only because Shirou picked it for me." After Ryu had put on the dress Shirou had chosen, she opened the fitting room curtain with a face full of shyness. Her pointed elf ears were slightly red, showing her unease. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, trying to cover the slightly open neckline. In a hesitant voice, Ryu asked Seer and Shirou, Does this look alright?" Seer, seizing the chance to tease, gently took Ryu's hands away from her chest and said, "Don't hide it. Shirou chose this dress for you, so show it off." Shirou looked at Ryu, who usually appeared calm and serious, now showing a feminine and slightly bashful side. He was captivated, and with a sincere smile, he said, "Beautiful." He remembered Ryu had mentioned she preferred to be praised as beautiful. Ryu smiled softly at Shiro's compliment. With a flushed face, she thanked him in a small voice before pushing Seer out of the fitting room, trying to hide her embarrassment. She then began to change back into her regular clothes. Seer chuckled at Ryu's reaction, and as she walked out, she whispered to Shiro, "Ryu really is adorable, isn't she?" she said, laughing. Shiro nodded in agreement, still captivated by the different side of Ryu he had just seen. Chapter 62. Author note. Lafia mimics Shiro's catchphrase sketch has been completed. Please check it out at patreon.com/Rayish. Ryu stepped out of the dressing room, back in her dark blue top and black pants. There was still a hint of redness on her cheeks, but she maintained a calm demeanor. In a quiet voice, she said, "Now it's your turn, Shiro." Shiro smiled and nodded, then went into the dressing room to try on the suit Seer had picked for him. Inside, he put on the black suit, a sleek, tailored fit that complemented his shoulders and chest. The suit had wide, neat lapels with silver buttons that added a touch of elegance. As Shiro looked in the mirror, he realized this outfit really suited him, making him appear more mature and formal without losing the simplicity he preferred. Satisfied, Shiro took off the suit and placed it in his shopping bag. When he exited the dressing room, he saw Anya waiting eagerly in line, her eyes sparkling as she anticipated trying on the gown she'd picked. Shiro chuckled, then gestured for Anya to go ahead. "After you, princess," he teased. Anya rushed in, imagining herself as a princess in a fairy tale. Shiro smiled to himself at Anya's innocent excitement. He casually decided to browse around the store, admiring the various elegant elven clothing displayed with grace. The garments in this shop were designed with a luxurious and refined style befitting the elves. There were long gowns in emerald, sapphire, and pearl white, decorated with intricate gold embroidery along the neckline and sleeves, giving them an air of elegance and class. Some formal cloaks and robes sparkled under the light, made of soft fabrics that flowed gracefully. Even the men's tunics had intricate embroidery with unique elven patterns, giving each item a distinguished look. Shiro picked up one of the elven cloaks hanging neatly on a rack, noticing that the hood had small openings on either side. He wondered what purpose they served, feeling curious. Seeing Shiro's serious look as he examined the cloak, Ryu walked over and asked with a hint of curiosity, "Are you interested in that cloak, Shiro? Do you have an elf friend you'd like to gift it to?" Caught off guard by the question, Shiro replied, then asked, "So, this cloak is specifically made for elves?" Ryu smiled gently and decided to show him directly. She took a similar elven cloak from the rack and put it on. When she pulled up the hood, her elven ears naturally slipped through the openings on either side, elegantly poking out. Shiro finally understood the design, specifically made for elves. He watched in awe, his gaze drawn to Ryu's ears peeking from the hood. The urge to touch them briefly crossed his mind, but he remembered how sensitive elf ears could be, recalling his accidental touch on Riveria's ear once before. Noticing Shiro's captivated look, Ryu smiled faintly. "Are you still interested in buying a cloak like this?" she asked, spinning gracefully to show off how the cloak looked as a whole. Ryu looked elegant in the cloak, which flowed down to her ankles. The fabric was a soft emerald green, with gold embroidery along the edges of the hood and sleeves, giving Ryu an air of mystery, as if she had just emerged from an elven forest. Seeing how well the cloak suited her, Shiro felt tempted to try one on himself. He picked up the cloak he'd been holding and put it on, pulling the hood up over his head. Ryu watched as Shiro struggled to fit the hood, clearly not designed for human ears, and held back a laugh. "Shiro, your ears aren't quite suited for that hood," she teased, amused. After finally getting the hood on, Shiro realized the ear openings looked odd on him, as his human ears didn't match the design. Despite this, the cloak actually fit well and looked good on him, though the ear holes clearly didn't align with his own. Unable to resist, Ryu stepped forward and said, "See, I told you it doesn't fit." Gently, she adjusted the hood around his ears to help him straighten it out. Shiro chuckled at the light touch of her fingers near his ears. "Ryu, stop it," he asked with a smile, now fully understanding how Riveria must have felt when he'd accidentally touched her ear. Unexpectedly, Shiro decided to buy the cloak anyway, even though it wasn't a perfect fit. Ryu looked at him, puzzled. "Why are you buying it if it doesn't fit?" she asked, curious. Shiro just smiled and answered nonchalantly, "It's unique enough. Besides, there's no harm in having something a bit different." Ryu chuckled at his reasoning. "Your sense of fashion is really something, Shiro," she said with a light laugh, clearly entertained. Ryu didn't know that Shiro actually had a specific plan in mind for the elven cloak. He intended to wear it during an upcoming expedition to the dungeon with Riveria, hoping it would help disguise his identity. To make the disguise more convincing, Shiro planned to use his magecraft to alter his ears to resemble an elf's, so they would match the hood's design. However, thinking of this plan made Shiro a bit nervous. Altering his own body was something he hadn't tried before, unlike reinforcement, which he had mastered. Changing his ear's shape seemed simple enough, but he was aware there were risks. While Shirou was lost in thought, Ryu took off the cloak she'd tried on and quietly hung it back on the rack. Curious, Shirou asked, "Why aren't you buying it, Ryu?" Ryu gave him a small smile and shook her head. "I don't feel it really suits me," she answered lightly. Shirou sighed, shaking his head a little. "But you looked so beautiful in it." Ryu suddenly paused, the word beautiful clearly making her self-conscious. She looked down slightly, her voice a bit unsteady as she tried to deflect. Shirou, don't praise me like that." Shirou noticed her elven ears turning pink, a sign she was blushing. Curious, he leaned in, smiling warmly. "Why, Ryu?" he asked playfully, enjoying his friend's shy reaction. Ryu took a soft breath and quietly thanked Shirou. "Thank you, Shirou. I appreciate you listening to my request to be called beautiful, but please, don't say it too often. It makes me a little embarrassed," she admitted, a bit flustered. With a mischievous grin, Shirou decided to tease her even more. "All right then, Ryu, you looked absolutely graceful in that cloak. Elegant, charming, truly captivating," he said, trying out various synonyms for beautiful. Ryu's blush deepened, and she finally couldn't take the teasing anymore. She sighed dramatically and grabbed the cloak from the rack, then tossed it into her own shopping bag. "Fine. Are you happy now?" she asked, looking at Shirou, who seemed thoroughly amused by his successful teasing. Shirou chuckled, shrugging. "Yes, I'm quite satisfied. And I think we're finished shopping, aren't we?" Ryu nodded in agreement. They both headed to the cashier, each carrying their shopping bags, occasionally smiling to each other in amusement over what had just happened. When they reached the register, Seer stood in front of them, paying for her items with a polite elven cashier with long, neatly tied silver hair. Shirou and Ryu waited behind her, chatting lightly about their shopping experience. Behind them, Lunwar's frustrated voice could be heard. "Anya, you should take that dress off before you pay." But Anya protested. "I like it, and I want to wear it right away. I can't wait to show it off," she insisted, proudly wearing the dress. Anya looked adorable in a deep red gown with shimmering gold embroidery. The gown's elegant, luxurious design featured delicate lace that added a feminine touch, making her look like a true princess. Her short brown hair contrasted beautifully with the dress's color, and her cat ears stood out proudly, adding a unique and charming flair to her look. Noticing this, the cashier who was assisting Seer excused herself and approached Anya and Lunwar. "It's all right if you'd like to wear it now," the cashier said politely with a smile, "as long as you're paying for it." Anya puffed out her chest proudly, giving Lunwar a victorious look. "See? I was right, wasn't I?" she said with a chuckle. Lunwar just sighed, then reminded her patiently. "If you wear that dress now, be ready for everyone to stare. Dresses like that are usually for formal events." Anya laughed softly, undaunted. Let them. Let everyone admire the beauty of this cat princess," she said, giving her dress a dramatic twirl. Seer and Ryu, seeing Anya's antics, laughed together, while Shirou smiled to himself, realizing the shopping trip was much more enjoyable than he'd expected. One by one, they placed their purchases at the counter, and Ryu calmly took out the money to pay, nodding to the attentive elf cashier. After shopping, they all left the store with their shopping bags in hand. Shirou noticed that Seer seemed to be struggling a bit with 2 large bags. Unlike Anya, Chloe, Lunwar, and Ryu, who carried their bags with ease, probably a perk of their adventurer training. Without hesitation, Shirou approached Seer and offered his help. "Let me carry one of those bags for you, Seer." Seer smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Shirou. You're always so considerate of the little things. Women appreciate that, you know," she said as she handed over one of her bags. Chloe, overhearing this, took the chance to tease. "Ah, Shirou, you've gotten used to being Seer's personal helper, haven't you?" Ryu smiled softly and added, "But it seems you're more than just a helper. You're a little hero to her." Shirou simply shrugged with a small smile as they continued walking. "Well, Seer doesn't have a fauna. Maybe my little bit of strength is actually useful for helping her out," he replied, with a hint of sarcasm, aware of the fact that Seer was actually a goddess in disguise. Seer seemed oblivious to his sarcasm, laughing as she responded, "Look at you, showing off your strength ever since you joined the Loki Familia." Shirou nodded with a dry tone. "Yes, showing off my strength by carrying your shopping bags, Seer." Seer laughed, swinging her steps lightly as she walked beside Shirou, their journey continuing in high spirits. Ryu turned to Seer leading the group and asked curiously, "So, are we done shopping, or is there more, Seer?" Seer glanced at Ryu with a mischievous smile and answered teasingly, "Well, that depends. Do you still have plenty of money left for more shopping?" Ryu smiled calmly and replied, "The prize from yesterday's war game was pretty big, Seer. Today's shopping is nothing compared to it." At this, Seer chuckled and waved her hand. "In that case, follow me. There's one more place we need to visit." Lunwar looked confused and asked, "Wait, you're going to buy more clothes, Seer? Haven't you already bought enough?" With a playful smile, Seer looked at her friends. "No, this one is different," she said mysteriously, piquing their curiosity. "This outfit, is a bit special. They exchanged glances, puzzled by Seer's meaning. Curiosity eventually got the best of them, and they followed Seer without further questions, speculating about what surprise might await them. Seer led them to a store specializing in Amazoness-style clothing, bold and daring in design. Inside, the store was lined with racks of revealing attire that showcased the arms, stomach, and other areas typically covered in regular clothing. Very much the style of Tioni and Tiona. The mannequins were dressed in tight Amazoness outfits in bright colors like red, yellow, and black, conveying strength and freedom. Seeing the outfits on display, Shirou felt a bit awkward. I think I'll wait outside, he said, scratching his neck. That way, you can all have some privacy while you shop. But before he could step out, Seer grabbed his hand and stopped him. Oh no, Shirou, you're coming in with us. After all, you're the star here, she said with a smile. Inside, Lunmore looked around at the racks and commented, looks like everything here is just for women. There aren't any men's clothes at all. Chloe smirked and glanced at Shirou. Or maybe, who knows, Seer wants Shirou to try on some women's clothes, she teased. Feeling even more uncomfortable, Shirou gently pulled his hand away from Seer's grasp. Sorry, Seer. I've followed your requests up until now, but if it involves wearing women's clothes, I'm going to have to decline. Seer pouted and playfully tapped his arm. I wouldn't make you wear women's clothes, Shirou. Don't worry, there's actually some men's clothing here too. Not just Amazoness attire. She smiled mysteriously, and the others grew increasingly curious, eagerly waiting to see what Seer had planned for Shirou. Seer approached the counter, where an Amazoness with long black hair and traditional Amazoness clothing was standing. Excuse me, do you have men's clothing here as well? Seer asked hopefully. The Amazoness looked at them briefly and nodded. Yes, although it's rare for men to shop here, since our race is all female. But if you're looking for men's attire, the limited selection is in the back. With a wide smile, Seer turned to Shirou, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Come on, Shirou, let's check out the back. Pick something you like the most. I can't wait to see you wear it. Shirou sighed, seemingly resigned to Seer's enthusiastic request, and headed toward the back of the store to find an outfit that would suit him. When Shirou arrived at the men's section, he was taken aback. The clothing here for men was just as revealing as what was available for women, even skimpier than he had imagined. There was a sleeveless leather vest that barely covered the upper chest, leaving the entire abdomen exposed. Below, there were tight shorts with a leather belt that wrapped around his thighs, giving it the look of a fighter's outfit that allowed for complete freedom of movement. Some of the garments were even adorned with feathers and accents, adding a wild touch, but still revealing almost the entire body. Shirou finally understood why Seer was dissatisfied when he had only picked a tank top earlier. Apparently, Seer wanted to see him in something that showcased his physique even more. He sighed quietly and muttered to himself. So this is what Seer meant, as he looked at the clothing with a resigned expression. While Shirou was feeling awkward in the men's section with the minimal clothing options, the girls in the women's section also seemed hesitant about their choices. Ryu picked up one of the Amazoness tops, a thin strip of fabric that crossed over the chest with small ties holding it together. She looked at it skeptically and commented flatly, "This is basically underwear." Anya nodded in agreement, an uncomfortable expression on her face. "There's no way I'd trade my dress for something this revealing. My dress is much more elegant," she insisted, determined to stick to her choice. Seer smiled mischievously, glancing at them. "Come on, we came all this way. Don't you want to try at least one? Consider it a new experience." Lunmore chuckled, holding up one of the more minimalist outfits. "Why buy it if we're not going to wear it? Unless, maybe as an extra piece of lingerie," she joked, making the others giggle. Seer responded with a bolder suggestion. "Or who knows, maybe you could wear it to impress a boyfriend?" she said, her eyes glinting playfully. Ryu, still holding the outfit in her hands, replied calmly, "Good idea, Seer. But we're all single here, right?" At Ryu's blunt statement, everyone paused briefly before bursting into laughter, realizing the amusing truth she had pointed out. Not one to miss a chance, Chloe used the mention of boyfriends to bring up romance. She eyed Seer with a knowing smile. "So, Seer, why do you keep teasing Shirou? Haven't you always said you like Belle?" she asked, not holding back. Seer looked taken aback by the question, her eyes widening. It's not like that," she replied, a bit flustered. "I'm just joking around with Shirou, you know, like friends do." But Lunmore shook her head, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Still, Seer, the way you treat Shirou is really similar to how you treat Belle," she added, resting her chin in her hand as if in deep thought. "Maybe you're actually closer to Shirou?" Anya chimed in with a sly smile. "Or maybe Seer is really just trying to have two guys fight over her love." Ryu, looking a bit concerned, said to Seer, "That's not a wise approach. Seer playing with people's feelings, especially guys, can lead to a lot of trouble." Seer appeared flustered by her friend's speculation. She wasn't used to this kind of critique. As Freya, the goddess of beauty, she was always adored and chased by others without directly questioning her feelings. Men and women around her would only worship her, so no one ever dared to comment or accuse her of playing games in matters of love. But as Seer, Living as a regular human, she found herself in a new situation. To her, Belle was the first person who had made her feel so obsessed about pursuing someone. However, as she grew closer to Shirou, she felt at ease around him, which occasionally confused her about her own emotions. With a small smile and a slightly red face, she shrugged and said calmly, "I really just want to be good friends with both of them. That's all," she said, avoiding her friend's teasing gazes. From a distance, Seer noticed Shirou had chosen an outfit and was heading toward the changing room. This was the perfect chance to redirect her friend's attention away from the awkward conversation. Seer quickly changed the topic with enthusiasm, saying, "Let's go see how Shirou looks in a Maisonist-style clothing. Who knows, maybe you'll be interested after seeing him." Her friends exchanged glances, knowing that Seer was just trying to escape the previous conversation, but they followed her toward the changing room out of curiosity. Once they arrived outside the changing room, Seer lightly knocked on the door. "Shirou, don't take it off just yet. Show it to me first, okay?" she said with an excited voice. From behind the curtain, Shirou's hesitant voice came through. "All right." He sounded unsure, but went along with Seer's request. Ryu couldn't resist commenting, "Seer, after everything we just talked about, you're immediately back to teasing Shirou like this." Seer laughed, tapping her foot playfully. "Teasing Shirou is fun, Ryu. You should try it sometime," she replied with a mischievous tone. Ryu fell silent, unable to respond because, deep down, she agreed with Seer, though she was too shy to admit it. Suddenly, the curtain parted, and Shirou stepped out in the Amazoness-style outfit, revealing his physique. The outfit was very simple, a sleeveless leather vest that only covered the upper chest, showing off his toned, six-pack abdomen. His shorts were more like a wide belt with a small piece of fabric wrapped around his hips and leather straps around his thighs, giving him an extremely bold and revealing look. The hostess of fertility waitresses, Seer, Ryu, Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar, were all surprised and reflexively screamed, "Kaya," as they exchanged wide-eyed looks with each other. Shirou, who initially thought only Seer wanted to see his outfit, turned red and chuckled awkwardly when he realized all his friends were watching. "I thought it was just Seer who wanted to see this," he said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Seer smiled in satisfaction and simply said, "See? It suits you, Shirou." Chloe approached him out of curiosity and, without hesitation, ran her hand over Shirou's neatly lined abs. Her hand touched his six-pack, and she let out a soft purr, clearly savoring the moment. Her cat tail swayed from side to side, adding to the contented expression on her face. Feeling tickled by Chloe's sudden touch, Shirou quickly moved her hand away from his stomach. "Chloe, stop. That tickles," he said with an awkward laugh, his face slightly red. After Chloe released her grip, Shirou immediately stepped back and turned toward the changing room with quick steps. He closed the curtain at once, trying to shake off his embarrassment. Lunwar couldn't resist whistling teasingly. "Hey, why are you running away, Shirou? We haven't had enough eye candy yet," she said with a laugh, making Shirou even more flustered. There was no answer from Shirou, only the sound of fabric as he hurriedly changed back into his clothes. Seer laughed heartily, looking at her friends with a playful smile. "See? In the end, you're all just like me, enjoying teasing Shirou," she said with a meaningful smile. "Even I haven't gotten as close as Chloe just did." Ryu and the others just laughed, while Chloe shrugged casually and said with a sly grin, "Well, someone had to be brave enough to start, right?" Shirou finally emerged from the changing room in his tunic once again, saying, "All right, now it's your turn to try on Amazoness clothing." Seer immediately raised her hand, volunteering to go first, but added with a mischievous smile, "I'll do it, but only on one condition." Shirou raised an eyebrow, curious. "What condition?" he asked. Seer stepped closer and explained with a meaningful smile, "You have to pick the outfit for me. Choose the one you think would suit me best." Without thinking too much, Shirou agreed, but soon hesitated when his eyes scanned the outfits around him. Nearly all of them were revealing and tight, embodying the Amazoness style that emphasized the body's shape. Awkwardly, he started browsing, trying to find something appropriate but not overly daring. Seeing Shirou taking his time to choose, Seer picked up an outfit, a belly dancer-inspired set with hanging fringes. She held it up with shining eyes. "Is this what you'd like to see me wear, Shirou?" Shirou fell silent, his face flushing, unsure of how to respond. Anya, eager to join in the fun, picked up a tube top that was even skimpier. She gave Shirou a mischievous look and asked, "Or maybe you'd prefer this one, Shirou?" Feeling his face grow hotter, Shirou finally decided to make a quick exit. I think you can pick out your own outfit, Seer. I'll just head over to the cashier," he said hurriedly, escaping to the cashier to avoid further embarrassment. The hostess of fertility waitresses laughed heartily, entertained by Shirou's reaction as he chose to flee, clearly overwhelmed by the task of selecting an outfit that wouldn't embarrass him. Chapter 63. Early in the morning, even before the sun fully rose, Riveria opened her eyes. The crisp morning air felt refreshing, and she was instantly reminded of her special plan for today, a date in the dungeon with Shirou to test her magic, combined with her reinforcement magecraft. Her mind drifted to Shirou's face, and she felt a slight thrill of excitement. Carefully, Riveria rose from her bed. As a high elf who always maintained her elegance, she began her day with her usual meticulous routine. Gracefully, she walked to her bathroom, letting the warm water run over her. She closed her eyes, allowing the cold morning air to slowly warm up in the fragrant elf-scented bath. She washed carefully, her every movement calm and deliberate, exuding the natural elegance of royalty from the forest of Alf. Finished with her bath, Riveria wrapped herself in a soft robe and returned to her room. She took a small jewelry box containing light, sophisticated makeup, applying a touch to brighten her complexion and a hint of blush. She lightly enhanced her neatly shaped brows and applied a bit of lip tint, adding just a slight sheen to her lips, enough to highlight her elegance without overdoing it. Once satisfied, Riveria donned her customary green elven attire, securing it with a simple yet beautiful leather belt at her waist. With light, confident steps, she prepared to meet Shirou, her heart steady for the date, in the dungeon she had eagerly anticipated. Riveria stepped out of her room, intending to wait for Shirou as usual in the small storage shed at the garden's edge, their routine training spot for morning magecraft sessions. The sun had not fully risen, and the fresh morning air heightened her anticipation for the time they'd share today. As she descended the stairs from the second floor, she suddenly heard the sound of sizzling oil from the kitchen near the dining room. Curious, she made her way to the kitchen. There, she found Shirou focused on cooking, his hands moving skillfully as he fried food in a pan. Realizing her presence, Shirou turned and greeted her with a warm smile. "Ah, Riveria, morning. Sorry for making you wait. I'll be done soon," he said with a small nod. Riveria gave a gentle smile and nodded. "It's fine, Shirou. I don't mind waiting," she replied, then sat at the kitchen table. Observing him, she asked, "Are you preparing provisions for our trip to the dungeon?" Shirou nodded, flipping the food in the pan. "Yes, and also breakfast for the other members of Loki Familia. I want to make sure everyone gets a morning meal." Riveria felt a warm admiration in her heart. She thought about how responsible Shirou was, always ready to help without being asked. She knew he could have left the cooking to other Loki Familia members, but instead, he'd chosen to get up early and prepare everything himself. Her admiration for Shirou's dedication and humility grew even more. As she watched Shirou continue cooking with full concentration, her heart warmed at his sincerity. Inwardly, she thought with a smile, "How I love your caring nature, Shirou." Without realizing it, I'm falling even deeper into this feeling. After finishing the cooking, Shirou set a variety of foods in front of Riveria, explaining each item. "There's a meat and vegetable sandwich, omuris with special sauce, and grilled chicken with a simple seasoning. I also made some onigiri as an easy-to-carry option," he said enthusiastically, showing each neatly prepared dish. Riveria smiled and chose the foods easiest to bring along. "The sandwich and onigiri will do. They're easy to store and enjoy anytime in the dungeon," she said, appreciating his thoughtful preparations. Shirou packed the sandwich and onigiri Riveria selected, along with a few pieces of grilled meat, into a lunchbox, arranging it so it wouldn't shift during the journey. He then picked up a small sheet of paper and began writing a few lines on it. Curious, Riveria asked, "Shirou, what are you writing?" Shirou looked up and gave a small smile. "Oh, it's just a quick note for Lafia. I'm asking her to help reheat breakfast for the others later." Hearing Lafia's name, Riveria felt a slight pang in her heart. "Ah, I'm not the only one close to him," she thought, feeling a tinge of bitterness. But she quickly masked her feelings behind a calm smile, keeping her expression warm and genuine. "Lafia will be pleased to help you," Riveria said with a gentle smile, her voice steady. Finishing his preparations, Shirou turned to Riveria. "Riveria, would you mind waiting for me at our usual spot? I need to grab some gear from my room," he requested with a reassuring smile. Riveria simply smiled knowingly. She understood he meant the small storage shed at the edge of the garden, their usual training spot. "Of course," she replied softly. "I'll take the lunchbox there." "Thank you so much," Shirou said, bowing his head gratefully before heading to his room. Holding the lunchbox, Riveria stood still for a moment, inhaling the delicious aroma wafting through the lid. The fragrance of the onigiri and grilled meat made her curious. With a slow step, Riveria decided to take a small taste. She took a tiny piece of grilled meat and placed it in her mouth. It was tender, paired with a simple yet perfectly balanced seasoning. Her lips curled into a small smile as she savored the bite, already looking forward to their trip to the dungeon with Shirou's food in tow. "This tastes wonderful," she murmured, still enjoying the flavor as she walked toward the shed, the place they'd spend the day training and journeying together. When she reached the shed, Riveria placed the lunchbox on the table they often used for magecraft practice. The room felt peaceful, and she decided to pass the time while waiting for Shirou by practicing her reinforcement magecraft technique. Riveria focused her concentration and began converting the OD within her into prana using her unique magic circuit, an ancient rune-based system. She channeled the prana gradually into nearby objects, including a wooden chair, a metal plate, and a crate in the room's corner. Each object infused with prana seemed to vibrate subtly, emitting a faint glow on its surface, a sign that the reinforcement had successfully taken effect. While she was engrossed in channeling prana into another object, footsteps sounded at the shed's door, surprising her. She turned around, only to be more surprised by the figure standing at the entrance. There was Shirou, wearing a stylish black elven cloak, with a hood covering part of his face. Beneath the cloak was sleek, dark armor fitting his form, adding a sense of mystery and strength. But the most surprising detail was the two long elven ears poking neatly through the cloak's hood, making him look like a noble and mesmerizing elf. Reveria stared at him in awe, nearly speechless. "Shirou, you," she stammered. Shirou smiled slightly, sensing her confusion. "Ah, yes. I decided to go with a little disguise," he replied, lowering the hood of his cloak. "I thought hiding my identity with an elven style might help a bit." Reveria chuckled softly, impressed by Shirou's drastically different yet handsome appearance. "I almost believed you were actually an elf, Shirou. Your ears, they look so natural." Shirou scratched his head, a bit bashful. "Just a bit of alteration magecraft, though it's my first time trying it. I'm glad it worked," he replied with a smile. Reveria nodded admiringly, then said, "You look ready for the dungeon in this outfit. It almost feels like we're heading somewhere else, like to the elven homeland." Shirou smiled, glancing toward Reveria. "If I were to go to the elven realm with you, even disguised as an elf, I imagine I'd make a lot of them jealous. Spending time alone with their princess, I can only imagine how many would envy me," he teased, chuckling softly. Reveria smiled, but beneath that smile was a hint of curiosity. "So, you know I'm royalty?" she asked, a mix of surprise and caution in her tone. Shirou nodded, looking slightly sheepish. "Yes, I recently found out. My coworker, Rio, told me that Lady Reveria is a revered princess of the High Elves." Hearing this, Reveria fell silent for a moment. Truthfully, a flicker of worry crept into her heart. "So then, Shirou," she continued, her voice soft, "will you treat me differently now, because I'm royalty?" Without realizing the hidden meaning in her concern, Shirou chuckled lightly. Crossing his arms over his chest, he bowed slightly, like a servant addressing a noble. "Princess Reveria Josalf, I am your humble butler, ready to serve with all due respect," he said playfully. Reveria let out a soft laugh, feeling a wave of relief in her heart. He's still the same Shirou, she thought to herself. Smiling gently, she whispered inwardly, "Though perhaps I'd rather you be my prince, like Romeo from my dreams." Shirou carefully started packing all the supplies they'd need into his large support bag. From the meals he prepared to a few potions from the storage room, just in case. His hands moved quickly, checking every item to ensure nothing was left behind. Meanwhile, Reveria watched Shirou at work, though her attention was drawn to his elven ears, magically crafted through alteration magecraft. The detail and shape of the ears were strikingly similar to a real elf's, sparking her curiosity about how they felt. As Shirou finished packing and turned around, Reveria, without thinking, reached out and gently touched his ear. Shirou flinched, his expression turning ticklish. "Reveria, stop, that tickles," he said, grinning as he tried to dodge. But Reveria chuckled, unwilling to let this rare opportunity slip by. "Oh, Shirou, you have to be patient. I'm just returning the favor for when you touched my ear without permission last time." Shirou could only smile, resigned while trying to hold back the ticklish sensation as Reveria's hand softly brushed his ear. He tried to keep calm, though his grin grew wider. "All right, but don't take too long. I can hardly stand it." Reveria finally let go, laughing softly at Shirou's embarrassed expression. "I'm done," she said with a small, victorious smile. Reveria looked at Shirou with admiration. "Your magecraft is truly remarkable, Shirou. You can even use alteration on your own body. Whereas I," she said with a small smile, "I'm still trying to get used to reinforcement on objects and don't quite have the confidence to try it on myself." Shirou smiled reassuringly and patted Reveria gently on the shoulder. "Don't rush, Reveria. You're progressing really quickly. It took me years to master reinforcement on simple objects, while you've achieved it in just a few weeks," he said, encouraging her. Hearing his words, Reveria felt warmth and a bit of bashfulness. "Maybe I'm just lucky to have such a skilled teacher," she replied softly, her face slightly flushed. Shirou chuckled, shaking his head. "I think you have potential that far surpasses what I've learned," he responded. "Your potential in magecraft is vast, while I'm only good with things related to swords." At this, Reveria clenched her fist with determination. "All right, Shirou. I'll do my best to live up to the trust you've placed in me," she said, her voice filled with resolve and excitement. The two of them walked out of Twilight Manor toward the entrance gate, under the soft morning sunlight that had just touched the treetops. The surroundings were still quiet and calm, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing along the path. As they walked, Reveria glanced at Shirou, who looked neat in his elven cloak, and asked curiously, "When did you buy that elven cloak, Shirou?" Shirou turned and smiled. "Yesterday, when I was shopping with the staff from the Hostess of Fertility. I remembered we'd be setting out together today," he said, then slipped in a playful comment, "and since I'd be traveling with an elven princess, I thought I should look the part." Reveria smiled, unable to hide her delight despite Shirou's teasing. "Oh, enough, Shirou. No need to keep calling me princess." Shirou nodded, continuing in a more serious tone. Actually, another reason I wore this is because I was a little worried. A human walking with you might draw attention. So, I thought I'd disguise myself a bit to avoid causing a stir. At least with this hood, I can pretend to be an elf for a while. A warm feeling spread in Riveria's heart. Knowing that Shirou thought of her, even when he was with the women from the hostess of fertility, made her heart flutter with affection. She gave a small smile, her eyes sparkling, and silently whispered, "So, even among others, you still think of me?" But she only commented briefly, "You're very thoughtful, Shirou." Suddenly, an idea crossed Riveria's mind. She stopped for a moment, looking at Shirou with a smile. "How about I wear a hood like that too? So we both have disguises, not just you." Shirou quickly agreed, nodding. "Good idea. That way, we can keep the disguise together." Riveria looked at him hopefully. Then, "Shirou, could you use projection to make me a similar cloak?" Without hesitation, Shirou nodded, raising his hand and chanting "Trace on." In an instant, a green hooded cloak, identical to the one Rio had worn yesterday, appeared in his hands. Its dark green color matched Riveria's hair, adding an elegant touch. Riveria smiled happily and accepted the cloak. "You even chose a color that suits my hair," she said, gracefully donning the cloak and pulling the hood over her head so her pointed ears nestled perfectly in the hood's openings. She looked at Shirou. "How do I look?" Shirou stared at her, momentarily captivated, comparing this image to Rio wearing a similar cloak. In his mind, the difference was clear. Rio looked like a mysterious little sprite darting through the forest, while Riveria seemed more mature, radiating an elegance befitting a regal, majestic elf queen. Realizing he'd been silent too long, Shirou quickly nodded. "It suits you perfectly, Riveria. You look very graceful," he said sincerely, a smile on his face. Riveria smiled, satisfied with Shirou's reaction. "Thank you, Shirou. Now we're ready," she replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm for their dungeon adventure. As they walked together toward the dungeon, Shirou suddenly remembered something and warned Riveria, "Oh, by the way, this cloak will only last about 3 days. After that, the projection will fade away on its own." Riveria paused, feeling a bit disappointed. This green cloak felt special because Shirou had made it. "That's a shame," she murmured softly, then looked at Shirou with a small smile. "In that case, I'll buy one later from the elven shop with the same design. I already like this cloak." Shirou was taken aback, surprised that Riveria would like the cloak so much. "You really like it, huh?" he asked, unable to hide his surprise. "Yes," Riveria replied gently, her smile filled with meaning, showing just how happy she was with the cloak. Seeing her smile, Shirou felt a mix of emotions. He couldn't deny that Rio had also chosen to buy an elven cloak because of them. It's like I'm some kind of rogue giving the same gift to 2 women close to me," he thought, feeling a little guilty toward them both. However, Riveria seemed unbothered by this and continued looking ahead with a happy expression, leaving Shirou more confused about how he should handle the situation. Upon reaching the stairs descending into the dungeon, Shirou and Riveria felt grateful for the hooded cloaks they wore. With the hoods covering their faces, their identities were hidden. Several adventurers were busy preparing their gear and weapons around the stairs, but none of them paid attention to the 2 who walked by quietly. Behind her green hood, Riveria smiled, feeling a rare sense of freedom. Although she'd never felt burdened by her royal status, moments like this, away from the respectful and reverent gazes she usually received from fellow elves, made anonymity feel refreshing. Meanwhile, Shirou, following behind with his support pack, was still pondering the earlier events. Both Riveria and Rio had chosen to wear the same cloak because of me. But isn't this just a coincidence? Besides, it's not like I'm dating either of them, he thought, trying to reassure himself. He muttered softly, if they knew, maybe they'd just find it amusing. Riveria turned, hearing him mutter. "Did you say something, Shirou?" Shirou smiled awkwardly and quickly shook his head. No. Just talking to myself, about preparing for the dungeon trip," he replied with a sheepish smile. Riveria nodded slightly, deciding not to dwell on it. "All right, Shirou. After all, we need to stay focused." Shirou nodded in agreement, trying to put aside his worries and readying himself completely for their expedition into the dungeon. Chapter 64. Just as they stepped into the dungeon, a group of goblins suddenly appeared ahead, their eyes glinting menacingly in the darkness. Shirou quickly looked around to make sure no other adventurers were nearby, then summoned a bow and a quiver of arrows using projection. He drew his bow, aimed swiftly, and one by one, his arrows struck the approaching goblins with precision. Beside him, Riveria fended off attackers trying to get close, wielding her magic staff without needing to cast spells to defeat these weaker creatures. Each blow sent a goblin into ashes with little resistance. In a short time, their brief skirmish was over, and the goblins vanished, leaving behind small, faintly glowing magic stones. Shirou began to crouch down and pick up the stones one by one. Riveria knelt to help, but Shirou turned and said, "Riveria, let me handle this. I'm your supporter now." Riveria pouted slightly, holding back a smile. "So you think that is royalty? I wouldn't dirty my hands just to pick up magic stones?" Shirou looked confused and scratched his head. "It's not that. It's just, during expeditions with the Loki familia, I never saw you picking up magic stones or drop items," he answered honestly. Riveria chuckled softly at his innocent reply. "That's because on large expeditions, Finn and I are usually busy strategizing. But today's different, Shirou. It's just the 2 of us." She added gently, "And this time, I want to help. Shirou nodded slowly, smiling warmly. All right, then, we'll do it together. They continued on their journey, exchanging smiles and enjoying the rare moment of working together in the dungeon without interruptions from other familia members. Reveria handed over the magic stones she'd gathered to Shirou, who carefully placed them in a small pouch tucked into his robe pocket. Thank you, Reveria, he said sincerely. Then, Shirou reached into his bag and pulled out a map. Seeing this, Reveria raised an eyebrow and asked, A map? You really came prepared, but what's the map for, Shirou? Shirou smiled sheepishly. Well, I still haven't memorized the paths in this dungeon. Even on just the first floor, all the tunnels and corridors look the same, he replied with a slight shrug. Reveria slapped her forehead, laughing softly. Oh, of course. I almost forgot you're actually new to the dungeon. She continued, You often seem so experienced to me. Maybe it's because you're my teacher in magecraft, she added with a warm smile. Shirou felt flattered and quickly responded, Yes, here you're the expert, Reveria. I truly admire your memory and understanding of the dungeon. Feeling her heart beat a little faster, Reveria gave a small smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. Thank you, Shirou, she replied, then added playfully, All right, now it's my turn to be your teacher in the dungeon. Put your map away. I'll guide you to the lower floors until we reach Rivera. Shirou nodded respectfully. Certainly, Teacher Reveria, he said with a mischievous smile. Reveria chuckled at the title. Then, follow my lead. Student, she replied lightly, unable to hide the happiness that was slowly warming her heart. Together, they ventured deeper into the dungeon, with Shirou following Reveria's confident lead. Reveria led them with ease, showing the safest paths until they reached the 10th floor. Her sharp memory allowed her to avoid many confusing intersections, and with each turn or corridor, she shared various tips with Shirou. Look, Shirou, Reveria said, pointing to a small mark on the wall. On this floor, if you see vertical scratches like this, it's usually an indicator of a safer path or a major intersection ahead. Shirou nodded, trying to remember all her pointers. So with these marks, we can find more secure routes, huh? I didn't realize there were so many hidden hints in the dungeon, he replied, closely examining the wall. Reveria smiled. That's right. The more you familiarize yourself, the easier it becomes to recognize details like these. These floors can indeed be confusing for the inexperienced. But by remembering certain features, you can reduce the risk of getting lost. Throughout their journey, goblins, kobolds, or shadows, and occasionally killer ants appeared, blocking their way. However, with Shirou's bow and arrows and Reveria's precise strikes with her magic staff, they handled these monsters effortlessly, advancing quickly and dispatching each threat with ease. After a while, Shirou commented admiringly, Reveria, if I keep remembering all your directions, I might eventually memorize the way to Rivera. Reveria smiled with satisfaction. That's the goal, Shirou. With practice, you'll become more accustomed. And when that happens, you won't need a map anymore. With Reveria's guidance, they continued deeper into the dungeon, drawing closer to Rivera, enjoying the simplicity of working together and the strength they shared. As they arrived on the 10th floor, the dungeon's atmosphere shifted to something unique. A gentle mist, resembling early morning dew, blanketed their surroundings, seeping through the white grass growing low along the floor. A few leafless trees stood still, creating a mysterious ambience reminiscent of a forest frozen in time. Reveria gazed at the scene, then turned to Shirou. Shirou, I'd like to shoot some arrows. Could you project a bow for me? It's been a while since I last did it. Shirou smiled in agreement. Oh, of course. I forgot that archery is also one of your skills, Reveria, he said. Raising his hand, he focused his prana and projected 2 elegant bows using tracing. The bows appeared, glinting, materializing as the noble bow he'd once seen Raoul use. Handing one of the bows to Reveria, Shirou observed her. This noble bow once belonged to you, didn't it? He asked with a small smile. Reveria looked surprised. How did you know? She asked, smiling faintly as if recalling old memories. Shirou raised the other bow and tested it gently. My tracing lets me read the history of the weapons I copy, he explained as he felt the bow's balance. So I thought I'd use a noble bow along with you. Reveria smiled, pleased with his choice. All right, let's see who can shoot more accurately, she challenged confidently. Shirou chuckled softly. All right, teacher, I hope you're ready for a healthy competition, he replied, preparing himself. They stood side by side, each holding a bow and ready to face the challenges ahead. Reveria slung her magic staff over her shoulder gracefully, freeing both hands to use the bow. Meanwhile, Shirou dismissed his previous bow projection, letting it dissolve back into prana. He refocused, projecting 2 quivers filled with arrows, one for himself and another for Reveria. With a small smile, Shirou handed one of the quivers to Reveria. Now we have more than enough ammunition, he said. Reveria raised an eyebrow, looking at the quiver with admiration. Your projection magecraft is indeed very useful in the dungeon. As an archer, you'll never run out of arrows, she remarked with genuine appreciation, then looked at Shirou with a playful glint in her eyes. How about a little competition? Whoever shoots the most monsters wins. Shirou grinned, his eyes glinting with excitement. Oh, and what does the winner get? He asked curiously. Reveria crossed her arms and answered casually, the loser has to fulfill one request from the winner, whatever it may be. Shirou was a bit surprised by the offer, his eyes widening. Aren't you worried I might ask for something strange or embarrassing? He asked, half joking yet genuinely curious. Reveria returned his gaze with full confidence. You should be more concerned, Shirou. If you lose, maybe I'll ask for something you'd never imagine. A teasing smile appeared on her face, sparking Shirou's determination to accept the challenge. Shirou grinned and nodded. All right, Reveria. I won't lose, he declared with resolve. Both prepared for the competition, bows in hand, arrows in their quivers, and a fierce desire to win the bet they'd agreed upon. In her heart, Reveria was already planning what she might request if she won. A small smile spread across her face as she imagined asking Shirou to take her out to a fancy dinner in Orario. The thought made her heart race, feeling like it could be a dream date she'd longed for quietly. But then, her thoughts shifted to the possibility of Shirou winning. Knowing his character, Reveria was confident his request would remain honorable. Yet, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. What if, however unlikely, Shirou requested something a bit perverted? Her face flushed as she considered the idea, and she couldn't help but think it might not be entirely unwelcome. In a quiet voice, she muttered to herself, I suppose. I wouldn't mind. She suddenly froze, embarrassed by her own thoughts. Shirou glanced over at her, puzzled. Something wrong, Reveria? Reveria quickly shook her head. Oh, no, Shirou. Just thinking about my request if I win, she replied, hiding her slight blush that was gradually fading. Then you'd better be ready to fulfill mine, Shirou said confidently, making Reveria smile with a secretive look, hoping she'd come out as the victor. From a distance, several orcs and imps caught their scent and began moving toward them. Shirou and Reveria immediately raised their bows, ready to unleash their arrows. Shirou aimed, recalling an archery technique he'd learned through tracing from Reveria's own experience. With a small smile, he decided to use it, curious about her skill development. He drew his bow steadily, releasing an arrow in sync with Reveria. Arrow after arrow flew as they began counting each hit. 1, 2, 3. Their voices harmonized with each count, and with each fallen monster turned to ash, their scores steadily rose. 4, said Reveria, shooting an orc in the neck with precision. Then, quickly, 5. Meanwhile, Shirou kept his speed just slightly behind hers, carefully using the technique he'd learned from her. They continued shooting until the last orc vanished into dust, and they stood with a tie. Reveria smiled with satisfaction, feeling the balance in their competition, unaware that Shirou had intentionally held back. They then began gathering the scattered magic stones littering the dungeon floor. Shirou placed the last stone into his pouch and looked over at Reveria. So, looks like we're even. Reveria looked up and nodded, still catching her breath. I guess we'll have to keep going deeper. Maybe we'll find a tiebreaker down there. Shirou nodded firmly. All right, let's continue. They readied themselves to descend to the next challenge, both driven to surpass each other. They kept descending, floor by floor, until they reached the 12th floor, their friendly rivalry becoming more intense. Shirou and Reveria fired arrows with precision and speed, each shot aimed at a different monster, from the large-bodied silverbacks to the high-flying orcs and imps. With a single shot, each monster turned to ash. Along the way, they crossed paths with a group of other adventurers who seemed surprised to see two hooded figures easily dispatching monsters. The adventurers exchanged glances before deciding to take another route, avoiding potential trouble with the formidable pair of archers. Still focused on their competition, Shirou smiled, noticing that no other adventurers dared approach them. Looks like we managed to scare them off. Reveria smiled under her hood. That means our disguises are working, she replied, sounding pleased. But I'm still going to win. Every monster they encountered along the way fell with a single precise shot, and by the time they reached the 13th floor, they checked their scores again. Shirou counted carefully, shaking his head with a smile. Another tie. Reveria chuckled, feeling even more energized. In that case, I guess we'll just have to keep going until one of us wins, she challenged. All right, I'm ready anytime, replied Shirou, and the two of them delved deeper once again. Upon reaching the 13th floor, the dungeon's atmosphere changed dramatically. The white grass that previously carpeted the ground was replaced by narrow stone corridors that twisted and turned. The dim lighting added a sense of entrapment to the surroundings. Reveria took the lead, occasionally giving Shirou directions. Follow this corridor. Don't go too far to the left, that path's a dead end, she said, guiding him along. Shirou followed closely, keeping his focus on their friendly competition, though the narrow area made it harder to spot enemies from a distance. All right, I'll follow you, Shirou replied, readying his bow. He kept pace with Reveria, who moved confidently through the maze-like terrain. As monsters began to appear ahead of them, Shirou gave Reveria a signal. Let's shoot together, he said with a slight grin. Reveria gave a slight smile, acknowledging Shirou's sincerity. All right, but don't expect me to go easy on you, she replied challengingly. The unique monsters of the 13th floor began to charge at them, ferocious hellhounds and swift almirage. With arrows in hand, they both aimed at an oncoming hellhound. Their arrows flew in perfect unison, striking the hellhound and turning it to ash before it could get close. Got it, Shirou exclaimed, raising his hand in a small celebration. Reveria nodded with a confident smile. Let's see who can take down the most monsters on this floor. They continued walking through the stone corridors, facing monster after monster together. Shirou kept the competition fair, always notifying Reveria when a monster approached so they could shoot simultaneously. Every monster they encountered was taken down with precise shots, making them both enjoy their rivalry more than ever. They continued to the 15th floor, with Riveria still leading, relying on her sharp memory of the dungeon's pathways. Upon reaching the 15th floor, the atmosphere grew tense, but they remained focused on their archery competition. As their scores stayed neck and neck, Riveria suddenly decided to use a special trick. She loaded 3 arrows onto her bow and expertly drew the string. "Watch and learn, Shirou," Riveria said with a confident smile, then released the 3 arrows at once. They shot forward, hitting 3 El Mirage that leaped toward them, killing them instantly and scattering ash into the air. Not wanting to be outdone, Shirou smirked and said, "Impressive technique, but let me give it a try." He loaded 3 arrows, mimicking Riveria's movements precisely, then fired his own shots, downing 3 more El Mirage with equal skill. Riveria looked at him in surprise, almost in disbelief. "How? You really copied the technique exactly like me." Shirou chuckled and explained, "My tracing ability isn't just about reading the history of a weapon. I can also replicate the techniques of its original owner, as if I'm seeing and feeling everything they did." Hearing his explanation, an old memory flickered in Riveria's mind. She remembered a woman who had a similar skill to copy others' combat techniques. Her name was Alfia, a powerful sorceress with a mirroring technique, though plagued by an illness that weakened her. Riveria sighed lightly and commented, "Your ability reminds me of a woman who, let's just say, was less than polite." Shirou raised an eyebrow, confused. "Less than polite? Who was she?" Riveria shook her head with a faint smile. "Just someone from the past, someone long gone. Call it nostalgia." Finally, Riveria realized why they'd been keeping such a close score throughout. It was because Shirou had been replicating every technique she used, making them seem evenly matched. With a playful tone, Riveria tilted her head and feigned a slight pout. "Shirou, could you stop holding back and use your own techniques? I want to see you fight your way." Shirou scratched the back of his head, a bit flustered at being caught. "So, you noticed, huh?" He sighed and decided to stop copying. Focusing his prana, he let the noble bow disappear back into his prana reserves. With a confident smile, he summoned the large, black bow usually wielded by Archer, his signature weapon that matched his true fighting style. "All right, Riveria. I'll get serious this time." Riveria gazed at the black bow in admiration. "All right then, I'll be waiting to be impressed, Shirou," she said, a new excitement in her voice. "Oh, and our score is 80 to 80 now. Let's see who pulls ahead." Shirou nodded, preparing himself. "Ready, Riveria. Hope you don't regret asking me to get serious." As they made their way to the 18th floor, Shirou began demonstrating his real abilities with the large black bow. Every time a monster appeared, be it an imp, orc, or a surprise El Mirage leaping from the darkness, Shirou managed to shoot it down before Riveria could react. When they reached a corridor with a group of minotaurs in the distance, Shirou quickly readied his arrows. With focus and without hesitation, he released shot after shot, piercing through the minotaurs with unmatched accuracy. Riveria hadn't even raised her bow before the minotaurs turned to ash. "Shirou, you really aren't holding back anymore, are you?" Riveria murmured softly, her eyes fixed on his determined figure. They continued onward until a hellhound suddenly burst through the dungeon wall, attacking aggressively. Riveria took a step back to keep her distance, but once again, Shirou shot an arrow straight to the hellhound's heart before Riveria could even act. "I can't even keep up in this fight," Riveria remarked, half in awe, half in a playful pout, seeing just how serious Shirou had become. Shirou simply smiled as he readied another arrow. "This was your request, Riveria," he replied teasingly, but with sincerity in his eyes. "I want to make sure I don't let you down." Riveria smiled faintly, happy to see Shirou fully display his skill. However, she realized something in her heart, that now she was truly just a guide, while Shirou led every battle. At last, they arrived at the 18th floor, with a final score of 120 to 80, a decisive victory for Shirou. Riveria looked at him, slightly pouting. "I suppose I underestimated you, Shirou. I didn't stand a chance," she teased, half joking, half acknowledging his victory. Shirou shrugged with a small laugh. "Don't blame me. You asked me to stop holding back." Riveria and Shirou walked into the 18th floor, a safe zone known as a place of rest, free from monster threats. The high ceiling was adorned with large crystals that emitted a soft, natural green glow. Thick grass covered the floor, and large trees set a serene backdrop, a stark contrast to the dangerous floors they had just traversed. In the center of the area stood a small town called Rivera, surrounding a giant tree. Shirou and Riveria strolled side by side across the grass toward Rivera, engaging in casual conversation. After a long journey and an intense competition, they finally could relax without worry of being attacked. Riveria turned to Shirou with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "So, what's your request, Shirou?" "You won by a lot this time," she asked, her tone full of curiosity. Shirou paused, touching his chin as if deep in thought. "Honestly, I haven't thought of one yet," he answered, a small smile forming on his face. "Maybe I should think carefully to make the most of this opportunity." Riveria blushed a bit, trying to hide her nervousness with a teasing tone. "Remember, Shirou," she said softly, "I'm just a helpless woman right now, and I have to fulfill any request you make." Shirou chuckled, but his cheeks reddened slightly at Riveria's teasing tone. "Anything, huh?" he asked playfully, though he felt a bit nervous inside. Riveria responded with a calm smile, though a hint of nerve showed. Yes, anything. As long as it's not too embarrassing, she replied with a laugh, even as her heart raced. Shirou nodded seriously, though his eyes showed a hint of mischief. All right then. I'll make sure my request is just right, he said, glancing at Riveria. Riveria could only chuckle softly, feeling relieved yet curious about what Shirou would choose. Looking up at the ceiling of the 18th floor, adorned with glowing crystals that created a peaceful and captivating atmosphere, Shirou let out a satisfied sigh before saying with a smile, "It's so peaceful here, like a place made for a picnic. Riveria, how about my request is for you to join me for a picnic here?" Riveria looked surprised, not expecting Shirou's request to be so simple. "A picnic? That's all?" she asked, still a bit confused. Shirou nodded, smiling. "Yes, I couldn't think of anything else, so, yeah, that's it." Inside, Riveria felt a mix of relief and disappointment. She'd expected Shirou to be the respectful type who wouldn't take advantage of her. But for some reason, she also felt a hint of letdown. Unconsciously, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. If only Shirou had asked for something more intimate. Maybe she would have given it, even if it meant giving him her first kiss. Almost inaudibly, Riveria murmured, "Coward." Shirou quickly turned, confused. "Huh? What was that, Riveria?" he asked, trying to understand her soft words. Riveria hesitated, then turned away, her cheeks tinged with pink. "Ah, it's nothing," she replied with a faint smile, hiding her embarrassment behind her graceful gaze. Chapter 65. Riveria tried to shake off her disappointment at losing the archery competition earlier. She let out a short sigh, convincing herself that a picnic alone with Shirou was still a special moment. In her heart, she thought, even if it's not a fancy dinner, this still counts as a date, right? A small smile crept onto her lips. "So, Shirou," Riveria asked as they walked side by side, "have you decided where we're having this picnic?" Shirou nodded confidently. "I know just the place. Back when I explored this floor, I built a small hut as my Magus workshop. Not far from there is a wide grassy field, perfect for a picnic." Riveria raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "A hut? Is it like the training shed we use at Twilight Manor for magecraft practice?" Shirou chuckled, slightly embarrassed. "Kind of, but much simpler. I built it with my own hands. As a Magus, I needed a spot to experiment, and in the dungeon, you have to improvise." Riveria looked at him with admiration. "You even set up a workshop in the dungeon? How often did you come here on your own?" "A few times, back when I was a rookie trying to understand the dungeon's environment and mechanics," Shirou replied with a small smile, then added playfully, "But don't worry, this time, I have an amazing guide, right?" Riveria smiled warmly, her heart fluttering at the compliment. "Don't forget who led you safely to this floor." Shirou laughed softly. "Of course, without you, I'd have been lost multiple times." They continued walking, moving away from the bustling town of Rivera. Their steps led them toward a quieter area, heading for the place Shirou mentioned. Along the way, Riveria tried to imagine what kind of hut Shirou had built. What does it look like? She wondered with growing curiosity. After a while, they emerged from a small forest on the 18th floor, and Shirou stopped in front of a modest wooden hut that looked like it had been standing there for a long time. It was built with materials gathered from the surroundings, logs for walls and thick leaves for the roof. In front of it stretched a vast green meadow, creating a peaceful and picturesque scene. "This is it," Shirou said with a smile, gesturing to the hut. "My old hut." Riveria gazed at the structure with interest. "So this is what you call a Magus workshop?" she asked as she stepped closer to examine it. "Well, sort of." Shirou scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "I know it's really basic, but back then, I just needed a place to try out some magecraft experiments. Design wasn't my priority." Riveria nodded slowly, still surprised by the simplicity of the hut. "He built this by himself? Shirou really is skilled." She thought, "But you built it alone. That's impressive, Shirou." "It's nowhere near as sophisticated as the workshops of professional magi," Shirou replied with a small laugh. "But I'm proud of it because it's my own creation." Shirou then projected a large, cream-colored picnic mat with a simple floral pattern. He placed a large bag of provisions beside it and invited Riveria to sit. Riveria sat gracefully across from him, her gaze still lingering on the hut. "Honestly, I imagined something more intricate. Is setting up a Magus workshop really this simple?" Shirou chuckled as he sat down. "If you're an exceptional Magus, your workshop might look like a small palace. But I'm just a beginner. I only set up a simple bounded field around this place to keep monsters away." Riveria raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Bounded field? You've never explained that before. What is it?" Shirou began explaining patiently, his tone calm. "A bounded field is a type of magical barrier used to protect an area. It's usually for detecting enemies, concealing a location, or amplifying magical energy within. In simple terms, it's like an invisible fence." Riveria nodded, absorbing every word. "So, it's a protective barrier. How do you create one?" "I can teach you later when we're back at Twilight Manor," Shirou offered. "But fair warning, it's pretty technical and requires a lot of focus." Riveria smiled warmly, looking at Shirou. "I can't wait to learn from you. You're a great teacher." Shirou nodded, slightly blushing. "Thanks. I just hope I don't bore you with the details." Riveria held back a smile, her heart feeling lighter. "Bored? How could I ever be bored spending time with you?" she thought, though she kept it to herself. Shirou opened his large bag and began taking out the neatly prepared provisions. There were triangular rice balls wrapped in nori, a few sandwiches filled with fresh lettuce and smoked meat, and slices of grilled meat that looked delicious. Riveria watched each item with keen interest. "Your picnic spread looks very appetizing," she complimented with a smile. Shirou smiled back, saying, "I made sure everything would be good for a spot like this." Then, Shirou pulled out a large thermos from the bag. Riveria noticed it for the first time and looked at it with mild curiosity. "I didn't see you carrying that earlier. What's in it?" Shirou unscrewed the lid as he replied casually, "Tea. I remember you like tea, so I brewed some before we left." Riveria's eyes widened slightly, impressed by his thoughtfulness. "You really pay attention to the little things, don't you?" Shirou merely shrugged, then projected two simple yet elegant teacups and poured the warm tea into them. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, enhancing the serene atmosphere of the grassy field. "Here you go, my lady," Shirou said, handing one of the cups to Riveria with a playful smile. Riveria took the cup gracefully, her slender fingers brushing against the warm surface. "Thank you, good sir," she replied teasingly, making Shirou chuckle. After setting everything up, Shirou removed his black hood and lowered his cloak slightly. He rubbed his head before using magecraft to revert his fake elf ears back to his original human form. The transformation was gradual, his pointed ears shrinking into their normal shape. Riveria watched the process with curiosity. "You're reverting back?" Riveria asked, slightly disappointed that Shirou's unique elven appearance was now gone. Shirou chuckled lightly. "I feel more comfortable eating as my real self. Besides, it's just the two of us. No need to keep up the disguise anymore." Riveria smiled softly at Shirou's response, relieved to see him confident enough to be himself around her. "He truly doesn't realize how special he is in my eyes," she thought, taking a sip of her tea. They enjoyed their meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation, the soft breeze from the surrounding meadow adding to the tranquil atmosphere. Occasionally, Shirou commented on how peaceful the 18th floor felt compared to the rest of the dungeon. Riveria nodded, savoring the shared moment that felt like a secret date amidst their chaotic world. "Shirou," Riveria called out suddenly, her gaze fixed on the expansive greenery before them. "I'm glad you chose a picnic as your request. Moments like this are so rare." Shirou turned to her, his expression serious but calm. "I'm glad too, Riveria. Sometimes, taking a break to appreciate the world around us is exactly what we need, especially in a life as dangerous as ours." Riveria nodded slowly, her eyes drifting back to the horizon. "Perhaps. I wouldn't mind doing this every day, as long as it's with him," she thought, gripping her teacup a bit tighter. As they continued enjoying the food Shirou had prepared, the warm aroma of tea complemented their relaxed conversation. Placing his teacup down on the picnic mat, Shirou glanced at Riveria, who seemed to be relishing one of the rice balls. He felt it was the right time to bring up the next step in their plan. "Riveria," he began with a small smile, "after this, how about we test your magic strength when enhanced by the magecraft reinforcement we discussed?" Riveria chewed thoughtfully on her sandwich, swallowing before replying with measured enthusiasm. "I've already thought about that. My plan is to use the same spell twice, once without the reinforcement and once with it. That way, we can directly compare the results." Shirou nodded in agreement, though curiosity sparked in his eyes. "That sounds like a solid approach. But what spell do you plan to use for the test?" Riveria smiled faintly, lowering her teacup slightly. "Since the 20th floor is covered in dense forests, I can't use Ray Levitine, my fire magic. I'd rather avoid accidentally starting a massive forest fire." Shirou chuckled at the mental image of Riveria reducing towering trees to ash. "Fair point. So, what's the alternative?" "When Fimbulvetter," Riveria replied confidently. "My ice magic. It's a safer choice, and I can easily control the attack's range." Shirou rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Good idea. That way, we can compare the size and structure of the ice produced. You could even use the structural analysis technique you've been learning to measure the volume and see which is larger." Riveria sighed lightly, though her eyes remained bright. "You really enjoy adding to my workload, don't you, Shirou? I feel more like a student in an academy than an adventurer in the dungeon." Shirou laughed, winking playfully. "Hey, don't forget, I'll be testing my magecraft too. You'll have to be independent, princess." Riveria feigned a pout, giving Shirou a mockingly adorable look. "Independent? Huh? How cruel of you to treat a princess this way." Shirou laughed harder, clearly entertained by Riveria's teasing. "Don't worry, I'll be right beside you the whole time. If anything happens, just call for your personal butler." Riveria smiled, her heart feeling lighter despite knowing Shirou was joking. "You're more than a butler, Shirou. You're someone I like. And perhaps even more than that," she thought, continuing her meal with a renewed sense of warmth. Once they finished eating, Shirou began tidying up. He carefully dispelled the projection of their picnic mat and teacups, then packed the empty lunch containers back into his large bag, ensuring everything was neat and nothing was left behind. "All right, let's get moving," Shirou said, adjusting the bag on his shoulders. Before they started walking, Shirou placed both hands over his human ears. Focusing intently, he activated Alteration Magecraft, slowly reshaping them into long, pointed elf ears. Once the transformation was complete, he pulled up the hood of his black cloak, ensuring his ears fit snugly within its openings. Noticing Shirou struggling with his hood, Riveria stepped closer. "Hold still." Let me help, she said firmly yet gently. Riveria used her hands to adjust the position of Shirou's elf ears, making them appear more natural. As her fingers brushed against the altered ears, Shirou flinched slightly, a chuckle escaping him. That tickles, Riveria, he protested with a grin. Riveria raised an eyebrow, pretending to be stern. If you keep moving, I can't fix it properly. So stay still. Shirou tried his best to remain steady, though the ticklish sensation made him want to laugh again. He suddenly recalled how Rio had adjusted his ears in a similar manner the day before. Why do my ears always seem to attract so much attention from elves? He wondered, finding the irony amusing. Once she was finished, Riveria stepped back to inspect her work. All set. You truly look like a noble elf now, she remarked with a small smile. Shirou chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. You know, I could probably sneak into your homeland without anyone suspecting. Riveria narrowed her eyes slightly, playfully warning him. Don't even think about it. I'm not taking responsibility if you cause trouble there. After sharing a light-hearted moment, they resumed their journey. The pair walked side by side, leaving behind the tranquil beauty of the 18th floor and heading toward the exit leading to the 19th floor. Shirou adjusted the straps of his bag, while Riveria lightly gripped her magic staff, ready for whatever awaited them next. Exploring the dungeon with him is more enjoyable than I thought, Riveria mused, glancing at Shirou out of the corner of her eye. If possible, I'd like to do this more often, just the two of us. As Shirou and Riveria descended the stairs to the 19th floor, they encountered a large group of battered adventurers. Their faces were pale with exhaustion, bodies wrapped in bandages, and some leaned on one another for support. However, upon spotting the cloaked pair, the adventurers avoided making eye contact, some even turning their heads away as if to avoid drawing attention. Whispers spread among the adventurers. Should we warn them about the massive monster parade below? One of them asked hesitantly. Leave it, replied his older and more weary companion. If they're foolish enough to go down after seeing our condition, that's their problem. Hearing their exchange, Shirou glanced at Riveria with a faint smile. Looks like they're underestimating us, he said casually. Riveria sighed lightly. Not entirely unjustified, considering their state. But I'm confident we're far more prepared. Once the group of adventurers moved out of earshot, Shirou spoke again. By the way, on the 19th floor, I want to try something. So, you won't need to fight this time. Riveria paused, giving him a slight pout. What now? Are you planning to show off your archery skills again like earlier? I couldn't even get a shot at the monsters because you were faster. Shirou scratched his head awkwardly. Not quite. This time, I won't be using a bow. But I'll be doing something similar, he said with a cryptic tone. Riveria raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Something similar to archery, you say? Now you've got me curious. Shirou smiled faintly. Just be patient. I promise it'll be interesting. Riveria relented and continued walking alongside him. This guy always has strange ideas, she thought. But that's one of the things that draws me to him. As they descended further, their footsteps echoed softly in the dimly lit stone corridor. Whatever he's planning, I'm sure it'll be something worth seeing, Riveria decided, gripping her magic staff and remaining alert, despite agreeing to let Shirou take the lead. The 19th floor of the dungeon offered a unique sight. The walls, floor, and ceiling were made of thick wood, giving the impression of being inside the trunk of a colossal tree. Soft blue light radiated from glowing moss that grew on the ground, illuminating the dark corridors without the need for typical crystals. The atmosphere was far calmer than the previous floor, though danger always loomed in the shadows of the forest. Riveria surveyed the surroundings, her staff firmly in hand. From the 19th to the 24th floor, this stone path usually acts as a guide. Just follow it to find the route to the next floor, she explained, pointing ahead. Shirou nodded in understanding. So we just stay on this path and don't need to search for alternate routes? He asked, seeking confirmation. Riveria smiled faintly. That's right. But don't let your guard down. Monsters sometimes emerge from the forest along the way. No sooner had Riveria finished speaking than a heavy rumble echoed in the distance. From among the trees, a group of towering bugbears with protruding fangs appeared, their red eyes glowing with rage as they charged toward Shirou and Riveria. Riveria glanced at Shirou with a teasing smile. Well, now's your chance to show me what you've been planning. Shirou stepped forward calmly, his gaze fixed on the approaching bugbears. All right then, time to get started, he said. Instead of drawing his bow, Shirou closed his eyes briefly. In seconds, a dozen black swords materialized around him, floating effortlessly and shimmering with a cold aura. The blades appeared simple yet sturdy, flawless imitations of weapons he had seen used by members of the Hephaestus familia. Riveria was stunned, her green eyes widening as she watched Shirou conjure the swords without incantations or elaborate gestures. What kind of magic is this? He doesn't even need a chant, she thought, both amazed and intrigued. Without hesitation, Shirou motioned forward, and the swords shot through the air at blinding speed toward the charging bugbears. Each blade struck with pinpoint accuracy, hitting vital points on the monsters. In moments, the once menacing group disintegrated into ash, leaving behind only a handful of glittering magic stones. Riveria stood frozen, trying to process what she had just witnessed. You didn't even need time to prepare for that, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Shirou gave a small smile as he walked over to collect the magic stones. That's one of the advantages of my magecraft. I don't need much time to prepare weapons or strategies, as long as I know what I'm going to use. Riveria approached him, her gaze lingering on the spot where the bugbears had stood moments earlier. Your technique is truly unique. It's unlike anything I've ever seen, even among the mages in Orario. Shirou shrugged, placing the magic stones into his small pouch. It's just part of what I've learned over time, but I still have plenty of weaknesses. Riveria chuckled softly, her composure returning. You say that after effortlessly taking down a group of bugbears without breaking a sweat, she teased. Shirou smiled, recognizing the subtle compliment. I just wanted to make sure you could relax while we're on this floor. After all, I'm the one who asked to try something here. Riveria studied Shirou for a moment before falling into step beside him. At this rate, you'll defeat all the monsters yourself. How am I supposed to test my magic later? She asked, half joking. Shirou laughed lightly. Don't worry. The 20th floor will be your turn. I'm just borrowing this one floor, he replied with a sideways glance at her. They continued their journey, Riveria growing increasingly captivated by Shirou's ability to surprise her with his unique and extraordinary skills. Chapter 66. Author note. The illustration of Ria trying out a new dress has been completed. Please check it out at patreon.com/Rayish. The 19th floor had become Shirou's stage for demonstrating his abilities. With calm yet precise movements, he projected weapon after weapon from thin air, each mimicking the quality of those forged by level 3 smiths of the Hephaestus Familia. Swords, spears, and axes floated in the air before shooting forward at high speed, effortlessly annihilating monsters such as bugbears, lizardmen, battle boars, and mad beetles with a single strike. Each time a monster fell, its body disintegrated into ash, leaving behind magic stones and the occasional drop item. Riveria, who hadn't needed to cast a single spell, took on the role of a supporter for Shirou. She collected the magic stones and drop items, all the while observing Shirou with a gaze filled with curiosity and admiration. Riveria eventually approached Shirou, holding several magic stones. Shirou, she called, her voice tinged with curiosity, I'd like to know, with everything you've done so far, how many weapons can you project before your magic energy runs out? Shirou paused his movements, surveying the now empty battlefield. Turning to face Riveria, his expression remained relaxed. If I rely solely on the odd within my own body, he replied, I could project hundreds of weapons at this level of quality before exhausting my energy. Riveria's eyes widened. Hundreds, she echoed in disbelief. Her hands trembled slightly as they held the magic stones. A normal mage would be drained after just a few spells, but Shirou can produce hundreds of weapons, she thought. But her curiosity wasn't sated yet. And, Riveria continued, holding her breath slightly, if you were to use mind, the magic energy granted by your Falna, with your capacity as a level 4 adventurer, how many could you project? Shirou scratched the back of his head, appearing to think for a moment before replying in his usual casual tone. Tens of thousands. Riveria nearly lost her footing. Tens of thousands, she repeated as if needing confirmation that she hadn't misheard. How is that even possible? Shirou gave a faint smile, amused by her astonishment. It's because of my element, he explained. My element is the sword. That alignment makes it so I don't need much energy to project them. This compatibility with my nature increases the efficiency of my magecraft exponentially compared to other types. Riveria regarded Shirou with a mixture of awe and confusion. The sword is an element? Even though the concept sounded foreign, yet Shirou made it seem completely natural. Not only was his ability unique, but his efficiency was also beyond anything she had imagined. I've never encountered anyone like you before, Riveria admitted, trying to process everything she'd learned. Your magecraft truly transcends the limits of what I know. Shirou gave a small smile as he gazed at the empty field before them. It's just a technique I learned from the world I came from, he said. Back there, I was a nobody. Here, I'm just trying to make the most of it. Riveria gripped her magic staff more tightly, feeling that with every moment she spent with Shirou, she was uncovering more layers of his potential. This man is not just my magecraft tutor. He has the power to reshape many things in Orario. With renewed determination, Riveria stepped forward, picking up the remaining magic stones scattered on the ground. All right, she said with a faint smile, then show me more of this sword element of yours. We're not done with this floor yet, are we? Shirou chuckled softly, summoning another array of swords around him. We've only just begun, he replied lightly, walking beside Riveria. After some time, Shirou and Riveria reached the end of the stone path on the 19th floor. Riveria raised her hand, pointing ahead. That's the last cave, she said calmly. The route to the 20th floor. Shirou nodded, observing the cave's gaping entrance, which resembled the maw of a giant beast. However, before they could proceed further, a rumbling sound echoed from within. Moments later, a flood of monsters began pouring out. Bugbears, lizardmen, battle boars, and countless others surged forward in a tide of ferocity. Riveria narrowed her eyes, assessing the situation. It seems like a monster parade, she remarked. This might be what injured those adventurers earlier. Shirou swiftly projected more swords, the weapons materializing one after another in bursts of prismatic light. That seems likely, he replied, positioning himself. All right, I'll take care of this. Riveria stepped back to give him space. I'll provide support if necessary, she said, readying her staff. Shirou gave her a small smile. I don't think this will take long. The swords hovered in the air around him like a flock of hunting birds. With a single motion of his hand, they shot forward at blinding speed, The weapons rained down on the charging monsters, piercing the thick hides of bugbears, felling battle boars, and slicing through lizardmen before they could get close. Shirou felt the flow of magical energy coursing through him. Oh, this is what it feels like to be Gilgamesh. Raining weapons down like this feels so natural. Back then, I had to be cautious about using too much OD, but with Falna, I now have a near-limitless reserve. The hundreds of monsters flooding out of the cave were obliterated. Not a single one managed to approach. Within minutes, only ash and scattered magic stones remained. Riveria, who had been watching intently, finally clapped her hands slowly. You did an excellent job, she praised with a faint smile. If Tiona saw this, I'm sure she'd agree even more with calling you the Sword Prince. Shirou turned to her with a puzzled look. Sword Prince? That sounds exaggerated, he said, scratching the back of his head. I'm just a butler, not a prince. Riveria suppressed a grin. Her thoughts briefly wandered to a title that had long made her uneasy, Sword Princess. Being close to Ace, she couldn't ignore how the nickname seemed to pair Shirou and Ace perfectly. Shaking her head to dispel the thought, Riveria looked at Shirou again. If you ask me, she said with a calm yet firm tone, you're more than just a Sword Prince. Perhaps something like Sword King, or even Sword Emperor suits you better. Shirou chuckled. Sword Emperor? That's too grand for someone like me. Riveria merely smiled, but inwardly she thought, no, Shirou, you're far greater than you realize. You just haven't seen it yet. They resumed their journey, their steps steady as they approached the 20th floor. Shirou dismissed his swords back into prana, leaving behind only the traces of his triumph. After leaving the last cave, Shirou and Riveria continued their journey along a stone path that now felt eerily quiet. There were no sounds of monsters or signs of other adventurers nearby. The silence created an unusual atmosphere, especially in a dungeon typically full of activity. Riveria broke the silence. It seems that Monster Parade really originated from the 20th floor, she said, glancing at Shirou beside her. With all the monsters gathered into one large group like that, it's no wonder this floor feels empty after you wipe them out. Shirou nodded, his stride steady. That makes sense. Other adventurers might have already heard about the parade and decided to avoid this floor entirely. So, not only did we clear the monsters, but we also ensured no crowding. Riveria gave a faint smile. You're truly efficient, Shirou. It looks like we have this floor to ourselves now. Shirou chuckled softly. In that case, it's time for you to test your magic. Is there a specific spot in mind? Riveria nodded, her eyes shining with anticipation. I know just the place. Follow me, she said, pointing to a narrow path sloping downward. Shirou followed her lead, noting how confidently she moved. His thoughts wandered briefly. Riveria truly is extraordinary. She knows the dungeon like the back of her hand, is a brilliant strategist, and now she wants to enhance her magecraft. It feels like I'm the one learning from her. They eventually arrived at a modest cliff. From there, they could see the 20th floor's vast expanse, filled with massive trees and a river flowing in the distance. Here, Riveria said, gesturing to an open area. This spot is spacious enough for me to try ice magic without damaging anything nearby. Shirou nodded and set down his large supporter bag. This place is perfect, he said, surveying the surroundings. Ready? Riveria took a deep breath, gathering her focus. Ready, she replied with a faint smile. Yet, inside, she felt a flicker of nervousness. Shirou always believes I can surpass my limits. Today, I must prove that belief is not misplaced. Noticing her subtle change in expression, Shirou spoke gently. No need to be too tense. We're here to learn, not to compete. Riveria nodded again, feeling more at ease hearing Shirou's words. She stepped forward gracefully, positioning herself in the center of the area, preparing to cast her spell. All right, she said, gripping her magic staff firmly. I'll begin now. Shirou positioned himself slightly behind Riveria, ready to observe every detail of her magic. This will be interesting, he thought with a small smile. I'm curious how far reinforcement can push the magic of a high elf. Riveria stood tall on the cliff, her staff gripped tightly in her hands. The air around her turned cold as she began chanting Wind Fimbulvetter, her signature ice magic that created massive, sturdy ice formations. A jade-green magic circle appeared beneath her feet, glowing intensely as the chant concluded. A towering glacier rose before them, stretching high and glinting under the bluish light of the dungeon's luminescent moss. Riveria turned to Shirou, who stood behind her. That's without reinforcement, she said, her tone calm but proud, ensuring Shirou saw the baseline results of her magic. Shirou nodded, smiling. All right, now it's time to try with reinforcement. Do it just as you've learned. Riveria took a deep breath. This time, she channeled prana into her staff first, visualizing it flowing like a powerful river toward the new magic circle forming beneath her. Her eyes focused as she chanted the same spell, now augmented with the reinforcement magecraft Shirou had taught her. A rumble echoed as a new glacier formed, far larger and taller than the previous one. The ice was not only sturdier but also bore sharper, more intricate crystal patterns. The difference was unmistakable, and Riveria couldn't help but smile. Impressive, Shirou exclaimed, marveling at the stark contrast brought about by reinforcement. Now, let's measure the difference using structural analysis. Riveria sighed playfully, feigning exhaustion. How about I rest for a bit? It feels like I just destroyed an entire dungeon floor, she teased. Shirou chuckled and shook his head. Riveria, I know that didn't tire you in the slightest. You can rest after you've measured your ice, he replied with gentle sarcasm. Riveria shrugged with mock reluctance but eventually leapt gracefully off the cliff, landing near the massive glacier she had conjured. She looked up at it, then turned and called out to Shirou. Aren't you coming? Measuring this together would be faster. Shirou raised a hand, smiling. I have something I want to try first. You'll have to manage on your own again, all right? Riveria huffed lightly, but her eyes remained warm. Fine, Shiro-sensei, she replied in a teasing tone, directing her staff toward the glacier. No matter what he says, I always feel compelled to follow him. Is this what it means to be inspired? Or, Riveria pondered while beginning her structural analysis to study her creation. From above, Shirou watched her with a small smile. She's growing rapidly, yet she remains the same Riveria, graceful, powerful, and endlessly captivating. If I can keep supporting her, that's more than enough for me. Below, Riveria was fully immersed, her hands pressed against the surface of the massive glacier. With intense focus, she channeled prana gently into the ice, sensing its internal structure. She measured every crystalline pattern, its strength, and its volume using structural analysis, striving to understand just how much of a difference the reinforcement had made. Taking a deep breath, Shirou murmured, "Trace on." A faint light shimmered in his hands as frostbite arrows began manifesting one by one in the air. The arrows glowed with a frosty blue hue, their sharp tips radiating cold energy. Shirou continued projecting them until there were 30, orbiting around him like satellites. With precise finger movements, he focused his mind, channeling reinforcement into each frostbite arrow. When all the arrows had reached their broken arrow state, Shirou smiled faintly. Now let's see how effective this is. With a simple hand gesture, Shirou directed the frostbite arrows toward an empty patch of ground near Riveria's ice mound. In seconds, all the arrows launched simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Each frostbite arrow exploded upon impact, creating small ice mounds that rose from the ground. Though smaller than Riveria's towering ice formation, their sheer number quickly transformed the area into a network of interconnected ice hills. Below, Riveria paused momentarily, turning toward the sound of the successive explosions. She lifted her gaze, spotting Shirou standing atop the cliff, slightly winded. "Shirou, what did you just do?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wiping a small bead of sweat from his forehead, Shirou smiled. "I was just experimenting. A single frostbite arrow isn't particularly strong, but combining them, well, the results speak for themselves," he said, gesturing toward the 30 ice mounds he had created. Riveria gazed in admiration at the results of Shirou's experiment. While her ice mound was still sturdier and larger, she couldn't deny the remarkable impact of Shirou's quantity-driven approach. "You never fail to surprise me, Shirou," she said sincerely. Shirou chuckled softly. "Just a little test. Though, it looks like I used up about a quarter of my magical energy for this." Riveria smiled faintly and leaped back up to the cliff with effortless grace. "You know, if you keep honing this skill, you might revolutionize how adventurers fight in the dungeon." Shrugging nonchalantly, Shirou replied, "Maybe, but I still prefer watching you refine your magecraft. You're far more impressive with your magic." That compliment made Riveria's ears tinge slightly red, but she maintained a calm tone. "You're quite the smooth talker," she replied, though inside, she felt a flicker of happiness. Riveria walked lightly toward Shirou, who was still gazing at the icy creations below. "Shirou," she said softly, her tone filled with curiosity. "On our next major expedition, if you can really do all this, raining swords and magic arrows, or even using a noble phantasm like Phoebus' catastrophe against a corrupted spirit, wouldn't we only need to protect you?" Shirou turned to her with a serious expression and shook his head slightly. "It wouldn't work that way, Riveria. If everyone relies on me too much, it'll backfire. The other members won't gain enough Excelia to grow. Besides, I don't gain much Excelia from weaker enemies because of my skill, underdog." He paused, letting Riveria absorb his explanation. "That skill drastically reduces the Excelia I get from weaker enemies, but it massively increases what I gain from stronger foes." Riveria let out a long sigh, her smile carrying a mix of weariness and humor. "So, I can't just retire and leave all the heavy lifting to you, huh?" Shirou laughed softly at her playful tone. "Nope, Riveria. You're not allowed to retire. You're still young, and I'm certain your potential in magecraft is far from its peak." His words left Riveria momentarily speechless. Shirou's statement struck straight to her heart, though in a way that filled her with warmth. Young? She thought to herself. She knew Shirou was simply speaking honestly without any particular intention, but it was something she hadn't heard in a long time. Before Shirou joined the Loki Familia, she was often seen as a motherly figure, or even teased as an old hag, because of her 99 years of age. Yet, in high elf terms, she was still considered young. Standing before Shirou, who patiently guided her in magecraft, she felt like a young girl receiving attention from a kind and mature mentor. "Riveria?" Shirou's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. She snapped out of her reverie and quickly turned her reddened face toward the ice mound below. "Let's just enjoy the view of all this ice," she said, attempting to change the subject with a neutral tone. You've worked hard, so at least we can sit for a while at the edge of this cliff. Shirou smiled warmly. Good idea, he said. He walked closer and sat beside Riveria, letting the serene atmosphere settle around them. Riveria glanced at Shirou out of the corner of her eye, observing his figure as he seemed completely engrossed in the view below. Shirou, thank you for making me feel young again. As they sat enjoying the scenery, Shirou watched the slowly fading ice mounds. He glanced over at Riveria, who was seated beside him, her green hair shimmering under the soft blue light cast by the glowing moss on the ground. So, Shirou broke the silence. What do you think the size difference is between the ice mound before and after using reinforcement? Riveria raised her hand and pointed toward the larger ice mound. I'd say it's about 25% bigger than the first one, she answered calmly. Shirou gave a small smile. Close. After analyzing it, the increase is actually 30%. Hearing his correction, Riveria let out a light huff and gave Shirou a gentle punch on the arm. You could have just told me instead of making me go down and measure it myself. Shirou chuckled, meeting Riveria's gaze with an understanding look. That's part of the training. If I just gave you all the answers, you wouldn't learn anything, would you? Riveria pretended to pout, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. You're too annoying to be a teacher, she said teasingly, though deep down, she enjoyed the attention Shirou gave her. For a moment, they sat in peaceful silence, letting the tranquil atmosphere wash over them. The ice mounds in front of them gradually dissolved into fragments of prana, vanishing into the air like falling snowflakes. Shirou gazed at the scene with a sense of contentment. This view, it's so calm. It's hard to believe we're still in the dungeon. Riveria nodded gently, watching the remnants of her magic dissipate into energy. The dungeon is full of surprises. On one hand, it's deadly, but on the other, it can give us moments like this. She paused briefly before continuing in a soft voice. And moments like this feel far more valuable when you're not alone. As the last traces of ice faded into prana, Shirou rose from where he was seated. He turned to Riveria, who was still enjoying the cool breeze at the cliff's edge. Extending a hand toward her, he offered, "Training's over for today. Let's move on." Riveria looked at Shirou's hand for a moment before taking it. With his help, she stood and gave him a faint smile. Training? What happened today felt more like a grand showcase of your abilities than a session to improve my magecraft, she said playfully, though with a subtle hint of teasing. Shirou chuckled and walked alongside Riveria as they made their way off the cliff. A showcase? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Riveria let out a small huff and began counting on her fingers. First, you showed off your alteration magecraft by perfectly transforming your ears into elf ears. Shirou turned with a mock-confused expression. That was just for disguise. Riveria ignored his protest and continued. Then you beat my archery score effortlessly, even using my own technique through tracing. Shirou scratched the back of his head, looking slightly sheepish. I just wanted to make the competition more interesting. Riveria didn't let him defend himself. And don't forget, you rained swords and arrows down on monsters like it was no big deal. Not to mention the food you cooked earlier. Honestly, I've never tasted anything better. Shirou stopped walking for a moment, staring at Riveria with a half-surprised expression. Even the food counts as showing off? You already know I enjoy cooking. Riveria gave him a meaningful look, crossing her arms. Anything that amazed me today, I'm calling showing off. Shirou let out a long sigh and raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, I'm sorry if I was too impressive today, he said, grinning at his own joke. Riveria smiled widely, feeling triumphant in their light-hearted argument. Yet, deep down, she didn't truly mind. Every moment spent with Shirou, even those filled with his unintentional showboating, made her feel closer to him. Chapter 67. Shirou and Riveria returned to Orario as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm orange glow across the sky. The city's streets were bustling, filled with merchants closing up their stalls and adventurers making their way back from the dungeon. Walking side by side, Shirou and Riveria moved at a leisurely pace, yet remained alert. Riveria turned to Shirou with a small smile. Climbing the floors today was more enjoyable, especially since you gave me a chance to shoot at monsters. Not like before when I was just gathering magic stones. Shirou chuckled, scratching the back of his head. I think I've shown off enough for one day. If I keep flaunting my abilities, I might lose my student. Riveria gave a knowing smile at Shirou's jest. When they reached the gates of Twilight Manor, Riveria paused and lowered her green hood, letting her long green hair cascade down. She turned to Shirou with a gentle smile. You can head back first, Shirou. I want to stop by the elven clothing shop to buy another green cloak like this one before they run out. Shirou hesitated for a moment, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. He knew the cloak was the same style he had chosen for Ryu just the other day, and he could only imagine the chaos if the two women noticed the similarity. Trying to dissuade her, Shirou said, Riveria, why don't you just let me project the cloak whenever you want to wear it? It's easy for me to do. But Riveria shook her head, her resolve firm. No, Shirou, I want the real thing. Your projections only last 3 days, and I don't want to trouble you to keep recreating it. In her heart, Riveria smiled warmly. This cloak was chosen by Shirou and suits me perfectly. I want to keep it as a memento of what felt like our first date, she thought while looking at him. Seeing her determination, Shirou could only sigh softly. All right, be careful on your way, Riveria. Riveria smiled and waved. I won't be long. See you later, Shirou. As Riveria walked away, Shirou pulled back his own hood and touched his ears, activating Alteration Magecraft to revert them from their elven form to normal. Feeling the cool evening breeze on his face, he let out a long sigh. I hope they don't notice the cloaks are the same. I don't even want to imagine what might happen if they do. Shirou decided to return to Twilight Manor first before heading elsewhere. Climbing the stairs to his small room on the second floor, he noticed how quiet the manor felt, with only a few members of the Loki Familia wandering the halls. Maybe they're out for dinner or still on a dungeon expedition, Shirou thought as he opened his door. Once inside, he set down the large bag he was carrying and placed it in the corner of the room. Opening the bag, he took out a pouch filled with the magic stones he had gathered during the day's journey. Looking at the heavy pouch, he recalled Riveria's words earlier. These magic stones are yours, Shirou. You defeated most of the monsters, so they rightfully belong to you. Shirou smiled faintly, recalling Riveria's firm, yet gentle tone as she said that. He opened the drawer under his bed, which was already packed with magic stones from previous expeditions. Adding the new pouch to the collection, he thought, I still don't need the money. Maybe these stones will be more useful for magecraft experiments. Who knows? They might come in handy for new research. Shirou then removed the black elven cloak he was wearing, folded it neatly, and placed it in his laundry pile in the corner. His black armor and red outfit dissolved into prana, vanishing without a trace. Grabbing a small towel from his desk, he wiped the sweat from his body and sprayed on a light fragrance. At least I don't want to look like someone fresh out of the dungeon. Feeling refreshed, Shirou opened his wardrobe and glanced at the shirt Seer had chosen for him yesterday. A simple yet stylish piece. He pulled it out and put it on. Standing in front of the small mirror in his room, he nodded in approval. This looks decent enough for the hostess of fertility. Satisfied, Shirou left his room and strolled down the hallway, planning to enjoy dinner at the hostess of fertility, a place that felt like a second home. Maybe I can help out in the kitchen tonight if they're busy, Shirou mused as he closed the manor door behind him. Night had fallen over Orario, the cool evening air refreshing after a day in the dungeon. The dark sky was dotted with twinkling stars, creating a serene backdrop for his walk. When Shirou arrived at the hostess of fertility, the atmosphere inside was more relaxed than usual. The restaurant wasn't too crowded, with only a few regulars chatting while enjoying their meals. The aroma of freshly cooked food filled the air, making Shirou's stomach growl. At the entrance, Ryu greeted him with a gentle smile. Good evening, Shirou. You've come at the perfect time, she said, crossing her arms over her green uniform. Good evening, Ryu, Shirou replied with a polite nod. Glancing toward the kitchen, he asked, do you need help in the kitchen tonight? I can lend a hand if it's busy. Ryu shook her head, her smile unwavering. There's no need. Seer is helping in the kitchen tonight. Mamma Mia has started to trust her more after you taught her how to cook. She's learning quickly. Hearing that, Shirou lowered his head slightly, a hint of disappointment on his face. So, I'm not needed in the kitchen anymore, he murmured jokingly, though there was a faint trace of loss in his voice. Ryu chuckled softly at his expression. Don't be like that. You're still needed here, just not in the kitchen tonight. She pointed to an empty table in the corner. Why don't you sit down and relax for once? Let us take care of you. Scratching the back of his head, Shirou looked a little awkward. I'm more comfortable helping than sitting idle, he admitted honestly. Ryu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Even heroes need a break. After spending all day in the dungeon, you deserve to sit down and enjoy a meal without having to prepare it yourself. Reluctantly, Shirou gave in, letting out a small sigh before nodding. All right, I'll leave it to you tonight, he said as he made his way to the table Ryu had indicated. As Shirou sat down, Ryu gave a slight bow and smiled again. Wait here. I'll bring something for you, she said before heading toward the kitchen, leaving Shirou to settle in and enjoy the peaceful evening. Seated at a corner table, Shirou took in the warm, tranquil atmosphere of the hostess of fertility. The clinking of glasses mingled with the soft murmur of conversations, and the enticing aroma of food lingered in the air, making him feel at ease. Before long, Ryu returned from the kitchen carrying a large tray laden with food. On it was a plate of fragrant spiced rice with crispy grilled meat, a bowl of warm soup filled with vegetables and chicken, garlic butter toast, and a fresh green salad adorned with bright cherry tomatoes. Seeing the tray, Shirou's eyes widened. All this, is it really for me? He asked, half in disbelief. Ryu calmly placed the tray on the table and gave a small smile. Think of it as a thank you for all your hard work. Besides, Seer worked hard preparing all of this, so you should honor her effort by finishing it. Shirou let out a long sigh, looking at the feast before him. I guess I don't have a choice, huh? If I don't finish it, Seer will probably be disappointed, he joked. Ryu stifled a small laugh. Exactly. So dig in. Shirou picked up a fork and started tasting the spiced rice and roasted meat. The flavor was extraordinary, with a perfect balance of savory and sweet, the sauce seeping deep into the tender meat. This is amazing, he murmured to himself. After a few bites, Shirou noticed Ryu sitting across from him. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Ryu, why are you sitting here? Don't you have work to do? Ryu crossed her arms on the table and smiled. It's not too busy tonight. I have some time to relax. Shirou sighed, slightly disappointed. I thought you'd sit down to help me finish all this food. This feels like too much for just me. Ryu smiled softly. You'll manage, Shirou. Think of it as another form of training. An adventurer must be strong, even when it comes to their stomach. Shirou chuckled at her joke and continued eating, though he knew finishing everything would be a challenge. As she sat calmly in front of him, Ryu rested her chin on her hand, observing Shirou as he devoured the meal. Her sky-blue eyes softened, and she started a conversation. So, how was your training with Lady Riveria in the dungeon today? Did you learn much? Shirou, in the middle of chewing his roasted meat, paused for a moment to think. He was still intent on keeping his true power hidden. He answered calmly. The training was fun. Riveria showed me the most efficient paths through the dungeon. It was really helpful in understanding the layout. Ryu nodded slowly, but her eyes narrowed with curiosity. Oh, how far did she take you? What floor did you reach? Without much thought, Shirou replied. We went as far as the 20th floor. His answer made Ryu go silent for a moment. Then she leaned forward slightly, raising an eyebrow in clear surprise. The 20th floor? Isn't that a bit much? You're still level 1, right? Why go so far? Hearing her question, Shirou, who was sipping his tea, immediately choked and almost dropped his cup. He coughed lightly, trying to calm himself down. In his mind, Shirou cursed his impulsive honesty. Damn, I forgot Ryu still thinks I'm level 1. Ryu watched him with a concerned look. Are you okay? She asked softly. After his coughing subsided, Shirou nodded quickly and gave a stiff smile. I'm fine. Sorry about that. Hoping to steer the conversation away, he added casually. Maybe Riveria just wanted to prepare me for the future. Who knows, someday I might venture that far into the dungeon. Ryu studied Shirou for a moment, as if weighing his response. Finally, she gave a faint smile and leaned back in her chair. Lady Riveria always plans ahead. Maybe she really is preparing you for bigger challenges. Still, I can't help but wonder why she's personally training you. Shirou chuckled nervously, trying to dispel the tension. Maybe she just wants to make sure I don't get lost in the early floors. Ryu smiled, though her thoughts lingered on how special Shirou must be to garner Lady Riveria's direct attention. However, she decided not to press further, noticing Shirou seemed flustered enough. Ryu's tone shifted slightly as she leaned forward, her expression serious. You know, Shirou, knowing the paths in the dungeon isn't enough. You also need to hone your combat skills. The dungeon isn't just about memorizing routes or defeating weak monsters. There will come a time when you face something far more dangerous. Shirou nodded in agreement, though he began to feel slightly uneasy. That's true. I need to learn more, he replied, keeping his tone light. Ryu continued with determination. Tomorrow morning, I want to train you. Not just to survive, but to fight more effectively. I want you to be ready for anything. Tomorrow morning? Shirou thought, alarmed. How am I supposed to hide my real level if I train with Ryu? My fighting techniques will give everything away. He tried to buy some time by asking. So, where would this training take place? Do you have a specific location in mind? Ryu nodded confidently. In front of the servants' dormitory at Hostess of Fertility, there's a small training ground we use for personal practice. It's quiet enough for you to focus without distractions. That small training ground, an open space away from any crowds. There was no excuse left to refuse, was there? Shirou felt increasingly uneasy about turning down Ryu's kind offer. He took a deep breath, then nodded with a faint smile. All right, I'll be there tomorrow morning, he said, though his heart was still filled with doubt. Looks like I don't have a choice. If I refuse, she'll definitely get suspicious. I'll have to find a way to hide my true level and abilities. Maybe I can use tracing to mimic the fighting style of a beginner-level adventurer. With a few intentional mistakes here and there, it should look convincing. Ryu smiled, satisfied with Shirou's agreement. Good. I'm sure you'll learn a lot. And don't worry, I'll make sure the training is effective, she said as she leaned back in her chair. Shirou could only nod, forcing a smile. After taking the last sip of his tea, Shirou finally managed to finish his meal. True to habit, he immediately reached for the tray, plates, and dirty cups. But as he stood to carry them to the kitchen, Ryu was already one step ahead, grabbing some of the dishes from the table. Shirou, Ryu said in a calm tone as she held the tray. Didn't I tell you earlier to just relax today? Shirou sighed softly, still standing. But I can't just sit around. At least let me help take these to the kitchen. Just this one thing. Ryu stared at Shirou for a moment, then gave a small, amused smile. This guy really is different. Instead of enjoying time to relax, he looks like he's suffering from it. I suppose if I try to stop you again, you'll just keep insisting, Ryu finally said in a gentle tone. All right, but you're only allowed to help carry the dishes, nothing more. Hearing that, Shirou smiled contentedly and quickly picked up the tray full of dirty plates. Deal. I promise I'll only carry these to the kitchen. With the tray in hand, Shirou walked alongside Ryu, who was also carrying a few dirty utensils. As they passed other tables, Shirou noticed untouched plates that hadn't been cleared yet. Without hesitation, he picked those up as well. Ryu shook her head slightly, smiling. You can't even stand seeing other tables uncleared, can you? You're way too diligent, Shirou. Shirou chuckled lightly. I just want to make sure everything's tidy. Besides, it's already a habit of mine. Ryu let out a soft laugh, feeling a sense of warmth from Shirou's attentiveness to even the smallest things. Together, they brought all the dirty dishes to the kitchen, making Shirou feel a bit more at ease knowing he could still lend a hand despite being told to relax. Once they reached the kitchen, Shirou and Ryu quickly placed the dirty dishes in the already crowded sink. Shirou instinctively rolled up his sleeves, ready to help wash them, but Ryu stopped him immediately, giving him a firm look. Don't forget, you're supposed to relax today, Ryu reminded him, her tone gentle but firm. Shirou nodded, slightly disappointed. All right, I get it. Before Shirou could step out of the kitchen, Sear's cheerful voice called out from the corner of the room. Oh, Shirou, you're actually wearing the shirt I picked for you yesterday. Shirou smiled warmly, pointing to his shirt. Of course, you have great taste, Sear. This shirt is really comfortable. Sear, who had already been grinning widely, looked even prouder. Of course, I have excellent fashion sense. I could totally be a stylist, right? Shirou laughed lightly at Sear's sudden confidence boost. You're not just good at picking clothes, your cooking gets better every time I taste it. Hearing the compliment, Sear's face lit up even more. She stood confidently, puffing out her chest with pride. Of course, I've become the head assistant in this kitchen. At this rate, I might even replace Mamma Mia someday. Ryu, watching the scene unfold, shook her head and stifled a laugh. Shirou, I think you should stop praising Sear. If you keep this up, her head will get so big that she won't be able to fit through the kitchen door. Sear pretended to pout at Ryu. What's that supposed to mean, Ryu? I deserve the praise. Shirou simply smiled and shrugged. I'm just telling the truth. If someone deserves a compliment, I won't hold back. Sear nodded in agreement, her tone playful. Exactly, Shirou. You should follow Shirou's example, Ryu. Ryu returned Sear's gaze with a flat, but meaningful expression. I prefer to keep things balanced. There's no need for anyone to get too full of themselves. Sear laughed softly, while Shirou scratched the back of his head with a sheepish smile. The cheerful atmosphere returned to the kitchen, filled with light-hearted laughter. As Shirou continued to joke around with Sear and Ryu, a deep, commanding voice boomed from behind them. Sear, do you think you're done fooling around? Sear jumped, immediately standing up straight. Her bright smile turned into an awkward grin. I was just taking a short break, Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia snorted, crossing her arms. A break? If you have time to rest, you have time to chop vegetables. Get back to work. Without protest, Sear quickly grabbed a knife and began chopping vegetables obediently. But as she worked, she glanced at Ryu with a sly grin. See? Ryu was also relaxing with Shirou earlier. Why am I the only one getting scolded? Hearing this, Mamma Mia turned her sharp gaze to Ryu, who tried to stay calm despite her obvious discomfort. Ryu, so you were slacking off during work hours too, huh? Ryu raised both hands in mild protest. I was just sitting for a moment to make sure Shirou enjoyed his meal. But Mamma Mia wasn't interested in excuses. I don't care. If you're done relaxing, you can start washing all the dirty dishes in the sink. Now move it. Ryu sighed quietly and walked to the sink with a resigned expression. Sear chats with customers all the time, but I'm the one stuck with dish duty. She muttered under her breath. Sear, overhearing her, flashed a mischievous smile while continuing to chop vegetables. That's my specialty, Ryu. I know exactly when to sweet talk. Mamma Mia, unwilling to hear more complaints, turned her attention to Shirou. But instead of scolding him, her tone softened. Shirou, would you like to help in the kitchen again? You're always reliable, and look at Sear now. Thanks to you, she's finally cooking properly. If not, I might have kicked her out by now. Shirou felt flattered by the praise and was about to accept Mamma Mia's offer. But from the sink, Ryu gave him a sharp look and subtly shook her head, very appetizingly reminding him to stick to his promise to rest. Catching Ryu's signal, Shirou let out a small sigh and responded with a regretful tone. Thank you for the offer, Mamma Mia. But, maybe this time, I'll actually take a break. Mamma Mia stared at him for a moment before breaking into a small smile. All right, Shirou. You need time to relax too. But remember, my kitchen door is always open for you. Shirou nodded politely, bidding farewell to everyone. But just as he was about to leave the kitchen, Ryu whispered softly while still washing dishes. Don't forget about the training tomorrow morning, Shirou. Shirou gave her a small smile and whispered back, I'll be there. Don't go too hard on me. Ryu only nodded slightly, her expression neutral, but her sky blue eyes hinted at her serious intentions for the training. With that, Shirou left the hostess of fertility, feeling a mix of heaviness and happiness after a pleasant evening spent with them. Chapter 68. In her quiet room, Riveria slept soundly, her breathing steady, and her face serene. The green cloak projected earlier by Shirou draped over her was used as a soft blanket to cover her nightgown. Behind her closed eyes, she was lost in a beautiful dream of the day she had just spent with Shirou. In the dream, she relived every moment of their first date in the dungeon, how Shirou guided their journey, his warm smile as they shared their packed lunch, and the small gestures of care as he helped her with her training. In her dream, Riveria felt like a young girl again, free to forget her status as royalty and simply enjoy time with someone she admired. The dream slowly faded as the morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in her curtains, illuminating her still sleeping face until she began to stir gently. Her eyes fluttered open, half-lidded, as she stretched slightly. Sitting up in bed, Riveria turned to the cloak she had used as a blanket. Her eyes widened in shock. The edge of the cloak was damp with drool, a rare occurrence for someone as composed as her. Her cheeks flushed deeply, and she quickly wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "Oh no, I actually drooled," she thought, staring at the cloak in embarrassment. As her thoughts cleared, Riveria glanced at the clock on her wall. A sudden panic hit her. "Oh no, I'm late for magecraft training with Shirou." She shot to her feet, grabbed her staff, and without a second thought, headed straight for her balcony. Outside, the morning sun bathed the garden below in golden light, but Riveria had no time to appreciate the view. With the grace of a high elf, she leaped over the fourth-floor balcony railing, landing lightly on the garden floor. Dust scattered faintly under her feet, but she was already sprinting toward the storage shed in the corner of the garden. As she ran, her thoughts raced with worry. Is Shirou still waiting for me? Or has he already left because I'm late? No, I have to get there as fast as I can. Her pace quickened, her cheeks still slightly flushed as she rehearsed explanations for her tardiness. Reaching the shed, Riveria flung the door open, hoping Shirou would still be there. Instead, she was met with silence. The room was empty. Her heart sank. He must have left already. I should have woken up earlier. Trying to think of where Shirou might be, she remembered his habit of helping Lafia prepare breakfast for the Loki Familia members. Without wasting a moment, Riveria dashed toward the manor, determined to find him before he got busy with other tasks. When she arrived at the combined kitchen and dining area, the room was lively with activity. Loki Familia members were enjoying breakfast, some chatting casually, while others ate with gusto. Among them, Shirou and Lafia sat side by side, their camaraderie as evident as ever. "Shirou," Riveria called out firmly, drawing everyone's attention. "I'm sorry. I overslept," she admitted, her face reddening with embarrassment. The room fell silent. All eyes were on Riveria, but not because of her apology. The Loki Familia members, especially the elves like Lafia and Alicia, were stunned by the unusual sight of their princess, who was always so elegant and composed. This morning, Riveria looked uncharacteristically disheveled. Her usually pristine hair was slightly messy, and she was still wearing a light blue nightgown with thin straps over her shoulders. The gown's flowing skirt reached her ankles, but its low-cut neckline and soft fabric highlighted her slender figure in a way that was very different from her usual dignified attire. Shirou, equally surprised, quickly rose from his seat. "It's all right, Riveria." But Riveria interrupted him, speaking quickly. "Let's just continue the training later after you finish breakfast," she said, trying to keep Shirou's focus on the matter at hand. Shirou hesitated, then replied, "Actually, I'm sorry, Riveria. I have another commitment after this. How about we reschedule for tomorrow morning?" Riveria froze for a moment, her expression uncertain. "Oh, I see," she replied softly. "Tomorrow, then." Noticing something off, Shirou furrowed his brows. "It's unusual for you to be late. You're usually the first to arrive?" he said curiously. Riveria's face grew even redder. She gripped her staff tightly, her body stiff. "What can I say? I can't possibly admit I slept too soundly and drooled on the cloak," Shirou projected. As Riveria struggled to find an answer, Finn, seated at the end of the table, cleared his throat gently, drawing everyone's attention. "Riveria," he said with a polite smile, "perhaps you'd like to return to your room and change before we proceed with today's activities?" It was only then that Riveria realized her unkempt appearance. She glanced down at herself and finally took in how out of place she looked. Her face turned scarlet, and she gave a stiff nod. "I'll do that right away. Sorry for the disruption." Without waiting for further response, Riveria turned on her heel and hurried out of the dining room, hoping to bury the morning's embarrassment. "Why did I have to look like this in front of everyone? And Shirou?" she lamented as she rushed back to her room. Meanwhile, Shirou finished the last of his drink and stood up from his chair. As usual, he began clearing the table and bringing the dishes to the kitchen for cleaning. This time, however, it wasn't just Lafia assisting him. Several elf members of the fairy force, Alicia Forestlight, Sylvie, Alinda, Arwen, and others, joined in as well. The fairy force was an elite squad of elf mages led by Riveria. The unit was formed around Riveria's unique skill, Alf Regina, which allowed her to recover some of the magical energy used by elves nearby when they cast spells. This energy could then be reabsorbed, enabling prolonged battles. The squad's prowess was recognized across Loki Familia, and being a part of it was a great honor for any elf. Drying his hands with a towel, Shirou looked at the gathered elves and raised an eyebrow. It's rare for all of you to help. Usually, it's just Lafia. Alicia, Riveria's second-in-command, smiled faintly. Don't overthink it, Shirou. We're just lending a hand today. Sylvie nodded quickly, adding, that's right. No particular reason. Today just feels different. Melina, holding a plate in her hands, added in a calm voice. And don't you always work so hard to cook and clean? It's about time you had some extra help. Despite their light-hearted tone and smiles, Shirou felt something was off. They rarely, if ever, helped out like this before. Usually, they focused on their individual tasks or serious discussions about magic under Riveria's guidance. Tilting his head slightly, Shirou narrowed his eyes in suspicion. This has something to do with Riveria earlier, doesn't it? He asked directly. Sylvie, arranging the utensils, chuckled softly. Shirou, you're overthinking it. What Lady Riveria did this morning has nothing to do with us. Exactly. Arwen chimed in while wiping down a table. No need to dwell on it anymore. Shirou sighed, realizing there was no point in pressing further. They're definitely hiding something. But never mind, better to focus on finishing this work. With that, Shirou resumed cleaning the dishes in the dining area, occasionally hearing small bursts of laughter from the elf girls, who seemed to be enjoying their time in the kitchen more than he'd expected. As they worked, the atmosphere warmed considerably. Alicia, typically composed, was unexpectedly relaxed as she carried a tray of dishes to the sink. Shirou, she began, breaking the silence. You're amazing, you know. Teaching magecraft to Lady Riveria, the strongest mage in Orario. Or perhaps that title suits you better now. Shirou paused momentarily and offered a small smile. Ah, don't exaggerate, Alicia. Riveria is still the best. I'm just lending a little help, that's all. So humble, Sylvie muttered, peeking at Shirou as he diligently dried the dishes. Then what kind of lesson made Lady Riveria so flustered this morning? She asked, grinning mischievously. Sensing the direction of the conversation, Shirou carefully replied, I'm teaching Riveria about magecraft from my world. It's something quite different from the magic here in Orario. Oh, Arwen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So Lady Riveria is learning magic from your world? I'm curious what magecraft is like. Sylvie, with a playful tone, added, I'm jealous. It must be nice to learn directly from you alongside Lady Riveria. Lafia, who was wiping a nearby table, finally spoke up. Actually, I've asked Shirou to teach me magecraft before. Oh, the other elves turned their attention to Lafia in unison. Then why didn't he, Lafia? Melina asked, her tone curious. Isn't Shirou usually bad at refusing requests? Lafia lowered her gaze, looking somewhat dejected. I don't have magic circuits that can be used for magecraft, but Lady Riveria does. Alicia, Arwen, Melina, and Sylvie exchanged glances, their admiration evident. Our princess truly is incredible, Alicia said with a proud smile. Not only the strongest mage in Orario, but also talented enough to master magic from another world. Shirou simply smiled to himself as he listened to their discussion. They really respect Riveria. I understand why. But if they knew how hard she works to master magecraft, their respect for her would grow even more. Choosing not to comment further, he focused on finishing his task. Meanwhile, the elves continued their light gossip, clearly curious about Shirou's relationship with Lady Riveria. Before long, their work was done. The kitchen and dining area were spotless. Shirou turned to the elves with genuine gratitude. Bowing slightly, he said, Thank you so much for your help. Because of you, everything got done much faster. As Shirou prepared to leave, Alinda, speaking in her usual monotone voice, asked, Who's this other person you said was more important? Someone you'd decline Lady Riveria for, even when she was so eager to learn. Alicia added, her expression a mix of curiosity and surprise. Exactly, Shirou. Lady Riveria almost never runs late. You know how valuable her time is for an elf, don't you? Sylvie, with a sharp look, chimed in, You should feel honored, Shirou. Lady Riveria made time just for you. Lafia tried to defend Shirou. But I'm sure Shirou has his reasons, she stammered, though her argument lacked conviction. Shirou let out a long sigh, attempting to calm the growing tension. He met their gazes one by one and spoke firmly yet gently. It's not that I don't appreciate Riveria's enthusiasm, but I had already promised someone else beforehand. And I know Riveria wouldn't want me to break that promise just for her. That's not who she is. The elves fell silent, digesting Shirou's explanation. Some of them seemed to understand his perspective. However, Arwen quietly remarked, But if that person knew you couldn't come because of Lady Riveria, I think they'd understand. Shirou pictured Ryu's respectful demeanor when she mentioned Riveria's name the day before. She probably would, but still, he thought. Shirou shook his head lightly. I still need to keep my promise, he said with quiet resolve. Bowing once more, Shirou added, Thank you for understanding. I really must go now. Before turning and leaving the kitchen, the elves exchanged looks, still curious, but they decided not to stop him. Meanwhile, Shirou walked away calmly, determined to maintain balance in his relationships with both Riveria and Ryu. As Shirou stepped out of the manor, carrying a small bag over his shoulder, his destination was clear: the dormitory near the hostess of fertility, where Ryu lived. The crisp morning air and brightening sky brought a sense of peace, helping Shirou feel more relaxed. Just as he passed through the manor gates, he spotted a familiar figure approaching from across the street. It was Ace Wallenstein, looking slightly tired but still as graceful as ever. Her sword rested neatly at her waist, and her blonde hair was a bit disheveled from sweat, likely from training. Ace, Shirou greeted warmly, waving at her. Just finished training, Belle? Ace stopped in her tracks and nodded slightly. Yes, we ran a little later than usual, she replied succinctly, in her typical reserved manner. Shirou gave a small smile. In that case, you must be hungry. I've left some breakfast in the kitchen. It just needs to be warmed up. Hopefully, it'll be enough to recharge you after your training. Ace's eyes lit up slightly at the mention of breakfast. Thank you, Shirou. I'll head to the kitchen right away, she said with a polite bow. Without further delay, she hurried toward the manor, her steps noticeably quicker. Watching her go, Shirou could only smile. As usual, she really likes my cooking, he thought. He was happy to help, even if it was just by preparing a simple meal. Once Ace disappeared into the manor, Shirou continued on his way. Hands in his pockets, he walked at a leisurely pace, enjoying the peaceful Orario morning. However, his mind began focusing on the upcoming training with Ryu. I need to make sure this goes smoothly, he murmured, his steps growing more purposeful as he approached their meeting spot. Shirou eventually arrived at the dormitory for the staff of the hostess of fertility. Situated in a quieter corner of Orario, the dorm was a modest yet well-maintained building surrounded by a low fence and a small gate. He carefully opened the gate to avoid making noise. Excuse me, Shirou called out softly, ensuring he didn't disturb anyone inside. Walking around the building, he followed a narrow stone path leading to the backyard. There, he found a small hidden courtyard surrounded by the dormitory's walls, creating a private and secluded space. In the middle of the courtyard, Ryu Lion was training with intense focus, wielding a simple wooden sword with an air of reverence. Shirou paused, silently observing Ryu's movements. Her swordsmanship was precise, swift, and controlled, each slash and thrust purposeful, as if she were battling an invisible opponent. Curious, Shirou activated tracing on the wooden sword. Instantly, information about the weapon flowed into his mind. The sword's name was Alves Lumina. From the tracing, Shirou learned it wasn't just an ordinary wooden sword. Alves Lumina bore witness to Ryu's journey of protecting the weak, slaying monsters, and exacting vengeance against the Rudra Familia, a story Ryu had shared with him before. As the sword's history unfolded in Shirou's mind, he felt a swirl of emotions: pride, sorrow, and regret, all woven into its essence. He gazed at Ryu, who continued her disciplined training, and his thoughts lingered on the trials she had endured in her past. Shirou, Ryu's calm voice broke through his reverie, bringing him back to the present. She had noticed his presence all along, though her practice remained undisturbed. Startled, Shirou snapped out of his thoughts. He met Ryu's gaze and offered a small smile. Sorry if I was distracting you, Ryu, he said softly, still carrying the weight of what he'd learned from the tracing. Lowering her wooden sword, Ryu approached Shirou, her expression gentle. It's fine. I've been waiting for you. Are you ready to train? She asked, her tone formal but with a hint of warmth. Shirou nodded, pushing aside the lingering emotions from the sword's history. Yes, I'm ready, he replied, though part of him still reflected on the depth of the story hidden within the unassuming weapon. Reaching into his small bag, Shirou pulled out a blunt training sword he had projected earlier. The weapon was unremarkable, plain, unadorned, and slightly unbalanced, resembling the kind of sword used by an inexperienced adventurer. He held the sword cautiously, adjusting his grip based on the memories from his tracing. Then, adopting an awkward and exaggerated stance, he pointed the sword at Ryu. I'm ready, he declared with an overly serious tone. Ryu tilted her head, raising an eyebrow at him. That stance, what are you doing? She asked, her voice calm but filled with subtle criticism. Shirou stared back blankly. What stance? Isn't this the correct one? He replied, feigning confusion. Ryu sighed deeply and walked over to Shirou, adjusting his posture. She repositioned his feet for better balance and rotated his torso slightly for stability. If you fight like this, you'll trip over yourself before the enemy even touches you, she explained. Oh, I see. Thanks, Ryu, Shirou said obediently, like a diligent beginner. Inside, he held back a grin, knowing he was purposefully downplaying his abilities. Ryu stepped back to her position and pointed her wooden sword at Shirou. I'll start with slow attacks. Focus on your opponent's movements and avoid unnecessary actions, she instructed firmly. But before they began, she added, one thing to keep in mind. I often struggle to hold back during training. That's why Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar avoid sparring with me. Hearing this, Shirou put on a mock panicked expression and pleaded, Ryu, please don't go too hard on me. Ryu looked at him with mild confusion. then sighed and shook her head. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, she replied with a serious tone. However, Shirou knew that Ryu had no idea of his true intentions. He planned to show only minimal ability, mimicking the clumsy movements of a novice adventurer prone to mistakes, ensuring his true strength remained hidden. Ryu swung her wooden sword with quick but measured movements, beginning their training session. Get ready, Shirou, she said calmly, though her gaze was sharp and focused. Shirou, gripping his blunt sword awkwardly, deliberately mimicked the mannerisms of an inexperienced adventurer. Each step, swing, and even the way he held the sword seemed to scream inexperience and lack of training. Inside, Shirou smiled faintly, pleased with how well he was masking his true abilities. Ryu frowned as she noticed Shirou's incorrect hand positioning. Your grip is too weak. Like this, your sword would fly out of your hand with just one hit, she said, stepping forward to adjust Shirou's hand placement. Ah, thank you, Ryu. It seems I still have much to learn, Shirou replied with a shy tone, deliberately adding a touch of guilt to his voice. The training continued, with Ryu frequently pausing to correct Shirou's technique. Your steps are too slow. Try to be lighter on your feet, she said, shifting his stance slightly. And stop raising your shoulders so much when you attack. It wastes energy. Shirou nodded obediently. Got it, Ryu. I'll try harder, he said, pretending to exert himself while intentionally making his movements slow and error-prone. After dodging and attacking clumsily for a while, Shirou decided it was time to feign exhaustion. He let his foot slip slightly and dropped to the ground, sitting with an exaggerated pant. Orario, can we take a break? He asked between labored breaths. Ryu sighed deeply, setting her wooden sword aside. All right, she said, though her tone carried a hint of disappointment. She looked at Shirou as if trying to understand why someone so diligent and responsible could have such poor combat skills. You need to train your basics more, she added after a pause, sitting near Shirou. But I know you can improve if you really put in the effort. Thank you for understanding, Ryu, Shirou replied with a small smile, feeling slightly guilty for disappointing her. But he knew this was the best way to keep his secret safe. Ryu stood and went inside the dorm. A few moments later, she returned with 2 bottles of water. Here, she said, handing one to Shirou before sitting back down beside him. Thanks, Ryu, Shirou said, opening the bottle and taking a few gulps of cold water. The refreshing sensation was welcome after his grueling training session, even though it was all an act. Ryu looked at Shirou seriously. Shirou, you have a lot to work on. Your technique is raw, and your basics are weak. You need more practice, she said bluntly. Shirou, still drinking, could only nod, swallowing his guilt. I'm sorry, Ryu. I'll work harder, he said before taking another sip. Ryu took a deep breath, as if making a decision. Because of this, I've decided to take the night shift at the Hostess of Fertility. That way, I can train you every morning without interruptions, she declared with firm resolve. Hearing that, Shirou choked on his water. He coughed, trying to compose himself, while his mind raced. Training every morning? How am I supposed to keep pretending like this? It's just going to waste Ryu's time, he thought. Ryu, Shirou stammered, his voice slightly shaky. I appreciate your dedication, but maybe we could cut back on the training? I don't want to take up too much of your time. Ryu immediately stood, her eyes narrowing as she glared at Shirou. What are you saying, Shirou? Do you think the dream of becoming a Seiji no Mikata is just empty words? You're slacking off even with daily training. Her voice rose, laced with clear frustration. Shirou froze, stunned by her reaction. Ryu continued, her voice trembling slightly. Do you think upholding justice is easy? With your current skills, you wouldn't even be able to save a single person. You have to push yourself harder, or that dream will remain nothing but a fantasy. Shirou lowered his head, guilt washing over him as her words sank in. I didn't realize how much you believed in my dream, he said softly. Ryu fell silent for a moment before sitting back down beside Shirou. This time, her tone was gentler. Shirou, your dream is something I couldn't achieve in my past. I just want to help you reach it, she said quietly, her gaze distant. Shirou was struck by her words. Inside, his guilt deepened. Ryu is so supportive, while I'm hiding my true strength from her. I've made her believe I'm weak, he thought. Looking at Ryu, Shirou whispered, Thank you, Ryu. I'll do my best to improve. Chapter 69. Author note. The sketch of Seer looking and preparing herself in the mirror has been completed. Please check it out at patreon.com/Rayish. Shirou sat under the shade of a tree, a water bottle in hand, but his thoughts drifted far from the training session. Why do I need to hide my strength? He wondered, gazing at Ryu sitting not far away. The answer was simple. The gods of this world might appear playful and whimsical, but they were not beings to be underestimated. While they sealed away their divine power, arcanum, to live in this world, who could guarantee they wouldn't misuse it? What would happen if a god secretly wielded their divine powers for their own agenda? Shirou thought of names like Hephaestus or Goibniu, gods of forging. If they learned I could project noble phantasms or replicate weapons forged by their familiars, what would happen? Trouble, no doubt. They might see him as a threat, or worse, force him to create weapons for them. But even beyond that, his mind wandered to unlimited blade works, the reality marble at the core of his being. If that secret leaked, what would I do if the gods became as obsessed as the Magi from my original world? He shuddered at the thought. I might become nothing more than an experiment or a plaything. Just imagining it sent chills down his spine. He looked again at Ryu, who was sipping water from her bottle. I trust Ryu wouldn't spread my secret. She's not that kind of person. But if I make an exception for one person, it could open the door for others. And if that happens, everything could fall apart. Still, Ryu's words from earlier echoed in his mind. She sincerely wanted to support him in becoming a Seiji no Mikata. Shirou took a deep breath, trying to calm his anxieties. Maybe I can give her a little trust, but only after I understand her reasons. Ryu, Shirou called softly, his tone calm but serious, catching the elf's attention. Ryu turned, her clear blue eyes filled with curiosity. What is it, Shirou? She asked. Shirou gripped his water bottle tightly, as if drawing courage from its simple form. I want to know, why do you think you can't be a defender of justice anymore? You're young, strong, experienced. What made you give up? Ryu froze at the question. She fell silent, her gaze losing focus as if she were looking deep within herself. Shirou watched her quietly, giving her the space to reflect. Kiritsugu gave up too, Shirou thought, recalling his late adoptive father. He gave up when his body grew weak, when sickness ate away at him. But Ryu isn't like that. She still has time, strength, and opportunity. So why? At last, Ryu placed her bottle on her lap and took a deep breath before answering. It's because... Her voice faltered, trailing off. Her eyes lowered, heavy with doubt and old wounds. Shirou cut through the tension with a light-hearted tone. Ryu, he said, offering a small smile. Do you remember that game we played back then? The one at the fountain? Ryu looked at Shirou, her eyebrows raising slightly. Of course, she said, recalling the memory. The game of asking each other questions and sharing secrets, right? Shirou nodded, his lips curling into a faint grin. Exactly. You were the last to ask me something. Now, think of this as my turn to ask you. Ryu sighed softly, but a faint smile touched her lips. Shirou, you're cheating. Using that as an excuse to make me answer your question. Shrugging casually, Shirou replied with playful sarcasm. Cheating? Not at all. It's my turn to ask, fair and square. Ryu shook her head slowly, her smile growing slightly warmer. Fine, she said, giving in to the little game. What do you want to know? Shirou took a deep breath and looked at her seriously. You said earlier that you don't think you can be a defender of justice anymore. Why? What made you feel that way? Ryu fell silent again, her gaze fixed on the water bottle in her hands. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet. Because I've abandoned my sense of justice. I'm tainted. I no longer deserve to uphold something so pure. Shirou was startled but remained silent, giving her the space to continue. Justice, to me, Ryu said softly, her tone pensive, is doing good without expecting a reward. Justice is upholding those values always and destroying evil wherever it appears. Shirou nodded slowly, agreeing with her definition of justice. Isn't that what you've always done? Defended those values. Ryu shook her head firmly, pulling her knees to her chest and wrapping her arms around them. I've stained my justice. I let vengeance consume me, and I slaughtered the entire Rudra familia to avenge my friends. Her head lowered further, her entire body radiating regret. Shirou watched her with deep empathy. Ryu, he said, his tone gentle but firm. A defender of justice isn't a machine. You're a person, or rather, an elf, with feelings. Vengeance is natural. You lost your friends in a cruel way. That revenge, it's understandable. Ryu shook her head slowly, tears welling in her eyes. But, even my goddess, Astria, told me to abandon that justice. She knew what I would do and begged me not to. But I did it anyway. I don't deserve to carry that burden anymore. Shirou fell silent. Ryu's words carried a weight he couldn't deny, a profound, lingering pain. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but he knew this wasn't the time to offer easy solutions. Ryu needed to be heard. In the quiet that followed, Shirou decided to wait, giving her the space to share more if she wished. After a long pause, Ryu took a deep breath and continued, her voice soft but heavy with emotion. The Rudra familia, they were cunning. They set a trap for us in the dungeon. Astria familia wasn't easily fooled, and we detected the ambush early. Her face tensed, and a bitter smile crossed her lips. We avoided the trap, but they tampered with the dungeon in a way we never expected. It triggered the appearance of a legendary monster, Juggernaut. Shirou, sitting across from Ryu, remained silent, listening intently. Juggernaut. Ryu's voice trembled as she uttered the name. It's no ordinary monster. Its form is skeletal, with sharp spikes jutting out, its eyes glowing red like torches in the dark. It's the dungeon's executioner, created to destroy anyone who disrupts the dungeon's balance. It's fast, deadly, and merciless. Shirou nodded faintly, imagining the horror Ryu described. He didn't interrupt, only offering his quiet attention. With her eyes glistening, Ryu spoke in a near whisper. We tried to fight. Elise, Kagaya, Lyra, and the others, they all knew there was no way out. So they held the line, sacrificing themselves for me. Her fists clenched, her body trembling with suppressed rage. I was the only one who survived. They all screamed at me to run. I had no other choice, but the guilt. Every step I took felt like a betrayal of their sacrifice. Shirou remained silent, giving Ryu the space to let out her emotions. With eyes filled with pain and hatred, Ryu continued. The members of Rudra Familia, who set the trap, they ran away when Juggernaut appeared. They left us to die while they fled to safety. I couldn't accept that. I swore I would avenge them. I would pay back the blood of my friends with their blood. Ryu lowered her head, tears starting to stream down her cheeks. After that, I returned to the Astria Familia base alone. Everything was in ruins. I begged Lady Astria to leave Orario. I knew I would seek revenge, and I didn't want her to be caught in my decision. I didn't want to taint her justice with my darkness. Her tears now flowed freely as she recalled her final moments with Lady Astria. And that was when she told me to abandon my justice. Those were her last words to me before she left. She knew I wouldn't stop, and she wanted me to do it without dragging the name of justice down with me. Shirou let out a deep sigh, feeling the weight of Ryu's emotions. He didn't say anything, allowing her to release all the pain she carried. He understood that beneath those deep scars, Ryu still harbored a light she had buried away, and his role was to help her uncover it again. Having listened carefully to Ryu's story, Shirou quietly projected a handkerchief into his pocket. With a gentle motion, he offered it to her. Here, use this, he said kindly. Ryu took the handkerchief without a word and began wiping away her tears and the traces of her sobs. Her delicate movements reflected her effort to regain her composure. After a moment of silence, Shirou spoke. Ryu, has Lady Astria ever returned to Orario? Have you heard any news about her? Ryu shook her head slowly, her eyes still slightly red. No, I haven't heard anything. Maybe she doesn't want anything to do with me anymore. Maybe she gave up on me after I abandoned justice, as she asked. Shirou frowned. That's impossible, he said firmly, though his tone remained gentle. He looked at Ryu seriously. Have you ever thought that maybe she asked you to abandon justice not because she gave up on you, but to protect you? Ryu looked at him in confusion, her brows furrowing. Protect me? What do you mean, Shirou? Shirou took a deep breath before explaining. If Lady Astria asked you to let go of your ideals, it might have been because she knew you couldn't survive if you held on as such a heavy burden. She might have wanted you to avenge your friends without being weighed down by that guilt and pain. It could have been her way of ensuring you stayed alive. Ryu fell silent, her eyes widening slightly. Shirou's words lit a small spark of hope in her heart, but doubt still lingered. But, if that's true, then why hasn't she returned to Orario? Why hasn't she sought me out? Shirou gave her a small, understanding smile. Maybe she has her own reasons. Maybe there's something she has to take care of out there. Or, maybe she's giving you time, a chance for your wounded heart to heal. Ryu didn't respond, her mind spinning with Shirou's words, a mixture of hope and confusion swirling within her. Then Shirou lifted his head, a new idea sparking in his eyes. Ryu, how about we make a bet? Ryu tilted her head slightly, puzzled. A bet? About what? Shirou smiled, revealing his little plan. Earlier, I fell during training, right? If I can make you fall during our next session, then we'll leave Orario together to find Lady Astria. Ryu was momentarily stunned, but a small smile gradually spread across her face. She could see Shirou's sincerity in his offer. That's an interesting bet, Shirou, but you know it won't be easy, right? I'm not someone who's easily brought down, she said, remembering her own resilience on the battlefield. In her heart, Ryu thought, after what I saw earlier, it might take Shirou a long time to make me fall. Or, maybe he has a secret trick he hasn't shown yet. With eyes full of determination, Ryu finally nodded. All right, Shirou, I accept your bet. Shirou stood tall, gripping the blunt sword he had projected earlier. With a confident smile, he looked at Ryu, who was still seated. Ryu, he called firmly, his voice steady. How about we start now? I'm ready. Ryu frowned, surprised at the drastic change in Shirou's demeanor. Just moments ago, he seemed exhausted and on the verge of giving up, but now his aura was entirely different. Slowly, she rose to her feet and lifted her wooden sword. Interesting, she said, her gaze fixed on Shirou. Then show me all your tricks, Shirou. As he raised his sword, Shirou focused his thoughts. It's time to show Ryu a glimpse of my true power. If it can save her heart, then I have to do it, he resolved. But with a playful tone, Shirou added, my true power will only activate if you promise not to ask too many questions during our fight. Ryu smirked at the challenge, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, if that's what you want. I'll start without talking much. She stepped forward into an attacking stance, initially using strength equivalent to a level 1 adventurer to test Shirou. Ryu's first strike came quickly, but Shirou easily deflected it. His blunt sword moved as if it already knew the direction of her attack. Ryu paused briefly, her eyes scrutinizing the change in Shirou. He's different, his movements, his posture. He's not the same as before. Gradually, she increased her strength, from level 1 to level 2, and even approaching level 3. Yet each time, Shirou managed to block her strikes with astonishing calmness. Even under a barrage of attacks, Shirou moved efficiently, as if unburdened. This doesn't make sense, Ryu murmured under her breath, half in disbelief. Shirou, you've only been in Orario for a few months. How can you be this strong? Shirou didn't answer, only giving her a faint smile. That calm expression made Ryu's blood boil. She wanted to ask, wanted to know why Shirou had been hiding his abilities all this time. But she remembered Shirou's earlier words, that his power would only activate if there were no questions. That only made her more frustrated, especially seeing the relaxed grin on Shirou's face. Shirou, Ryu said coldly, tightening her grip on her wooden sword. Don't think I'll let you toy with me forever. Fueled by her irritation, Ryu's wooden sword began moving faster, slashing from the left, right, above, and below. Her movements were like an unpredictable wind, forming a relentless pattern of attacks. Yet Shirou stood his ground, his blunt sword moving with exceptional precision, blocking every strike without faltering. Ryu growled in frustration. How is this possible? I'm giving it everything I've got, but he hasn't even moved from his spot. Seeing an opening, Ryu leaped behind Shirou in a flash and aimed a thrust at his back. But without turning, Shirou swung his sword backward, perfectly deflecting her attack. Ryu's eyes widened. Did he read me movement? Can he see the future? No, it's something more than that. Frustration mixed with anger as Ryu gritted her teeth. If my techniques can't defeat him, I'll rely on sheer power. She decided to gamble on one last strike. Abandoning all techniques, she opted for a full frontal assault using the raw power of her level 4 status. Ryu planted her feet firmly on the ground, her eyes sharply analyzing Shirou, who remained calm. This time, Shirou, you're going down. With speed befitting her alias, Gale, Ryu shot forward like the wind, her wooden sword aimed directly at Shirou. Shirou, whose stats had all been maxed at SSS since level 1, read Ryu's movements perfectly. With a light but effective motion, Shirou deflected Ryu's frontal attack, creating a loud clash that echoed across the field. The force of the parry caused Ryu to lose her balance and stumble forward. Before Ryu could hit the ground, Shirou swiftly caught her. Half embracing her, he prevented her from falling any further. Ryu, be careful, Shirou said softly, his tone gentle yet filled with concern. You're pushing yourself too hard. Ryu's body stiffened. This was the first time a man had been so close to her. Normally, Ryu kept her distance from everyone except those she deeply trusted, like Seer and the late Elise. But oddly enough, Shirou's embrace didn't feel threatening. Instead, it felt safe. Her heart raced, and she quickly turned her face away, hiding the blush rising to her cheeks. Ryu quickly stood up, pulling herself free from Shirou's grasp. Brushing the dust off her clothes awkwardly, she said, I concede. Shirou gave a small smile, tilting his head. You did well, Ryu. You just need a little more practice. Still hiding her embarrassment, Ryu grumbled quietly. You make me feel like a beginner. You're really annoying, Shirou. She let out a small huff, then averted her gaze to conceal the faint smile forming on her face. He's stronger than I thought, and gentler than I expected. Ryu looked at Shirou with an intensity that was hard to ignore. Her sky-blue eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of accusation. So, Shirou, she began in a flat but piercing tone, have you always been this strong? Even when I saw you pretending to be weak after being shoved by that drunk adventurer when you first arrived in Orario. Scratching the back of his head, Shirou let out a sheepish laugh. Hee, I wasn't pretending to be weak. You know, Ryu, my power only shows up if you don't ask too many questions. Ryu narrowed her eyes, her expression making it clear she wasn't going to accept such a vague answer again. Shirou, she said firmly, you used your turn earlier to ask about my secret. Now it's my turn, so tell me the truth. Shirou hesitated for a moment, his face showing a flicker of doubt, but he knew he couldn't keep lying to Ryu. Taking a deep breath, he finally nodded. All right, he said. I'll be honest. When I first came to Orario, I was weak. I didn't have a fauna, and, well, I was nowhere near the level of adventurers like you. Ryu listened intently, her expression softening slightly though suspicion still lingered in her gaze. Shirou continued, but after I joined the Loki Familia, everything changed. I grew rapidly, maybe too rapidly, and now I'm already level 4. Ryu's eyes widened in shock at Shirou's admission. Level 4? She exclaimed. In just a few months? You're joking, right? Shirou raised his hands defensively, trying to calm her. I'm serious. But it's not that extraordinary, is it? I mean, Belle also reached level 3 in just a few months. Ryu scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Belle Crannel leveled up to 2 after fighting a Minotaur, and to 3 after the war game against Apollo Familia. Everyone knows because they witnessed it. But you're silent, unnoticed, and suddenly you're level 4. That's infuriating. Shirou gave a faint smile, looking a bit guilty. I didn't mean to hide it, Ryu. I just didn't want to cause a fuss. Ryu shook her head, then looked at Shirou with a gaze that was softer, though tinged with residual frustration. You're full of secrets, Shirou, but I'm starting to understand why you chose not to reveal them. You really are unique. Shirou gave a wry grin. Unique in a good way, right? Ryu rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress the small smile on her lips. We'll see. Ryu then scrutinized Shirou with suspicion, her brow furrowed as her curiosity grew. Shirou, can you see the future? How else could you have blocked all my attacks so effortlessly? Shirou chuckled softly, trying to ease Ryu's concerns. I can't see the future, he said with a shrug. But Ryu cut him off, pressing him for a clearer answer. But what? Don't leave your answer hanging like that. Holding back his grin, Shirou seemed to relish the moment. But, he continued in a calm tone, you already used your turn to ask about my big secret earlier. Now it's my turn to ask you. Ryu's expression shifted immediately, her eyes narrowing. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? She said, her irritation starting to show. Fine, ask anything. I'll answer without dodging. Pretending to think, Shirou placed a finger on his chin, dragging out the tension. He murmured, deliberately prolonging the moment. Finally, he turned to Ryu with a mischievous smile. When are we going to find Lady Astria? I did manage to beat you just now. Ryu's face turned bright red, and she froze as if doused in cold water. That? Wait a second, she stammered. That's not fair. You've been hiding your strength from me all this time. Shirou chuckled, clearly enjoying Ryu's reaction. But still, I won, didn't I? He said with a teasing tone. Ryu let out a long sigh, clearly feeling cornered but unable to deny Shirou's point. I need to prepare myself before meeting Lady Astria, she said softly, trying to shift the focus. This time, Shirou's smile was warmer, and his tone grew more serious. That's okay, Ryu. I'll wait patiently until you're ready. This is your journey, and I'm just here to support you. Ryu looked at Shirou with a mixture of gratitude and lingering embarrassment. Thank you, Shirou, she said quietly. You always confuse me. But somehow, I feel like I can trust you. Chapter 70. Ryu walked to her room, leaving Shirou patiently waiting outside. Her mind was still swirling with the events from earlier, especially the moment she had offered Shirou to use her bath first, only for him to casually decline, saying, I didn't even sweat during practice. Ryu then entered the bathroom. Warm water cascaded over her, washing away her fatigue and the emotions that had briefly overwhelmed her. Yet, her thoughts kept returning to the training session they had just finished. She replayed how Shirou had initially pretended to be a clumsy, weak fighter, mimicking the movements of an inexperienced adventurer perfectly. He completely tricked me, Rhea murmured as she splashed water on her face, unable to suppress a faint smile mixed with a touch of irritation. But that smile gradually faded as a question crept into her mind. What made him change his mind? Rhea searched for an answer within herself. Was Shirou moved by her sincere desire to support his dream of becoming a protector of justice? Or was it because he wanted to help her reunite with Lady Astria, even if that meant revealing a part of the strength he had kept hidden? After her bath, Ryu dried herself off and donned her signature green uniform as a waitress at the Hostess of Fertility. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked at her neat, clean reflection. In the stillness of her room, a newfound resolve blossomed within her. Whatever Shirou's reasons, I know everything he does comes from his good intentions. That's just who he is. Feeling calmer, Rhea smiled faintly at her reflection. I'll keep supporting him, just like he's always supported me, she whispered before stepping out to meet Shirou, who was still waiting outside. Shirou sat leaning against a large tree, his eyes closed as though enjoying the gentle breeze. His face was peaceful, with no trace of exhaustion despite their recent training. Rhea stood a short distance away, observing him with a slight smile. No one would guess that behind such a calm face lies extraordinary strength, she thought. Her gaze shifted to Shirou's red hair, which shimmered in the midday sun. Memories of Elise suddenly surfaced in her mind. Elise's hair had also been red, though darker than Shirou's. Rhea closed her eyes briefly, comparing the two in her thoughts. There were similarities, but the differences were more pronounced. To Ryu, Elise was like the sun, radiant and bright. With her optimistic smile and uplifting words, Elise inspired everyone, igniting a fire of justice and encouraging others to rise alongside her. Shirou, on the other hand, was the opposite. If Elise was the passionate, blazing sun, Shirou was the tranquil, luminous full moon. He didn't seek attention, but his presence brought comfort. He quietly helped others without being asked, always humble and avoiding praise for his deeds. Rhea chuckled softly, her eyes returning to Shirou. Two different lights, yet both capable of earning my admiration. Elise was the sun that guided me in the past, while Shirou, he's like the moon illuminating my path through the darkness. With a heart filled with gratitude and admiration, Rhea slowly approached, realizing how much Shirou had unknowingly become a crucial part of her healing process. As she walked closer to Shirou, still leaning under the tree with his eyes closed, a whimsical thought crossed her mind. What if Elise and Shirou could meet? Two contrasting personalities, yet perhaps they would complement each other, she mused with a small smile. But the thought quickly derailed into imagining the two of them conspiring to tease her. Memories of Elise filled Rhea's mind once more. Elise's relentless optimism often left her familia members exasperated. Her habit of praising herself with phrases like, aren't I beautiful, cute, and dazzling, while puffing out her chest was simultaneously annoying and endearing. Shirou isn't like that, but he has his own way of getting under my skin, Ryu thought, crossing her arms. She recalled how Shirou had hidden his strength all this time, making himself seem like a novice adventurer in need of training. I really looked ridiculous earlier, she murmured. Shirou had even left his explanation hanging, leaving her curiosity unsatisfied. A mischievous idea popped into Ria's head. With a sly smile, she grabbed a water bottle with some leftover liquid and poured a bit into her palm. Without warning, she flicked the water onto Shirou's serene face. Shirou's eyes flew open in surprise, but, as always, he didn't show any anger. Instead, he blinked a few times before saying, "Ria, what was that for?" Ria smirked and replied with satisfaction, "Consider it payback for all the times you've annoyed me." Noticing Ria's neatly dressed green uniform, Shirou realized something. "Are you ready for work again?" he asked, wiping the remaining water from his face. Ria nodded softly. "Yes, it's time to get back to the hostess of fertility. What about you? Want to come along or keep relaxing here?" Shirou gave a faint smile as he stood up. "If you're inviting me, how could I refuse?" Ria chuckled lightly at his response. "All right, let's go before Mamma Mia starts shouting for us." The two walked side by side, leaving the small training field behind and heading toward the hostess of fertility, their spirits noticeably lighter. As they walked, Ryo glanced at Shirou out of the corner of her eye, her expression hinting at a brewing strategy. After a few moments of silence, she spoke up, "Now it's my turn to ask about your secret, Shirou. And this time, don't leave your answer hanging." Shirou, strolling casually beside her, turned slightly with a faint smile. "In that case, I want a straight answer too. When are we going to see Lady Astria?" he asked, his tone half teasing. Ria fell silent for a moment, clearly unsure of how to respond. Then, a sly idea popped into her mind. Remembering how Seer often got what she wanted from Shirou with a pleading tone, Ria decided to try the same trick. Clasping her hands in front of her chest, she put on a look that begged for understanding and said softly, "I just need a little time to prepare myself emotionally before meeting Lady Astria. Please, Shirou, give me some time." As expected, Shirou could only sigh, a small smile tugging at his lips. "All right," he said in a resigned tone. "If that's what you want, I'll wait. Now it's your turn to ask." Ria hid her grin. Internally, she realized how easy it was to ask Shirou for anything and why Seer often took advantage of his soft-heartedness. However, she didn't want to waste this chance to learn more about the red-haired man. She paused, weighing her question carefully. Asking about Shirou's skills seemed too sensitive. Most adventurers considered such information private. Instead, she chose another topic. "All right, Shirou," she said seriously. "Tell me about the feat that earned you level 4. I'm curious." Shirou glanced ahead, noting they were close to the hostess of fertility. "It's a long story," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. "Maybe we can talk about it another time." Rio wasn't having it. "It's fine if you keep it short," she pressed. "I won't mind." Shirou chuckled softly, realizing she wouldn't let him off so easily. In a slightly teasing tone, he replied, "Looks like I'm cornered here. All right then, I'll try to summarize it later, after we finish work at the hostess of fertility. Deal?" Ria considered this, then nodded. "All right, I'll be waiting for your story," she said with a small, satisfied smile, pleased she'd secured his promise. When Rio and Shirou entered the hostess of fertility, the restaurant was still fairly quiet. The midday rush had yet to begin. Seer, standing near the counter, greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome," she said kindly, her gaze shifting to Shirou. "Shirou, are you heading upstairs to change into your uniform?" Shirou nodded politely. "Yes, excuse me for a moment," he replied before heading upstairs to his room. Once Shirou was out of sight, Seer turned to Ryu with a curious expression. "Ryu," she called, her tone lightly teasing. "You came here with Shirou? What's going on?" Ria hesitated but decided to be honest. "I was training Shirou this morning," she said briefly, avoiding further details. Seer nodded slowly, her expression suggesting she was piecing things together in her mind. "So, the training's done? How did it go? Did Shirou learn a lot from you?" she asked, hopeful for some positive news. Ria snorted lightly, crossing her arms over her chest. "Learn a lot? Not at all. He couldn't be taught," she replied, her tone a mix of frustration and resignation. Seer furrowed her brow, not fully understanding what Ria meant. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Shirou. "Poor guy," Seer thought to herself. "He's not talented with magic, can't learn anything from grimoires, and now even his physical skills." She sighed quietly, masking her sympathy. As Seer mulled over her thoughts, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Shirou appeared, now dressed in his green uniform, his face beaming with readiness to work. But he was immediately met with contrasting gazes from the two women. Rio eyed him with a half-annoyed expression, still recalling how he had deceived her earlier. Meanwhile, Seer looked at Shirou with pity, her eyes full of sympathy for the perceived challenges he had faced. Shirou paused, sensing something odd. "Why are you both looking at me like that?" he asked, puzzled by their reactions. Ria simply huffed, arms still crossed. "It's nothing. Let's get to work," she said, brushing past him and heading to the kitchen to start cleaning up. Seer, with a slightly forced gentle smile, patted Shirou on the shoulder. "Keep your spirits up, Shirou. If you need help, don't hesitate to call me." Shirou looked at both women suspiciously but ultimately decided not to think too much about it. "All right, he said with a small sigh before following Ryo into the kitchen to start work. In the kitchen, Shiro busied himself as usual, deftly chopping ingredients under Mamma Mia's watchful eye. However, today felt slightly different. Seer, who had grown increasingly skilled at cooking thanks to Shiro's guidance, joined him in the kitchen. Yet something was odd. Seer seemed more attentive than usual, almost doting on Shiro. "Shiro, do you want some tea? I can make it for you," Seer suddenly asked in a soft tone. Shiro furrowed his brow, slightly puzzled by Seer's behavior. "Oh, no need, Seer. I'm fine," he replied with a small smile. Ignoring his refusal, Seer went ahead and prepared the tea anyway. Handing him the cup, she gave him a sweet smile. "If you need a break, don't hesitate to let me know," she said. Meanwhile, out in the dining area, Ryu appeared lost in thought. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward the kitchen, observing Shiro from a distance. What other secrets is he hiding from me? She wondered, inadvertently ignoring a customer trying to place an order. "Hey, elf lady, when's our order coming?" one of the customers complained, snapping Ryu out of her daze. Realizing her lapse, Ryu's face reddened slightly in embarrassment. "Oh, sorry. I'll get it ready right away," she said in her usual cool tone, quickly refocusing on her work. Still, her thoughts lingered, trying to unravel Shiro and the secrets he kept. Time passed, and night fell. The restaurant began to empty out. Mamma Mia let out a satisfied sigh as she surveyed the now nearly deserted dining room. One exception remained. Loki, the goddess of Shiro's familia, was seated in the corner, grinning as she enjoyed a special fruit liquor from the hostess of fertility. "Ah, this liquor is the best. One more round, Mamma Mia," Loki called out, laughing. Mamma Mia, growing irritated, warned her. "That's enough, Loki. We're closing." Loki waved dismissively. "Ah, how about just one more? It's a goddess's request, you know." Mamma Mia wasn't having it. Turning toward the kitchen, she shouted, "Hey, Shiro, get this crazy goddess out of here and take her back to your headquarters. I don't want her sleeping here." Shiro, in the middle of washing the last few dishes, turned around looking slightly weary but compliant. "Got it, Mamma Mia." Seer and Rhea watched Shiro, their expressions contrasting. Seer looked concerned, while Rhea smirked faintly, amused to see Shiro struggling with Loki. Shiro emerged from the kitchen and approached Loki, who was slightly drunk but still able to stand. "Loki, let's go home. It's late, and we can't bother them any longer." Loki grinned at him. "Oh, Shiro, you're my best servant. Fine, escort me home." With patience, Shiro helped Loki to her feet and supported her as they left the restaurant. Seer and Rhea observed from inside. "He's really patient, isn't he?" Seer remarked with a small smile. Rhea nodded slowly. "That's one of the things that makes him different," she murmured, almost to herself. But then, she remembered something. Rhea suddenly recalled Shiro's promise to tell her about his level-up feat. Irritated, she quickly rushed after them. As Shiro carefully guided a drunken Loki out of the hostess of fertility, the sound of hurried footsteps stopped him in his tracks. Ryo, with an annoyed expression, appeared beside him. "Shiro," she called out, "don't think you can get away from the story you promised me earlier." Shiro glanced at her briefly, still supporting a swaying Loki. His expression remained calm, though tinged with resignation. "I'm not avoiding it, Rhea. The situation just doesn't allow for it." Loki, in her intoxicated state, looked at Rhea with bleary eyes and mumbled, "Hey, pretty elf. Did I forget to pay? Is that why you're chasing us?" Rhea sighed, ignoring Loki's irrelevant question. Instead, she moved closer to Shiro and whispered, "Just give me a brief summary. At least tell me about the feat that earned you level 2. Shiro turned slightly, replying softly amidst Loki's ramblings. "It's more complicated than you think, Rhea. It could cause problems." Rhea narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "What kind of problems?" she pressed in a low tone, not wanting Loki to overhear. Feeling ignored, Loki suddenly blurted out an unexpected accusation. "Shiro, you playboy. Are you flirting with all the women in my familia? Ace, Riveria, Lafia? Who else? Even Finn might be charmed by you." Shiro let out a long sigh, his eyes fixed ahead. "Ignore her nonsense," he told Rhea flatly. Rhea, however, wasn't about to let the topic go. Though she briefly wondered if there was any truth to Loki's drunken words, she quickly returned to the matter at hand. "Forget that. Stop changing the subject. Tell me about the feat that helped you level up," she demanded firmly. Seeing no way to avoid it, Shiro finally relented. In a low voice, he said, "Fine. It wasn't just a level up to level 2, Ryo. I jumped straight to level 3. Rhea's eyes widened in shock. "What? That's impossible. No adventurer in history has ever gained 2 levels at once. It's unheard of." Before Shiro could explain further, Loki suddenly vomited. Shiro swiftly bent down to steady the goddess, one hand supporting her shoulders while the other reached for tissues to clean up the mess. "Sorry, Rhea," Shiro said seriously while helping Loki settle down. "We'll continue this conversation another time." Rhea looked at Shiro, her emotions conflicted. She knew the current situation wasn't ideal for pushing further, but her curiosity burned even brighter. "Fine," she muttered, finally backing off. Still, her mind reeled from Shiro's words. Jumping 2 levels at once? How is that even possible? As she watched Shiro escort Loki away, Ryu let out a long sigh. "I know I won't be able to sleep tonight," she whispered to herself before turning to head back to her quarters. After walking a good distance while supporting a heavily intoxicated Loki, Shirou finally reached Twilight Manor. In the spacious and cozy living room, Riveria sat elegantly, a book in one hand and a warm cup of tea in the other. Hearing the door open, she looked up and gave a faint smile. "Thank you for bringing Loki back, Shirou," she said softly. Shirou smiled slightly, adjusting Loki's position over his shoulder. "It's no trouble. This isn't the first time I've had to do this." Riveria nodded knowingly and stood up. "Let's take her to her room. She won't remember any of this in the morning." Together, they carried Loki upstairs to her private room. Loki, still semi-conscious, mumbled incoherently, prompting another sigh from Shirou. Once they managed to lay the goddess down on her bed, Riveria turned and let out a long breath. "Such a bad habit," she said, crossing her arms. After her meeting with Hermes and Dionysus earlier, Loki just went from one tavern to another, drinking. "I'm surprised she could even walk before you found her." Raising an eyebrow, Shirou was intrigued. "A meeting? What were they discussing?" Riveria glanced at Shirou briefly before answering. "Hermes brought some important news. He said there might be another entrance to the dungeon in Deadless Street. Loki Familia has been tasked with investigating it tomorrow morning." Shirou nodded, processing the information. "In that case, it seems our magecraft training will have to be postponed again," he said with a hint of regret. Riveria, who had already anticipated this, sighed deeply. "I was really looking forward to learning more about the bounded field you promised to teach. But I understand the Familia's duties come first. We can resume the training after the investigation is done." Shirou gave a small, apologetic smile. "I'm sorry about that. But once the investigation is over, I promise we'll pick up where we left off." Riveria nodded, this time with a faint smile on her lips. "All right. I'll hold you to that promise, Shirou." They left Loki's now quiet room, closing the door carefully to avoid waking the goddess. Shirou decided to return to his quarters, while Riveria went back to the living room to finish her book. Both of them, however, mentally prepared themselves for the challenges awaiting them the next day.